in a parallel world across the vast ocean. On December 27th, 2018, at the Barclays Center, the match between the bottom-ranked Nets and the top-seeded Cavaliers unfolded without any suspense. Seated beside the water cooler was a player clad in the number 10 jersey, Dongfang Kang, who maintained an unwavering enthusiasm to step onto the court at any moment. Dongfang Kang was a traveler from a parallel universe after losing consciousness during an intense game on a street court. He awoke to find himself in the bed of this host. Moreover, he had acquired the essential system for traversing worlds. Coincidentally, this host was also named Dongfang Kang, a friend of Jeremy Lin, and was recommended to the team for a 10-day contract due to Lin's injury preventing him from playing. This day marked the conclusion of that contract. Observing the 30-point deficit, Coach Atkinson silently cursed, surrounded by a group of exceptionally talented young players who failed to realize their potential. Accepting the notion of tanking, he recognized that the only viable path lay in losing games to persuade management to pursue draft picks. Kang, it's your turn. I hope you seize this opportunity to secure a guaranteed contract. Atkinson offered a hollow consolation, clearly avoiding the gravity of the situation. Ding! The basketball fire system has been activated. Host, Dongfang Kang. Height, 203 cm wingspan, 200 cm weight, 100 kilograms. Combat value, 20 in remaining space, 0. In an instant, a transparent screen appeared before Dongfang Kang, displaying an X-ray image of his body, rotating 360 degrees. Upon realizing the remaining space was 0, a wave of discontent washed over him, but the system's subsequent rewards promised a path to stardom. System activation reward, Super 3-point experience card, valid for 10 minutes. Explanation: the Super 3-point card covers half the court with an average hit rate of 50. The closer one is to the 3-point line, the higher the accuracy, reaching up to 90. System upgrade: the basketball fire system gathers the energy of all superstars. Each completed task will yield template energy. Upon accumulating 10 points in combat value, the combat power will enhance automatically, with a maximum value of 100. Phase 1 template: Tracy McGrady, featuring the fastest first step and unguardable pull-up three-pointers. The basketball fire system corresponds with a meteor step, activating the quickest dribbling techniques combined with pull-up shots to complete the Super 3-point experience card. Ding! System injected into the body, mission activated. Assist the team in reversing the game. In that moment, he clenched his fists, veins bulging, feeling an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through him, akin to a deity descending from the heavens. His mind flooded with McGrady's various skill descriptions. Ball fake with the dribble, accelerate into the first step, stop and pop at the peak of the jump. Arm span for blocking shots, front steals, spin, and dunk off the backboard. Meteor step, scissor kick, long arm dunks. A whirlwind of excitement enveloped him when a voice snapped him back to reality. Hey, stop showboating. Get on the court. Mozgov, displeased with the Chinese player, scoffed at him. You're just a water cooler player. What kind of show are you putting on for garbage time? Do you think you're LeBron? Dongfang Kang, aware that the skill template embodied McGrady's peak capabilities, knew he could single-handedly alter the course of the league. Taking a deep breath, he recognized that these skills harbored limitless potential waiting to be unleashed. Even if he couldn't fully harness them at that moment, it was enough to create a remarkable spectacle. This was extraordinary. Starting off with a super system was a game changer. With a sly grin, he sprinted onto the court. Hey, pass me the ball as much as possible, he confidently called to Napier. Play inside, you little scrub, I can change the game. Mozgov, as the primary center, dismissed Dongfang Kang's presence. 9 minutes left. Time is short. Only three-pointers can shift the tide. Dongfang Kang assumed a superstar's demeanor, directing Napier. Meanwhile, in the commentary booth, Van Gundy cast a disdainful glance at the player wearing number 10. Shaking his head, after tonight, Atkinson won't remain as the Nets head coach. He made a critical error. You mean he shouldn't have played the number 10 player? Miller held a different view, believing that given the opportunity, a Chinese player could establish themselves in the NBA. With Yao Ming and Jeremy Lin as precedents, both were phenomenal players. Yet, there was no information regarding this number 10. Whether he should or shouldn't play. Let's see what the fans think. Van Gundy gestured to the computer screen, shaking his head again. Miller glanced at the live stream, the comment section overflowing with ridicule. The Nets are trash. The coach is trash. The players are trash. Who is the number 10? I've never seen him before. Can someone tell me who he is? Huh. I thought Lin was back. This guy showing up means the Nets are doomed. Amidst the mockery, Miller could only shrug, but the physique of the number 10 reminded him of a certain prodigy from the Magic. The whistle blew, and the game continued. At the center court, power forward Dudley initiated the play, diving toward the baseline to set a screen for Harris. With the score gap so vast, the Cavaliers' defense had slackened, allowing Harris to attempt 2 consecutive three-pointers from the perimeter, both resulting in missed shots. Fortunately, with Mozgov's height, he managed to secure 4 points from offensive rebounds. However, the world's strongest 175 responded with a three-pointer, keeping the score hovering around a 30-point margin. After nearly a minute on the court, both teams resorted to isolation plays, and Dongfang Kang hadn't even touched the ball once, let alone showcase his skills. If this continued, it would be disastrous. He had to actively demand the ball and unleash his personal offensive prowess. "Hey, stop shooting recklessly past the ball," Dongfang Kang shouted at Harris, who was about to attempt another shot. Even if he missed 100 shots, Harris believed he would shoot again on the 101st attempt. That was the creed of a pure shooter. However, he was taken aback that this temp worker dared to ask for the ball, so he passed it to him, curious to see what he could do. "Make the shot, or get ready to roll," Harris warned as he passed the ball to Dongfang Kang. "Huh, your teammates are mocking you, rookie. You should just go home," the world's strongest 175 scoffed, stepping back a meter, eyes filled with derision. Dongfang Kang's expression hardened as he held the ball, slightly adjusting his hand position before bending his knees and leaping for a textbook pull-up jumper. McGrady skill activated, super three-point experience card redeemed. The system chimed, and Dongfang Kang nearly burst into laughter as the basketball glided from his fingertips, feeling as though he had reached the pinnacle of his life. The scissor kick emerged instinctively. "What the heck, a scissor kick pull-up?" Miller exclaimed, slamming his hands on the table, his eyes brimming with excitement. Van Gundy, unable to see the action, nonetheless witnessed the basketball swish through the net. The height of the release, the precision of the movement, combined with the elegancy, it was a sight to behold, and he couldn't help but feel a flicker of anticipation. "Not bad." Harris raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Chapter 2. The emergence of brilliance. Yet a solitary three-pointer failed to quench the thirst for victory. Neither the benchwarmers nor the spectators stirred with much fervor. "Rookie, I shall not allow you another shot. I will shatter your ribs mid-air," Thomas declared, his signature grin juxtaposed with the most disparaging words. "Huh, with your height. You dare to defend me? You will soon be ejected from the NBA," retorted Dongfang Kang, fully aware of the bitter end that awaited Thomas and determined to deliver a sharp rebuttal. "After losing so much, you still maintain that bravado? Come and try to guard me." Following this taunt, Thomas gestured for his teammates to spread out. With the strongest wingspan and impenetrable defense, the system announced, invigorating Dongfang Kang as he fixated on the descending basketball. Thomas disregarded his opponent entirely, executing 2 swift between-the-legs dribbles, preparing to deceive and humiliate him. Yet, against the flurry of moves, Dongfang Kang remained sharp-eyed, identifying the vulnerability in Thomas and Apos' ball handling. In a flash, he seized the opportunity, snatching the ball cleanly from Thomas and Apos' right hand. "What? A clean steal? This resembles peak McGrady." The commentators were momentarily stunned, and even more bewildered was Thomas, who stood dumbfounded as Dongfang Kang sprinted to the front court. Infuriatingly, with no defenders in sight, Dongfang Kang opted for a three-pointer, the ball tracing a graceful arc before sinking through the net. "What sorcery is this? Who taught him to play like that, thinking he is Curry?" The screen erupted with a plethora of bewildered inquiries, as no one comprehended his audacious style. The score shifted to 90, 113, and at last, the crowd began to recognize the fervor of player number 10, erupting into a thunderous applause. On the bench, Russell stood, his eyes brimming with astonishment. "Increase the defense. Do not grant him another 3. James could no longer remain passive, vociferously directing his ire towards Thomas. His words often carried more weight than those of the head coach, yet Tyronn Lue remained unflappable. Thomas resumed his aggressive assault, this time charging towards the baseline with the aid of his teammates and Apos' screens. Mozgov was drawn up, and with the basket wide open, Thomas accelerated for an easy layup. But there was Dongfang Kang again, darting around the screen like a bolt of lightning, leaping high as if descended from the heavens to swat the ball against the backboard. Where and Apos' the defense? While Thomas lamented his teammates' inadequacies, Dongfang Kang was already initiating a fast break. The Cavaliers responded promptly, 2 defenders stationed beyond the three-point line, ready to converge. Noticing his defenders were shorter, Dongfang Kang executed a deceptive dribble, switching the ball to his right hand, followed by 2 behind-the-back dribbles to create space. Spotting an opening, he prepared to break through from the left, only for the defender to shift to block. In the next moment, Dongfang Kang rose for a jump shot, just beyond the three-point line, launching a shot that rendered the defense futile. Standing at 2.03 meters with a wingspan of 2.11 meters, even if the defender reacted, they could scarcely disrupt his shot. The basketball soared through the air, and with a satisfying swish, it netted again. What kind of luck is this? Hitting three-pointers consecutively? Who is this player capable of such unreasonable shots? The screen overflowed with inquiries, yet this time, the tone shifted from derision to intrigue. It was evident that fans had a preference for players of remarkable talent. Beautiful, Harris exclaimed, pumping his fist in excitement, his eyes radiating the fervor of a successful basket, completely disregarding that Dongfang Kang was merely a rookie. Excellent, keep playing like this. Dongfang Kang himself could scarcely believe in the prowess of the basketball fire system. With this offensive and defensive display, he was unafraid of the Nets denying him a formal contract. Undoubtedly, the string of successful plays had sent everyone into a frenzy, including Atkinson, who realized he had underestimated him. Perhaps his coaching career could indeed rely on this player. With this bold thought, he swiftly glanced at the scoreboard, 93-113. With 6 minutes left, trailing by 20 points, there was still a chance to turn the tide. Resolute in his intentions, Atkinson quickly pulled out a tactical board to devise a new strategy for the upcoming timeout. Why ease off the defense? Stay focused, this is a game. James roared at the players, the jubilance extinguished by that three-pointer. I sense something brewing, don't you? Miller remarked with a mysterious smile towards Van Gundy. Do you believe he possesses McGrady and Oppo's abilities? Van Gundy responded frankly. No, I even suspect he could surpass McGrady, reaching another pinnacle. Are you jesting? The newly debuted McGrady was traded for Pippen. Could he carry McGrady's shoes? It was evident that McGrady's prowess was universally acknowledged, whereas Dongfang Kang had yet to deliver a performance that would solidify his reputation. As the game resumed, Dongfang Kang returned to defense with exhilaration, reflecting on his previous defense. Even he felt a shiver. The speed of his impact and the precision of his block were undoubtedly elite in the league. The ability to execute high-intensity defense stemmed from astute judgment, even predicting offensive plays. This basketball fire system was nothing short of miraculous. In contemplation, Thomas approached with the ball, his pride unyielding as he sought to utilize a teammate and Oppo's screen for a mid-range shot. Bang! The ball ricocheted off the rim, and the Cavaliers secured the rebound. Napier brought the ball past half-court, and the coach began signaling for Dongfang Kang. Harris intentionally circled the baseline to set a screen for him. In the NBA, there exists an unwritten rule. When a teammate is on fire, the ball must pass through their hands. Dongfang Kang utilized his teammate and Oppo's screen to surge forward from the 45-degree angle. As he received the pass, he executed a half-turn, disregarding the defender, launching another three-pointer. In that instant, all Cavaliers players turned their gaze towards the trajectory of the ball, their expressions tensing as thoughts raced through their minds. Surely, this shot could not succeed. A whistle disrupted the scene, followed by a swoosh as the ball found the net. Yes, Harris roared, raising his fists in a primal scream, while 4 teammates rushed to lift Dongfang Kang off the ground. Oh, this is like a supercharged version of McGrady and Curry, the savior of the Nets. Miller was utterly captivated, unable to refrain from showering him with praise. Performances in garbage time lack credibility, Van Gundy replied, still unwilling to relent. Witnessing the 3-1 play, Russell dashed towards Atkinson, exclaiming, "There's still a chance. Let me play." Atkinson shook his head slightly, signaling for calm, then turned to the court, shouting, "Boys, get the ball to Dongfang Kang." Harris, along with Mozgov, nodded vigorously, all eager for Dongfang Kang and Oppo's miraculous display. Chapter 3. Ironclad defense. The Cavaliers were unwilling to continue. If they played like this, they would surely face humiliation. It was time for me to step in and teach this Chinese player a lesson. Tyronn Lue waved his hand, and LeBron James stepped off the training court. With a significant victory within reach, if this Chinese player were to turn the game around, the greatest embarrassment would fall upon LeBron himself. He would not allow such a scenario to unfold. I need you to step up and secure this damned game. Tyronn Lue whispered to LeBron, who nodded in agreement before striding onto the court, heading straight for the free throw line, hurling trash talk at Dongfang Kang. Hey, listen up. I want to amp, Oppos, to allow you to score another point. The stronger the opponent, the more the system and amp, Oppos, S energy surged, enhancing one and amp, Oppos, S own combat capability. Upon seeing LeBron enter the game, Dongfang Kang felt invigorated once more. However, when it came to trash talk, he had never backed down from anyone. You better not match up with me. I'll make you cry on your way home. Don't forget the finals of 2016. This was the most amusing remark LeBron had ever heard. And it was Dongfang Kang and Oppos' most ferocious trash talk. After successfully making a free throw, LeBron brought the ball up the court, confidently signaling for everyone to clear out. Ready to teach this Chinese player a lesson. The ironclad defense skill set was activated. Wow, I truly thrive against strong opponents. And there's a skill set waiting to be unleashed. This is exhilarating. Dongfang Kang focused intently on LeBron and Oppos' right foot, deducing that LeBron would attempt a left side drive, noting the telltale sign of a change in direction. In the next moment, LeBron unexpectedly passed the ball to a teammate on the side, then accelerated to post up Dongfang Kang in the low block. The teammate decisively lobbed the ball into the low post, pulling away and secretly celebrating LeBron stepping up for everyone. Could he withstand LeBron and Oppos' onslaught? If he can withstand it, I'll livestream myself eating dumb. I'm on the top floor. Fans watching on screens eagerly critiqued Dongfang Kang, claiming he hadn't faced a true powerhouse and merely padded his stats. Yet their words carried a hint of hope. They wished for Dongfang Kang to defend against LeBron, which would be a sight to behold. Dongfang Kang felt slightly anxious. Even with the ironclad defense activated, LeBron was the current top player in the league. He wondered if the system would truly be effective. With everyone spread out, LeBron backed down into him. To his astonishment, he found himself unable to push Dongfang Kang back. The seemingly slender figure stood firm like a wall. Pushing harder only resulted in a rebound effect. What kind of person is this? LeBron thought, grumbling internally, and had no choice but to push again. Wow, this is actually working. What a thrill. Dongfang Kang was suddenly exhilarated, maintaining his ground and bracing against the impact. After 3 unsuccessful attempts to overpower him, LeBron had to pivot and attempt a leaning jump shot. Dongfang Kang recognized the offensive technique, quickly extending his long arm to contest the shot, resulting in a resonating clang of iron. The effectiveness of the ironclad defense was evident. If he continued to defend LeBron, he could certainly lower his shooting percentage by 30%. With only 30% of LeBron and Oppos' offensive capability, wasn't he that reminiscent of the Heat and Oppos' struggles against the Mavericks in 2011? If such was the case, he might surpass LeBron and reach the finals to contend for the championship against the Warriors. As the ball clanged off the rim, the Nets grabbed the rebound, and Napier swiftly initiated a counterattack. LeBron and Oppos' entrance had elevated the defensive intensity, thwarting Napier and Oppos' fast break. Positioned like an enraged tiger, LeBron fixed his gaze on Dongfang Kang, exuding an intimidating presence. Having the league and Oppos' star focus all his energy on a rookie, wasn't he that a testament to the disparity in NBA caliber? Confidently playing, Dongfang Kang quickly realized it didn't matter who the defender was. He would adhere to the system and Oppos' principles, utilizing his teammates and Oppos' off-ball screens to navigate to the three-point line. Just as he received the pass, LeBron appeared before him like a predator, his speed rivaling Dongfang Kang's. For those driven by the system, this posed no issue. The slightest window of opportunity was enough to execute a beautiful three-point shot. In a moment of artistic brilliance, Dongfang Kang leaped high, releasing the ball while losing his balance, and it swished through the hoop. The Nets and Oppos' bench erupted, arms raised in exuberant celebration. Well done, keep it going, Russell shouted, waving a towel, instantly elevating Dongfang Kang to the status of a savior. Only 13 points behind. Wade exclaimed incredulously. How is that possible? Who is this guy? Tyronn Lue could no longer remain seated and promptly called a timeout. Defense, defense. His face was devoid of color as he pounded the tactical board, exclaiming, we cannot return in disgrace. LeBron, do whatever it takes to shut him down. On offense, focus solely on him. Drive to the basket. He can and Oppos' stop you. Lue rapidly devised a strategy, opting to field all the starters to salvage their pride. Meanwhile, Atkinson was also busy making arrangements. Allen, Carroll, Booker, you're all in. In the last 3 minutes, 13 points is our chance to turn this around. We must seize the opportunity. Also, everyone else. Provide screens for Dongfang Kang and make him the focal point. Atkinson chuckled to himself, feeling he had struck gold. As long as he could coordinate the starters with Dongfang Kang, they had a genuine opportunity. No one anticipated this temporary player would suddenly explode. Now positioned as the core against the Cavaliers, truly a bold move. Yet, the other players were taken aback, casting varied expressions toward Russell. It was known he was the second overall pick, the core player the Nets had rallied around. Would allowing the core to assist a bench player spark further conflict? Could they even compete? Noticing the silence from the others, Atkinson disregarded future concerns, focusing on the critical game at hand, angrily striking the tactical board. Even LeBron must heed the coach, that, and Oppos, the rules of the game. Russell, proud and unyielding as the established core, faced the monumental challenge of LeBron. Seeing a chance to overcome it, he momentarily set aside his core status and committed fully to the competition. Dongfang Kang, watch my signals and position yourself, everyone else. Set screens, let us go. Russell declared, fist bumping before decisively charging onto the court. You won T, get another chance. Watch your ribs. LeBron jeered as he dribbled toward the defending Dongfang Kang. Unyielding, Dongfang Kang mirrored LeBron and Oppos' movements, retorting, I'm eager to see how you get past me. It was evident LeBron underestimated Dongfang Kang, and the more relaxed he became, the more opportunities arose. Seizing the moment as LeBron engaged in trash talk, Dongfang Kang executed a lightning-quick reach, nearly causing a turnover. LeBron instinctively raised his elbow to evade. Dongfang Kang stumbled slightly, and the whistle blew. Offensive foul. Chapter 4. The block on James. What? An offensive foul? James erupted in fury, bellowing at the referee, asserting that he had not been defended. It is well known that the NBA and Oppos' superstar calls are notoriously lenient. Few referees dare to make such calls against a prominent figure like James. This unexpected decision left fans astounded. Could a rookie truly have drawn an offensive foul on James? Is a paradigm shift upon us? The game progressed, and after the previous matchups, the opposing defense did not seem particularly daunting. Hey, pass the ball, quicken the pace. Alas, Russell and Oppos' aggressive drive was thwarted by Thompson, igniting a fiery rage within Artis, who nearly wished to grind Russell into the floor. Why not adhere to the strategy? Kang was on fire. Give him the ball. What? Harrison clutched his head in disbelief as, in the blink of an eye, Eastern Kang snatched the ball from James and executed a smooth step-back jumper. My goodness, is this real? Miller suddenly exclaimed a phrase of traditional culture, startling the ever-vigilant Van Gundy beside him, who hastily muted his microphone. Brother, stay composed. This is live. On the court, Eastern Kang glanced at the scoreboard. 103, 113, a minute and a half remaining, trailing by 10 points. It was time to turn the tide. However, Eastern Kang soon sensed James and Oppos' ferocity. He charged like a bull, unyielding and explosive. Are all NBA players this brutish? Can and Oppos' they employ a bit of finesse in their game? Back up and don't let him charge. Russell commanded, exercising his role as the core strategist. Mozgov, a former teammate, showed no mercy, displaying his sharp canines toward James. Don't think your past status as my superior will deter me. Do you truly believe you can overpower me? James, undaunted, leaped to block Mozgov and Oppos' defense with a ferocious dunk. Crash. What? How is this possible? A block in midair. Does he possess superhuman abilities? The broadcast studio erupted. Disbelief swept through as no one could fathom the preceding moment. Wade could no longer remain seated, rising to witness this young man and Oppos' audacity. Feeling a chill run down his spine, he thought to himself, his good friend was about to cause a stir, and tomorrow and Oppos' headlines would be dominated by him. This time, Eastern Kang and Oppos' audacity was monumental. Anticipating James and Oppos' violent dunk, he let Mozgov attempt the block, while he took off early to intercept. With James' capabilities, dunking over two defenders was hardly a challenge, yet when Eastern Kang leaped, he realized James was not as intimidating as he had presumed. His wingspan and vertical leap far exceeded Kang and Oppos', allowing him to firmly grasp the ball midair. Was this play not a foul? James, seated on the ground, once again gestured toward the referee. Such a clean block could not possibly warrant a foul. Stop pressuring me, you old man. Remember this. I will make you regret it. Rapidly advancing the ball across half-court, Eastern Kang saw Russell frantically signaling for a pass. This kid had committed several turnovers. Should he pass or not? I am the leader of this team. Key plays must be mine. If I pass, you'll just barrel in. Do you truly think you are James? I just blocked him. In a moment of hesitation, he spotted the coach signaling for a shot from the sidelines. You shoot. If you make it, and Oppos. Yours. If not, it's on me. With the coach's backing, Eastern Kang felt emboldened, leaving Russell with no leverage. He released the ball, faking a drive to deceive the defender, then stepped back and decisively launched a three-pointer from just beyond the arc. Could this possibly go in? Wade nervously followed the ball and Oppos' trajectory, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The crisp swish of the net echoed, accompanied by the roar of the crowd. The Barclays Center felt as though it had just witnessed the finals. Oh, another one. How is he doing this? I have never seen such a precise shot. Indeed, the greatest three-point shooter in the NBA sat beside me, making me feel inferior. Will Eastern Kang surpass his predecessors? Miller, still skeptical of his superiority over himself, questioned the appropriateness of comparing a rookie to his own prowess. Wow, this feels incredible. As Eastern Kang landed, he examined his palm, reflecting on how exceptional this three-point experience felt. The king of swagger, can anyone outshine Wade? His iconic statement, "This is my house," catapulted him to fame. Eastern Kang, subconsciously glancing at Wade, recognized that the king of bravado was likely displeased, yet it was undeniable. He was simply that accurate. Take decisive shots. Time is of the essence. Pass to Eastern Kang. Artist made it clear he was backing Kang, envisioning that if they managed to come back, he would surely have a place in the annals of Nets history. This kid truly does not know who he is. James, now in possession, attempted to intimidate Eastern Kang with his presence. Is it merely his natural physique that gives him confidence? If you're so capable, why not challenge me with a three-pointer? Eastern Kang swiftly pivoted, ready for a psychological showdown. James, a seasoned champion with years of experience, would not be easily swayed by such petty provocation. With a mere glance, Thompson set a screen, determined to obstruct Kang's path. Upon witnessing the cunning glint in Thompson's eyes, Eastern Kang sensed a ruse. He observed the foot positioning and, with swift anticipation, decided to attack from the right. Indeed, the next moment, Thompson and Oppos' formidable frame blocked his right side. Thankfully, having foreseen this, Eastern Kang smirked, seamlessly pivoting left to position himself in James's path. What a mid-range shot! Eastern Kang marveled at James and Oppos' high basketball IQ. I will block it. Utilizing his long reach, he leaped to intercept. Just as James soared, believing he would land a clean shot, a large hand unexpectedly appeared before him. His shot was disrupted. His wrist flicked in haste, altering the trajectory, resulting in a heavy thud against the rim. My rebound. Mozgov bellowed like a bear, fearing his teammates might snatch his stats. Pass the ball, Russell shouted, raising his hand. Yet Mozgov seemed oblivious, executing a powerful throw, sending the ball soaring to the front court. The basketball crossed nearly the entire court, perfectly landing within the three-point line. Catching the ball, Eastern Kang stepped back, positioned at the three-point line, bent his knees, and released his shot. Eastern Kang displayed a repertoire of refined skills, effortlessly sinking the open three-pointer. How magnificent! I have become his fan. The Nets and Oppos' future is bright. Number 10 is exceptional. Fans unleashed their fiercest accolades, silencing detractors with a singular display of talent. Who could withstand James and not gain followers? Why not opt for a more reliable scoring method? Russell, in his leadership role, chastised the rookie for his choice. Everyone knows the easiest points are scored beneath the basket, yet Eastern Kang held a different perspective. The three-pointer was equally dependable. In the final minute, just pass me the ball. You all focus on running. Are you trying to teach me how to play? No. I am executing the coach and Oppos' strategy. Chapter 5. The final blow. Dongfang Kang did not dwell on his thoughts, turning back to follow James. Having failed to thwart James' attempts twice in succession, it was inevitable that he would intensify his offensive. The system had yet to activate defensive capabilities, and those two disturbances were merely residual echoes. One must never let their guard down. As the fourth quarter approached its final moments, with only 4 seconds remaining, James had transformed into a veritable juggernaut. His powerful physique bulldozed Dongfang Kang as he barreled toward the basket. Fortunately, with keen anticipation and agile footwork, he managed to force James into the middle, where he passed to JR in the corner, who was wide open. Upon recognizing JR, a chill ran down Dongfang Kang and Oppos' spine. This was a player known for his erratic brilliance. When he was on point, he was nearly uncontainable, yet in a moment of madness, he could just as easily miss. His infamous blunder during the finals against the Warriors was etched into history. As JR released the ball, It was indeed a sight to behold, yet in the next instant, the basketball rimmed out, and Mozgov secured the rebound. Who would have thought, after once disregarding me, that no one could outmaneuver me for a rebound? James glared at TT, frustrated that millions were wasted, and even a blue-collar worker could not secure a rebound. TT found himself an innocent victim of the blame. The fans, now turning against their own, began to rally behind Russell, who initially intended to spearhead the offense but found himself overwhelmed by the chorus of boos. With a double screen set, two players blocked the defenders. As they maneuvered around the corner, Mozgov and Harris stood side by side, obstructing their opponents. However, the pass was slightly off target, forcing Dongfang Kang to take an uncomfortable step to catch the ball. You did that intentionally, he thought, but he remained resolute, quickly adjusting his posture. As he noticed the defenders faltering, they could only watch helplessly as he sank the three-pointer. Can you not even manage to assist on the defense when it and Oppos S right in front of you? Tyronn Lue, in a fit of rage, slammed the clipboard and shouted at the players next to James. This was the privilege of a superstar, despite James and Oppos S defensive blunder. It was the role players who bore the brunt of the criticism. James glanced at the score, 112 to 113. After closing a 30-point gap to just one, it was a disgrace. Containing his fury, he turned to see the opposing coach strategizing around Dongfang Kang, a tremor of anxiety coursing through him. Time was running short, and they needed to score. Arteskin had completely placed his trust in Dongfang Kang, unwilling to let this historic moment slip away. Russell, dissatisfied, turned to enter the court before the strategy was fully articulated. Hey, guys, let us go with the double screen. Just let me have the three-pointer, Dongfang Kang confidently instructed as he draped an arm over Mozgov's shoulder. Did he really consider himself a superstar? Mozgov furrowed his brow, casting a puzzled glance at Harris, who could only shrug. Although the rookie's demeanor was irksome, there was truly no alternative at this critical juncture. As the game resumed, James, despite being double-teamed, failed to score. Russell seized the opportunity for a fast break, but was met with a ferocious block from an enraged James. The intensity of the moment tested their endurance. Dongfang Kang, gasping for breath, was unable to even touch the ball as JR clung to it. With 20 seconds remaining, the Nets were on the offensive. Russell maintained his composure, preparing to run down the clock for a last-second shot. Find someone. Don't just shoot aimlessly. We need a strategy. Arteskin could no longer sit idly by, his legacy at stake, refusing to let it be tarnished by this rookie. With only 10 seconds left, Dongfang Kang signaled for a screen, as his teammates executed a double screen that sent JR sprawling. At this crucial moment, any thought of flopping was out of the question. The referee ignored the theatrics and allowed the players to take control of the game. James, tasked with guarding Russell, was nonetheless drawn towards Dongfang Kang's movement. The opportunity arose. Dongfang Kang had found an open shot. Could he secure the game-winning basket? Van Gundy, in a state of exhilaration, removed his glasses, pounding his fists on the table, glaring at the shot being taken. Miller was utterly bewildered, questioning how the Cavaliers and Oppos defense could be so dreadful. As Dongfang Kang received the ball, he realized he had to make this shot, otherwise he would truly be leaving. With pressure mounting, his system was disrupted, and in the instant of release, he sensed failure. The basketball clanged heavily against the rim. This shot had not gone in. There was no game-winning basket. But fortune favored Dongfang Kang, who quickly anticipated the direction of the rebound. As bodies jostled for position beneath the basket, he sprinted into the paint, extending his left arm to snatch the ball with one hand. Seeing the rebound slip away, Love lunged to reclaim it, but Dongfang Kang denied him any chance, leaping over him to emphatically slam the ball into the net. As he descended, Dongfang Kang felt a sharp pain in his chest, nearly gasping for air. The crowd, though reduced to fewer than 2,000, erupted with a fervor akin to a seismic explosion, such as the spirit of NBA fans. Yes, Arteskin roared, celebrating the triumph over James. A feat that would resound for ages. Defense. Quick! Dongfang Kang shouted, clutching his chest as he chased after James, determined not to allow him a retaliatory shot. With merely 2 seconds left, James, just past half-court, pulled up for a shot. In a flash, Dongfang Kang extended his long arm to block it, forcefully pushing it down. The crowd was left in awe as Dongfang Kang landed heavily atop James, a hard encounter that felt like falling on stone. No retaliatory shot materialized. A 30-point comeback was secured, the Nets had triumphed, and Dongfang Kang was a hero. The fans erupted, praising his remarkable performance. The online community was ablaze. with users collectively kneeling in apology. Miller, witnessing the astonishing turnaround, found himself at a loss, unable to comprehend how the game had shifted so dramatically. Van Gundy, incessantly mumbling, exhausted every superlative in his vocabulary to express his admiration. Congratulations, you delivered a phenomenal performance. James helped Dongfang Kang to his feet, acknowledging the spirit of sportsmanship despite the humiliation of being outplayed. Dongfang Kang, stifled by his emotions, recognized that had the ball been in anyone else and Oppo's hands, such kindness would have been absent. Superstars are indeed superstars. They battle fiercely on the court and uphold their integrity off it. I merely did what was expected of me. Thank you. Dongfang Kang sincerely expressed his respect. After a mutual embrace, his teammates, who had been waiting eagerly, surged forward, hoisting Dongfang Kang into the air. This was a monumental game, a 30-point comeback capped by a last-second victory. It would be remembered as one of the greatest matches of the century. Nearby, the blonde-haired reporter Smith, brimming with excitement, prepared for a grand interview with Dongfang Kang. However, upon noticing the jubilant celebration among the Nets players, she continued to extol Dongfang Kang's virtues before the camera. Keep throwing me up like this, and I might just lose my life, Dongfang Kang gasped, recalling how hard Love's elbow had been. Fortunately, Smith arrived just in time to steady him, allowing him to catch his breath. Congratulations. Chapter 6, a one-on-one showdown. Upon seeing such an alluring beauty come to interview him, Dongfang Kang felt a sudden tension, taking a deep breath and slowly releasing it. It was his first interview, and he couldn't afford to lose his composure. Could you share with us how you achieved all of this? Smith and Oppo's question caught Dongfang Kang off guard, with thousands of eyes watching him, curious how he could possibly answer. However, he quickly regained his poise, replying with an official smile. It is the encouragement from my teammates and coach that has enabled my performance tonight. Oh, this young man possesses high emotional intelligence. He is indeed an exceptional Chinese player. Indeed, Dongfang Kang is the only active Chinese player in the NBA, and it was evident that he would soon carve out a place for himself here. Let us wait for tomorrow and Oppo's headlines. I can hardly contain my excitement for his next game. The two were reluctant to part ways, feeling fortunate to have witnessed such a remarkable match, still savoring the experience. Haha, you are quite humorous. May I ask, are you always this formidable? Dongfang Kang nearly choked on his own surprise. The reporter was beautiful, but her intellect seemed lacking. If I had always been this strong, would I have needed to settle for being a temporary player? Opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. I will continue to train diligently and look forward to the upcoming matches. Dongfang Kang chose not to elaborate further, wary of inadvertently revealing too much. As he turned away, a jolt coursed through him, akin to a deflated basketball. Yet, he quickly felt invigorated, as if an inexplicable energy surged within him. Congratulations, host, on completing the basketball fire system experience. Reward, combat value 20, accumulated 20. Wow, completing a task grants me combat value. That clutch shot was exhilarating. However, seeing the meager accumulation of 20 left him somewhat disheartened, indicating he had previously possessed no combat value at all. Next task, accumulate 3-point shots, totaling 500 for an additional combat value of 10. Although he was pleased to see the basketball fire system continue with tasks, the combat value felt rather inadequate. Yet, the thought of training for 3-pointers while accumulating combat value seemed like a gift. Upon returning to the locker room, his teammates were already celebrating, including the coaching staff, all basking in the joy of this remarkable comeback. Hey, Kang, you were phenomenal, absolutely impressive. Harris was the first to approach Dongfang Kang, embracing him and casting aside any previous disdain. I had no idea your 3-point shooting was this precise. How did I miss that before? Yes, I always thought you couldn't play at all. Mozgov, a big guy, realized his mistake and hurried to embrace Dongfang Kang. Apologizing, I formally apologize, Kang. You saved us tonight. Indeed, this comeback will be etched in history, and you all will be remembered. Atkinson passionately delivered a speech, particularly praising Dongfang Kang, stating, I have never seen such a determined player. I can confidently say Kang is an outstanding player. We need him. We need Kang. We need Kang. The locker room erupted with the players' chants, which made Dongfang Kang, who had always been the quiet one, feel somewhat overwhelmed. He reminded himself to remain humble. This was merely the beginning, and he could still grow stronger. Dongfang Kang respectfully bowed to everyone, oblivious to Russell standing in front of the lockers. Unworldly, Russell scoffed. tossing his shoes in Dongfang Kang's direction, casting him an irritated glance. Atkinson was most concerned about Russell's attitude. This player had previously caused significant trouble in the Lakers' locker room, and encountering a rookie stealing the spotlight could lead to volatility. Enough. Is making a few three-pointers really that impressive? Russell stood up, grumbling and advancing towards Dongfang Kang, declaring, "Rookie, this is my team. You better know your place." Such exchanges were commonplace in the locker room, where veterans often chastised newcomers. The situation could escalate to veterans demanding rookies do their laundry or fetch food, a rite of passage even for someone as formidable as Kobe. Dongfang Kang initially intended to avoid conflict, but Russell's approach was confrontational. There is a limit to what one can tolerate. As a Chinese person, we are not afraid of a fight. Strength speaks volumes. Had the score not been a 30-point lead, he wouldn't have made those three-pointers. Oh, and I don't need you to tell me how to play. I will heed my coach's instructions. The atmosphere in the locker room shifted instantly, becoming tense. Harris quickly glanced at the coach, knowing only he could defuse the situation. Atkinson found it challenging to rein in his star player. Had this season not been disappointing, he would have traded him long ago. Good, I appreciate a competitive team. Atkinson had no intention of quelling the fire, having recognized a compelling tenacity in Dongfang Kang. It was precisely this kind of ferocity that the Nets needed. Turning to his coaching staff, he signaled for them to leave. Brother, walking away like that could ignite a fire. The rookie might be bullied. Assistant coach Nate knew Russell would not relent against Dongfang Kang, urging Atkinson not to escalate matters. Rest assured, that kid has a fierce spirit. Russell won't dare to act recklessly. Atkinson was solely focused on getting the general manager to finalize a contract for Dongfang Kang, ensuring it was ready by morning. In the locker room, teammates stood guard, prepared for any potential altercation. Everyone, calm down. We are not enemies. There is no need for violence. Dongfang Kang began. Since the core player doesn't recognize my worth, I would very much like to challenge him to a one-on-one. To silence him once and for all. A one-on-one, Harris exclaimed, puzzled. We just finished a game. Do you really think it's necessary? They were unaware of Dongfang Kang's true objective. The system offered a unique opportunity for one-on-one challenges against stronger opponents. Defeating a superior adversary in a 1v1 would directly yield combat value and serve as a lesson for the opponent. Winning or losing would benefit him. So why not seize the chance for a challenge? Really? Are you serious? Russell nearly laughed, dismissing the rookie's audacity to challenge him after making a few open three-pointers. A promise made is a promise kept. If you don't show up in 10 minutes, consider it a loss. Dongfang Kang humorously retorted, making it seem like a trivial matter. Haha, rookie, if you lose, you better roll out of here and never show your face again. Russell's words were somewhat excessive. It was merely a one-on-one challenge, not a reason to banish someone. Just as Harris was about to interject, Dongfang Kang interrupted. Fine, if I lose, I will leave immediately. But what if you lose? Oh, you think I will lose? Russell had never entertained the thought, responding nonchalantly. If I lose, I will carry your shoes. Skip the shoes. Give me $5,000 instead. If you can win, I'll give you $10,000. Chapter 7. Is that all? Dongfang Kang was not so vain as to be a mere shoe shiner. What he truly needed was money. This 10-day short contract, while technically a contract, offered a pitiful salary that could scarcely sustain him for half a month. Even with frugal living, he was still borrowing a place to stay at Lin Shaheo's home. Had it not been for this half-hometown connection, he would likely have been sleeping on the streets by now. 10 minutes later, the spectators arrived at the arena, eagerly awaiting the game. Taking advantage of this brief interlude, Dongfang Kang indulged in a bath, alleviating the fatigue wrought by the fierce competition of the fourth quarter, but more importantly, allowing himself a moment to catch his breath. Generally, only fiercely competitive players engage in post-game practice, such as Kobe, who, after a loss to the Heat, practiced until 3 in the morning at the opposing arena. Nowadays, such obsessive players were rare, yet Dongfang Kang felt an inexhaustible energy within him. Frequent visits to the court could only yield benefits. Inside the venue, Russell casually executed a series of flashy dribbling maneuvers, preparing to instruct this rookie on the ways of the game. Dongfang Kang arrived late, prompting Harris to rush over with a flurry of persuasion. Hey, rookie, are you ready to roll? Don't rush. First, you must defeat me. Dongfang Kang was undaunted. With the system at his back, he was confident that even if he left the Nets, other teams would be clamoring for his talent. Besides, Russell wasn't even an all-star. Defeating him would be no more challenging than besting James. Come on, Let us play without rules. 24-second shot clock, 11 points. And you can start. Do you overestimate yourself? Russell chuckled. I can't allow anyone to say I bullied you, so you can start. Russell remained relaxed, treating this as a casual practice session. Dongfang Kang smirked, eschewing modesty as he held the ball and eyed the basket. The distance posed no challenge. However, winning solely through three-pointers wasn't the plan for the night. He intended to test out McGrady's skill set. With resolve, he called out, Hey, are you ready? I want to go easy on you. He launched the ball, caught it back, and with a sudden change of direction, effortlessly maneuvered past Russell. Russell merely felt a gust of wind before turning to witness Dongfang Kang execute a one-handed slam dunk. Oh, such an elegant dunk? I've never seen a Chinese player dunk before. Returning to the three-point line, Dongfang Kang maintained possession while the system energy surged within him, filling his body with an almost superhuman strength. Russell, skeptical of his speed, backed off slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Dongfang Kang executed a crossover dribble, turning his back to Russell, leveraging his height and wingspan to keep the ball out of reach. Deciding to toy with him, he emulated James's bulldozer style, pushing forward into the paint. Suddenly, he spun around and effortlessly banked a shot for another 2 points. So easy? Rookie, that was a layup. Consider it a taste of sweetness. Can't defend against that? Hurry up, time is running out. Dongfang Kang was not jesting. As he attacked again, noticing Russell still not applying pressure, he stepped back to the three-point line and released another shot. A perfect three-pointer. Kang, how do you do it? Harris, a shooter himself, had never been this accurate. This rookie seemed invincible out of nowhere. Dongfang Kang spread his arms playfully. An open three-pointer. Even Mozgov could make that. The implication was clear. Russell's defense was non-existent, subtly hinting at his inadequacy on the court. Hey, buddy, 7 points now. Aren't you coming up? Dongfang Kang looked up, gesturing at Russell, feeling as though this was less a competitive match and more akin to a practice drill. Russell felt the sting of embarrassment. Being outscored 7-0 by a rookie was humiliating. Huh, do you really think you can score? After finding his footing, Russell intensified his defense, locking in on Dongfang Kang. Seeing the tight defense, Dongfang Kang's spirits lifted. With his back to Russell, he nudged the ball with his hip, creating a sliver of space before decisively facing the basket. McGrady's attributes fully activated. He first held the ball with both hands, then swiftly maneuvered beneath the basket, exploiting the space. In a flash, he accelerated from the left side and drove in with astonishing speed. What an explosive first step. The spectators were taken aback, unprepared for Dongfang Kang's sheer power. Bang! Another 2 points were secured with a two-handed dunk, bringing the score to 9-0. Russell could only watch helplessly, consumed by frustration. When did this kid become so strong? He.S. impossible to guard. Russell glared at Dongfang Kang, his previous disdain replaced by seething anger, even tinged with a hint of fear. Recognizing Russell's vulnerability, Dongfang Kang reveled in the moment. The McGrady skill set proved to be exceptionally versatile. In its prime, it was virtually unstoppable. If he could harness it, he might just claim the title of scoring champion and MVP. Fueled by the prospect of such lofty accolades, Dongfang Kang felt as though he had unleashed a Pandora's box of potential. He released the ball, executing a series of crossovers while keeping his eyes fixed on Russell, awaiting his defensive move. Russell, emboldened, decided to go all out, charging in to disrupt him. Unexpectedly, Dongfang Kang pivoted swiftly. As Russell attempted to catch up, Dongfang Kang retreated, creating distance. He could have taken a three-pointer, but opted for a left-handed change of direction instead. Russell stumbled, desperately trying to keep pace. With another rapid change of direction, the crowd gasped in amazement at the speed and magnitude of his moves. Even more astonishing was Russell's fervor in defense, which led him to be completely faked out by the two sharp cuts. Is that all? Dongfang Kang slowed down, glancing back with a bemused shake of his head, signaling that Russell was lacking. He then executed a textbook jump shot, the ball swishing through the net, signaling the end of the one-on-one duel. The arena fell silent as Russell stood defeated, the score now 11-0. As the current core player of the Nets, such humiliation was intolerable. Harris sensed the dire situation and hurriedly messaged the coach, but received no response. In a panic, he gestured to his teammates to intervene and prevent the situation from escalating. No need for your words. I've lost, Russell shouted defiantly. If anyone dares to spread the word about today, I'll make sure they vanish from the locker room. Unwilling to concede, Dongfang Kang remained unfazed by Russell's status. He knew that the future of the Nets did not hinge on him. With no girlfriend to worry about revealing his defeat, he had no qualms. Do you want to test my fists? No, I'm not afraid of your fists. I'm concerned your head may not be hard enough. In terms of fighting, Chinese players had never feared anyone on the court. Kang, don't be hasty. Russell was just joking with you. Don't take it to heart. As a veteran, Harris couldn't allow discord within the team and quickly ushered Dongfang Kang back to the locker room. Yet, Dongfang Kang shrugged off Harris's attempt to mediate, striding over to Russell and extending his hand. A gentleman's word is his bond. You lost, now pay up. Chapter 8. The fright. Dongfang Kang had not forgotten the wager. He could treat it as a jest, but he could not afford to go hungry. That 10,000 could indeed fill his stomach. The crowd was momentarily bewildered. Did Dongfang Kang truly believe Russell would hand over 10,000? Of course, Russell had no shortage of money, but if he actually gave it, wouldn't that imply he had lost? An implicit tension filled the air. Pay up. Dongfang Kang called out again, insisting on the principle of betting. Surely he wouldn't back out in front of so many witnesses. His teammates finally exhaled. But the multitude of eyes fixated on Russell placed immense pressure upon him. It seemed that money was the only way to resolve this matter. He rummaged through his bag for his wallet, only to discover it insufficient, necessitating a transfer. Dongfang Kang hurriedly produced his phone, displaying the payment QR code. With a ding, the 10,000 US dollars were received. Finally, he could indulge in a lavish meal that night. Thank you for your concession, he remarked, as if nothing had transpired, tucking away his phone and smiling as he made his way to the locker room. Russell was left in a daze. What kind of creature was this, solely driven by money? All right, everyone disperse. We have a game tomorrow. Harris quickly gestured for his teammates to leave, effectively dismissing the events of the night. After a shower in the locker room, Dongfang Kang contacted Jeremy Lin, inviting him over for a grand feast. In the general manager's office, Atkinson insisted on a full contract, unable to wait for a second 10-day short deal. Billy King analyzed the fourth quarter of the game. No matter how many times he watched, he could not believe that this Chinese player could deliver a phenomenal performance. Thus, he wished to observe a bit longer before issuing a second 10-day contract to avoid further complications. Atkinson felt helpless as the head coach. He should have been able to offer a full contract directly, but the domineering general manager caused him great distress. The current predicament of the Nets meant that if the two could not cooperate amicably, the situation would only worsen. Finally, Atkinson declared firmly, King, I can assure you that Kang is the player I have been searching for. I am certain that within 3 games, he will become the Nets' ace. Do not wait until other teams make their moves and regret it later. Think carefully. Atkinson was in dire need of results to secure his position, and only Dongfang Kang could help him achieve that. Meanwhile, Dongfang Kang returned home with a large assortment of Chinese food. Jeremy Lin, having witnessed Dongfang Kang's performance in the fourth quarter through the livestream, was even happier than the player himself. Hey brother, I bought fish head and your favorite Chinese beef, plenty to go around. Wow, your performance tonight was incredible. I loved seeing you shine like that. Lin, known for his explosive play, had signed a lucrative contract with the Nets this season, hoping to reach new career heights, but injuries had plagued him. Dongfang Kang, however, refrained from discussing the system or mentioning that after his duel with Russell, his battle value had increased by 10. Let us eat first, he said, as he had not enjoyed such fine Chinese cuisine in a long time. Living abroad, nothing was more painful than craving a dish one could not have. Kang, could you share how you accomplished all this? Lin inquired while eating, as he knew little of Dongfang Kang's previous training. His recommendation to the Nets was purely to tap into the Chinese market, not expecting this signing to yield such explosive results. Always be prepared. Dongfang Kang replied with a smile. Gold will inevitably shine. Was it the same for you, brother? Indeed, you are absolutely right. Their laughter echoed. A cherished moment of camaraderie after so long. The next morning at 6. Dongfang Kang had finished his morning routine and rode the bicycle Jeremy Lin had gifted him to the training facility. In his own words, the act of cycling was part of his training. In truth, it was merely due to a lack of funds. Who among the wealthy would pedal through rain and shine? The training hall was empty. It seemed the Nets' dismal performance had its reasons. After dropping his backpack and completing a series of stretches, he began shooting hoops. As a temporary player, he could not expect staff to retrieve the balls for him, and he needed to make 500 three-pointers before his teammates arrived. Swoosh, swoosh. The crisp sound of the net echoed continually, and Dongfang Kang felt as if he were not shooting but performing in a concert. He took a total of 700 shots, achieving a staggering 71. For shooting accuracy, a terrifying feat. Duong, battle value 20, combat power 1, the system notification chimed. And Dongfang Kang gazed at the large screen, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Reflecting on the previous host's meager combat power was disheartening. The immediate priority was to enhance his combat power. Otherwise, how could he explode in the upcoming game? The host can enhance combat value by activating template training and completing training tasks. Beep, training tasks displayed. This was precisely the training regimen Dongfang Kang sought. If he had to challenge superstars to improve, it could lead to trouble. Endurance training, 1 hour of high-intensity 10, strength training, complete 10 repetitions of 200 kilograms bench press 20, complete template training requirements, 30. The array of training tasks dazzled Dongfang Kang. Since completing the 3-point experience card, it seemed all advancements hinged on fulfilling tasks or accruing battle value. Were there perhaps other experience cards he had yet to utilize? Defensive experience cards, offensive experience cards, and so forth? After a thorough search, he found nothing. With no other option, he decided to head to the gym and lift weights. In Dongfang Kang's memory, the previous host had been incredibly weak, lacking any physicality during matches, which explained why he had been relegated to a mere water cooler player. Let us get started with the weights. Taking a deep breath, Dongfang Kang immersed himself in the iron weights. After 3 grueling hours, drenched in sweat, he finally saw his teammates arrive, albeit fashionably late. Wow, are you serious? When did you become this dedicated? Teammates mocked him relentlessly, but Dongfang Kang merely smiled in response. Laugh now. Once I level up, you will see what true strength looks like. Hey, Kang, how are you? General Manager Billy King appeared with a briefcase, wearing a victorious smile. Under normal circumstances, Dongfang Kang shouldn't have been here, but he had received a late-night message from the coach about the team reissuing a contract. It seemed now that it might be a full contract worth discussing. Congratulations on securing a second 10-day short contract. Keep up the good work. Billy King confidently presented the contract, ready to offer Dongfang Kang a surprise. However, the surprise quickly turned to shock. Completing a 30-point comeback over James only garnered him another 10-day short contract? Yet another short contract? Chapter 9. I must confess, it is indeed shocking. Scoring 31 points in a single quarter surely merits at least a minimum salary contract. The second 10-day contract, however, is a testament to Billy King's cunning as a businessman. Congratulations on securing another contract. I am genuinely pleased to continue as your teammate. The team members extend their congratulations to Dongfang Kang, which is well-deserved. Boss, am I truly only worth a 10-day contract? Dongfang Kang muses, thinking it a jest, uncertain of the truth until he speaks with the head coach. Haha, it's the team's policy. To obtain a fully guaranteed contract, you must first secure a second 10-day contract. Billy King appears slightly displeased. I believe you will adapt better to the team in the coming 10 days. Could you bring in the head coach? He oversees the team's games. I can handle the contract matters. Dongfang Kang wishes to inquire if a full or even larger contract might be possible. What? A larger contract? Billy King is taken aback, wondering if the rookie is delusional. Haha, I am confident you will earn a substantial contract, so let's sign this one first. I will be there in person tonight to cheer for you. With the contract laid before him, Dongfang Kang is indifferent. As a player who primarily resides by the water cooler, he does not receive high praise, not even a formal signing office. In the past, he would have coveted such an opportunity, but times have changed. Hey, weren't we supposed to secure a contract until the end of the season? Arteist Kin arrives just in time, for otherwise, they would risk losing a league standout. This is a decision for management. I cannot go against it. We are all in this for the team. And I hope you understand. Understand what? You foolish man, your actions could result in greater losses for the team. Artestkin's temper flares, shocking everyone present with his outburst. All right. I shall sign. Dongfang Kang concedes, unwilling to witness discord among the management. After all, it is merely a 10-day contract. If he performs well during this period, a fully guaranteed contract, or even a more substantial one, will follow. I cannot sign, Arteist-kin asserts decisively. Brother, do you not know other teams are eager to pounce? Do you truly wish to relinquish such a talented player? Haha, rest assured, management has its plans. Billy King smiles as he hands over the contract, and Dongfang Kang, without hesitation, signs his name before returning to his workout. This contest concludes in Billy King's favor, undoubtedly to his delight. Of course, whether a larger contract materializes will depend on future performances. Kang, you should not have agreed. You deserve a fully guaranteed contract. Arteist-kin expresses some frustration. Who would willingly forego a lucrative deal? Dongfang Kang responds nonchalantly, I am grateful to the coach. I am not anxious about the contract. I just want to focus on performing well. Artist Kin cannot help but admire this Chinese player's high standards. Presently, a pressing issue looms, given Dongfang Kang's performance. He could easily be elevated to a starting position. However, Dudley will not relinquish his spot without a fight, and managing these egos will not be straightforward. Fortunately, the evening's opponent, the Atlanta Hawks, is also faltering in pursuit of draft picks, making a victory feasible. Yet, should Dongfang Kang continue his explosive output, he will undoubtedly attract the attention of other teams, making retention a challenge 10 days hence. Dongfang Kang continues his rigorous training, exhausting himself to the point of dizziness. The afternoon's tactical training offers little opportunity for him. Although Artist Kin contemplated creating specific strategies for Dongfang Kang, Russell's absence has left him somewhat dissatisfied. After 3 hours of practice, Russell finally arrives at the arena. Artist Kin approaches him, while Dongfang Kang remains behind for extra training. At 8 o'clock, the game against the Hawks commences. During the exhilarating opening introductions, Dongfang Kang's name elicits little attention, garnering only sparse applause. It is evident that many fans view him as a mere fluke. As such players abound in the league. System task: lead the team to victory, combat power 10, system skill package activated, peak McGrady. How delightful. It appears that each game unlocks a skill package, 2 consecutive games of McGrady. Indeed, the basketball fire system is a true fan. New skill unlocked, butterfly flowing meteor step. What? ISN and Oppos. This the signature move of Yuan Dang from Basketball Fire? Can it also manifest in the NBA? Unlock everything for me. I am in dire need. Brother, do you think Dongfang Kang can replicate last night's miracle? Young brother, what is your take? The two commentators exchange enigmatic smiles, silently hoping for another spectacle. As the game begins, Dongfang Kang remains in his spot by the water cooler, as if nothing has changed. Meanwhile, across the ocean, in the Dasun studio, Yang Yi and De Wong discuss the live broadcast. Observing the starting players, they are not overly surprised. The starting lineups reflect the team's performance, and Dongfang Kang is activated. So, De Wong, how much of a chance do you think Kang has? Well, that is difficult to say. Personally, I believe that as long as the coach is willing to grant him time, Kang will undoubtedly shine. Indeed, the current Nets lack a true core. Jeremy Lin's injury has disrupted the season's plans. If Kang can step up, it may prove beneficial. One must commend Yang Yi's discerning eye. He immediately recognizes Dongfang Kang's potential. If Dongfang Kang were to hear this, he would surely express his gratitude. Let us focus on the game, together. We shall anticipate Kang's performance. De Wong is at a loss for how to respond to Yang Yi for in the live studio. One must speak with caution to avoid drowning in spittle. On the court, Russell continues to dominate, scoring 7 points with 2 consecutive drives and a three-pointer. Raising his arms in triumph towards the crowd, as if proclaiming that Barclays Center is his domain. Artist Kin's expression darkens when players clash with coaches. It often results in one being ousted. Given his current record, he cannot afford to confront a core player, thus pinning his hopes on Dongfang Kang. Stealing a glance at Dongfang Kang, their eyes meet, and Dongfang Kang signals readiness. Artist Kin nods slightly, and Dongfang Kang understands that an opportunity to shine has arrived. He is fully aware that once on the court, he must assert himself. There is no room for hesitation. Superstars are defined by their statistics, not by their intangible impact on the game. As the timeout concludes and the rotation begins, Artist Kin waves his hand, prompting Dongfang Kang to quickly rise and remove his training gear. At last, the long-awaited moment has arrived for Kang to take the court. A privilege earned from his previous performance. The crowd stands and applauds in excitement. Chapter 10. Counterattack. The King's emotions were quite intense. As a former player, he understood better than anyone the challenges that athletes face. Yang Yi was exhilarated. Indeed, it had been far too long since a Chinese player graced the NBA. From the era of De Ji to Yao Ming, this marked a pinnacle, and since the Space Jam era, there had been a decline. Countless compatriots yearned for a player with a yellow face to establish a foothold in the NBA. Even as a benchwarmer, it would be a source of pride. Kang received the ball for the first time, seeking an opportunity to make a play. On the court, Dongfang Kang caught the ball just outside the three-point line at an angle of 40 to 50 degrees. He shot. A loud shout echoed in his ears, with ample space. Dongfang Kang hesitated not, but what was this? He opted to pass instead of shoot? Oh dear, he should have taken the shot. Kang, do not hesitate. This is your chance. The king was astonished. Was this still the Kang from yesterday? Yesterday, he executed various difficult three-point shots with ease, and now he suddenly faltered? A return pass. Just as Dongfang Kang prepared to shoot, Russell shouted, his hand reaching out, affecting the shot and prompting the pass instead. Was this kid out of his mind, defending his own teammate? Did he not trust my sharpshooting skills? Artaiskin frowned, dissatisfaction evident on his face. It seemed necessary to have a conversation with Russell. Russell, facing his defender, attempted a difficult three-pointer but missed. The rebound. Dongfang Kang observed the ball ricochet off the rim and swiftly predicted its landing, dashing towards the right baseline. What? He can do that? Bellinelli was taken aback to see the number 10 player swiftly snatch the rebound, akin to a predator sensing its prey. Feeling confident, he anticipated the rebound effortlessly, disregarding the chaotic play around him. Securing the rebound himself, Dongfang Kang felt no need to glance at Russell's expression. On this hapless team, the defense was equally lackluster. Noticing the absence of defenders, Dongfang Kang seized the opportunity and made a solid mid-range shot. Feeling great, he pressed on. Dongfang Kang raised his right hand and turned to look at the coach. Artaiskin nodded in approval, signaling him to continue playing this way. Positioning himself, the blonde-haired SC character brought the ball up the court, directly instructing his teammates to execute the play. Yet his teammates faltered. Bellinelli received the ball, preparing to leverage his size against Dongfang Kang, but with a swift turn, he was swatted down. Block one what? You think you can block me? Your outdated tactics won't work. You may be tall, but you lack speed. Dongfang Kang possessed the athleticism of McGrady, tall, long-armed, and quick, making him well-equipped to handle taller perimeter players like Bellinelli. Turning back, Dongfang Kang navigated around the baseline to find an open spot. Russell, undeterred by defenders, charged into the paint. Foolish, is that how one plays the game? Dongfang Kang was displeased with Russell's choice. Even if the Nets were a struggling team, one should not play with such arrogance. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. As anticipated, the first quarter concluded with the Nets trailing by 10 points, 20-30. Dongfang Kang had 2 points and 1 rebound. The stats seemed acceptable, yet only he knew he could have scored more. In the second quarter, Artaiskin promptly benched Russell. Hey Kang, it's your turn. Was he to become the core player, or the cornerstone of the second unit? Dongfang Kang observed the incoming substitutes, clearly understanding the coach's intentions. It seemed the coach valued him highly, and he intended to repay that faith with performance. Against such a weak team, he had never held back. Oh, entering the rotation so early in the second quarter, was the Nets changing their strategy? In the studio, Yang Yi was perplexed by this arrangement. Even though the opposing Hawks were also struggling, they didn't substitute so quickly. Were the Nets also aiming for draft picks? That shouldn't be the case. Owner Kai had no draft picks, but I sensed the head coach was intent on developing a Kang. The King saw through this and was confident that Dongfang Kang would shine in this game. Haha, you are right. Let us continue watching. On the offensive end, Napier decisively sought out Dongfang Kang. A screen was set as he moved along the baseline, finding open space, and the pass was delivered. He shot, and it was good. The sensation was exquisite. I want to allow you a three-point opportunity. Be cautious. Dongfang Kang observed Bellinelli, drenched in sweat, and shook his head in resignation. You cannot keep up with my pace. To be honest, you are aging. The bench players dared to challenge him. Bellinelli, unwilling to concede, called for the ball in the low post. He executed a classic small forward maneuver, backing into his defender, the ball held with both hands, feinting left and right in search of an opening. But in the next moment, Bellinelli felt discomfort. How could this yellow-skinned kid be so strong? Not only could he not move him, but it also required significant effort. Are you made of stone? Why is it so difficult to push you? I am not stone. You are simply too weak. Bellinelli had no choice but to attempt a turnaround jumper, yet before he could even release the shot, Dongfang Kang swiftly swatted the ball away. Steal one securing the ball, he made a long pass to Harris at midcourt, who completed a layup. Assist one steal, assist, so effortless. Foul. That was a hit on the hand. Bellinelli quickly appealed to the referee, who ignored him completely. Give me the ball. Bellinelli leaned against Dongfang Kang again, demanding the ball. With his temper flaring, he thought, you truly cannot move me. I am determined to dominate you. As Bellinelli pushed again, Dongfang Kang grinned, using his hands to shield his chest while pushing back. With your old limbs, colliding with me is like an egg striking a rock. Dongfang Kang hadn't even exerted full force, yet Bellinelli was already sweating profusely, appearing genuinely fatigued. What on earth is this rookie's secret? Why is it so exhausting? After a failed offensive attempt, Bellinelli had to pass the ball. With a swift motion, Dongfang Kang extended his long arm and swatted the ball away. Steal 2 here. Dongfang Kang deliberately circled around a teammate's screen, stepping back to the three-point line, raising his hand for yet another three-point shot. Oh, here it comes, a rain of three-pointers. Incredible. A beautiful counterattack, with 3 consecutive steals. Kang truly was remarkable. Chapter 11. Playoff aspirations. The king could hardly contain his excitement. This three-pointer indeed bore comparison to his former self. No, it should be said that it surpassed his past performances, as such a sequence of steals is exceedingly rare. With continuous scoring, Kang truly shone once again, delivering a performance that belonged solely to him. Stay steady. The first half has yet to conclude. No sooner had the king uttered these words than the Hawks were compelled to call a timeout. The fans of Huaxiao erupted in exuberance. This morning, stepping out. One had the misfortune of stepping in dog droppings, yet here he was, hitting three-pointers. If he could maintain this form, it would be remarkable. But it seemed merely a fleeting moment. Let us rally behind Dongfang Kang. He is the pride of basketball enthusiasts. Pride, indeed. How can such a player still show his face in the NBA? It's time to return home. The fans began to squabble, and had they been gathered in a single room, a brawl would likely have ensued. As the second quarter concluded, the score was tied as they entered the second half. In the locker room, Russell wore a dark expression, having been benched throughout the entirety of the second quarter. Was this still the core player? Excellent. They played exceptionally well. We are a cohesive unit that requires the participation of all. Arteskin cast a meaningful glance at Russell and continued, we are not a terrible team. Nor are we here merely for the draft. I expect every player to contribute. Winning is our priority. This was merely the second game. Yet Dongfang Kang had rekindled Arteskin's hopes for the playoffs. After Christmas, as long as they secured more victories, slipping into the playoffs would be no challenge. The objective since the commencement of the season had been the playoffs, yet with injuries, hope seemed dim. As the head coach, Arteskin was reluctant to relinquish hope so soon, especially with a new ace up his sleeve. Perhaps in the offseason, he could strengthen the roster further, pushing for the finals. This dissatisfaction did not escape Russell, who shot an incredulous glare, on the verge of confrontation. Are you not speaking of me? I am the core. I do not require your incessant chatter. This young man truly had an audacity, daring to glare at the head coach. A trade seemed inevitable. Dongfang Kang had not even contemplated the playoffs. Securing a contract to fill his stomach was the priority. However, with the system's enhancement, he could not limit himself to mere contracts. His aspirations must broaden. When the time comes, you all should position yourselves towards the corners. At this moment, Dongfang Kang bizarrely began to devise strategies for his teammates, causing Russell to spring up. He shot a glare filled with menace, warning against any foolishness. Harris, equally baffled, could hardly fathom how this young man had come to consider himself the core. Mozgov, an elder statesman on the team, had not dared to exhibit such arrogance in strategizing. Was Dongfang Kang truly defying the odds? The atmosphere grew tense, yet upon reflection, allowing him to play one-on-one was not inherently detrimental. After all, was he not the only one with such capabilities? The game continued. The king observed as Dongfang Kang took to the court with the starters, exclaiming in astonishment, the Nets have altered their strategy. Something significant must have transpired in the locker room during those 10 minutes. You are absolutely correct. With a Kang's entrance, the second half is bound to be tumultuous. Let us continue watching the match. On the court, Russell persisted in his isolation plays. After 3 consecutive attempts, Dongfang Kang had yet to even touch the ball. The Hawks were hardly faring better, as they too had entered a phase of errant shooting. The two head coaches exchanged glances. Hawks, you think you can wallow in mediocrity with me? You're sorely mistaken. Nets, old man, do you truly believe I wish to languish? I am fighting for the playoffs. Hawks, how amusing. With your lineup, do you honestly aspire for the playoffs? It's akin to a peddler hawking melons. Nets, a tree may shed its bark, but a person must preserve their dignity. We shall see. Why don't you pass the ball? Dongfang Kang glared, his thoughts swirling in frustration. Should this continue, they might not even secure a win, let alone discuss the playoffs. I refuse to pass you the ball. Let that infuriate you. Russell rolled his eyes and made another three-point attempt, which resulted in yet another clanging sound of iron. This situation was untenable. Change was imperative. Harris, run to the other side and set a pick for me. What? You want me to run across the court to set a pick? What sort of nonsense is this? Harris was perplexed, unsure of how he had acquired such a mischievous nickname. Yet, with the fast-paced nature of the game, the rebound from a missed shot fortuitously fell into the area Dongfang Kang had indicated. Are you some sort of oracle? Trust me, you cannot go wrong. The net secured the rebound, and Harris was already in position, wide open. Mozgov, lumbering, passed the ball to Harris, who, true to a shooter's instinct, took the shot. Clang. The rim seemed to be suffering from their relentless assaults. Tonight, the hoop feels too small. I wish I could score two. Brother Harris was on the verge of tears. Yet fortunately, Dongfang Kang had already positioned himself. 3 points for the rebound. He seized the rebound for himself, intent on boosting his statistics. With the ball in hand, he charged towards the basket as the legendary Carter leapt into the air with a volleyball-style defense. Goodness, the man can still soar at nearly 40. Youngster, I was playing when you were not even born. You think you can score on me? Not a chance. Out of respect for his age. Dongfang Kang knew he had to score, despite the challenge. He executed a deft dodge in midair, and with a resounding thud, he successfully dunked with his left hand. Offensive foul. The referee, in a show of favor, immediately called a foul on Dongfang Kang for an elbowing motion during his evasive maneuver. Oh my, what athleticism! What leaping ability! In my country, he would undoubtedly be the best. This was it, he dared to show off in front of Carter. He should prepare for a technical foul. The fans erupted in a frenzy, their faces a tapestry of astonishment. The critics began to voice their opinions, launching a barrage of disparagement. The live audience was awestruck by the acrobatic dodge and one-handed dunk. Was Dongfang Kang poised to deliver even more surprises? I fear I may have overexerted myself. Old man, are you all right? Kid, you really can jump, but in my presence, you are still somewhat inexperienced. The venerable Carter could not help but ruffle Dongfang Kang's hair, his smile reflecting his fondness for the young player. You know, your move just now reminded me of someone. The more Carter thought about it, the more he appreciated this young talent, and they laughed and chatted amiably. This was the first time Dongfang Kang had received acknowledgement from an opponent, especially from a superstar, and it allowed him to relax. I grew up watching your games. I aspire to play just like you. No, your talent far surpasses mine. Seeing that left-hand dunk reminded me of my retired cousin. Tracy McGrady? Exactly. Many players from Huaxia emulate him, but you are the one who resembles him the most. Dongfang Kang nearly sputtered. This was no mere imitation. He had been molded in that very image. It seemed that the basketball system was indeed formidable, capable of blurring the lines between imitation and originality. Could I perhaps receive a shooting template akin to Curry's? Do not get too cocky. In the second half, I will defend you to the point of existential doubt. For I take pleasure in defending you. Bring it on. I will secure victory using your cousin-esque techniques. Chapter 12, I want 40. Turning back, Carter, with the aid of his teammates, maneuvered to receive the ball at the free-throw line. Dongfang Kang positioned himself, bending slightly, his gaze intensely fixed on Carter's footwork. What does this young man mean by defending without watching the opponent? Carter, now aged, lacked speed. A preemptive defense could thwart his movement. The Hawks are indeed in disarray, sending an old Carter my way. Do they underestimate me? Next, Dongfang Kang took a decisive step to the right. The ball met his hands, and with a swift motion, he dismissed the offensive play. How could defense be so rapid? This was merely a warm-up. Had it been someone else, I would have been quicker. As Dongfang Kang initiated a fast break, he glanced back, thinking that the old man could only watch in despair. To his surprise, he noticed old Carter fervently pursuing him, as if to ambush from behind. Such dedication from an elder. Dongfang Kang had no reason to relent. Giving his all on the court was the highest form of respect. Speeding into the front court, he spotted a cluster of defenders ahead, and noted that the old man was still 2 steps behind. Time for a pull-up. He came to a sudden halt at the three-point line and executed a flawless pull-up three-pointer. The old man, unable to halt his momentum, collided into the airborne Dongfang Kang, and the referee unflinchingly blew the whistle. Oh dear, taking advantage of an elder? Thankfully, the old man possessed good sportsmanship. Otherwise, a fall could have been disastrous. It seemed the player in jersey number 10 only bullied an old man. This was akin to drawing a foul. The crowd erupted in excitement, and Dongfang Kang found himself drenched in cold sweat from the play. As he descended, he was unexpectedly fouled, losing balance midair. A fall could sideline him for an entire season. It felt eerily reminiscent. I believe McGrady would be thrilled to see this. The old man chuckled, joking around, seemingly oblivious to the potential for injury. What a charming elder. His humor diffused the tension, proving that the seasoned players lived up to their reputation. A 3-1 play. How satisfying. Dongfang Kang nodded, reflecting on the absurdity of the play. Even after a foul, they could still share a laugh. This only underscored the Hawks' lackadaisical attitude, seemingly playing for draft picks. Unbeknownst to him, the future Luka Doncic would prove to be a greater leader than Trae Young. With the free throw successful, the score widened to a 5-point lead. Dongfang Kang's statistics soared to 10 points, 3 rebounds, 4 steals, and 3 assists. Observing his filled stats, he merely shrugged. It appeared that the NBA wasn't particularly daunting. Once scoring began, assists naturally followed. Completing tonight's system task was assured, and if it could be accomplished, why not elevate the scoring? The goal, 40. Amusingly, Dongfang Kang nearly burst into laughter. Turning to the old man, he initially intended to give him space for a breakthrough. Unexpectedly, the old man launched a three-pointer, then stylishly extended 3 fingers towards Dongfang Kang. An old trickster, I ease up on you, and you score over my head. Don't blame me for being unyielding. As they returned to the game, Russell resumed his clanking shots. The resounding clangs infuriated Artist Kin, his face flushed with indignation. Unable to confront Russell directly, the frustration nearly overwhelming. Fortunately, Dongfang Kang secured a rebound, yet soon found himself questioning. Why was he always able to predict the ball's trajectory? Dongfang Kang, showing no mercy to Russell, seized the rebound amidst the crowd and swiftly turned for a hook shot. No way was that going in. The towering center raised his hands to block the shot. Ignoring the unwritten rules, Dongfang Kang noticed a shadow creeping up, just as he was about to be blocked. Reacting quickly, he adjusted his shot to a high arc. What? He can change his shot mid-air. How is that even possible? The center could only watch helplessly as the ball slipped through his fingertips, just barely evading his grasp. Points 12. Just like that. Artist Kin signaled with his fist, coincidentally catching Dongfang Kang's eye. Their gazes locked, akin to old friends who understood each other's thoughts. Turning around, old Carter sought to take a shot, but Dongfang Kang preemptively obstructed him, forcing Schroeder to reclaim the ball. The team was relying heavily on three-pointers, and Carter's were the most reliable, making him the focal point for everyone. No chance of receiving the ball. I would ensure you couldn't catch it. You better not shadow me so closely. My legs aren't what they used to be, and if you trip me, you'll be responsible. I trust you as far as I can throw you. You crafty old man. I've never encountered such tenacious defense, more ferocious than a rabid dog. Schroeder, left unguarded, realizing the shot clock was dwindling, decided to take matters into his own hands, only to clang another shot. Both teams had transformed into a blacksmith's forge, competing over who could clang the loudest. The sound of Mozgov's hook shot echoed in the arena. Old Carter, recognizing Dongfang Kang's intent to move, decided to block his path, refusing to let him slip away. Seeing the old man employ such tactics, Dongfang Kang decided to play along. He feigned a shoulder shimmy, and as expected, the old man fell for it. With a swift turn, Dongfang Kang used his wingspan to snatch the rebound right over Mozgov's head. With both hands, he forcefully slammed the ball down into the basket, executing a powerful putback dunk. Mozgov bent down, evading the shot, feeling a surge of displeasure. His own teammate was dunking. This lad must be out of his mind. The rim rattled violently, sending the crowd into a frenzy, as if the earth itself trembled. Fans erupted in a near-manic celebration. Even Russell, who had been dismissive, appeared shaken. The height of the jump, the rebound awareness, the explosive power, combined with the elegant physique, was simply stunning. It had been ages since such an electrifying dunk had been witnessed. Was this a divine intervention? The Nets had found their salvation. Hope was finally visible. 666. A top-tier talent. I adore jersey number 10. Indeed, Nets fans had not experienced such a formidable player in years. They had long abandoned thoughts of a championship. This dunk was a celestial sign for the Nets. Dongfang Kang remained composed. This was merely his standard operation, nothing to fuss over. No chance of receiving the ball. Pursuing old Carter across the court, after 3 engagements, the elder was panting heavily. He paused in the corner, hands on his knees, red-faced, wondering how this young man could run so tirelessly. I'm nearly out of breath, yet he hasn't even broken a sweat. Is he a machine? Hey, pass the ball. Spotting a teammate snagging a rebound, Dongfang Kang raised his hand, calling for the ball, bringing it up to the front court. The old man was now desperately defending, facing Dongfang Kang for another one-on-one, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. Old man, are you ready? I'm about to take you on. Youngster, I'll make sure to break your legs. The elder pulled up his shorts, pounding the floor as if to signal, bring it on. Before he could raise his hands, he found no one in front of him. What is this? What kind of footwork is this? The butterfly glides, the meteoric step. Chapter 13. Playing with intellect. This is certainly not the renowned blue streak move from Basketball Fire, but rather the slow footwork of the old gentleman. The quickest first step is no exaggeration. In the absence of defensive support, Dongfang Kang effortlessly executed a jump shot just before the free throw line, scoring 2 points and bringing his total to 20. A mere 20 points. The objective remains distant, and I must invest more fervently. Dongfang Kang dared not quench his desire to score, for only through points could he ascend to greater heights. The Hawks called a timeout. Although the head coach bore no aspirations of victory, he could not indulge a rookie intent on making a mockery of him. "Vincent, can you contain him?" Upon hearing the coach's inquiry, old Carter felt an inexplicable chill sweep over him and nervously glanced across the court. There stood Dongfang Kang, attentively listening to the strategy, not even pausing to catch his breath. Was this young man truly made of iron? Perhaps I could match him. After all, he lacks experience. Old Carter could only rely on his seasoned wisdom to mask his insecurity, yet he had yet to devise a solution before taking the court. On the net side, Russell was firmly relegated to the bench, his displeasure quelled. Who would willingly provide the media with more ammunition to tarnish their career with yet another scandal? Thus, he sat in silence. Following a series of tactical arrangements, Dongfang Kang emerged as the primary ball handler. Upon entering the game, he wasted no time. After crossing half-court, he executed a double screen and dashed to the corner for a three-pointer. The old gentleman saw through this tactic instantly, deftly navigating the screens to remain in pursuit. With newfound confidence, Dongfang Kang disregarded the old man's presence and shot directly into the defense. The ball struck the rim, but in the next moment, Dongfang Kang failed to anticipate the rebound's trajectory. What on earth was happening? Why had my predictive skills vanished? The Hawks seized the rebound, and the quick-footed player immediately launched a fast break, scoring 2 points. The viewer at home was displeased. This attempt was far too forced, although old Carter was aged. His extensive court experience proved invaluable. Indeed, in the subsequent possession, Dongfang Kang missed the same shot again. I mustn't rush. Three-pointers require rhythm, and not every match will yield perfect accuracy. The king is our nation's premier three-point shooter. Do you believe that old Carter's defensive acumen could thwart Kang's offensive prowess, thus altering the course of the game? The turning point on the court often begins with defense. Upon returning from the timeout, the Hawks displayed a marked improvement in their defensive attitude. The king shook his head, expressing mild concern. It is quite possible. In our game, impatience is our greatest foe. Kang is still young, and with an increased tactical role, it is inevitable that he may become erratic. Yet, this could be beneficial. Trials and tribulations can foster growth, especially when matched against old Carter. Both men shared a hint of worry. Would Dongfang Kang become lost in his own ego? At that moment, Dongfang Kang felt irritation. The quality of his teammates' screens was abysmal. Hadn't he stated it was old Carter? Why did he appear every time he attempted a shot? Was there a malfunction in the system? Dongfang Kang quickly checked the system screen. Everything was functioning normally, all tasks pending completion. Thus, the fault lay with him. Had he become overly confident? Upon realizing he no longer possessed the three-point experience card, he noticed a decline in his shooting speed and power, among other factors, compared to the previous day. Therefore, he resolved to proceed with caution, strategically outsmarting the old gentleman. With 3 minutes remaining in the third quarter, the pair held the ball while Dongfang Kang maneuvered along the baseline. Old Carter sensed the challenge. "Young man, are you testing my patience yet again? Come, I shall run you into the ground." Dongfang Kang suddenly executed a sharp pivot, casting a glance at the old man. Carter's expression darkened. He sensed impending trouble. Receiving the ball, he bent his knees and lowered his center of gravity. The old man followed suit, crouching low to impede Kang's path. Dongfang Kang then raised his head, his teammates understanding the signal to spread out. "Old man, I am about to surpass you. Bring it on." Suddenly, with a feint to the left and right, the old man swayed. Then, like a gust of wind, Dongfang Kang accelerated past him with his swift initial step. Remarkably fast. However, the help defense was equally prompt. You all are focused on my three-point shot. I shall not shoot." Without losing speed, Dongfang Kang executed a wide lateral shift, leaving the help defender off balance. And after stepping into the paint, he delivered a one-handed dunk. Oh, amazing. Truly remarkable. I am seriously questioning whether he is indeed a player from Huaxia. How could he execute such a move? The spectators in the upper tier erupted in applause, revering Dongfang Kang, a true son of Huaxia. The upper floor beamed with pride. Yang Yi and his companion were too captivated to glance at the comments section, raising their hands in veneration. Incredible. This play is so exhilarating. Such feats can only be accomplished by those with extraordinary physical gifts. Currently, the only player in our country capable of such moves is Yi Jianlian. Huh. I have been thoroughly conquered. This talent, this basketball IQ. Who says we lack exceptional players in Huaxia? We can compete in the NBA. Yang Yi's statement felt somewhat awkward. The king was a celebrated figure in the 9-time championship team. Though he had transitioned to commentary post-retirement, he had once been a formidable presence. Wasn't this a confession of his own inability to break into the NBA? On the court, Dongfang Kang merely raised his fist in a muted roar. Lacking the overwhelming dominance of a Tianzuan or the fiery passion of Kevin Garnett, it was solely to uplift the spirits of the fans present. The arena erupted. Fans rising in applause, collectively succumbing to euphoria. Performing aerial maneuvers before the airborne player, the crowd envisioned a promising future. Meanwhile, the small black player's layup was thwarted, and the rebound fell to the Hawks, who passed it back to him to reorganize. Today, the small black player seemed disoriented. Not only was he missing shots, but his attempts at penetration were also thwarted, leaving him apprehensive against the towering defense. Observing Old Carter being relentlessly pursued by Dongfang Kang, the opportunity to receive the ball dwindled. In the final minute, when he finally caught the ball, ready to isolate, a swift turn resulted in a rejection. Huffing and puffing, the old man, his face flushed, helplessly watched the young player race towards the basket. Witnessing this scene, the Hawks head coach shook his head in disbelief. Youth is formidable. Even the wily veteran could not contain Dongfang Kang. It seems this game cannot be restrained. No, this must not be allowed to continue. Dongfang Kang executed a successful buzzer beater, bringing the Nets' lead to 15 points. His personal score soared to 30 points. 10 points in a single quarter seemed rather insufficient. You should cease your boasting. 10 points is not too little, especially since I have been confined to the bench. Dongfang Kang's gaze met Russell's once more, their eyes clashing with intensity. Do not grow complacent. The game is not yet concluded. Winning is our objective. Our Tuscan prepared for the final push, aware that the Hawks' timeout aimed to stifle Dongfang Kang. Kang, how will you dismantle their zone defense? Our Tuscan inquired, seeking to gauge Kang's basketball intellect. Break the zone defense? Dongfang Kang replied, taken aback. Could it be that the head coach possessed a system that allowed him to predict the opponent's strategy ahead of time? Chapter 14. Record-breaking Adderskin refrained from saying much more, sensing that the question had come off somewhat abrupt. As the fourth quarter commenced, Russell took the initiative to declare, "Hey, I believe I can contribute more." Like leading the team to victory, Adderskin had almost forgotten about him. Indeed, forgetting was easy. Before the arrival of Dongfang Kang, Adderskin had to rely on Russell to secure wins and maintain his position. Now, however, with Dongfang Kang as his trump card, what did he have to fear regarding his job security? Please, take a seat, Adderskin retorted firmly. A head coach must embody authority. You. Adderskin's brow furrowed, and his expression darkened, radiating an air of command. Russell, taken aback, complied and sat down obediently. A splendid mid-range shot. Tonight, I shall reward you with a drumstick. Adderskin called out to Dongfang Kang, who was sprinting past. Thank you, but I prefer it spicy, Dongfang Kang replied, engaging in a conversation with the coach that was both amusing and unprecedented. Indeed, basketball resembled a realm of its own. Perform well, and one earns their place in the hierarchy. In a moment of mismatched defense, Dongfang Kang faced off against a struggling player, Xiaohe. Instantly, Xiaohe regained his confidence, thinking, if it's small against big, then let us go for it. Xiaohe, are you challenging my drive? Dongfang Kang, I admire your confidence, but you cannot surpass me. Xiaohe ha. I've never encountered someone with yellow skin who speaks so boldly. Then, the center came in to set a screen. Xiaohe focused intently, preparing to make a decisive move. Ouch! Xiaohe exaggeratedly cried out, tilting his head back, but the referee remained unimpressed. Xiaohe, not every turnover results in a foul, he lamented, raising his hands in frustration as he watched Dongfang Kang sprint toward the basket. What a monster, more fearsome than Leonard's giant hands. A shadow of doubt crept in, as the memory of narrowly missing the ball haunted him. Hey! Dongfang Kang executed a sweeping Euro step and made a layup, only to be forcefully knocked out of bounds. Is this not a foul? Young man, not every defensive play constitutes a foul. If you don't get up, they capitalize on the opportunity. What nonsense. I expect you to give me star treatment. Dongfang Kang sprang to his feet, and dashed forward. Just in time to intercept Bellinelli. Good grief, must you keep appearing? Bellinelli cursed under his breath, feeling the pressure of facing this devilish number 10. Dongfang Kang, not wishing to exert too much effort in defense, pushed back a step, causing Bellinelli to stumble and hastily release the ball. In a moment of clumsiness, he nearly lost possession, yet his reflexes saved him from error. As he pressed further, he found the resistance to be unexpectedly solid. It's the fourth quarter, and you're still this tough? If such an offense can secure a $1 million contract, does that mean I should aim for a max deal? What is the max deal? Anyway, determined to achieve a top salary, he pressed on, causing Bellinelli to tumble to the ground, along with the ball. Bye. The referee excitedly signaled a pushing foul, warning that defense cannot involve pushing and to be mindful of one's actions. Playing basketball, if there is no contact, what is the point? Defenders cannot play high and low. Your actions may be deemed a flagrant foul. No. His strength is simply inadequate. I haven't even exerted myself. Are you challenging me? The referee's words silenced Dongfang Kang instantly. Challenging the referee is never wise. You are the boss, and your word is law. As the ball was inbound, Dongfang Kang once again applied pressure. Bellinelli pushed against him with one hand, raising the other to signal for the ball. Inbound pass. Direction upper right. The system's voice rang out, prompting Dongfang Kang to glance towards the indicated direction, which indeed was upper right. Receiving the cue, he pivoted to follow the ball's trajectory. He leaped and tipped the ball with his fingertips. An inbound play? Suddenly, Durant recalled something, exclaiming in astonishment, yet unable to articulate the specifics. What a play! Dongfang Kang's ability to accurately predict the inbound pass direction is remarkable. His basketball IQ is truly high. At that moment, he was oblivious to the fact that a year later, a similar inbound play would be featured in the Basketball World Cup held in their own country, a moment that would become legendary in the realm of Chinese basketball. Now, witnessing Dongfang Kang steal, followed by a one-handed dunk that sent the crowd into a frenzy, he mused, dunking isn't my forte. I simply wish to shoot three-pointers. Remaining humble, he acknowledged that achieving his goals was what truly mattered. Looking at the scoreboard, the score read 182, an 18-point gap with 4 minutes remaining. It wasn't time to relax yet. Dongfang Kang reviewed his stats, 35 points, 10 rebounds, 7 assists, and 8 steals. Still lacking in points. Why does it feel like an eternity? He resolved to seize the moment and score quickly. Feeling invigorated, he found that the thought of completing his objectives fueled him with boundless energy. Observing Bellinelli, who stood with hands on hips, in disarray, Dongfang Kang jested, "Hey, brother, you're holding a hefty contract. What's wrong? Can't keep up? A man can't admit defeat. I'm simply not one to nitpick. We aspire to greater things. The NBA's philosophy is that if one cannot succeed, then aim for a high draft pick. At least that can yield a decade of glory." Looking far, one might recall the Spurs vying for the top pick for Stone Buddha, or closer to home. The 76ers, Embiid, both benefited from strategic losses. The Hawks had long since lost interest in competing. The worse their record, the greater their chances of securing the top pick, especially in a year as pivotal as this one. However, Dongfang Kang, equipped with his own system, was not inclined to engage in such a strategy. Turning back, he clung to Bellinelli once more, reaching out for another steal. Steal 1. The tally in the steals column ticked up, and Dongfang Kang effortlessly initiated a fast break. A three-pointer was within reach. As he advanced, he contemplated passing to a teammate before finding an open shot for himself. As anticipated, he passed the ball to Dudley at the top of the arc. Known for his brutish playstyle rather than scoring ability, Dudley was notorious. Dongfang Kang's pass to him was intentional. With no scoring capabilities, why not return the favor? "Hey, over here," Dongfang Kang called out, and Dudley wasted no time in passing it back. With the defense momentarily slack, he had ample time to adjust his shooting form. Clarity washed over him. He bent his knees, stabilized his wrist, and released the ball. Swish. It went through the net. Even without a three-point experience card, he found success. It turned out that adjustments were key. Dongfang Kang gazed at his shooting hand, feeling a surge of pride. How about that? This young player is on the verge of breaking the season's scoring record. Should I keep going? The assistant coach glanced at Adderskin. Adderskin looked at the scoreboard, 38 points. A bench player scoring 38 points in just his second game. Wasn't he that reminiscent of the legendary Linsanity? Moreover, the real Lin was on the same team. If both were to play together, would it not be a spectacle to behold? Did he have a reason to withdraw him now? Adderskin intended to utilize Dongfang Kang as his ace, even if it meant padding stats. However, such dazzling statistics could also attract unwanted attention. Many eyes would be watching. The assistant coach reminded him that Dongfang Kang was still a temporary player. This served as a cautionary note for Adderskin, who knew that the league was rife with scouts. Players like Dongfang Kang, who were both effective and affordable, would not go unnoticed by the elite teams. Yet, Adderskin had his plans. Everything was under his control. It's time to make that big boss anxious. Chapter 15. Tomorrow, you shall not reach. As soon as he finished speaking, Dongfang Kang executed a precise rebound prediction, driving down the court to score effortlessly. With a total of 40 points, the Hawks were swiftly overwhelmed, prompting them to call for a timeout once more. The score gap had widened to 20 points, with merely 3 minutes remaining in the game. Theoretically, there was still a chance, but for a team intent on tanking, this timeout was merely a pretext to substitute the starters and concede defeat. Well, I believe your work for today is done. You can prepare for the next game, Adderskin remarked with a sly smile, bringing in a group of substitutes. Dongfang Kang had initially wished to continue accumulating points, and securing an additional 10 points would be a trivial matter. If he could surpass 50 points, it would send shockwaves throughout the league, making him a darling of the media. No, I must remain low-key, Dongfang Kang reminded himself. As a time traveler, he could not afford to attract suspicion. That would spell disaster. With his greed abandoned, Dongfang Kang felt lighter. The second-string player approached him, saying, "Your performance has captivated the Brooklyn fans. I believe the team will offer you a fully guaranteed contract." This second-string player was unconcerned about losing his starting position, as even if it were to be taken, it would likely be by the troublesome Dudley, whom the coach had long been dissatisfied with. Dongfang Kang appreciated the second-stringer's words, but he felt that his ambitions were somewhat limited. He was not playing for a mere contract. Tonight's 40 points would ensure his phone would be inundated with calls post-game. I appreciate your kind words, Dongfang Kang replied with a faint smile, already contemplating what kind of price he might command. In the Huaxia studio, as the game entered garbage time, the atmosphere was electric with excitement over the anticipated victory. Yang Yi, ever the philosopher, analyzed, "From today's game, I can see a bright future for Dongfang Kang in the NBA. A small figure with immense energy. This is also a reflection of the rise of Huaxia basketball. In the future, we will undoubtedly witness the emergence of more basketball talents." De Wong nearly burst out laughing. The motivational speech was a bit excessive, demonstrating his academic prowess. De Wong, you also have a player background. Please share your perspective on Dongfang Kang's performance and future. After all, commentators must remain factual, and fans appreciate evaluations. De Wong solemnly stated, "Dongfang Kang's ability to showcase a star performance has surprised many. As an undrafted player, not only is it challenging to achieve star-level statistics, but even to remain on the team is no small feat. It depends on one's resolve, whether to persist in seeking opportunities or to return home. Each step is fraught with difficulty. Dongfang Kang has done well, but the challenges ahead will be numerous. Personally, I believe that as long as he does not lose heart, he will usher in a wave of Huaxia basketball, potentially surpassing the legendary Yao Ming." This assessment was both fair and insightful, befitting a future Hall of Famer in Huaxia basketball. The live broadcast took on a motivational tone, and fans eagerly echoed the sentiment, anticipating even greater performances from Dongfang Kang. Back at the Barclays Center, Dongfang Kang remained by the water cooler, but now he was accompanied by a starting player. The joyous atmosphere following the victory led everyone to chat and laugh, completely overlooking the fact that Dongfang Kang was still merely a temporary player. As the game concluded in this cheerful ambience, he received recognition from the veteran. "Young man, you have made a name for yourself. You will undoubtedly become a sought-after player in the league. But I must remind you to stay grounded and true to yourself. Rest assured, old man. The glitz and glamour hold no sway over me. My focus is solely on basketball." Well said. "I will introduce you to my cousin. He will surely be a fan of yours." "Really? That would be wonderful." McGrady enjoys immense popularity in Huaxia, and Dongfang Kang had grown up watching him. A one-on-one match with McGrady would be exhilarating. In the locker room, Adderskin delivered another victory speech. This marked the third consecutive win this season, and it was the first time they had led an opponent by 20 points. Adderskin was visibly thrilled, and the confidence of both players and coaching staff soared, filling the locker room with renewed zeal. "Dongfang, come with me to the press conference. And Appos, it's time for you to meet the media." "Me? Why not you?" Adderskin had already decided that this ace must make an appearance before the reporters, and he wanted Billy King to be aware of his decision. Dongfang Kang had completely forgotten when he last attended a press conference. It seemed he had yet to experience one since joining the NBA. Coach, will you be altering the Nets' current lineup? After Artiskin evaluated the game, he posed a critical question. Changing the starting lineup would only occur if injuries plagued the starters, as doing otherwise might incite discord within the locker room and disrupt team strategy. Dongfang Kang furrowed his brow, sensing that the reporters here were audacious enough to ask anything. Stirring up trouble. Haha, you are quite the comedian, Artiskin responded, not one to shy away from banter. If the coach does not know how to adapt, what use would I be? So, does this imply that Mr. Dongfang Kang will be entering the starting lineup to replace Dudley, while Russell will continue as the core player? This question was best addressed by the man himself. Artiskin turned his gaze toward Dongfang Kang. You and Oppos, quite the sly one. Bringing me to the press conference is merely a setup for you. I won't fall for your trickery, you old rascal. After a moment's hesitation, he smiled and said, We have an old saying, all's fair in war. You may draw your own conclusions. Wow, you are craftier than I am, Artiskin said, his face reddening with amusement. I learned it all from you. You are my head coach. Good lad, bringing you along was certainly the right choice. Continue your performance. The reporters, somewhat dissatisfied and puzzled by his remarks, pressed on. I believe you have the talent to compete for a starting position. The Nets could build the team around you. Can you become an excellent core player? Still attempting to ensnare him, he knew that if he claimed he could, tomorrow's headlines would declare that a water cooler player was vying for the core position. Lacking sufficient dominance, how could he command respect from teammates and management? I am merely a player on a 10-day contract, and I am certain that guarding the water cooler is my forte. His humorous yet polite response elicited applause from the audience, but they still failed to extract any definitive information. One last question. Do you believe this season you can make it to the playoffs? This was directed at Dongfang Kang. Artiskin would naturally refrain from elaborating, eager to gauge the ambition of this future star. Playoffs? My friend, I think you have mistaken the situation. The Nets are a youthful team. From owner's side to the management, there is a palpable sense of youthful vigor. We must look beyond. A championship, perhaps? His sardonic laughter did not sit well with Dongfang Kang, but he could only offer an awkward smile in return. Today, you may disregard me, but tomorrow, you shall find it difficult to reach me. Artiskin, with a crooked smile, found amusement in the exchange. Chapter 16. Attribute values. On the way back to the locker room, Mozgov and the others had already finished their showers and left. Winning the game brings joy, and there is no need to think about staying behind for extra practice. With a smile, Erha greeted, Kang, head back early to prepare. After 5 days on the road, I hope to see an even better performance from you. Rest assured, I am brimming with energy. Dongfang Kang, whose accommodation was relatively nearby, felt no urgency to return quickly. However, he couldn't shake off the worry about the upcoming away games. Would the system still function effectively on the road? Upon entering the locker room, he found no trace of his teammates, but the appearance of Russell instantly intensified the atmosphere. Is this guy waiting for me? The look in his eyes suggested malice. Dongfang Kang sensed the hostility, especially in the absence of others. He genuinely feared that a disagreement might escalate into a confrontation. Hey, D'Angelo still here? Dongfang Kang greeted humbly while gathering his belongings, preparing to practice on the court again. Don't get chummy with me, you little punk, Russell retorted, approaching menacingly. Listen closely. The Nets are my team. Don't think you can play tricks in front of me. Indeed, he was looking for trouble. In Dongfang Kang's memory, the previous host seemed to have been a coward, holding no status within the team, serving tea, fetching water, even enduring insults without daring to retort. Playing basketball should be enjoyable. If it's not, why endure such torment? Seeking trouble is not frightening. What is truly daunting is encountering someone formidable. Turning around, with a height of 203 centimeters, Dongfang Kang's tall and slender physique suddenly exuded an imposing aura. Russell, who had previously held the upper hand, felt a chill run down his spine, his composure faltering. I'm merely a temporary worker. If you dislike me, you can have the general manager cut me. At that moment, Dongfang Kang's presence became irresistible, causing Russell to take a step back, feeling diminished. Oh right, my teammates are all intelligent. They provoke one another recklessly. I don't see conflict, but I am certainly not afraid of it. Humility does not equate to fear. In the annals of Chinese basketball, we have never feared anyone on the court. With that, Dongfang Kang slung his backpack over his shoulder and returned to the court. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Battle value 20. Host has broken the historical scoring record for the Nets this season. Battle value 30. Battle value accumulated to 100. Overall combat power 2. Seeing the increase in battle power on the blue screen, Dongfang Kang couldn't help but punch his fist in excitement. Breaking records yields more battle value than completing tasks. Could he break several more records? However, he quickly dismissed that thought. Records are not so easily shattered. The 40 points were merely this season's scoring. The Nets' single-game scoring records, rebounding records, assists, and a series of other statistics were still far beyond his reach. It was best to focus on training to enhance his battle value. Breaking records is a matter of chance. Upon examining the blue screen, he noted many attributes waiting to be unlocked, but he was uncertain of their content. Upon seeing the template section, Dongfang Kang shook his head slightly. The Tracy McGrady template had already been utilized, and acquiring another template would likely be challenging. Moreover, the McGrady template was incredibly powerful, and there was no immediate need for a replacement. He decided to explore the undeveloped attributes. Clicking on a blue attribute, he was greeted with a message. Welcome, host, to simulated combat. You may choose to continue or exit. What is this? Simulated combat? Could there be a 2K game to emulate here? He chose to postpone that for now and decided to enter the simulation later that night. After canceling that option, he opened a yellow attribute. Welcome, host, to the Great Lecture Hall. We offer the most comprehensive game rules. No, I wanted to find some attributes to accumulate battle value. Just as the thought crossed his mind, the blue screen displayed a new line of text. Attribute point accumulation, is this it? He clicked to open it. Attribute value, which is energy accumulation. The maximum value for attributes is 100 and can be charged with battle value to enhance individual combat capabilities. There are attributes for enhancing individual combat power. Why didn't they appear sooner? With enthusiasm, he opened the attributes: shooting, rebounding, assists. An array of data dazzled his eyes, and even more astonishing was a leadership attribute on the court. Is this the attribute to become a core player? Unable to contain his excitement, Dongfang Kang was about to click to acquire it, but hesitated. Without delivering a more convincing performance, how could he earn his teammates' respect? To put it plainly, dominating a game fundamentally boils down to statistics. If he could score 50 in a game and follow it up with several explosive scoring performances, who would dare to challenge him? At that point, without his teammates needing to voice it, the media and fans would elevate him, and the core role would come knocking at his door. Haha, I am truly clever. Thus, he resolved to continue enhancing his scoring attributes. Upon opening the scoring attribute and glancing at his battle value, he was taken aback. It turned out that the earlier accumulated battle value had already reached 100, and without any exchange, it automatically transformed into combat power. A reminder would have been helpful. That way, he could better accumulate combat power. Now that he had no battle value left, he could only rely on training to build it up. He then opened the training tasks. What? Running back and forth 100 times. Battle value accumulation 20? 100 sprints? It's already past 11 at night. Would he be running until 4 in the morning? Just as the thought of giving up crossed his mind, the blue screen turned red with a warning. System cannot revert. Warning, warning. This is a mandatory attribute. Once opened, there is no turning back. Is this forced? Whether he liked it or not, he had to comply. With renewed spirit, he began the grueling sprints. Feeling invigorated by the sweat pouring down, far more satisfying than it appeared. After several rounds, he realized that some tasks must be undertaken personally to truly appreciate their value. Hey, kid, what time is it? We need to close up. The elderly caretaker of the court, reluctant to interrupt, noted that the team hadn't seen such a diligent player in a long time. Huffing and puffing, Dongfang Kang continued to run, focusing on maintaining a steady rhythm with his breathing. Sir, you go ahead. I'll close up. Haha, I'm staying here tonight. I just wanted to remind you that it's already past midnight. Rest well to perform better. The task isn't complete. I can't rest yet. Thank you for the reminder. Very well, I hope you lead the Nets to better games. The caretaker left him undisturbed, returning to his room to sleep. Dongfang Kang continued to run, fueled by the thought of increasing his battle value. His passion ignited once more. The next day, a series of urgent phone calls jolted Dongfang Kang from his dreams. Damn, who is so annoying? Can I get some sleep? Kang, what is going on? A flurry of harsh words came through the phone, and it was a woman's voice. Xiaofang. Dongfang Kang instantly awoke as the door swung open, revealing Jeremy Lin entering. There is a woman outside looking for you. So soon, someone was seeking him? What? Chapter 17. Awaiting the great contract, Lin Shihao was utterly bewildered. A woman had come to his door? Could it be that Dongfang Kang had engaged in some indiscretion? Dongfang Kang hurriedly scrambled up, hastily putting on a pair of training pants and a tank top before rushing to the door. Upon opening it, a fiery voice erupted. Do you even know how long you're going to avoid my calls? How long do you plan to hide from me? I am not avoiding you. Still claiming that? The woman didn't allow him an explanation, pointing to the house and shouting, Look at the time. Did you think hiding here would keep me from finding you? At that moment, Lin Shihao was completely at a loss, gazing at the girl who shared his skin tone. Her fiery temperament could not overshadow her clear, beautiful face, making it difficult to feel anger towards her. Yet, from their exchange, it appeared that Dongfang Kang had indeed wronged her, and that was his fault. Hey, a king, why did you do this? Don't you want to strive for success anymore? This left Dongfang Kang confounded. Did Wubwa think he had done something inappropriate outside? Oh dear, this is a huge misunderstanding. Brother Hao, you're overthinking it. I have nothing going on with her. What do you mean, and Appos? Nothing and Appos. The girl has come all the way here. If it were truly nothing, would she be so furious? Lin Shihao shot Dongfang Kang a disapproving glance and hurriedly turned to Xiao Fang, attempting to console her. Miss, please don't be upset. If there is something you wish to discuss, I will advocate for you. Lin Shihao, Xiao Fang called out earnestly. Though Lin Shihao had not met her before, it did not mean she did not recognize him. After all, he was somewhat of a celebrity. My affairs are not something you can help with. Why not? We are all compatriots. If there is something to discuss, I can assist you. Lin Shihao genuinely wanted to help, particularly for Dongfang Kang, who was in dire need of encouragement and must avoid any external scandals. Dongfang Kang was speechless. How could someone from Harvard misinterpret things so badly? Xiao Fang scoffed, decisively pulling out a folder from her bag. Now, tell me, what do you want to do about this? Dongfang Kang sighed, knowing she had come for this reason. Indeed. This time I acted on my own accord, but it was only for 10 days, right? Do you want money? Lin Shihao observed the documents, surmising that it was a lawsuit and that the girl intended to seek an out-of-court settlement. Let me remind you, Brooklyn is a place of law. What? Xiao Fang nearly burst into tears and had to produce a contract. Brother Hao, I am a Hao's agent. I'm here regarding the contract. Agent? Lin Shihao's face flushed with embarrassment. How could he have thought such impure thoughts? The burning sensation made him wish to find a hole to hide in. Brother Hao, you must arbitrate this matter. How should we proceed? Noticing Lin Shihao's discomfort, Xiao Fang quickly turned the page, stating, the initial 10-day short contract was arranged by me, as is expected of an agent. Yet, he signed the second one without a word, as if I, his agent, were invisible. Lin Shihao finally regained his composure, thinking this was not a grave issue. After all, it was merely a short contract lasting 10 days, and the presence of the agent was not crucial. Seeing the awkwardness dissipate, Dongfang Kang also breathed a sigh of relief. Turning to Lin Shihao, he smiled. Brother Hao, is there breakfast? I returned very late last night and am quite hungry. What time is it? I've already prepared lunch. Come, let us eat together. Lin Shihao was currently recuperating, with the team providing a nutritionist and a rehabilitation coach. It must be said that our boss, Kai, managed things exceptionally well. At the dining table, several different dishes were prepared. Lin Shihao had to adhere to the nutritionist's configurations, while Dongfang Kang had fewer restrictions. What exactly are you trying to do? As soon as they sat down, Xiao Fang widened her eyes in accusation. Lin Shihao sensed the tension in the atmosphere and couldn't help but feel awkward again. That's just her temperament. Don't take it to heart. Dongfang Kang added, Xiao Fang is my classmate from back home, studying economic management. She later went abroad for further studies and is still a doctoral student. Wow, so you're a doctoral candidate? It's a pleasure to meet you. Lin Shihao could not resist standing up and bowing gentlemanly. Please, Brother Hao, you are a Harvard elite. I have much to learn from you. Xiao Fang quickly adopted a humble demeanor, aware that it was their first meeting and wishing not to overdo it. Dongfang Kang devoured his food, prioritizing filling his stomach first. He had returned after running until 2 in the morning, and since his time travel, it was the first time he felt exhausted. Had it not been for Xiao Fang's interruption, he would have slept more soundly. Dongfang Kang, say something. Xiao Fang was now like an ant on a hot stove, eager to tear up the contract immediately. Is there a problem with this contract? Dongfang Kang calmly continued eating. The priority was to fill his belly first, as he would be boarding a flight for an away game in the afternoon. Do you know how many teams have called to sign you? Xiao Fang displayed her phone, saying, Greg Popovich from the Spurs specifically wants to sign you for a fully guaranteed 1-year deal. The Lakers have said they can offer you a 2-year mid-level exception. And the Celtics are also interested in a 2-year mid-level contract, aiming to develop you. These are all prestigious teams. Playing for them could elevate your profile and foster rapid growth. Look at you. You've finally earned an opportunity, and you're letting it slip away. What more can I say? Observing Xiaofang's anxiety, Dongfang Kang did not share her sentiments. Furthermore, the Spurs weren't necessarily a prestigious team. They had some strength. And with Popovich's renowned reputation, they had become sought after. In truth, Xiaofang's thinking was not unfounded. After all, Dongfang Kang was an undrafted player. To receive mid-level contract offers from major teams was indeed a windfall, especially after just 2 strong performances. If he failed to sign, he could lose everything. No one could predict whether he might get injured in the next game. Such incidents were all too common. Lin Shihao was a prime example, albeit a fortunate one. Who could be so lucky as to sign a major contract and then sustain an injury? Dongfang Kang glanced at Lin Shihao, his eyes filled with envy and admiration. Thank goodness you're a doctoral student. Your perspective isn't as sharp as mine as a mediocre student. Dongfang Kang chuckled. After this 10-day period, I will secure a more substantial contract and notify you then. Is Brother Hao instilling confidence in you? Did you not see my stats from last night? Could it be a mere fluke? You must trust your own judgment. If you can be an agent, why worry about your player underperforming? Very well, you win. Xiaofang reluctantly retracted the contract, rising to say, I hope to hear good news from you. Wishing you a pleasant journey in the West. Will you not eat something before leaving? I have other matters to attend to. Dongfang Kang confidently continued his meal. You should heed her advice. Secure that major contract first. Lin Shihao, with confidence, picked up his chopsticks, a smirk of pride crossing his lips. Dongfang Kang was left speechless. Did he truly believe that sustaining an injury after securing a major contract was a good thing? Chapter 18. Defensive Tactics at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The team arrived at the AT Center in San Antonio. Inside the arena, the home team had already concluded their training and departed, leaving only Coach Popovich to engage with the media. The seasoned strategist, often dubbed Zhuge Liang, humorously shared his insights about the upcoming game. Just as he was about to leave, he spotted our Tuscan and his team entering, prompting him to jest into the camera, look at that kid. He must be afraid I'll tamper with the court, coming here so early to scout. Laughter ensued, bringing a jovial end to the interview. This quip, however, was a direct jab at the recent Spurs away game against the Celtics. It is well known that the Celtics have a penchant for making subtle adjustments to their home court, a tactic Popovich has grown weary of. Hey, kid, how about I make you dumplings tonight? Our Tuscan, noticing Popovich's teasing, felt a twinge of anxiety. What trickery was the old man up to? Old fox, I won't fall for your ruse. Your dumplings are hardly delectable. I prefer burgers. The ones from Brooklyn are delightful. After exchanging pleasantries, Popovich's gaze fell upon Dongfang Kang, who was observing intently. The young player had recently garnered considerable attention, prompting the assistant coach to urge Popovich to watch his game footage. Initially skeptical about a player who went undrafted, Popovich's perspective shifted dramatically after viewing the video. The young man was nothing short of a prodigy. However, upon closer inspection, despite his resemblance to the man who had once defeated him, Popovich saw nothing particularly remarkable. Reflecting on the current state of the struggling Nets, he dismissed any notion of concern, confident in his ability to outmaneuver them. Is that the famed Popovich? Dongfang Kang mused as he watched the gray-haired figure depart. He recalled Xiaofang's suggestion that Popovich might be interested in signing him. Yet the old man had not even afforded him a glance. The rumors of Popovich's cunning seemed to hold true. If he could secure a victory against Popovich tonight, it would signify a remarkable ascent. After a circuit around the court to familiarize himself with the environment, Dongfang Kang returned to the bench and opened his phone to review the Spurs lineup. Tony Parker, Danny Green, Leonard, Pau Gasol, and Aldridge. This represented the Spurs' strongest configuration. Although the legendary Duncan had retired, the interior duo of Aldridge and Gasol was emblematic of excellence in the league, coupled with Leonard's formidable presence on the perimeter. It was no wonder Popovich wore a confident smirk. Tony Parker, though aging and no longer at his peak, still played a pivotal role in orchestrating the offense, while the backcourt was bolstered by Mills. The most formidable challenge, however, lay with Leonard at the small forward position, a top-tier 3D player Popovich had painstakingly nurtured over the years. Observing Leonard's performance in the 2017 finals, Dongfang Kang could not help but respect his prowess. Facing him directly in tonight's match would undoubtedly be a formidable task. Yet, considering the newly enhanced defensive attributes he had acquired the previous night, Dongfang Kang was eager to test his mettle against Leonard. "Kang, why aren't you joining the practice?" Our Tuscan inquired, puzzled by Dongfang Kang's fixation on his phone. "I'm analyzing the Spurs' strategies, contemplating how to counter Leonard tonight." "You intend to study him?" "I've watched his games. He appears flawless," our Tuscan noted. Dongfang Kang did not hesitate to affirm this, mirroring our Tuscan sentiments. Hence, 2 of the 3 defensive strategies devised for the night were specifically tailored to neutralize Leonard. It seemed imperative to discuss this further. Defensively, focus on Leonard's left side. He has a tendency to favor that route, so you must force him to the right. Dongfang Kang scrutinized the tactical board, pondering the effectiveness of such standard maneuvers. If they employed similar tactics against him, adjustments would inevitably follow after just 2 possessions. Given Popovich's strategic acumen, he would likely alter his approach even sooner. At that moment, Popovich might implement a dual tower setup for screens, allowing Leonard to drive inside. With his skill set, whether through penetration or mid-range shooting, controlling the game was well within reach. The interior defenders must be poised to provide help, ready to obstruct Leonard's path as soon as he received the ball, compelling him to attempt a 3-pointer. This was pressure. The second strategy involved direct double-teaming. "Kang, this task falls to you. Utilize your speed and wingspan to deny him the ball. If we can contain Leonard, victory is within our grasp tonight." Our Tuscan gazed at Dongfang Kang with fervent determination, a look that left Dongfang Kang feeling somewhat overwhelmed. In the NBA, man-to-man defense is the norm, and to assert that they could prevent Leonard from receiving the ball was a bold claim even for the most tenacious defenders like Beverly. Furthermore, would Popovich allow such a scenario to unfold? Rather than solely focusing on defense, it seemed more prudent to engage in a scoring contest. The finest defense is to score. Extinguishing the game with points, was that not more enticing? Is that beyond your capabilities? Our Tuscan shot an incredulous glance at Dongfang Kang. "No. However, I suspect Popovich won't permit us to succeed that easily, so we must devise a more astute strategy." Upon hearing this, our Tuscan regarded Dongfang Kang with newfound respect. His basketball IQ was remarkable, indicating a promising future as a coach. The other teammates were taken aback, questioning whether it was wise to contradict the head coach's directives. "Bro, we're players. We can't openly oppose the coach, or we'll face repercussions. Come on, I'm just a water boy. What do I have to fear?" Dongfang Kang retorted. "Worse than being a water boy is being shown the door. Watch yourself." At 8 o'clock in the evening, the game commenced. In the Huaxiao broadcasting studio, the host exclaimed excitedly, "Look at that potential. He is already in the starting lineup." Indeed, our Tuscan had caught Popovich off guard by promoting Dongfang Kang to the starting role for the 3rd game, promising an exhilarating matchup. The true test awaited as Dongfang Kang faced Leonard, a top-tier small forward. Overcoming this challenge would herald his genuine rise. The 2 hosts could hardly contain their anticipation for the game to begin. The fan section buzzed with energy, though many skeptics doubted Dongfang Kang's ability to perform against Leonard, convinced he would be overwhelmed. As the game began, Mozgov won the tip-off, and Russell pushed the pace as he brought the ball up, preparing to challenge the aging Parker. Despite his age, Parker's experience shone through. As Russell launched into action, Parker swiftly intercepted the ball. By the time Russell turned around, it was too late. The Frenchman was not to be underestimated. "What are you playing at? Want to sit on the bench?" Our Tuscan glared menacingly. Russell quickly redirected his focus. "Hey, corner. Watch the corner." Dongfang Kang shouted as he slipped to the baseline. Mozgov set a solid screen, and Dongfang Kang decisively made his move. Yet, before he could maneuver past his defender, he was knocked down by Leonard's formidable physique. Goodness, how solid is he? Is he made of steel? Chapter 20. Passed the ball to a Kang. Dongfang Kang sensed an unfriendly reminder from Kawhi, realizing that engaging in a fierce confrontation might not be such a bad thing. However, when he caught a glimpse of Popovich's malicious gaze, he couldn't help but recall the infamous strategy of targeting the shark. Would they resort to even harsher fouling tactics? Dongfang Kang found it impossible to decipher the old man and Oppo's intentions. After Russell sank his free throw, he turned and sprinted towards Dongfang Kang, shouting, "A Kang, great defense. Keep it up." Was he addressing him? Dongfang Kang was astonished. When had Russell ever been so courteous? As he positioned himself for support, Russell shouted to the towering figures behind him as Kawhi held the ball. Kawhi was not invincible. He couldn't be on the offensive every play. Under the old man's subtle guidance, they switched to a stronger inside game. Indeed, with the combined might of the Twin Towers, they finished the first quarter leading by 8 points. Popovich cast a significant glance at Atkinson, his crooked smile hinting at deeper schemes. Atkinson felt a chill at that look. How many strategies was this old man hiding? You wish to compete with me? Even with Kawhi, you stand no chance. Rest assured, I will demonstrate my prowess. Bring it on. I admire your courage. Atkinson still lacked a solid plan to counter the imposing Twin Towers, particularly Aldridge's mid-range shooting. Big Mo was nearly overwhelmed by jump shots, and Mozgov had no answer for Gasol. Despite both being European big men, why was there such a disparity in performance? Allen, you take on Aldridge, and Big Mo, use your body against Gasol. Don't let him facilitate. With that, he turned his gaze to Dongfang Kang. Kang, it's your time to shine on offense. Be decisive with your shots. Wasn't and Amp, Oppos, I supposed to focus on defense? My attributes are maxed out. To neglect them would be a waste. The Spurs' offense was highly strategic. Kawhi would undoubtedly become a focal point. Increasing the offensive pressure on other areas, he had to showcase his scoring prowess. Russell shot him an annoyed glare. Didn't and Oppos, the coach realized that the point guard position was their Achilles and Oppos. Heel? I need to step up and exploit their weaknesses. Mills and Oppos, defense will be a struggle for you. I'm the second pick. Mills can't contain me. Russell's confidence pleased Atkinson, primarily because he was correct. The point guard was indeed the Spurs' weakest link, an analysis brought up by an assistant coach before the game. They had even discussed it and devised tactics accordingly. In the second quarter, they shifted their strategy to actively target the point guard position. Atkinson had drawn up a specific play on the tactical board and then turned to Dongfang Kang, saying, "You take a breather." Just moments ago, he had emphasized the importance of scoring, and now a single word from Russell altered his tactics. How fickle. Upon returning to the court, without Dongfang Kang and Amp, Oppos, as presence, Russell was invigorated. His first play was an effortless drive to score, followed by a triumphant gesture towards Popovich, demonstrating his capabilities. Shut down this point. If you can end Oppos, handle it tonight. Don and Amp, Oppos, expect to leave. Popovich shot a deadly glare at Kawhi. Aron and Amp, Oppos, we supposed to lock down number 10? Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? You will follow my orders. Do I need to be contradicted? Yes, I will make it happen. No one in this league dared to invoke the old man and Amp, Oppos, wrath. Not even Kawhi. Perhaps Kawhi had grown weary of Popovich and Amp, Oppos, piercing glare, which later led to their fallout. Even if the old man took matters into his own hands, it would be futile. Without Dongfang Kang and Amp, Oppos, defense, Kawhi was liberated, and Dudley, despite his fierce appearance, wilted under pressure. He scored 2 consecutive mid-range jumpers, igniting the crowd and Amp, Oppos, enthusiasm. This was the new king of the Spurs, their future. If this year's Warriors hoped to reach the Western Conference Finals, they would need to see if the Spurs would allow it. Russell had just executed a brilliant play but immediately made a mistake, unable to escape Kawhi and Amp, Oppos, large hands. In the back and forth, the Spurs had already established a 12-point lead. The Nets seemed cursed, unable to play effectively. Atkinson felt a surge of frustration but still bolstered Russell and Amp, Oppos, confidence. As the half concluded, the Spurs were ahead by 16 points. A 16-point lead at halftime indicated a path to defeat. Popovich had already made his fierce predictions to the media. The Nets could not expect an easy exit from San Antonio, and as the game progressed, Atkinson sensed the old fox and Oppos' cunning. In the locker room, Russell panted heavily, still unable to comprehend how they had fallen so far behind. Dongfang Kang nervously bit his nails, anticipating the coach and Oppos' reprimand. Any coach would be furious after trailing by such a margin. In the second half, they would focus on Dongfang Kang. He had to leave with a smile. Unexpectedly, Atkinson did not express anger. Instead, he calmly restructured the strategy. Really? You and Oppos, not upset? Dongfang Kang regarded Atkinson, puzzled. Do you think I would be angry? Falling behind by this much and still smiling? The path you and Oppos, chosen must be walked to the end, even if it means tears. The second half is your time. After outlining the strategy, Atkinson specifically pulled Dongfang Kang aside. Kang, in the second half, I will create a smokescreen. We will pretend to continue using Russell as the core, but you will be the offensive focal point. Be prepared. How can I prepare if the ball doesn't reach me? You are a shooter. Atkinson did not wish to see him engage in a direct offensive battle with Kawhi. He needed to excel on both ends, but stamina was the greatest concern. The physical conditioning of Chinese players was widely regarded as inadequate. One had to outsmart the opponent and avoid weaknesses. I have ample stamina. I can handle all 4 quarters. Just let me have the ball. Dongfang Kang felt anxious, but he couldn't refute the coach's words. As the third quarter began, the broadcast room saw Yang smilingly ask, "King, what do you think the Nets should do to win this game? Just give the ball to a Kang, and they will win." Haha, are you so certain? Right now, a Kang is the only one capable of holding the ball and attacking. To win, they must outscore the opponent, particularly with three-pointers. That makes sense. The Spurs' defense can be likened to an iron fortress. Russell's style has proven ineffective. Let us eagerly anticipate a Kang's performance. Upon re-entering the game, the old fox surprisingly did not put Kawhi back in. After 2 complete quarters, Kawhi remained expressionless on the bench. What was this old fox up to? Was he trying to tire himself out with trickery? Kid, I'm giving you the stage. I dare not fall for your tricks. I still don't know what the upcoming plays entail. As he stepped onto the court, Russell retained his starting position, missing 2 shots right off the bat. Dongfang Kang was taken aback by this peculiar strategy but was relieved that he still had good instincts for rebounding. In the corner, he made a swift move to catch the ball and score. What nonsense was this? He shot while running towards the baseline, but still managed to grab the rebound. Did he possess a special ability? Chapter 21. The true challenge. Rudy Gay found himself bewildered while defending Dongfang Kang, a player unlike any he had encountered before. On the defensive end, Dongfang Kang faced Gay, who seemed to have lost some of his physical prowess. Although the young Gay was the primary player for the Grizzlies, age had taken its toll, aside from his height. His speed and ability to withstand contact had markedly declined. Receiving the ball, he backed in and attempted to pivot. Dongfang Kang nearly mistook the sluggish movements for a teaching demonstration. Was it possible to play with such lethargy? Unsurprisingly, before Gay could even leap, Dongfang Kang deftly swiped the ball away with one hand. He was too apathetic to chase after the loose ball, opting instead for a long pass to Russell, who was returning to the court. With Russell's speed, crossing half-court to receive the ball was essentially a sprint. He easily overpowered Mills to score, then turned to exchange a provocative glance with Popovich on the sidelines. "You better be careful. No one dares to show off in front of me. Bring someone stronger to guard me." Russell was audacious, unafraid of the legendary Popovich, refusing to indulge him. "Well done, a Kang. I'll be ready for your pass ahead, and we can pick up the pace." Russell turned to Dongfang Kang, enthusiastically clapping, and this time, a Kang nodded in understanding. Dongfang Kang shrugged, uncertain of what thoughts occupied Russell's mind. On defense, he moved directly into the paint for a strong play. Aldridge received the ball, and everyone spread out. With his signature low-post move, he executed a turnaround jumper with a 70% success rate, a skill that had once dominated the league during his time with the Trailblazers and had only matured under Popovich's guidance. In the absence of a double team, his shots were nearly automatic, a potential game-changer. Popovich's reliance on Aldridge showed the depth of his roster. Dongfang Kang was all too familiar with Aldridge's technique. As Aldridge pivoted for his shot, a Kang flew in, swatting the ball away. "Pass," Russell shouted, and the ball was swiftly delivered to him, igniting a chaotic scramble. Dongfang Kang, anxiously positioned at the three-point line, watched as Russell faced 3 defenders while attempting a layup, an arduous task. Just as it seemed the shot would be blocked, Russell, in an inexplicable moment of inspiration, flung the ball out. Incredible! Dongfang Kang caught the ball with no one in front of him. The defenders, seeing him unguarded, were too lazy to contest. With a clean shot, he sank a three-pointer and turned to signal Russell. However, Russell ignored him, rolling his eyes with an air of arrogance. "Without me leading the charge, you're nothing. It was my defense that set this up, and without my setup, would you have scored?" Dongfang Kang shrugged and resumed his defensive duties. Aldridge, undeterred, was convinced that he could overpower anyone who dared to impede him. Receiving the ball, he backed in and began his familiar routine. After 3 dribbles, he executed his classic right turn for a fadeaway. A futile attempt. Dongfang Kang lunged again, this time unable to block the shot, but Aldridge's release was hurried. Suddenly, a shadow obscured his shot, resulting in a loud clang off the rim. As the ball was released, Dongfang Kang had already positioned Allen to secure the rebound. Sure enough, Allen effortlessly snatched the ball. "Pass it," Russell called out, but Allen had already sent it to Dongfang Kang. Initiating a fast break, Dongfang Kang asserted, "I am the core. The counterattack must start with me." It didn't matter who initiated, as long as they scored. Unwilling to squander the opportunity for a quick strike, he dribbled across half-court, driving towards the free-throw line and executing a sudden Eurostep to score. Beautiful footwork. Gekuden and Amp, Oppos, T-help but not in admiration. "Thank you, it and Amp, Oppos, that's just routine. You and Amp, Oppos, quite confident." Gay remarked with a chuckle, impressed by the challenge. "What are you playing at?" Popovich was furious. How could a nameless rookie dare to laugh after being bested? Gay lowered his head, recognizing the seriousness of Popovich's demeanor, and fell silent. The Spurs continued to struggle offensively, and Dongfang Kang seized the opportunity to orchestrate a 14-0 run, narrowing the deficit to 3 points. Popovich, finally realizing the gravity of the situation, called a timeout. In the broadcast booth, Yang Yi boldly proclaimed, "The king is absolutely right. If the Nets are to prevail, they must give the ball to a king." Indeed, this surge was entirely attributable to a king, who scored 10 points and recorded 3 blocks in a single quarter, an unstoppable force. If this trend continued, in less than 5 games, Dongfang Kang would emerge as the Nets' leading scorer, with a lucrative contract undoubtedly awaiting him. While a substantial contract was assured, I believe a king's focus lies beyond mere financial gain. The O and Oppo's Brian Trophy is his true objective. Yang Yi widened his eyes, hesitant to voice such thoughts, unsure if the king would face repercussions for his bold statement. Let and Amp, Oppo's, let's watch the final 3 minutes closely. Yang Yi quickly shifted the conversation. Hey, remember to maintain the rhythm. Give me the ball, and you all move. Russell, eager to take charge, began waving his hands, effectively assuming his role as the core player. Dongfang Kang, uninterested in Russell and Amp, Oppo's antics, was focused on the game. When Kawhi entered the game, Dongfang Kang and Amp, Oppo's interest peaked. The real contest was about to commence. With the ball, everyone cleared out, and Kawhi prepared for a one-on-one. Come at me if you can, Dongfang Kang thought gleefully, fixating on Kawhi and Oppo's feet. Kawhi shifted right, attempting to break through. As expected, he made a sharp move. But with insufficient space, he relied on his physicality to force his way through. Anticipating the direction of the drive, Dongfang Kang braced himself. As Kawhi approached the three-point line, he felt as though he had collided with a wall, unable to advance. Stumbling slightly, and with time running short, he decisively passed to Parker in the corner. Realizing the shot clock was expiring, Parker, without time to adjust, launched a hurried shot. The awkward release barely registered as a rebound. On the right side, Allen, responding to the command, released his position and dashed towards the right. The ball landed perfectly in his hands. Oh, what a thrilling sensation, Dongfang Kang exclaimed. Quick, pass the ball, he called out, launching a high pass to the midline. After catching the ball, Dongfang Kang embarked on a solo drive into the paint, effortlessly scoring. This play had a touch of the Warriors style. Dongfang Kang embodied the essence of Draymond Green. While the comparison was apt, Kang's scoring ability was exceptional, rivaling that of Curry, making him unparalleled on both ends of the court. I believe Chairman Kai should promptly extend a contract to prevent the Warriors from making a move. Oh, the king believes the Warriors might poach him? Such a possibility certainly exists. Dongfang Kang could be signed for a mere $50,000, and given the Warriors' track record, they would not let this opportunity slip away. If Kang were to join the Warriors, their chances of contending for the championship would significantly increase, potentially making him the third Chinese player to win an NBA championship after Ba, Tuer, and Sun Yu. We eagerly await the outcome. Chapter 22. It's my turn again. As the score tightened, my expression grew increasingly displeased. No one could pressure me, not even this kid. In the final minute, we shifted our strategy to a back-to-the-basket approach. Yet no matter the tactic employed, an ever-present shadow loomed before me, irritating like a persistent fly. After several unsuccessful attempts to penetrate the defense, I was left with no choice but to pass. With the core offensive power diminished, it seemed to infect the rest of the Spurs, as they too began to falter. In contrast, the Nets, under the orchestrated play of Dongfang Kang, delivered a series of quick passes, culminating in a last-second, long-range buzzer-beater three-pointer. The vast arena fell silent, disbelief hanging in the air as half-court shots found their mark. Oh, what a magnificent shot by Kang. That long-range three-pointer surely deserves a spot in today's top highlights. It was a display of skill, and perhaps a stroke of luck. At the end of the day, scoring is what matters. Exchanging glances with my teammate, we could hardly contain our excitement. Let us take a look at the statistics. Yang Yi gazed at the updated database, disbelief washing over him as he quickly turned to the big man beside him. Seeing Yang Yi's astonishment, the big man too glanced at the data, equally shocked. 35 points, 10 rebounds, 8 assists, and 4 steals. Could this really be the output of an undrafted player? My goodness. This could very well be the end of Coach Popovich's patience. To score high in his domain, would Kang emerge unscathed? Popovich is notoriously intolerant of high-scoring players. Anyone who disobeys him faces the consequences. Even legends like Kobe and LeBron must yield in his presence. As the fourth quarter commenced, the Nets pulled Kang from the game, preparing to rotate their players. Popovich, however, was not one to take chances. He kept his starters on the floor, deviating from the norm. Upon seeing the lineup, Artuscan exclaimed in disbelief. A sly grin crept onto Popovich and Apos' face, revealing his predatory instincts. You want to challenge me, kid? You're still too green. Don't think that just because you've got the starters on the floor, you can do anything. We're ahead by 8 points. 8 points? That is nothing. I have it all under control. No sooner had he spoken than Kawhi burst through the defense, scoring an N1. The long-dormant crowd erupted in cheers, finally showing their enthusiasm. In a critical moment, it was once again Kawhi who delivered. His prowess rendered Dudley ineffective. That was because Kang wasn't on the court. Had he been, he would have overwhelmed Kawhi. The fans remained steadfast in their trust for Kawhi. After all, he had earned the Finals MVP within 2 years of his debut. No small feat. Beautiful shot. Just like that, Popovich raised his thumbs, counting on Kawhi for a pivotal fourth-quarter performance. You'll be having chicken legs tonight. It was a piece of cake, he thought, leaving it to Kawhi. As Kawhi stepped up to the free-throw line, he glanced at the bench where Kang sat, his face ashen. When it came to a real contest, Kawhi would be a formidable opponent. It was imperative to capitalize on Kang's absence to score as much as possible, or the night could turn embarrassing. You're just a guy with larger hands than the average person, Kawhi thought. Those hands may cover the sky, but that's the extent of their advantage. You can't envy that. Envy me? Your defense is simply subpar, retorted Kang, fixating on how he would confront Kawhi when the time came. Competing against such a top-tier small forward would surely elevate his status. He had to take him down tonight. Kawhi felt a chill run down his spine. This kid appeared even more intimidating than himself. What kind of face was that? Recalling Kang and Apos' relentless defense, a shadow passed over him, leading to a missed second free throw. Fortunately, Gasol secured the rebound and turned to back down. As Kawhi floated in from the baseline, noticing no one guarding him, he instinctively returned the pass. Gasol, receiving the ball effortlessly, released a shot as he towered over the rookie. The swish of the net resonated, and the fans, witnessing the score close in again, raised their hands in celebration. Wow, celebrating so early? You clearly underestimate me. The Nets were merely a soft target. How could they possibly compare to the formidable Spurs? It was a frightful situation for me. Who claimed the Nets were weak? That was only because I had yet to take the court. As Kawhi scored 5 consecutive points, the momentum shifted slightly, prompting Kang to glance at the coach. Artuscan, unable to contain himself, realized how difficult it was to defend against this stoic face. If this continued, the game could slip away. Scanning the bench, he found no one capable of providing proper defense. His gaze fell once more on Kang. He was the only ace up their sleeve. Did he really want to send him back in? It was only 2 minutes into the game. Would he have enough stamina to sustain it without faltering? It was almost laughable that a major city team would rely on an undrafted player to salvage the match. As Artuscan turned away in resignation, he locked eyes with Kang. It must be me. I can defend him, Kang asserted with determination. Are you sure? Artuscan frowned, scrutinizing Kang's expression. I've already made 4 steals and 3 blocks. Isn't that sufficient? Raising an eyebrow, Kang responded coolly, looking into Kang's resolute eyes. Artuscan sighed. He couldn't deny that Kang's defense had been the most effective thus far. Fine, I trust you. Artuscan signaled for a substitution. Dudley, unprepared, was pulled from the game, frustration boiling within him. I'm just here to do the dirty work. You're taking me out at such a crucial moment? Do you not want to win? Enough chatter. I'm the head coach. If you want to play for the Nets, you'll do as I say. Dudley grumbled as he walked away, lacking the spirit to even give the rookie a high five. The atmosphere grew awkward as Kang extended his hand, only to pat the air in vain. If your teammates despise you, what is the point of being on the court? Let us just focus on the game for now. We're still leading. You should be more concerned about your teammates. Such leads had never fazed me. Give me a quarter, and I would make you weep. A cow just flew into the sky. All I see is you bragging. Come on, I appreciate your defense, but I can dismantle you. With the banter concluded, Kang prepared to take possession of the ball. Kawhi lowered his stance, extending his large hands, his suffocating defense resembling a net. Entering it meant certain demise. This monstrous hand is truly terrifying. It's hard for any average player to get past. Kang needed to find a weakness to mount an effective attack. So he took a step back. Just as he did, Kawhi surged forward, closing the gap. Isn't taking a step back supposed to open up space? Why are you forcing me? To the left. Kang gauged his footwork and darted forward, calling out as he did. So fast. Chapter 23. The art of defense and offense. Kawhi was taken aback by the swiftness of the play, leaving no opportunity for defense. Once again, a three-pointer. This one arrived just in time, and the execution was nothing short of exquisite. It reminded me of the legendary scorer Tracy McGrady and Amp. Oppo's first step during his days with the Magic, renowned for being the quickest in the league. Observing a Kang and Amp. Oppo's speed, it seemed poised to surpass McGrady and Amp. Oppo's. Indeed, Kawhi, a defensive stalwart, struggled to keep up, a testament to the terrifying nature of that move. The future of Kang could very well dominate the league with such prowess. Yang E and Oppo's exuberance left the king hesitant to respond. While the skills were impressive, the claim of dominating the league felt exaggerated. Dongfang Kang turned to glance at the head coach, a smug smile gracing his lips. Pride comes before a fall, my boy. The game is far from over. Popovich will have his way with you. He can't stop me. No one on the Spurs can, a Kang replied coolly. On the court, the Spurs executed a seamless twin tower play, effortlessly securing 2 points. Watch closely. If you let him in again, you won. And Oppo's get back, Popovich bellowed, causing everyone on the floor to tremble in response. If they failed to contain him, the consequences were unpredictable. To stop me. Let us see how many of you there are, Dongfang Kang coolly retorted, signaling for everyone to spread out. Kawhi again lowered his center of gravity, having learned from past mistakes, vowing not to be caught off guard again. Yet, Dongfang Kang denied him that chance, executing a sharp change of direction to surge from the left. Got you this time, he thought, as Kawhi, brimming with confidence, prepared to snatch the ball. He unexpectedly collided with a rigid wall, leaving him momentarily dazed. Was and Oppo's it supposed to be a one-on-one? Where was the screen? All and Oppo's fair in war. Who said it must be a one-on-one? You deceitful trickster, I won't let you get away with this. Stumbling to the ground, Kawhi watched as Allen retreated swiftly, while the lumbering Pau Gasol approached with menacing intent. The sight of Gasol's curly hair recalled memories of past championships when the Gasol brothers outmatched their opponents with sheer physicality, leaving them in despair. Today was the day for retribution. As Gasol attempted to defend, a Kang accelerated and altered his direction, easily bypassing Gasol's sluggish defense. However, faced with Popovich and Amp. Oppo's fury, Gasol felt compelled to bring him down. Dongfang Kang would not grant him such an opportunity, with half his body past Gasol. He rose for a one-handed slam. The rim reverberated with a thunderous and Amp. Oppo's bang and Amp. Oppo's as the referee and Amp. Oppo's whistle followed suit. Foul on the pull-down, the basket counts, plus an additional free throw. Did I commit a foul? Gasol protested. You're the one committing a crime, the referee shot back, silencing Gasol, who realized that further complaints could lead to a technical foul. This was the Spurs and Oppo's home court. Let us not forget who provided the evening and Oppo's sustenance. Popovich spread his arms in exasperation towards the referee, arguing that a rookie should not be receiving such leniency. The referee ignored him, signaling for the continuation of free throws. No call? Fine. A rookie? How many times has this happened? Don't you want to go home? The referee, unable to contain himself, finally issued a technical foul. Popovich was incensed, straightening up and pursuing the referee, ready to confront him. Assistant coaches rushed in to prevent any physical altercation, fearing the loss of their head coach would be even more detrimental. Don't forget, this is San Antonio. We are the hosts. Even as he was pulled back, Popovich continued his tirade. Known for his temper, this moment opened Dongfang Kang's eyes to the coach's volatility. It's no wonder Kawhi sought to part ways with such a fiery manner. However, Dongfang Kang would not fall for such antics. He recognized that throwing a fit wound and Amp. Oppo's alter the rhythm of the game. Such rudimentary tactics were beneath him. Dongfang Kang made both free throws, extending the lead to 12 points. The Twin Towers seemed to awaken, exploiting their height advantage to score consecutively within. In contrast, the Nets appeared reliant on Dongfang Kang, as the ball needed to pass through his hands to find success. Basketball is a five-man game, yet Dongfang Kang sought to accumulate assists for a potential triple-double, only to be thwarted by uncooperative teammates repeatedly missing their shots. As the game shifted dramatically in the final 3 minutes, the Spurs, through sheer determination, managed to equalize the score. At this juncture, Coach Atkinson called for a timeout to reconfigure their strategy. Upon returning to the court, Dongfang Kang entered a personal offensive mode. Mozgov set a screen, allowing him to break through the middle for a quick pull-up jumper. He then returned to defend against Gasol, forcing a turnover and executing a fast break slam dunk. In the span of just 2 minutes, Dongfang Kang dominated both ends, scoring 12 points in the quarter and pushing the total to 47. It was an exhilarating match, yet the Nets only led by 8 points. Would a miracle occur in the final minute? I sensed Popovich would not allow a Kang and Apos' moment of glory to unfold, as the potential for a comeback loomed large. Be careful not to get injured. The intensity is rising, and it's crucial to protect yourself, Yang Yi remarked, observing Popovich's simmering frustration. He likely intended to sabotage the game, recalling how Nash and Apos' downfall was precipitated by such tactics, which had denied the Suns a championship. Dongfang Kang glanced at the score, 105-97. 8 points was not a comfortable lead. 2 more three-pointers could seal the game. Hey, Dasha, Demo, get ready for a double screen. Leave the three-pointer to me. Without waiting for a response, he dashed toward Russell. Demo glared at Dasha, who quickly reassured him not to take offense. Tonight, he was on fire. And it was only fair to let him shine. As the ball arrived, it was indeed a double screen, and the game was in his hands. Trust me. You want to be the scapegoat, Dongfang Kang assured him, giving Russell a nudge before rushing toward Kawhi, enhancing his defensive attributes. He could now employ the relentless grip and maneuver around screens effortlessly. As he stepped forward to absorb Gasol and Apos' screen, ready to snatch the ball, Kawhi swiftly sidestepped, creating space for a jump shot. Such a beautiful step back. Of course, you cannot defend against me, Kawhi retorted sharply. Dongfang Kang remained silent, taking note of that offensive play. Upon returning, Kawhi unleashed his relentless grip on him, leaving Dongfang Kang with no escape. Screen, quickly, Dongfang Kang urged. Having run the baseline in vain as Demo failed to set the screen. Had they forgotten the three-point strategy? Not a chance. You think I'll set a screen for you, rookie? Are you taking this personally? You want me to set a screen for you? Are you out of your mind? Demo blatantly ignored him, cutting through the lane without providing a screen. Mozgov, come here. Dongfang Kang had no choice but to call on center Mozgov. Mozgov, showing some courtesy, obliged and set a solid screen. Dongfang Kang accelerated toward the baseline, using Mozgov and Apos' screen to carve out a sliver of space, catching the pass and releasing the shot. A critical three-pointer. Oh, how splendid. Chapter 24. Celestial Warrior. Before the celebration could commence, Kawhi turned and executed a step-back jumper, seamlessly sinking a two-pointer. Aaron and Apos, you afraid of my block? He challenged. No one has ever blocked me. Against you, one move suffices. In crucial moments, Kawhi and Apos' reliability is unwavering, igniting Yang Yi and Apos' fervor. What a thrilling duel. To compete against a top-tier small forward like Kawhi at such a decisive juncture, even in defeat. Kang can hold his head high. This moment reveals the enormity of Kang and Apos' heart. A player like him is a rare gem, perhaps only seen once in 50 years. Yang Yi nearly exclaimed that Kang should become the core of Chinese basketball, propelling them to conquer Asia and claim the world championship. Of course, De Wong was cautious not to exaggerate. After just a few games, he was wary of the potential backlash. As the game continued, Dongfang Kang sought another screen, but Green, displaying remarkable intellect, preemptively shifted to defend, denying him any opportunity. Upon recognizing the switch, Dongfang Kang decisively called for the ball to initiate a one-on-one. At this pivotal moment, Russell dared not hesitate, promptly passing the ball. From a 45-degree angle, Dongfang Kang faced Danny Green. Despite being a formidable scorer, Green and Apos' defensive skills were lackluster. Popovich would surely be incensed. Who permitted such a reckless switch? Kawhi, now agitated, wondered why there was no defensive strategy in place for this situation. With a series of between-the-legs dribbles, he sensed Green and Apos' unease. Suddenly accelerating, Green attempted to keep pace, just as it seemed he would catch up. Dongfang Kang executed a sudden stop, retreating, and with a graceful motion, released a three-pointer just beyond the arc. By the time Green realized what had transpired, the Nets and Apos' bench erupted in excitement. Kang. Crazy Kang. The exuberant teammates were completely captivated by the high-difficulty stop and step-back three-pointer, reminiscent of Harden's signature move. Popovich was now thoroughly enraged, hurling his clipboard and storming onto the court, vehemently pointing at Green. Dongfang Kang felt a pang of sympathy, fearing for Green and Apos' mental state. You should set me more screens. I can hit those threes, Dongfang Kang called out to Demo with a smile. Shut your mouth and give me the ball. I can score too, Demo retorted angrily. One might assume Demo was merely excited for Dongfang Kang's recent success. Do you honestly believe you can dominate the game? You can't even handle Gasol, How do you expect to shoot? Demo's face flushed as he glared at Dongfang Kang, prepared to unleash his fury upon the rookie. I've never coddled anyone in this game. If you can't perform, don't get upset. I'm not afraid to confront you either. Just as Demo was about to charge forward, Erha swiftly intervened, pulling Dongfang Kang back. Stay composed. I'll set you a screen for the three-pointer, he urged. Let's do it. If not, you can leave. Dongfang Kang shot back at Demo. In the live broadcast room, Yang Yi and his companion exchanged bewildered glances. Wasn't the Nets leading? Why was there infighting on the court? The director quickly cut away, shifting focus to Dongfang Kang's performance. Arteskin had long recognized Demo's discontent. Such a hot temper could hardly tolerate a rookie's commands. Yet, he was more intrigued to see if Dongfang Kang could withstand the pressure. The locker room was a small battlefield, and status was earned through effort. Alan, you take the 4 spot. We cannot allow Gasol to facilitate any further, Arteskin ordered, substituting Demo. This only deepened Demo's displeasure. However, in front of the head coach, he dared not act too brazenly, though a warning was still warranted. We should secure victory with stronger defense. Demo shouted angrily, throwing his towel to the ground, a clear display of dissatisfaction towards the coach, testing his understanding. Arteskin ignored him. Infighting was not an option. Securing the game came first, and Demo would have to face the consequences later. With 40 seconds remaining, they pressed hard, defending the paint and the perimeter to seal the game. I'll guard Kawhi. Everyone else spread out, Dongfang Kang declared as he re-entered the court. Russell furrowed his brow. Could he truly contain the stoic force of Kawhi? Well, you said it yourself. You'll bear the burden of that claim, he thought. On the sideline, Kawhi received the ball amidst Dongfang Kang's relentless pursuit. Attempting to create space with a sweeping move, Dongfang Kang clung to him, refusing to allow a shot. Gasol swiftly approached to set a screen. Time was of the essence, and a screen play was the quickest route to score. Hey, Kawhi shouted, raising his hand. But as he sensed danger, he flopped to the ground, feigning a foul. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a handcheck foul, awarding the Nets the ball. Oh, was that a phantom foul? Do you truly believe such theatrics? Dongfang Kang scoffed. The referee stood firm in his decision, instructing for the ball to be inbound. With a 12-point deficit, did they expect a miraculous comeback? Dongfang Kang clung to Kawhi, attempting to disrupt his offense, but his efforts proved futile. Kawhi, receiving the ball, executed a swift spin move, gliding towards the basket. What an elegant turn. It was as if he was traversing a tranquil morning street. Faced with incoming help defense, Kawhi instinctively opted for his signature scoring technique, a fadeaway jumper. Just as he leaped to his apex, a resounding slap descended from above, forcefully pinning him down. What a block. This pivotal rejection effectively concluded the match. De Wong clenched his fists in excitement, recalling Yao Ming's legendary block against Shaquille O'Neal, decisive and game-changing. With that miraculous block, Kang had done it. The Nets emerged victorious, and Dongfang Kang amassed an astounding 52 points. The rise of Chinese players was upon us. Kang was sensational, De Wong exclaimed in exhilaration, while Yang Yi nearly burst with excitement, quickly gesturing for calm as they continued to watch. As the match pressed on, Allen secured the rebound with just 20 seconds remaining. A 12-point gap rendered any opportunity futile. Arteskin signaled for a cessation of play. It was time to sound the retreat. Kawhi, still on the floor, covered his face with his hands, lost in thought about that monumental block. Popovich, watching from the sidelines, appeared utterly bewildered. Having witnessed the moments of glory before, he now found himself in the shadows of yet another miraculous performance. As the clock ran down, the Nets claimed victory on the road, and the entire team rushed the court to celebrate with Dongfang Kang. Kang, you are incredible. You're a warrior on the court. Our leader, take us to new heights. Dongfang Kang smiled humbly, unable to resist the cheers from his teammates. What a thrill it was to play with the basketball fire system. Chapter 25. Who fears a fight? The entire arena erupted as he scored an astonishing 52 points, once again setting a new personal season record, which also marked the highest score for the Brooklyn Nets this season. This performance could easily rival Stephen Curry's 50 points against the Knicks earlier this season. Even more impressive were the 12 rebounds, 11 assists, 8 steals, and 5 blocks. Are these statistics typical for a forward? Such a terrifying near quadruple-double. Numbers that even a magician could not conjure were achieved by an undrafted player, a Chinese athlete no less. How could one not be astounded? Mr. Number 10. How did you manage to achieve such near quadruple-double statistics? Asked Paul Galika, a Spurs beat reporter, with an unfriendly demeanor. Dongfang Kang sensed the underlying tone but did not understand how his high scoring had offended him. When playing away, one must remain low-key. The Spurs' overall defense was commendable. They delivered a high-quality game. I admire Coach Popovich and all the players here. This is Popovich's domain, and he would never allow an unknown player to leave with a smile. Scoring high. Does that show disrespect? Such remarks are incendiary. What does it mean to be an unknown player? Even if I have played well for just 2 games, is it necessary to voice such sentiments? Is that what you call respect? In the face of discrimination, Dongfang Kang was not about to hold back. If scoring high equates to a lack of respect, what about the legendary general who once scored 70 points to clinch the scoring title? You cannot compare yourself to the general. He was a cornerstone and core player for the Spurs in his time. How can you be so certain that I cannot become a core player for the Nets? Are you capable of predicting the future? Chinese players may not possess that caliber yet, but I wish to know if you believe I respect Popovich? Reporter. Let me be unequivocally clear. I respect everyone in the Spurs organization, including you. But if scoring high and winning equates to disrespect, does that mean every team visiting San Antonio must lose? With that, he elegantly tossed his head and departed. Paul, do you know what you were saying? The editor-in-chief of the San Antonio Sports Channel immediately called Paul, deeming the interview exceedingly foolish. Sir, I was merely defending our home team. This is San Antonio, and we will not tolerate any upstart and Oppo's arrogance. Your ignorance is astounding. Delete that interview at once. If it leaks, prepare for the consequences. In the locker room, Atkinson remained ashen-faced, showing no excitement for the victory, not even for Popovich. Dongfang Kang entered, sensing the somber atmosphere, which made him feel uneasy. This was odd. They had won, so why the stern expressions? His gaze landed on the head coach, who appeared desolate, even more so than after a defeat. Hey, Kang, you and Oppo's VE broken another record, the assistant coach said with a smile, approaching to congratulate him with a high five. This is a collective effort. Without the support of my coaches and teammates, victory would be impossible. Dongfang Kang modestly acknowledged, displaying emotional intelligence, which Atkinson could not help but admire in this Chinese player. Everyone, allow me a moment. Atkinson cleared his throat, rising to speak. First, I want to thank all my brothers for their hard work tonight. Without your relentless effort, we could not have secured this victory. Applause followed, and the atmosphere began to lighten. Dongfang Kang clapped, observing the expressions of everyone, feeling optimistic and excited. Russell remained focused, unhappy about losing his core role. When he caught sight of Damo glaring at him with fierce eyes, it was intimidating. Little brat, still daring to glare at me? Looking for trouble? Dongfang Kang resolutely elongated his face, gritting his teeth, exuding a determination to see it through to the end. Damo frowned, feeling a chill run down his spine. Goosebumps erupted on him. Something felt off. How could a Chinese player exude such ferocity? Realizing the situation was turning unfavorable, Damo quickly averted his gaze, obediently listening to the head coach and Oppo's instructions. To win a game at the Spurs and Oppo's home ground is an honor. Tonight and Oppo's MVP undoubtedly belongs to Kang. Let and Oppo's give a round of applause for Kang. The head coach led the applause, and the players naturally followed suit. Aside from Russell and Damo, who were displeased about losing their starting positions, the rest of the players were on board. An undrafted player on a 10-day contract, continuously breaking records and scoring high, such an inspirational story is hard not to admire. Is the head coach planning a celebration? It should indeed be a grand affair. Dongfang Kang nodded modestly to everyone, aware that they must continue to strive together. He was merely a supporting player. Based on recent performances, the starting small forward position undoubtedly belongs to Kang. In the next game against the Lakers, the starting lineup will remain unchanged. After announcing the starting 5 for the upcoming match, the head coach turned to Dongfang Kang and nodded. Kang, your performance has been explosive. I hope you can maintain it. In the next game, we must secure victory. When the Lakers are mentioned, the most vivid memory is of Lonzo Ball, a player promoted by LeVar Ball. With a peculiar shooting form and a physique reminiscent of the Monkey King, it is perplexing how the Lakers could be swayed by LeVar and Oppo's whims. Of course, the spotlight might also be on Russell, who recently transitioned from the Lakers to the Nets. Facing his former team, the narrative is rich, and the animosity is palpable, making it a hot topic for the media. As for the game, Dongfang Kang didn't and Oppo's think too much about it. Perhaps he could set another small record. With an excellent coaching staff, he believed victory was within reach. Dongfang Kang wore a humble smile. Tonight, rest well. Tomorrow morning, we head to Los Angeles for lunch. Let's go? Atkinson was not keen on wasting his players' rest time. Facing the Lakers, he felt no pressure. His current headache was negotiating Dongfang Kang's contract with Billy King. After the game against the Spurs, numerous eyes were on this promising talent, and action needed to be taken swiftly. "Hey, rookie, bring me 3 burgers and 2 steaks to my room," Damo shouted at Dongfang Kang. Surprised, Dongfang Kang turned to see no staff around, spreading his hands in astonishment. "Are there other rookies here?" Damo pointed fiercely, harboring a hint of provocation, testing whether he could intimidate him. Seeing Damo stepping up gave Dudley confidence. He stood up and shouted, "I want what Damo is having, delivered to my room. You have half an hour. Is this how you bully people? I'm a starting player now. Why should I run errands for you?" "Perfect. I want 3 steaks. You can bring them back, and I'll pay you double," Dongfang Kang smirked, crossing his arms as he approached Damo. Damo was taken aback, feeling the growing tension, unable to maintain his composure. Dudley thought Damo would stand up for him. But seeing Damo back down, he hurriedly made an excuse to leave. "Do you think a little money makes you special?" Damo quickly sought an escape. "If you and Oppos unhappy, then don't waste my practice time. It seems I need to teach you a lesson," Damo threatened. Seeing the confrontation escalating, Dongfang Kang relaxed his hands and clenched his fists. As a Chinese player, who could he fear? See you on the court. Chapter 26. This could truly fears not death. Dongfang Kang was on the verge of tears. Wasn't this the posture of a brawl? How had it suddenly turned into a showdown on the court? What a coward. Dongfang Kang silently scorned him. A court showdown? Did he intend to challenge me one-on-one? Damo was not primarily known for his basketball skills, but rather for the infamous wrestling match he had years later with Jokic. When Jokic's 2 boxing brothers set up the ring, the Morris brothers promptly backed down, obediently withdrawing. Kindness invites bullying. In the NBA, one must be tough, or else one might be perceived as an easy target. While he had shown toughness in a fight, a one-on-one showdown on the court seemed unnecessary. Although the basketball fire system possessed a strong gravitational pull, allowing one to enhance their combat value by challenging skilled opponents, Damo was merely a rotational player, clearly not in a position to elevate his combat value. Furthermore, having just scored high points, he was certain to attract attention. If he went out now to challenge a rotational player, was he attempting to ride on my coattails for attention? I can't be bothered with him. Having made up his mind, Dongfang Kang luxuriated in a warm bath. The relentless training over the past few days had taken its toll, even with the system in play. Just as he settled into the bathtub, the basketball fire system's blue screen appeared. "Congratulations, host has broken the record, combat value 50. What? A direct 50? This was going to be an explosive surge. How delightful. My attributes would surely improve further." With 3 consecutive victories, the host has successfully completed the probationary period. Prepare to face the test. There was still a probationary period? Dongfang Kang silently rejoiced at having won all 3 games. Otherwise, he would have been doomed. Glancing at the dialog box on the blue screen, he felt a twinge of anxiety. What would appear when he clicked the box? Besides various tasks, would there be an upgrade? The McGrady template for the probationary period was already formidable. If combined with other templates, wouldn't that mean instant supremacy? Thinking of this, Dongfang Kang couldn't help but chuckle. Choose to enter. Congratulations. Host has acquired the Basketball Fire Super Gift Package. Sponge Training. Sponge Training? What on earth is that? Sponge Training allows the acquisition of opponent's skills during confrontations, enhancing practical abilities. Isn't this the legendary star absorption technique? It feels somewhat reminiscent of martial arts. Accept Sponge Training. Step 1. Seek confrontation to improve resilience. Step 2. Challenge skilled opponents. Step 3. Transform on-site into combat power. Is it truly this simple to refine Sponge Training in just 3 steps? This seems a bit too easy for me. Skilled opponents. Curry, Durant. What? It's one thing to label them as skilled. Why name them specifically? The host must complete Sponge Training before progressing to the next item. Tasks are now being issued. Frog jumps 500. Sit-ups 500. Physical enhancement mission. Click to begin. What? 500 sit-ups? This is madness. Dongfang Kang was instantly overwhelmed. 500 frog jumps might be manageable, but 500 sit-ups? Was this even humanly possible? Didn't the basketball fire system allow for the selection of attributes to assist oneself? Why were the tasks becoming increasingly arduous? Confusion arose, and the blue screen promptly vanished. This wouldn't be a driver's rhythm, would it? Oh no, I must comply with the system's tasks. I haven't even enjoyed the pleasure of the bath. And now I must plunge back into grueling training. Sigh, having a system also means training. This is too arduous for me. Dressed in his gear, he arrived at the gym, only to be stopped at the entrance by an elderly man. Son, you can't go in anymore. We're about to close. Sir, please let me practice a little longer. You can't go in. It's the rule. The old man said as he began to shut the door, showing no regard for tonight's MVP. The Spurs team had such audacious operations. They wouldn't allow visiting players to train post-game without a court. He couldn't complete his tasks. If he failed tonight, would the system crash? Hey, kid, I'll take you in. Erha appeared at the entrance, calling out. Damo is still waiting outside for you. Tonight you can't escape. I don't want to face him one-on-one. It's not your call. You'd better go see him. I fear it will be tough for you otherwise. Dongfang Kang frowned, contemplating the sponge training the system had just issued. The first step was to seek confrontation. Basketball is inherently a confrontational sport, and he had been worried about finding a challenge. Wasn't Damo just perfect for that? What is a blessing may not be so, and what is a calamity cannot be avoided. Let us go. What did you say? Oh, it's just an old saying of ours. You wouldn't understand. Just take me there. Erha scratched his head, clearly not comprehending. The two soon arrived at the entrance of a university, where Erha greeted someone before heading straight for the gym. Dongfang Kang was no stranger to such universities, especially in the U.S., where students were exceptionally talented, capable of extraordinary feats. Upon entering, he immediately heard Damo's booming voice. Scrubs, if you can't play basketball, get out of here. Dongfang Kang frowned, unsure which unfortunate soul was being mercilessly bullied. Erha glanced at Dongfang Kang, shaking his head helplessly as he walked up. Damo, enough? Don't ruin the kid's basketball dreams. They don't deserve to play in the NBA. They should go back to studying and stop dreaming. Dongfang Kang. A somewhat familiar voice rang out. Dongfang Kang turned to see a boy with a small afro running over, followed by a group of students. Hey, Dongfang Kang, you're incredible, a massive triple-double, so inspirational. Trae Young? Dongfang Kang recognized him instantly, the self-proclaimed Little Curry. A hot topic this summer, especially as he showcased exceptional three-point shooting upon entering the league, even earning the title of mayor in New York. His gentlemanly bow to the audience had left a lasting impression on everyone, making this slender little player unforgettable. You know me? Trae Young nearly cried out in excitement. I'm a fan of yours now. A Kang. Can you teach me how to play? What? Is this really Trae Young? Upon entering the league, he was heralded as the best three-point shooter. Could he truly respect a mere undrafted player like me? I want to challenge you to a game. I believe I can take you down. Another slender child behind Trae Young boldly proclaimed. Moret? What kind of university is this, with so many future star players? I heard you were on fire tonight. I want to challenge you. Moret swaggered forward with crossed arms. Haha, Dongfang Kang laughed heartily. This kid was even bolder than Trae Young, always eager to take down opponents. Perhaps in the future, but could he manage it now? Get lost. I'll take him down first. Mo charged forward, pointing at Dongfang Kang, shouting, let me tell you, without the team to back you up, tonight you'll see my prowess. Enough. I'm not here to stir up trouble. You don't have the right to challenge me. What? Mo stepped forward, puffing out his chest, seemingly ready for a fight. Dongfang Kang met him head-on, grinding his teeth, his eyes wide as saucers. This kid truly fears not death? Chapter 27. I will fight back. Dongfang Kang turned to look at Trae Young and his companion. Both of these young talents are destined to become prominent figures in the future. If I challenge them, wouldn't that be the first step towards honing my skills? I look forward to competing with you. Dongfang Kang smiled at the two. Do you only bully children? Mo scoffed. Indeed. These little brats are easy to defeat and can satisfy you. Dongfang Kang almost retorted, recognizing the immense potential these two possess, as they are likely to be the core players of their respective teams in the future. Ignoring them now would only lead to regret later. If you're afraid, just say it out loud in front of everyone, and then buy me 3 hamburgers later. Mo was determined to take down Dongfang Kang. Erha quickly intervened. Mo, we're all brothers here. It's just a joke. No need to take it seriously. Why don't you go instead? Erha was bewildered. Mo was indeed bold, refusing to take the easy way out. Given this attitude, how could he possibly compete with Kang? Fine, since he insisted on showing off. Let him find out the hard way. Erha stepped back, and Dongfang Kang wasted no time. Let us make a bet. If I win, you won't trouble me anymore. Huh, this rookie dares to mention victory in front of me? Do you want to test my elbow? Mo replied. If you lose, you will run errands as I command. Dongfang Kang was a man of few words, and after laying down the wager, he began to warm up. After we finish this game, we can have a rematch. It's our dream. Trae Young remained modest, only wishing to face off against formidable opponents. No problem. I'd like to learn from you about three-pointers. Dongfang Kang chuckled, then glanced at the proud Morant. The boy's eyes were wide with the desire to defeat him. But unfortunately, he lacked the capability. You should try defeating him first. Morant coldly stepped aside, eager to witness the prowess of this talented player from Huaxia. Daimo could hardly contain his excitement, tossing the ball and declaring, "You can start first, rookie. How do we play?" The usual rules, 11 points, 2 dribbles. These rules were somewhat lenient. According to American street ball, one must shoot after a single dribble. In high-stakes matches, it's not merely about technique. The gaze alone can be deadly. Clearly, Daimo was feeling insecure, attempting to leverage his physicality to gain an advantage. Dongfang Kang decided to test his resilience, saying, "You can start. I fear you might not get another chance to attack." The rookie still pretended to be invincible, courting disaster. Daimo wasted no time, dribbling and faking left and right. Dongfang Kang remained still, seeking to gauge the level of confrontation, a mere test of strength. When Daimo could not shake him off, he resorted to brute force. As they collided, Dongfang Kang stood firm, feeling no impact whatsoever. "Why can't I move you?" "Try harder," Daimo grunted. But his efforts only resulted in him staggering back, nearly losing the ball. "Is that all you've got?" Dongfang Kang barely extended his hand, merely watching as Daimo's shot clanged off the rim. "Put some muscle into it. Come on, attack again." Dongfang Kang willingly passed the ball back, understanding that only through repeated contact would they truly reach a point of confrontation. "What? Is this how you play?" "This is my idol. He is so unique." "It's not uniqueness, it's arrogance." Morant was displeased with Dongfang Kang's bravado and planned to teach him a lesson after his turn was done. Daimo felt humiliated. Not only did he fail to score, but he was also being allowed to continue attacking. "Let us take him down." Daimo charged again, using his shoulder to forcefully make contact, this time with considerable strength. An ordinary person would likely have fallen, yet Dongfang Kang stood like a rock, retreating only half a step. Daimo was furious. What kind of sustenance had this kid consumed to be so resilient? As their gazes met, Dongfang Kang wore a smirk as if mocking Daimo. "You're too weak, apply more force. I'm not worried about breaking your ribs. If you break them, that's on me. Hit me harder." Daimo was embarrassed, standing in front of so many younger players, unsure how he could maintain his image as a tough competitor. He initiated with an elbow strike aimed sideways. "Is this basketball?" Upon seeing the flying elbow, Dongfang Kang did not retreat, instead shielding his chest with his arm. He felt the force but knew it was still insufficient. Just as Dongfang Kang was processing this, Daimo executed a swift underhand layup, scoring effortlessly. That was a beautiful low-post move, but that elbow. Trae Young worriedly glanced at Dongfang Kang, fearing for his safety. "Nice shot, but you need to improve your strength." Dongfang Kang moved up to defend again, but Daimo, undeterred, delivered 2 more elbow strikes, which Dongfang Kang expertly absorbed. Daimo took advantage of the situation and scored twice more. "Let us go again." After feeling the impact of the confrontation, Dongfang Kang simply raised his hands to block. After being thwarted with the third attempt, Dongfang Kang still refrained from attacking, allowing Daimo to continue. After 6 unsuccessful attempts, Daimo was panting heavily, sweat pouring down his face. Dongfang Kang spread his hands wide. "Is that all? Can you last a bit longer? I haven't even broken a sweat yet. You can't even move me. Do you wish to continue?" Dongfang Kang held the ball, exuding an air of supreme confidence. Daimo gritted his teeth in frustration, wishing to land a few punches on him. Yet, seeing Dongfang Kang appear completely unfazed made him doubt himself. How could this kid endure so much? If he were an ordinary person, one elbow strike would send him to the hospital. Was this kid's body made of iron? "I'll take him on." Morant stepped forward, having observed for a while, sensing that Dongfang Kang hadn't even unleashed his full potential. The audacity of youth was refreshing. Dongfang Kang gave a thumbs up, but shook his head, saying, "I'm looking for a challenge. Your speed is impressive, but your physicality is lacking. You're not my match. Short in stature, but with explosive power, I can handle you." Without waiting for Dongfang Kang's consent, Morant began dribbling, taking 3 steps before leaping for a one-handed dunk. The force of his leap sent shockwaves through the crowd, prompting even Daimo to step back in admiration. Truly, the future core of the Grizzlies. His slender frame concealed an explosive energy that astonished all. "Hey, put down your phones. Don't let this video leak. I fear it might hinder his future endeavors." Dongfang Kang laughed as he retreated a step behind the 3-point line, gesturing for Morant to give it a try. The arrogant Morant began showcasing his skills right in front of Dongfang Kang, executing various crossovers and between-the-legs moves. It was a slow waltz unfolding. Smack! Bang! Before Morant could react, Dongfang Kang had already delivered a powerful one-handed dunk. Real gameplay isn't about flair. Dongfang Kang extended his hands, leaving the spectators in awe. No one could discern how he had stolen the ball. Morant instantly became displeased, rolling up his pant legs and stepping closer to Dongfang Kang. "I'm going to block you. Kid, let me see how high you can really jump." With that, a flash of lightning erupted as he accelerated towards the basket. So fast. Trae Young watched in admiration as Dongfang Kang surged toward the hoop, embodying the very style of play he aspired to. Boom. A resounding two-handed slam echoed throughout the arena, leaving the players once again astonished. "Kid, the future belongs to you, but right now, you're not there yet. So, what is it going to be? Do you wish to continue?" Chapter 28. High attributes with Morant's temperament. How could he possibly let a challenge slip away easily? The game was not yet over, yet your confidence in victory is remarkable. Very well, allow me to impart some wisdom on how to play the game. Dongfang Kang initiated the play, executing a swift change of direction to break through from the right. His towering height eclipsed Morant by a significant margin, enabling him to dominate offensively merely through stature. I am a player of finesse. I shall never resort to bullying others with my height. With a sudden stop, Morant lost his balance and, attempting to pivot for defense, found his footing slipping beneath him, leading him to a graceless fall. "Is this all you have?" Dongfang Kang shook his head in exasperation, effortlessly scoring a layup. Once more, Morant, feeling indignant, pounded the floor like an enraged lion charging forth. Trae Young observed in silence. Perplexed by this young man and Oppo's stubbornness, despite knowing he could not win, he still charged ahead, inviting his own disappointment. But that is Morant for you, a small stature with an indomitable spirit. The outcome was straightforward. Dongfang Kang denied him any opportunity, showcasing an array of dazzling dribbling moves that left the audience in awe. The final shot? A breathtaking long-range three-pointer to conclude the match. "You have gone too far. You ought to have given the young one a chance to score." The audience was wholly captivated by Dongfang Kang's individual performance. "I have never seen him exhibit such a repertoire of skills. Is this the mystique of a Chinese player?" Hey, Morant, remember not to be disheartened by temporary setbacks. You are exceptional, and the NBA will surely come to know your name. Dongfang Kang took a moment to console him, subtly hinting at the future. Morant appeared unyielding. Yet deep down, he held a profound respect for Dongfang Kang's abilities. Both in scoring and defense, he is among the league's elite. However, he could not fathom why such a talented player was merely a temporary addition. "I look forward to our next encounter. I shall surely surpass you. Good lad. I await your challenge." Dongfang Kang exchanged a high five and embraced him, feeling he had fulfilled his duty. As for the competition, today I owe thanks to Morant and Oppo's relentless energy. It seems future training sessions will require me to match up against him. "Gentlemen, I am about to commence training. You are free to rest, for we have classes tomorrow." With that, Dongfang Kang set down his backpack and dove into frog jumps. "Hey, Harris, does he do this every day?" Morant approached the audience, noting that it was already past 11 in the evening. "Shouldn't they be at a nightclub or something?" He joined midway. "I cannot speak to how he was before, but he has been like this lately. Keep pushing, young man." Harris began practicing three-pointers, recognizing the need for additional training after struggling with his shooting lately. NBA players exert such effort. We have no reason not to do the same. "Come on, brothers, let us practice hard." Trae Young led the charge, and the gym was once again filled with sweat and determination. Observing the students still training at such a late hour, Dongfang Kang felt a surge of admiration. Why are American college students so formidable? The answer lies within this very scene. After completing 500 frog jumps, Dongfang Kang's legs trembled uncontrollably. His shirt was soaked with sweat, feeling more exhausting than running 50,000 meters. "Is this modest training too much for me?" Morant, watching intently, noted that his stamina was severely lacking. "Oh no, this kid has set his sights on me. Is it merely training that requires a measure of superiority?" Indeed. Morant seized the ball and began frog jumping, a look of disdain etched across his face. "You little brat, how can you claim superiority when I am right here?" After catching his breath, he resumed the shuttle runs. "Just a few hundred, no need for Morant to scrutinize me." When it comes to competition, Dongfang Kang was equally relentless, sprinting all the way through without faltering. His face flushed, he could feel his heart racing against his chest. Gritting his teeth, he glanced at Morant. Panting Morant had long since collapsed on the ground, limbs sprawled out in complete surrender. You think you can challenge me? You are still too green. Dongfang Kang wiped the sweat from his brow, teasing him as he took a sip of water. Can you still speak? No, I cannot. Morant waved his hand without opening his eyes, having encountered rigorous training for the first time. If this continues, I might not survive. It is good for young people to have ambition, but do not blindly follow the crowd. Play in your own style, and the future will be yours. Dongfang Kang preferred not to divulge too much, finishing his drink and departing the gym with an air of nonchalance. Kang, what are your plans for the next game? At the hotel entrance, Harris sought to gauge his thoughts. Exhausted, Dongfang Kang had not considered how he would fare in the upcoming match. Resting was his priority. We shall see tomorrow. With that, he pushed open the door and collapsed into bed. Congratulations, host completed 2 tasks overnight. Combat value 20. The appearance of the blue screen reinvigorated Dongfang Kang. Is the sponge upgrade just 1 step away? He could hardly believe the rapid completion of the challenge. Feeling little to no impact. If that is the case, does completing tasks swiftly yield combat value rewards? Remarkable, today has been incredibly fruitful. Upon examining the blue screen again, he noticed numerous skills yet to be unlocked. Sponge upgrade was merely one among many. Tasks must be completed sequentially, and until the final task is achieved. New tasks remain locked. However, attributes can still be electrified. It is quite advantageous to recharge attributes with combat value, with experience in 3-point shooting and defensive attributes already acquired. It is time to enhance his defense. The Spurs' defense is not particularly robust. Without the template of McGrady, they would struggle against Kawhi. In the upcoming match against the Lakers, the enigmatic Ingram, often dubbed Little Durant, possesses superior physical and offensive gifts compared to Dongfang Kang. His only advantage lies in the Lakers' current disarray, lacking a central figure. Yet for himself, even amidst chaos, he could not afford to slacken his efforts. Thus, he decided to bolster his defensive attributes. Defensive attribute, 90 what? The defensive attribute, is this formidable? It requires 90 combat value, with the maximum being 100. Checking his combat value, he barely accumulated 80 points, needing an additional 10 for recharging, not to mention the conversion for combat power. Is that feasible? In basketball, scoring and defense stand out as paramount qualities. Many NBA teams are built on a foundation of defense. The Spurs' championship victories exemplify this principle. The system's emphasis on recharging points underscores the significance of defense. One must be willing to sacrifice to seize victory. Let us proceed. Reluctantly, Dongfang Kang expended all 80 points. The attributes still require a touch more. He would have to return for another attempt. Congratulations, host recharge successful. You are already a master at 80 proficiency. Host has 2 games left to complete the sponge upgrade. Important reminder. Dongfang Kang took a deep breath, wondering if he could accomplish the task against the Lakers. Contingent upon Ingram's performance. The following morning, upon arriving at the hotel entrance, he found Morant already drenched in sweat, glaring at him with fierce determination. What? Have you secretly improved? Do you still wish to maintain your starting position? Arteskin approached with a smile. Is Morant vying for a starting spot? Haha. Chapter 29. Establishing the core. Wasn't Mo supposed to play the 4th position? What does it have to do with his own forwards? Why is he vying for a starting spot? Dongfang Kang could not fathom Mo's unusual behavior. Why not relish the perfectly good 4th position instead of competing with himself? Moreover, could he even win this contest? Just then, he caught sight of Mo and Dudley whispering together, occasionally casting glances in his direction. What on earth were these 2 schemers plotting? It was wise to remain cautious. After a 3-hour journey, they returned to the hotel. Most players chose to catch some more sleep before the afternoon training session, as the match was scheduled for the following evening. Upon arriving in Los Angeles, it was a given that they would take a trip to Hollywood, and Dongfang Kang seized this opportunity without hesitation. Meanwhile, the coaching staff remained focused, with Arteskin contemplating the tactics for the next game, particularly the adjustments needed for Dongfang Kang's current tactical framework. Establishing a core early on could yield results sooner. A 3-game winning streak had already become the longest of the season. Whether they could extend the streak seemed to hinge on Dongfang Kang's performance. Gentlemen, with this 3-game victory, I believe we can achieve even more consecutive wins. With a record of 25 wins and 28 losses, they were still clinging to the fringes of the playoffs in the Eastern Conference, where competition was less fierce compared to the West, leading to a relatively lighter pressure of victories and defeats. Arteskin recognized the glimmer of hope in reaching the playoffs, prompting him to convene this coaching meeting in Los Angeles. Is the head coach looking to make a splash in the playoffs? Strength and conditioning coach Smith's demeanor was serious if they were to make an impact in the playoffs. Changes in conditioning training were imperative. The rest of the attendees sensed our Tuscans' gravity. They had initially expected a lackluster season, but were surprised by this unexpected triumphant streak. Our Tuscan scanned the room, setting down the data report in his hand. Let's first take a look at these statistics. This encapsulates all the data from the first half of the season: win-loss records, average points scored and allowed, defensive ratios, and so forth. Numbers do not lie. Before Dongfang Kang's arrival, our scoring rank was 25th in the league, with an average of 115 points allowed, placing us at 24th. Our Tuscan shook his head, realizing how incompetent he had been as a coach. In 3 games, they averaged 66 points, achieving a 3-game winning streak while limiting opponents to under 100 points, a significant uptick in defensive performance. This was the underlying reason for their success. The conditioning coach had long recognized the energy Dongfang Kang had infused into the team. The previously lethargic defense had become invigorated, particularly in their collaborative efforts. Overall, leading with defense to spark offense was precisely the transformation the team urgently needed. Our Tuscan's eyes sparkled as he proclaimed, "The playoffs are within reach. But we must consider what actions to undertake once we arrive." His words seemed to lack conviction, as no one truly believed this statement. However, the landscape had shifted with Dongfang Kang's presence. It was time to recalibrate their approach and solidify Dongfang Kang's position as the core. The coaching staff meeting continued until 3 in the afternoon. Our Tuscan felt it was insufficient. Although the tactics were under his control, Dongfang Kang still belonged entirely to the Nets. It was crucial to re-establish contact with his agent. "Hello, Ms. Xiaofang." Our Tuscan recalled her number, remembering that she had contacted him previously to discuss the next contract. "Hello, Coach. I'm pleased to hear from you. Have you managed to settle things with your general manager?" Xiaofang had previously made her demands clear, a substantial 2-year contract, with the second year being a player option. As an agent, her objective was to maximize her client's value. A win-win situation was desirable, as no one would refuse a lucrative offer. Our Tuscan wished he could immediately extend a $10 million deal, even if it were for just a year. However, the frustrating part was that Billy King was in no rush and preferred to wait. "Ms. Xiao, I wish to inform you that the coaching staff has decided to restructure around a Kang as the core. Thus, you need not worry about the contract situation." This was good news. The Nets' decision was indeed the correct one. Yet, it did not guarantee Dongfang Kang's retention. "Coach, I am delighted that you recognize a Kang's worth. He certainly deserves this consideration. However, you still need to prioritize the contract negotiations. Rest assured, we will present the most sincere offer possible." After concluding the call, our Tuscan's expression was far from joyful. Was Billy King truly not anxious? Should he bypass him and approach the owner directly? Unfortunately, the current owner was preoccupied with other matters. Even though Mr. Tsai intended to acquire the team entirely, it had not yet been finalized. With only a week remaining, he could only focus on completing the away games before seeking an audience with Mr. Tsai. The match against the Lakers proceeded as scheduled. Compared to the Spurs, the 2018 Lakers could be considered lackluster. Since Kobe's retirement, the team had not seen glory again. Of course, Magic Johnson had lured the young king, LeBron James, with his charisma, leading them to a championship, but it was merely a fleeting moment. In the 3rd season, they were eliminated in the first round, and in 2021, they did not even make the playoffs, especially after Westbrook joined the team, a sight to behold. In the first quarter, Dongfang Kang entered as a starter, directly matching up against Ingram. While his defensive attributes were not fully maximized, he had no issues against the rookie. He held Ingram scoreless, with 3 turnovers and a negative plus-minus of -15. In contrast, Dongfang Kang excelled with 10 points, 5 assists, and 2 steals in the quarter, filling the stat sheet. They led 25-18 as they entered the second quarter. During the rotation, the substitutes took the floor, engaging in back-and-forth exchanges with shots clanging off the rim. It was as if both teams had agreed that whoever scored first would be the underdog. The coaches, unable to bear the spectacle, reinserted the starters, igniting another fierce battle. Both teams were caught in a youthful frenzy, with the outcome hinging on who could outdo the other. Claiming the title of Jordan, Clark took control of the game, exploding for 8 points and nearly turning the tide. Fortunately, Dongfang Kang secured the game with 2 timely 3-pointers, concluding the first half. Scoring high points was not a daunting task. As Jordan once remarked, "If I score 10 points each quarter, that's 40 points. Indeed, it was hardly a challenge. Luke Walton, the youngest coach of the Lakers and a former top assistant for the Warriors, returned to the locker room and swiftly outlined a plan to contain Dongfang Kang. Even if Ingram did not score, they could not allow Dongfang Kang to dominate the game. Our Tuscan anticipated Walton's forthcoming strategy, continually reminding Dongfang Kang to distribute the ball when faced with double teams. Dongfang Kang complied, but the greatest adversary on the court was not the opponent, but rather his uncooperative teammates. As the third quarter commenced, they missed several shots in succession. Opportunities for 4 assists evaporated without a trace. Something had to change. It was time to take matters into his own hands. Chapter 30. Get lost. The outcome was predictable. Under the cover of 2 players, they managed to hit 2 more three-pointers. The Lakers' defense was utterly abysmal. It's not that Walton, a celebrated coach instrumental in the Warriors' championship, could salvage the Lakers even if Kerr were to step in. Things were even worse for Ingram, who, by the end of the third quarter, could barely muster 4 points from free throws, having missed every shot during gameplay, yet he still had the highest number of attempts on the team. This is precisely why the Lakers were keen on trading him for Anthony Davis. Immediate performance trumps potential, especially under LeBron's guidance, as they sought the swiftest route to a championship. By the fourth quarter, with a 20-point lead, the atmosphere on the Nets bench soared, filled with laughter and cheer. Walton, however, wore a grimace, struggling to comprehend how he found himself outmatched by someone whose name he could hardly recall. In that moment, he longed for the Warriors, reminiscing about the sharpshooting of the Splash Brothers. A 20-point lead was nothing. It could quickly evaporate with a few three-pointers. But glancing at his own roster, featuring the second overall pick Ingram, the second overall pick Ball, and the reckless Randall, Walton could only shake his head in resignation. Who could perform well with these cards? Accepting failure as a reality was the only way to progress further. The last 4 minutes devolved into garbage time, and Dongfang Kang didn't get a chance to shine during this period. The game concluded with a score of 115-98. Marking the Nets' 4th consecutive victory and the Lakers' 5th straight defeat, relegating them to the bottom tier of the Western Conference. In the broadcast booth, the legendary Shaquille O'Neal was visibly upset, banging the table in frustration, declaring he had never witnessed such a pathetic Lakers team. Magic Johnson needs to take action instead of relying on 2 second overall picks to win games. This is the worst team in 50 years. I believe Magic should resign. Charles Barkley agreed, stating that tonight's game was hardly worth airing, dominated solely by Dongfang Kang's individual performance. Meanwhile, American commentator Yang E awkwardly remarked, "Oh, this is a team with history. No team can remain great indefinitely. They need time. LeBron is already quite close." Everyone knew that the Lakers hired Magic Johnson as general manager primarily to accommodate LeBron. As the most formidable player on the planet, no one knew when LeBron would age. Even at 36, he still averaged 25.6 points per game. Was that what one would call aging? The Lakers' plan was astutely crafted, as Magic successfully secured LeBron before his departure, restoring the glory of the Purple and Gold dynasty. However, the subsequent narrative took a melodramatic turn. On the court, after giving high fives to his teammates, Dongfang Kang stood at center court to share his thoughts. "Brothers, we've achieved a 4-game winning streak. Today is a special day as we triumphed over the Lakers, a great team. Our goals remain unchanged, the playoffs and the championship. Let us push forward." When it came to the playoffs, Era was the most enthusiastic member. As the longest-tenured player on the Nets, he was determined to inspire the team with his spirit. Yet, he understood his limitations. He was only suited for a starting position, contributing a few three-pointers to fulfill his role. To secure victory, they would rely on Dongfang Kang. However, Era was concerned about how long the management intended to wait. Russell was dissatisfied. This game was supposed to be a showdown against his former team, where he should have been the star. Yet, he was overshadowed by Dongfang Kang, who not only scored the highest points of the night with 25 but also rendered Ingram ineffective on defense. Such a performance was bound to make him the darling of the Los Angeles media, while his own achievements seemed to pale in comparison. To make matters worse, he had to give a post-game speech. What was this? Did he truly consider himself the team leader? No, he needed to have a word with the head coach. Ignoring the customary pleasantries with old teammates, he headed straight to the locker room. Ingram remarked, "Hold on, didn't I lose? Did you forget about me just because you won?" Russell replied, "The leader's position is yours. I want to be the leader too." Ingram retorted, "Come on. With those antics in the locker room, who would dare recognize you as the leader?" Russell snapped back, "Shut up. Don't bring up the past. It makes me sad." Dongfang Kang noticed Russell's distress. He could empathize with his predicament, but shouldn't his performance speak for itself on the court? In the locker room, Atkinson delivered an impassioned speech. not just for the night, but as a rallying cry for the upcoming game. Next, they were set to fly to Golden State to face the Warriors. The five-star team often hailed as the greatest on earth. Riding the momentum of a 4-game winning streak, further encouragement might just inspire these young players to achieve something remarkable. If they could defeat the Warriors, the Nets would surely stir up a storm in the Eastern Conference. Most importantly, Atkinson wanted to demonstrate his coaching abilities to secure his position. To defeat the Warriors, morale was one aspect, but talent was essential. With this young team, they could easily be reduced to mere remnants by the Warriors. Yet, Atkinson held a trump card. With Dongfang Kang on the team, their chances of winning significantly increased. He was willing to take the plunge for a shot at victory. As the speech concluded, everyone was energized, believing they could engage in a fierce battle against the Warriors the next day. As the players gradually left, Dongfang Kang was already back in training. Preparing for the away game, Russell approached Atkinson's door, ready to knock when he heard a woman's voice from inside. What the hell? Russell was taken aback, glancing around to ensure no one was watching. Had he misheard? Was there a woman in the head coach's room? That seemed implausible. Atkinson had an earnest demeanor and wouldn't violate team regulations. Yet, the unmistakable sounds continued, tinged with excitement. Unable to contain his curiosity, Russell cautiously leaned in to listen. No, you can't do that. The woman's voice sent Russell into a panic. Could it be that the head coach was indeed breaking the rules? Indulging in some frivolity with a woman while on the road? Hey, you can't do that. I want to allow this. He knocked on the door, resolute in preventing any impropriety from occurring. The door swung open to reveal a stern face. Do you need something? Coach, is this appropriate? If you can't handle the solitude, you could always hit the nightclub. I can take you. What did you say? Nightclub? I understand your feelings as a man. You can't let loneliness lead to a breach of team discipline. You are still the head coach. Russell felt he had caught the coach off guard, seizing the opportunity to discuss the leadership dynamics on the team. What are you talking about? Xiaofang, who had rushed to the door, was displeased to find Russell there, irritated at encountering this dim-witted player. Is this guy really from Huaxia? Coach, your taste is a bit peculiar. Haha. Shut your mouth. Miss Xiao is Dongfang Kang's agent, and we are discussing his retention on the team. Now get lost. Agent. Chapter 31. The Lakers recruit Russell. At that moment, Russell wanted nothing more than to slap himself, his face burning with embarrassment. Yes, I apologize, he repeatedly insisted as he turned to leave, slamming the door behind him. Yet, wasn't he here to discuss matters concerning the team? Wasn't this fortuitous? He turned back and knocked on the door, calling out, Coach, I need to speak with you. It's important. As the door opened again, Xiaofang prepared to depart. If negotiations faltered, she would have to meet with the next team waiting for her. Miss Xiao, I will finalize the contract. You needn't oppose. Worry, came the reply. I am at ease, for your manager is unervingly composed, so composed that it is hard for me to accept. Xiaofang headed straight to the Los Angeles office, where Magic Johnson was already in a heated discussion with Dongfang Kang. Can it wait until tomorrow? I'm in the midst of something, Arteskin complained, lacking the inclination to discuss team matters. I believe I can become the steadfast core of this team. Tomorrow's game? I have a strategy to secure victory. Russell and Oppo's confidence made Arteskin feel nauseous. Could he truly win against the five-star Warriors? Of course, it was not entirely impossible. Competitive sports are influenced by numerous factors. However, could one individual's performance truly sway the outcome for five? All right, let me hear your decision. Los Angeles remained ablaze with lights. Even with the Lakers' loss, the vibrant nightlife of the city was undeterred. As the saying goes, the world continues to turn despite the absence of any one individual. At this moment, in the arena's office, Magic was enjoying coffee with Kobe, a brew of the finest quality, personally prepared by Magic himself. Although retired, Kobe had never truly departed from basketball, his short films garnering accolades in Hollywood. He was the only basketball superstar to transition from 5 championships to 6, leaving an unparalleled legacy in China. Team owner Jeannie Buss entered, a woman nearing 50, yet maintaining the vitality of someone in her 30s, exuding charm in her alluring attire. Hey, Bryant, thank you for coming over so late. You will always be our totem, Jeannie expressed, enveloping him in a warm embrace. Kobe responded with a gentlemanly hug, his expression turning serious as he pointed to the game playing on the television. He had thoroughly examined Dongfang Kang upon receiving Magic's notification. From both a technical and physical standpoint, the player was of elite caliber, his physical gifts even surpassing Kobe's own, and assuredly eclipsing those of McGrady. Only McGrady had ever posed a challenge to Kobe, And now this young talent had surpassed him, holding limitless potential. It was perplexing, however, that he was merely a benchwarmer. Magic, are you sure he doesn't even have a formal contract? Kobe questioned, still struggling to believe the situation. Such talent could not possibly be overlooked by the Nets. One moment, Magic said, pulling out his phone to call Xiao Fong, hoping she could arrive promptly. Genie Bus. Receiving such news was incredulous but trusted Magic's judgment as general manager. She was eager to personally recruit this exceptional player, not only to enhance the team's performance but also to bridge connections with China. The arrival of Yao Ming had significantly increased the NBA's market value in China, with Houston reaping immense profits. To capitalize on commercial potential, Genie had already brought in Space Jam at the season's start, believing it would catapult the Lakers back to prominence. However, after disappointment, she had not given up hope. The emergence of Dongfang Kang reignited her ambitions, and she sought Kobe's assistance in persuading the player to join. Kobe, you are well aware of the team's situation. I want him to rescue the Lakers and become a player as great as you, Genie implored, to which Kobe nodded earnestly. If that is the case, he may surpass even me. Genie, how can I assist? Kobe inquired. Join us in our appeal, with your stature. I am confident he will agree. Genie leveraged Kobe's influence, and Magic had already laid out a plan to secure an agreement with LeBron James as a free agent following the season. With LeBron, Anthony Davis, and Dongfang Kang, the new trio of superstars, success for the Lakers was almost guaranteed. Furthermore, in a city like Los Angeles, a championship would yield astounding economic benefits, thus justifying significant investment. Kobe understood this well, yet he pondered whether Dongfang Kang would be willing to play second fiddle to LeBron. Chinese players are known for their loyalty. Yao Ming's steadfastness had previously prevented him from joining the Lakers. Otherwise, Kobe might have more than just 5 championship rings. Currently, Dongfang Kang was highly sought after, and Kobe feared that even his presence might not wield decisive influence. From my understanding of Chinese players, recruitment is challenging. However, he quickly added, when can we meet him? Perhaps I could persuade him. Oh, he is currently practicing at our home court, Magic replied with a smile. This kid has tenacity. He stayed to practice even after winning, very much your style. Without delay, let us go meet him. I have also scheduled a meeting with his agent. Let's South head to the court, Kobe said. In the arena, staff members stood nearby, their memories evoked by the sight before them. They were reminded of Kobe, who had always been the first to arrive and the last to leave the court, a relentless training fanatic. Few in the league could match his obsessive dedication. With Kobe's retirement, such scenes had become rare, and the familiarity brought a sense of nostalgia, as if the legend himself had returned. Hey, Mr. Lewis. Long time no see. How have you been? A familiar voice called from behind. The elderly Lewis turned in surprise, nearly moved to tears upon seeing Kobe. Oh, Mr. Bryant. You have truly made my day, he exclaimed, embracing Kobe warmly. Bryant. Dongfang Kang paused in his practice, the name resonating within him. Indeed, there could be no other Bryant in the world, especially not in Los Angeles. No, it can't be. Kobe is not. Realization dawned upon Dongfang Kang as he comprehended the present year, 2018. Nothing had changed. Kobe remained Kobe, and in 2019, he would even go to China as a spokesperson for the Basketball World Cup. Yes, it must be Kobe. He didn't see me tonight at Staples but has come specifically to see me? Excitement surged within him as he turned to see a familiar figure greeting others at the entrance. Kobe. Is it truly Kobe? Chapter 32. Kobe personally reaches out. Dongfang Kang could hardly contain his excitement as he rushed forward. It was Kobe, after all. Had it not been for his extraordinary journey through time, he would never have had the chance to meet Kobe in this lifetime. Standing before him, his eyes glistening with disbelief, Dongfang Kang confirmed that it was indeed Kobe. Though he had gained weight and sported a beard, the fierce determination in his eyes remained unchanged. With a hearty laugh, Kobe stepped forward to embrace Dongfang Kang. Despite it being their first meeting, it felt as though they were old friends reunited after a long separation. It was surreal. Dongfang Kang had thought he would never see Kobe again. A dream he had never dared to entertain had come true. That winter, a chilling news had shattered the hearts of millions of fans, marking the end of Kobe's illustrious career. Hello, everyone. Miss Xiao Fong, you finally arrived. How wonderful. The Magic Man quickly greeted Xiao Fong, whose arrival interrupted Dongfang Kang's moment of overwhelming emotion. With red-rimmed eyes, he still struggled to believe this was reality. Look at you. So pathetic. Why are you crying upon seeing Kobe? Xiao Fong teased as she pulled Dongfang Kang aside, then quickly produced a pen with a smile, saying, "Mr. Bryant, could I trouble you for an autograph?" Dongfang Kang nearly choked. Just moments ago, she was scolding him, and now she transformed into a starstruck admirer. How swiftly a woman's demeanor can change. Kobe readily signed his name and posed for a photograph, embodying the notion of courtesy before business. "All right, let us discuss serious matters," Kobe said, gesturing for them to sit. "I believe it would be more romantic to find a Chinese restaurant and talk over a meal." There is no need. Just being able to meet Kobe is overwhelming. "I wish I could learn a few moves right now," Dongfang Kang exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. With ample opportunities ahead, Kobe continued. "We're here to discuss the future of the Lakers, and of course, you are our core." The notion of being the core of the Lakers dawned on Dongfang Kang, realizing they had already set their sights on him. Yet, the Lakers were not his ideal choice, considering the tactics, environment, and even the coach's style. Furthermore, the Lakers were LeBron's team for the foreseeable future. Despite their struggles, the star power of the Lakers continued to attract significant attention. One aspect that left him discontented was Walton's attitude. When Spacey joined the Lakers, he proclaimed it was for tactical positioning. But it was evident to all that it was merely a blatant economic maneuver. Before the regular season even commenced, Jianlian had announced his return to China. The Lakers' actions had hurt countless fans from China, including Dongfang Kang. Were it not for Kobe, he would have no desire to engage with them. "Mr. Bryant, when you refer to core, do you mean the foundational player for the Lakers' future?" Xiaofang interjected, her business acumen shining through. The discussions with the Magic Man had made it clear that the term core needed to be defined in terms of tactical positioning and contract negotiations. No core player assumes a low contract while delivering superstar-level performance. "Indeed, I mean the foundational player, akin to my role in the team during my prime," Kobe responded resolutely. While Jordan may have misjudged by selecting the lackluster Brown as a top pick, Kobe was not one to make hasty decisions. Before the Celtics drafted Tatum, he had strongly recommended that management secure him. Unfortunately, they had ignored his wise counsel. Dongfang Kang appreciated Kobe's trust, but understood that the role of the Lakers core was far from simple. Even a superstar like Kobe faced relentless scrutiny from the media. His heart couldn't bear the pressure, nor did he have time to engage with the press. "As for the Lakers, they are not within my current considerations," Dongfang Kang stated firmly. "I can assure you about the tactical positioning. What I truly wish to know is the offer you propose." Xiaofang stepped decisively into the contract discussion. $10 million, the Magic Man replied without hesitation. "We can offer a 3-year, $30 million contract, with an option to renegotiate in the 4th year." $10 million was an astronomical figure for a bench player. The Lakers were demonstrating significant sincerity, presenting a 3-year contract that was hard to refuse. "Mr. General Manager, while the contract is indeed generous, it is still insufficient for Kong," Xiaofang argued. She had calculated that, given the current salary cap, the Lakers had at least $30 million to work with. Even with LeBron as their target for the following summer, they could maneuver through trades and draft picks. In essence, her client deserved more than just $10 million. A scoring average of 38.25 warranted a $30 million valuation. Did it not? She presented the statistics, highlighting his impressive rebounding, assists, blocks, and steals, all of which reflected all-star caliber performance. "Mr. General Manager, numbers do not lie. The asking price was a bit outrageous, and the Magic Man had indeed studied those figures. If these were the stats of a third-year player, they would undoubtedly justify a $30 million contract. However, for a bench player who had only participated in 4 games, even extraordinary statistics could not command such a sum." This is negotiable. "The player and Oppo's tactical position is crucial," Dongfang Kang interrupted. "Mr. Bryant, Mr. General Manager, Miss Jeannie, I don't wish to rush into contract discussions. My focus is solely on performing well. But this contract is about to expire. We can finalize it now, and you can join the Lakers immediately, unless you're unwilling." The general manager misunderstood. Nobody on earth would refuse to play for the Lakers. Yet, Dongfang Kang did not want to divide his attention. He nodded toward Kobe. "Mr. Bryant, I am honored to receive your endorsement. Compared to contracts, I am more eager to accept your specialized training." That's a simple matter. "As long as you join the Lakers, I will ensure you lead the team to victories at every home game." Kobe's tempting offer was hard to resist. Dongfang Kang was tempted to agree immediately, ready to accept Kobe's special training. However, times had changed, with the basketball fire system at his disposal. He could dominate the league even without Kobe's guidance. "I believe such a scenario will materialize. Upon returning, I will contemplate this thoroughly. You can respond to us now. We can agree and focus on your specialized training afterward. Genie Bus was eager for Dongfang Kang to sign immediately, hoping for an announcement the following day. Miss Genie, I find this quite amusing. I will continue to consider the Lakers. Tomorrow, I have a game against the Golden State Warriors. Defeating them would be a tremendous honor. Dongfang Kang clearly hesitated to waste time, prompting Xiaofang to relent. The Magic Man shrugged, dissatisfied with the meeting's outcome. As expected, this opportunity was rare and could only be pondered upon returning home. All right, I believe you possess the capability to overcome the Warriors. Kang, maintain your fighting spirit. The Lakers need you, and basketball needs you even more. Kobe imparted a lesson in character to Dongfang Kang, though regrettably, they could not compete on the court. Chapter 33, Confronting the Five-Star Warriors. The Golden State Warriors, famously dubbed the Universe Warriors, have captivated the globe since Steve Kerr assumed the role of head coach, igniting a frenzy for the death lineup. The courts are now awash with a deluge of three-pointers, and myriad players imitate Stephen Curry's signature moves. Even our Chinese league has felt the ripple effects. The 9-time champions, Guangdong Hongyuan, have swiftly adopted a small ball strategy, emphasizing speed, precision, and ruthlessness, leading them directly to the championship. As Dongfang Kang arrived at the Warriors' home arena, he was greeted with the true essence of star treatment before even entering the venue. In the Chinese community, posters of Dongfang Kang were prominently displayed. The number 10 player from the Nets was surrounded by fans clamoring for autographs. Ah Kang, you are phenomenal. You are our pride, the pride of China. Come join us in Golden State and team up with Curry and Durant to seize another championship. Dongfang Kang almost succumbed to laughter. He could tolerate all forms of praise, but joining the Warriors was out of the question. Not even Kobe Bryant had managed to persuade him the previous night, let alone Curry and Durant. He graciously obliged the fans' request for signatures. After various pregame ceremonies, he was already drenched in sweat from his 2-hour training session, arriving even earlier than Curry and Durant. The pregame drills had already been acknowledged among the players. Yet Dongfang Kang was still relatively unknown. Not only did Curry not acknowledge him, but even Andre Iguodala had hardly paid him any mind. As the game commenced, Dongfang Kang took his place as the starting small forward. Ever since Dudley lost the starting position, his demeanor had soured, teetering on the brink of volatility. Following the prearranged tactics, they needed to maintain composure. Just before taking the court, Arteskin made sure to reiterate this. It was impossible to claim indifference towards the Warriors. After all, the 5-star Warriors instilled fear in all who faced them. Host opportunity, the final step for SpongeBob's advancement, to overpower Durant and complete the mission. Host. Keep it up. A burst of flames flickered across the blue screen, and the familiar voice caused Dongfang Kang discomfort. Overpower Durant? What do you mean, overpower Durant? Draymond Green happened to overhear Dongfang Kang's mutterings and erupted in laughter. Who wants to overpower me? Durant approached, his tall frame radiating an aura that dared anyone to challenge him. Kid, I admire your courage. Go for it, Durant remarked casually, dismissing the comment as a joke. Was this a slight against me? Dongfang Kang shrugged, irritation lacing his tone. The game began with Zaza winning the jump ball. Surprisingly, while Zaza's playing skills were lackluster, his quick thinking allowed him to gain an edge in the jump. Of course, Zaza was most notorious for his dangerous foot placement. If it weren't Oppos, for that infamous incident with Kawhi Leonard, he might have secured the finals MVP. This was a player to keep an eye on. The Warriors seized the ball, with Curry orchestrating their plays. In the Chinese broadcasting studio, Yang Yi and Ku Fan were animatedly commenting on the match. Tonight's game features a star-studded lineup, with our Dongfang Kang squaring off against Durant, an epic clash. Ku Fan enthused. Having triumphed over James, subdued the Hawks, and surpassed the Lakers. If Dongfang Kang can secure victory against Durant tonight, his next contract will undoubtedly start at $10 million. Yang Yi, renowned in the commentary world, also held the title of agent. His dealings, such as Marbury's move to the Shugong team, were orchestrated by Yang Yi himself, ensuring his words carried weight. What a beautiful shot. An incredible three-pointer. Curry is on fire. The fan zone was predominantly filled with Warriors supporters. And as Curry launched a distant three-pointer, the crowd erupted in exhilaration. What a cool three-pointer. He replied with a grin towards Dongfang Kang. Having received such praise countless times, Curry merely smiled. Watching the young fans run excitedly, Dongfang Kang couldn't help but share in their joy. Playing without worries was indeed a blissful experience, which explained why Curry was affectionately dubbed the baby-faced assassin. Keep pace with him. Don't let him slip away, Arteskin urged. I'm already striving to keep up. His shooting range is just too extensive. Then prevent him from shooting. Think strategically. Artaskin retorted, nearly ready to confront Russell. Russell, feeling the pressure, intentionally distanced himself from Curry as he prepared to drive to the basket. Just as he was about to score, Draymond Green made a sudden defensive move, delivering a spectacular block. This was the essence of Green's contribution to the team. Yang praised, "Don't let his size fool you. His basketball IQ is top tier." The Warriors' success with the death lineup is greatly attributed to Green. Without him, they would lack their driving force. Yang's analysis was spot on. The suddenness and brilliance of Green's defense were striking. Dongfang Kang shook his head in resignation. Today, Green seemed more aggressive than ever, charging towards the basket as if the Warriors' defense was a mere playground for him. Continuing down this path was untenable. Losing the game was one thing, but failing to fulfill his mission was another matter altogether. They needed to strengthen their defense. Meanwhile, Durant seemed to have transformed. His only 2 attempts from beyond the arc had missed, yet he dazzled with 4 assists. Unsurprisingly, by the end of the first quarter, the Nets found themselves trailing by 8 points. Dongfang Kang had yet to attempt a shot, recording nearly 4 rebounds. What on earth? Dongfang Kang had taken a shot? Yang was utterly baffled by the statistics. What strategy were the Nets employing today? Chapter 34. Withstanding Durant, the comments from fans in the section grew increasingly critical. They noted that when faced with a truly formidable team, the Nets faltered. They seemed adept only at overpowering weaker opponents. Eastern Kong was deemed inadequate. Did the spectators forget the game where LeBron was defeated at the last moment? It was merely a matter of luck. The imaginative musings of the fans left Yang in a state of self-reflection. On the bench, Artiskin slammed his tactical board in frustration, demanding to know what they were playing. Are we truly trying to overpower Curry? That's the Warriors' weakest position. Almost laughing, Artiskin pointed at the scoreboard and shouted, "Look at the score. We're down by 8. While Curry has scored 8 points in this quarter and you only 5, with 3 turnovers. Is this your idea of defense?" Russell held his breath, contemplating that if it weren't for the damned Green-ass help defense, those shots would have connected, widening the gap. "Hey Kong, step up the offense," Artiskin instructed, glancing at Eastern Kong. "Utilize the double screen strategy, create openings, and distribute the ball. Harris is positioned for a 3-pointer. That's our advantage." This was the established tactic, yet it seemed ineffective against the Warriors. Under the double screen, the death lineup effortlessly countered with their infinite switches, leaving them with no choice but to go solo. Eastern Kong said little. Upon returning to the court, with Curry resting, Durant led a group of substitutes. Artiskin kept 2 starters on the floor, swapping an Allen for the interior. They needed to be cautious against the Warriors. As Napier brought the ball up, Eastern Kong initiated with a double screen. The disparity between the substitutes and the starters was not only in scoring but also in defense. The infinite switches vanished. Receiving the pass, he adjusted and launched a 3-pointer. It was a swish. "Good shot. Let the show begin." Eastern Kong exhaled deeply, possibly influenced by Curry's presence, his tension dissipating. "Defend well. Don't allow him an easy shot," he affirmed. "All right, coach, I promise you won't see this again." Iggy shrugged, dismissing the 3-pointer attempt of this Chinese player as inconsequential. "Hey, over here." As Durant received the ball from Livingston beyond the 3-point line, everyone instinctively spread out. They merely needed to watch their teammates score. Why bother with rebounding? Thud. What? This is impossible. It must be an illusion. Durant, caught off guard, couldn't react in time. The usual script involved a significant change of direction to create space, but before he even pivoted, he was intercepted. What kind of phantom hand was that? Iggy's shout jolted the onlookers back to reality. The chase was futile. Eastern Kong executed a smooth layup, reducing the 8-point lead to just 3 within a minute. Coach Kerr's expression turned grave as he observed Eastern Kong returning to the court. He needed to ascertain the background of this young man who dared to intercept Durant. Durant, embarrassed, sought to reclaim his pride. Backing against Eastern Kong at the arc, he sought the ball. The familiar play unfolded. Durant possessed the ball while 4 others stood idle, watching. "I will overpower you," he thought. "You think you can challenge me? Bring it on." He spun to initiate a post-up. Eastern Kong rose to meet him. The power was considerable. Thud, thud. After a couple of attempts, Durant found himself thwarted, remaining stationary. "Who is this? Why can't I push him back?" Of course, he couldn't. I hadn't even exerted myself yet. In a contest of strength, it was akin to wrestling. Without effort on my part, Durant's might was merely average. Suddenly, with a smooth pivot, he elbowed Eastern Kong, sending him stumbling backward. "Huh. With such defense you dare to boast?" Durant possessed a repertoire of 108 offensive techniques, masterfully skilled, an undeniable martial arts expert. The referee's whistle abruptly pierced the air. Durant tumbled to the floor, clutching his body in pain. Iggy and his entourage rushed in, one hand pushing Eastern Kang aside. "You dare touch my brother? You think Iggy is untouchable?" However, the chaos escalated as Era collided with Iggy, perhaps unable to halt in time, crashing into him. Eastern Kang, bewildered, watched the situation spiral into chaos. What? Is this really happening? The muscle-bound players seemed to lack intensity, and yet, this was it. Fortunately, the referee intervened. The whistle shrilled as he separated the two sides, heading to the scorer's table to address the matter later. "Hey Kang, are you alright?" Era quickly approached, while Mo joined. "It was just normal defense. I made no foul." "That's what you call no foul." "I almost laughed myself to death." Durant fell hard. He nearly broke his back. Mo retorted, "I didn't exert myself. His strength was insufficient. It's not my fault." As Eastern Kang maintained his resolute expression, Mo recalled their confrontation the previous night. It had been a night filled with elbows, yet Eastern Kang emerged unscathed, while Mo was left panting. Unable to fathom where this young man derived such strength. He thought, with Durant's physique, a collision should have left him on the floor. Mo fell silent, now harboring a newfound respect for Eastern Kang. On Durant's side, he mumbled as he glanced at Eastern Kang. Beneath that slender frame lay such strength? The previous encounters had left him breathless. Had there been a few more, he might have truly collapsed. The referee soon rendered his decision. Each player received a technical foul. Era and Iggy both faced a free throw. The game resumed, with Durant intent on asserting his dominance. As the sole leader, he was determined to elevate his team, taking every shot he desired. Yet the outcome was, Durant attempted to penetrate the lane with 2 consecutive crossovers, seeking to score with his unbeatable mid-range jumper. However, after the first crossover, he lost the ball again. "You think you can maneuver past me? Not a chance." Eastern Kang seized the opportunity, executing a swift layup on the counterattack. Pure exhilaration surged through him. There was nothing more gratifying than stealing the ball from Durant. How was he able to anticipate my movements? Durant stared at Eastern Kang, bewildered. The seemingly inconspicuous defense concealed a lightning-fast counterattack. Could he still play effectively? He couldn't even handle an unknown player. Had Durant truly gone out the night before? Kerr shot a discontented glance at Green, who, oblivious to Durant's whereabouts, merely wanted to keep his own name out of it. "You should ask if he has been drinking bathwater. He is so weak. Without him, our team performs better." Green's sharp retort left Kerr turning away hastily. What if Durant heard that? He might just pack his bags and leave, and the 5-star Warriors would face dire consequences. But if he hadn't been out, could he truly be bested by an unknown player? Damn. Durant cursed vehemently, pivoting to the right low post. The front was working. Could he not try backing down? "You are utterly unqualified to defend me." Feigning right, he spun left, executing a golden rooster stands on one-leg shot. Chapter 35, Dare to compete with me in three-pointers? In Dongfang Kang's eyes, the offensive trajectory of Durant was vividly clear. Remarkable, even without fully developed defensive attributes. His precision was astounding. One could only imagine the outcome if they were fully enhanced. Who could possibly rival him? With a swift snap, Durant bent his body to release the ball. Dongfang Kang anticipated the move, leaping to intercept and forcefully pinning the ball down midair. The referee's whistle pierced through the tension, decisively calling a foul for illegal contact. How could this be a foul? In the broadcast room, Kafa pounded the table, nearly letting slip a curse. "Calm down, don't get agitated," Yang Yi quickly interjected, reminding him that they were live before thousands of viewers. Maintaining composure was paramount. It was indeed a commendable play, but this was the NBA, where superstars and home court whistles always held sway. The pressing concern was that our Kang had already accrued 3 fouls, both of which were unjustly called against him. Controversy brewed over the call, and soon the Nets head coach, Atkinson, rose in fury, storming toward the referee with a barrage of impolite remarks. It was a call that would leave anyone disgruntled, a clean block, yet deemed a foul. Across the court, Kerr remained silent. But he was undeniably impressed by the awareness and intensity displayed in those 2 defensive plays. Scout Johnson had approached him regarding this player, claiming there was a potential star on the Nets that he hoped to sign. Initially skeptical, Kerr had merely responded with indifference. Yet, moments before the game commenced, Johnson had urged him to ensure solid defense, only to find himself schooled by the very player he had warned about. If they could indeed recruit him as a successor to lead the team, championship aspirations would be within reach. Kerr turned to glance at Johnson, who adjusted his glasses, now understanding precisely what was required of him. The referee upheld the original call, granting Durant 2 free throw attempts, perhaps haunted by the recent turnovers. Durant shockingly missed both shots. "My rebound," Dongfang Kang shouted, soaring to snatch the ball. Napier hurried back to the front court, allowing Dongfang Kang to advance the ball himself. Crossing the half-court line, Durant spread his arms, seeking to regain his dignity. "Such long limbs, no way would he penetrate my defense." "Is that so?" Dongfang Kang retorted with a scoff, executing a swift crossover to his left hand, accelerating suddenly. "Score 3. Such speed, and this is merely my first step." Dongfang Kang stepped back, bending his knees to release a three-pointer, which swished through the net. "Is this your defense?" He confidently extended his hands toward Durant, as if to challenge him. Competing against a superstar required confidence. Today's objective was to outshine Durant. The game was far from over, and maintaining this fervor was essential. "You and Oppos. Re merely lucky. I won and Oppos. T let you gloat for long." "This is skill," Dongfang Kang mused as he glanced at the scoreboard, now favoring the Nets 35-33. "Huh. It seems the single-core Warriors aren't all that impressive." Little do. Over here, Iguodala, unable to bear the unfolding scene, prepared to switch defenses, hoping to draw the attention needed for a change. Attempting to lure me into a switch? Not a chance. Dongfang Kang took a step to shield Iguodala, charging after Durant. He felt a strain in his waist, his body beginning to tilt. He could no longer make a comfortable shot, and with a sweeping motion, he flung the ball to Iguodala at the top of the arc. With the screen cleared, Iguodala wasted no time, determined to take charge of the game. Clang. The ball clanged off the rim. "Mine," McGee shouted excitedly, extending his long arms. Yet, just as McGee reached out, a shadow leaped above him, moving at double his speed. Again? McGee could only watch as Dongfang Kang soared over him to grab the rebound. Rebound 1. The rebound was too effortless. Upon landing, he executed a quarterback-style pass to the fast-breaking Napier. Without missing a beat, Napier arrived at the ball, effortlessly converting a layup. Assist 1. That was too easy. Napier turned back, signaling to Dongfang Kang. "Kang, that pass was exquisite. Just a little something. Now hurry up," Dongfang Kang replied. Realizing that Napier hadn't utilized any of the three-pointers practiced the previous night, all he needed to do was run to score effortlessly. How did that pass even happen? Such quarterback finesse. Can he really do that? Atkinson was momentarily dazed, having initially thought Dongfang Kang merely possessed a keen sense for rebounds and a knack for three-pointers. Who knew he could also deliver assists surpassing even those of a guard? Just how many weapons did this player possess that he had yet to witness? Iguodala, thoroughly displeased with his teammates' positioning, felt humiliated to have a small forward take the board from a center. "Box out. Use some strength. Don't be so lethargic." "Bro, I boxed out. I truly did, but he came in too fast. I never anticipated it." "Fool, watch me next round." Iguodala was renowned for his defensive prowess, having stifled even LeBron with ease. How could he not handle this? Livingston brought the ball over half-court before passing it back to Durant. Iguodala attempted to step in for a screen switch, but Dongfang Kang had already anticipated this maneuver. It was futile against him. The unsuccessful switch left Durant feeling uneasy under Dongfang Kang's fiery gaze. "What is this? Am I afraid to attack now?" The next moment, he passed back to Livingston. In the low post, he executed his signature fadeaway jumper. Dongfang Kang didn't even need to watch to know what would transpire next. Smack. As Durant turned to shoot, Dongfang Kang sent the ball flying with a powerful block. "Jumping too low, my friend. You've aged." Unable to contain himself, Dongfang Kang taunted. The usually gentle Livingston begrudgingly conceded. Had this been during his youth, he wouldn't have stood a chance. Kerr could no longer tolerate the situation unfolding. What began as a straightforward game had devolved into a drawn-out affair. "Little do. Take a breather. Steph, you're up." What was happening? Kerr replaced Durant with both Splash Brothers? Kaffa was equally puzzled by Kerr's unorthodox strategy, deviating from the norm. Frustrated, Kerr was rattled by Dongfang Kang's performance, which had continuously disrupted the Warriors and Oppos, scoring, leading to a 10-0 run. It was clear Kerr was becoming increasingly agitated. "Young, you're right, ultimately. Kerr still believes in the Splash Brothers." Kaffa's remark abruptly shifted the topic, leaving Young unsure of how to respond. The game continued. Upon seeing Durant take a seat, Dongfang Kang's expression darkened. This did not bode well. Hadn't he aimed to counter Durant and fulfill his mission? With him off the court, who would he defend? Curry? Dongfang Kang and Oppos' gaze fell upon the sharpshooter, who, with a mouthful of dental gear, maintained a smile. This ignited a fire within him. "Brother, we're switching. Curry is mine." Dongfang Kang grabbed Napiel, regardless of whether or not he agreed. He was simply helping Napiel immensely. "I've heard your three-pointers can reach the heavens. Dare to compete with me?" "What did you say?" The adorable sharpshooter, embodying his super-cute nature, gazed curiously at Dongfang Kang's face, as if he had misheard. "Dare to compete with me in three-pointers?" Chapter 36. Curry is difficult to defend. Dongfang Kang found the game rather dull after Durant left the court. If only he could challenge Curry to a three-point shootout. Not only would it enhance his own offensive skills, but it would also fulfill his task for the evening. "Are you serious?" The baby-faced assassin was performing like a schoolboy, seemingly unaware that he was courting disaster. Dongfang Kang did not dare to joke about his mission. Curry's offensive prowess over the past few years had made deep three-pointers a regularity. Stepping back just beyond the arc was second nature to him. The league had been swept by a small ball revolution largely due to his influence, a feat that no other player, not even the great Kobe, could replicate. Thus, the opportunity to compete with such a player in three-point shooting could potentially alter the course of history. To engage in a three-point contest with Curry, one must first understand his traits: quick release, limited space, and high arc. This rapid, precise, and fierce shooting style is difficult to counter. By grasping these three elements and enhancing defensive attributes, it is not impossible to contain him. "Of course, I am serious," Dongfang Kang replied with confidence. "But there is one condition: you must defend me with all your might." "Defend you with all my might?" Curry erupted in laughter. Did this kid really think he could guard him? Wouldn't he that simply allow his teammate to exploit the mismatch? "Let us give it a try." Curry spread his hands, slipped along the baseline, and received the ball. Dongfang Kang matched his pace, extending his arms to watch Curry's footwork. For a point guard, speed is paramount. In the NBA, explosive athletes are plentiful and speedsters abound. However, a point guard who possesses both speed and three-point shooting abilities, like Curry, is a rarity. Rarity breeds value. And this is what established Curry's esteemed position. Swish. Curry's three-pointer was taken from an incredible distance, releasing the ball just a step beyond the arc. Impressive indeed. Yongi began to cheer, convinced that Curry had taken control of the game at that very moment. Indeed, the shot was remarkably far, and Dongfang Kang was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. However, Kofan did not believe Curry could single-handedly seize the game. Dongfang Kang was still in shock. "Huh, you're right. Dongfang Kang still has recovered. Let us see how he reacts next." Both men anticipated Dongfang Kang's response, eager for the ensuing excitement. Wow, that was indeed impressive. Dongfang Kang couldn't help but commend. The shooting speed was unmatched, and he found himself unable to rival it. Moreover, the shooting range was extraordinary. Only Curry had such shooting authority within the league. Even if he were on the nets, he would not dare to shoot like that. "You cannot guard me," Curry grinned, looking at Dongfang Kang with amusement. The baby-faced assassin was truly entertaining. Wasn't he just a long three-pointer? Did he expect some sort of shoulder shimmy? At that moment, Steve Kerr was the happiest of all. With Durant sidelined, Curry was still present. Let us see how they plan to defend him. Green, sitting on the sidelines, disregarded Durant entirely, a smirk on his face. "Before you arrived, we were already champions. See? Curry is our true core. We don't need you." Durant, with a glint in his eyes, dismissed external opinions, pondering all the MVPs he had won. Did he really need anyone and Oppo's validation? Swish. Green's mouth fell open in disbelief. What was happening? Was that a deep three-pointer? Dongfang Kang shook his head at Curry. It was merely a three-pointer. Did he think he was incapable of that? "Huh. That's just luck. Anyone can manage that." "I have luck, but you lack defense. You cannot stop me," Dongfang Kang declared boldly, turning his focus back to Curry and Oppo's footwork. Curry and Oppo's offense is predicated on his quick release, long range, and his teammates' screens, making him a formidable challenge to defend. This underscores the essence of basketball as a team sport, no matter how skilled an individual may be. Without the aid of teammates, success is elusive. Thus, to defend Curry, the priority is to keep pace with his movements. In the past, Beverly had doggedly glued himself to Curry, fierce and relentless. To Dongfang Kang, such players appeared crazy, who would foolishly follow him around, inviting the scorn of fans. The audience and Oppo's eyes are keen. To defend him, one must not only be clean with their hands and feet, but also earn the respect of their opponent. With a step back, utilizing a screen to attack, Dongfang Kang observed Curry and Oppo's footwork, anticipating his defensive attributes. It was the same familiar maneuver, easily executed. Dongfang Kang stepped back, catching a glimpse of McGee approaching to set a screen. A good tactic, albeit a moment too late. Dongfang Kang swiftly turned, maneuvering around McGee, preparing to allow Curry to shoot. The strategy was successful. Curry caught the ball, using McGee and Oppo's screen to shoot. It was the same formula, in the same position. A comfortable release. Everyone anticipated that Curry and Oppo's three-pointer would surely land, and his teammates had already raised their arms in celebration. Wait. Suddenly, from behind McGee, a figure soared forth. Long arms extended, directly swatting Curry and Oppo's shot. Oh. The entire arena fell silent. Dongfang Kang glanced at the fallen Curry. "Huh, kid, you're still too green. Where did you come from? Defending you was far too easy." Seizing the ball, he charged forward, unopposed, delivering a magnificent one-handed slam dunk. That was spectacular. Yang Yi clapped his hands on the table, his excitement palpable. Dongfang Kang and Oppo's defense was exceptional. Even through a screen, he managed to block the shot. Goodness. If this continued, a 5-game winning streak for the Nets was not out of the question. Yang Yi was now even more optimistic about the Nets. Why was there no defense? Dongfang Kang turned back with open hands. It was not taunting, but he would not allow anyone to underestimate him. Curry gritted his teeth, laughing as he shook his head. Unable to refute, resigned to let his performance speak for itself. Durant chuckled. Didn't T. Curry just get blocked too? Was this the core? Hey, can you all take this seriously? What defense? Green's frustration was evident as he yelled at McGee. McGee bore the brunt of the blame. He merely set a screen. And it was Curry who got blocked. The blunder was Curry's, but the fallout was his to bear. The leader always shoulders the responsibility. Turning back, he squeezed into the paint for another screen, and once his teammates circled around, he lifted to provide Curry with another screen. Curry observed as Dongfang Kang relinquished a step of space, perplexed. What kind of defense was this? Was he truly unafraid of Curry's shot? Come on, shoot boldly. Dongfang Kang clapped his hands, eyes fixed on Curry's feet, preparing to defend against his three-pointer. Not defending. Curry received the ball and shot again, just beyond the three-point line. What? An ominous darkness loomed as the shot seemed destined to be blocked. Curry leaned, twisting his body to pass the ball to his teammate. Attempting a pass? Dongfang Kang swiftly swiped back, reclaiming the ball, spinning in midair, and charging toward the front court. Whoa, is that a miraculous move? Chapter 37. Your defense is lacking. Kofan watched in astonishment as Dongfang Kang executed a midair spin, emitting a surprisingly pig-like squeal. Unbeknownst to him, Dongfang Kang was oblivious to any grand maneuvers. He simply propelled himself forward into the court. JaVale McGee desperately pursued him, witnessing an astonishing layup completed from beyond the half-court line. How could this be possible? This time, he wouldn't bear the blame. Curry had been continuously thwarted, a consequence of his own carelessness. McGee, still moving swiftly towards the backcourt, initiated the play, while Curry, gritting his teeth, wore a look of utter helplessness. Consumed by thoughts of how he had been blocked just moments before, it seemed improbable. His reflexes could not have been that swift. Surely, he had released the ball too slowly. Yes, he needed to quicken his shooting rhythm, demonstrating to his opponent what a three-pointer truly entailed. Crossing the half-court line, Dongfang Kang decisively focused on his footwork. This time, McGee did not wait for Curry to settle into position. Instead, he began setting a screen from over 3 meters away. Let us see how you navigate this, he thought. McGee, a regular feature of the 5 Great Clowns, was undoubtedly a player of remarkable skill, albeit lacking in basketball IQ. As Dongfang Kang spun to maneuver around McGee, he anticipated Curry's drive towards the basket. Noticing this development, McGee promptly charged forward. It was entirely fitting to label a player with such limited basketball acumen as a fool. With his elbows extended, he disregarded the defender's positioning. The referee, with a swift motion, signaled a foul against McGee for illegal contact. What? Kerr was taken aback. What kind of strategy was this? Who granted him the audacity to set a screen so early? Draymond, have you rested enough? It's your turn to step in. Draymond was Kerr's most trusted interior player, and with the score teetering on the brink of reversal, he could no longer afford to keep McGee on the floor. You must adhere to the strategy. There's no need to worry about this clown. Draymond couldn't resist throwing a barb at McGee as he entered the court. McGee said nothing, returning to the bench with his head bowed, resting his hands on the table, utterly dejected. Spread out. After receiving the ball, Dongfang Kang immediately gestured for everyone to create space. Oh, Dongfang is going to go one-on-one against Curry. This could be a defining moment of the evening. This shot had the potential to alter the trajectory of the game, and Dongfang Kang was determined to seize the opportunity, A successful shot would give them the lead. Yang Yi and his companion were even more excited than the fans, their eyes darting to the various comments flooding the screen. Take down Curry. Dongfang is incredible. Was Dongfang seeking humiliation? Did he not realize Curry's defensive prowess was also top tier? Take him down. Dongfang, take him down. The crowd began to chant, and Yang Yi and his companion watched with bated breath. You're betting on your inability to stop me, Dongfang Kang murmured, observing the ticking clock and shaking his head slightly. You cannot surpass me. You're simply not worthy. Curry, undeterred, was resolute in not embarrassing himself on home turf. In Dongfang Kang's eyes, Curry's offense was invincible, yet when it came to defense, he paled in comparison to the seasoned veteran, Paul. Curry possessed commendable height and strength, yet his center of gravity was unstable, and as a player with a diverse offensive arsenal, it was unreasonable to expect him to dedicate excessive energy to defense. Understanding this, Dongfang felt no pressure in going one-on-one against him. He executed 2 consecutive between-the-legs dribbles, accelerating down the right side, using his body to shield against the defense as he drove further inward. What tremendous force! Dongfang could feel Curry's strength. Yet this force was insufficient to disrupt his offense. You're asking for trouble. Draymond, noticing the potential for a breakthrough, waved his arms, calling for help defense. Draymond Green was renowned as the league's finest help defender. Kerr relied heavily on Draymond not only for his passion on the court but also for his tactical acumen. A player with a basketball IQ that far surpassed his emotional intelligence, Draymond's role was crucial within the Warriors' defensive framework. Recognizing the impending help defense, Dongfang Kang intensified his efforts, pushing against Curry. Utilizing his opponent's force, he executed a step back, creating over a meter of separation. Curry, caught off guard by this sudden display of strength, stumbled, inadvertently stepping on his own foot. As his momentum carried him, he lost his balance and fell to the ground. Wait, did Curry just get knocked down? Is this real? In the live broadcast room, Ko-Fan was on the verge of a shout, his eyes wide with disbelief as he glanced at Yang Yi. Yang Yi wore an excited smile, utterly astounded by this unexpected turn of events. Is this for real? Dongfang Kang shot Curry a lingering glance, bewildered as to why he had opted for a theatrical fall. Bending his knees, leaning forward, and releasing the ball in one fluid motion, the basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air before seamlessly swishing through the net. With that, they reclaimed the lead by 1 point, as the Nets completed their comeback with just 4 minutes remaining in the half. Yang Yi was exhilarated, reveling in the fact that the Nets were leading in the Warriors' home arena, marking a significant turnaround. Teacher Yang was absolutely right. This is the turning point. A tremendous momentum shift. The duo began contemplating the developments for the second half. The Nets bench erupted in jubilation, all players rising to cheer. What a splendid offensive play. Coach, your vision is impeccable. He is a remarkable core player. There's no need to rush. The best is yet to come. Artskin had anticipated this moment, confident he would leave the arena victorious. So easy. Dongfang Kang perceived that the Warriors' defense was not as formidable as rumored. A simple breakthrough easily dismantled their so-called switching defense. That was a push foul, didn't you see? Oh, he didn't make any contact with his hands. It was clean. No, he used hidden force to push. You should have noticed. All right, I'll definitely keep an eye on that next time. The referees might not believe it, but they had to give credit where it was due. This was Curry's South home court. If they couldn't defend, it was a foul. That was the reality. Less chatter. If you're capable, don't commit a foul. Steven, I didn't touch you. You're simply making excuses. Just look at the score. I'm outscoring you. Dongfang pointed to the scoreboard, where his points had reached 15 while Curry lagged behind with only 9, a 2 3-pointer deficit. The Warriors were trailing the Nets, and the silence from the crowd made Curry acutely aware of Dongfang Kang's formidable presence. I hope you can give it your all and show me your true capability, not just empty bravado. Dongfang confidently returned to the backcourt to commence his defense. Curry was not a player prone to whims, having committed 2 turnovers in consecutive possessions. He was unlikely to falter a third time. He passed directly to Iguodala on the wing, who then sought out a teammate. Draymond quickly approached to provide help defense as Curry faked a shoulder shimmy, maneuvering around the screen in preparation to receive the ball. This was the Warriors' most unanswerable play, a double screen, and the ball had to reach Curry. However, after a full rotation, Iguodala realized Curry was unable to receive the ball at all. Even if he could, he wouldn't be able to shoot comfortably. Reluctantly, he passed it to Draymond at the top of the arc. When Draymond caught the ball, it felt as if it was burning hot, according to their tactical arrangement. This shot should not have reached him. Release it quickly. There's no time left. Kerr, bewildered by the unfolding strategy, stood up, anxiously shouting as the 24-second shot clock dwindled. Durant, recognizing the urgency, launched a three-pointer from his open position. Clang! The ball rebounded, and Dongfang Kang swiftly grabbed the board, pivoting to make a long pass. In a prescient display, Napier seemed to anticipate Dongfang Kang's quarterback-like long throw, already sprinting towards the front court as Draymond released the shot. Chapter 38, the unassailable third section. Assist one such a facile assist. One might argue that Westbrook's triple-doubles from yesteryears were hardly remarkable. With rebounds in abundance, he brazenly inflated both his rebounding and assist stats, which explains how he shattered records, achieving an average triple-double for 3 consecutive seasons. If this trend continues, could the record for average triple-doubles be in jeopardy? Kerr decisively called a timeout, chastising his players with fervor on the tactical board before promptly substituting in the starters. Durant remained on the bench, as Kerr intended to seize control of the game in the third quarter, allowing Durant to conserve his energy. Once the starters were reintroduced, the effect was immediately palpable. Thompson transformed into a veritable deity, sinking 3 consecutive three-pointers, determined to single-handedly alter the game's tempo. Fortunately, Dongfang Kang withstood the pressure, utilizing his drives to distribute the ball, allowing Erha to score 2 three-pointers as well. By halftime, the teams were deadlocked. The Nets were impressive. The Warriors had failed to widen the scoring gap. My brother Kang was remarkable, carrying the entire team on his shoulders, prompting owner Kai to contemplate a substantial contract. A lucrative contract. How valiant are the players from Huaxia? Observing the comments section, Yang Yi was exhilarated, echoing the sentiments of the fans, stating that the Nets ought to immediately offer a substantial contract to Kang. Perhaps the Nets had already reached an agreement with him, and upon the expiration of his 10-day contract, they would swiftly secure a more significant deal, just as Lin Shihao had experienced. Kevin was also confident that Kang would secure a lucrative contract. No one would refuse to nurture a promising new star. However, the current situation for the Nets was one of deliberate underperformance, aiming for a better draft pick, and they would not easily extend a more substantial contract. This was a point the head coach was striving to negotiate. Did Yang imply that the Nets would let Kang walk? Not at all. It was merely a matter of whether the contract would match Kang and Apos' capabilities, which would depend on negotiations. A starting sum of millions was certainly a safe bet. Kevin was now a steadfast supporter of Kang, even if the Nets did not want him. Other teams would undoubtedly offer lucrative contracts. With Lin Shihao's example in plain sight, the league was not lacking wealthy owners. Kang, in the second half, was advised to facilitate plays, using his penetration to create opportunities for teammates, as the Warriors' defense would become targeted. Although Atkinson's coaching prowess may not rival that of Popovich, Kerr was still capable of seizing the moment this evening. With both star players being exploited, Kerr could hardly accept the humiliation. With the Warriors' fervor, they would undoubtedly enhance their help defense. The moment Dongfang Kang received the ball, 2 defenders would converge upon him. If Kang could accurately deliver the ball to his teammates, victory would be all but assured. This was also Kang's intent. Prior to the match, he had studied the Warriors, and even before his time travel, he had heard much about their tactical system. Observers have a clearer perspective, as the so-called switching defense and double teaming fundamentally revolve around one word: speed. In the realm of martial arts, speed conquers all. As long as one is swift enough, all strategies become inconsequential. D'Angelo, Markieff, when you enter the game, don't overthink it. Just run after the Warriors shoot. Run directly? The two exchanged puzzled glances, entirely perplexed by Kang's instructions. Kang then turned to Erha and said, "Joe, remember, for the baseline and the 45-degree angles, regardless of direction, watch my positioning and be ready to catch and shoot." Understood. Erha was not as hesitant as Markieff and D and Amp. Apos, Angelo. He would follow Kang and Amp, Apos' directives without question. As the second half commenced, both teams reintroduced their starters. The Warriors, a 5-star team, were particularly formidable in the third quarter. Regardless of the opponent, they would unleash a barrage of three-pointers. With Curry and Durant already difficult to defend, Thompson and Apos' reliability made it arduous for any team to keep pace. Even if a team could tussle with the Warriors in the first half, by the third quarter, they would find themselves lacking, and in the fourth quarter, the bench players would rule the court. Kang was undoubtedly aware of the Warriors' prowess. Hence, he made specific arrangements. If D'Angelo and Markieff could position themselves effectively, and if Erha could sink an open three, they could maintain their footing in the third quarter, survive the third quarter, and the Warriors might not be able to secure the game in the fourth. As play resumed, Curry dribbled the ball across half-court, with Russell mimicking Kang's earlier tactics. Upon seeing Russell's audacity, Curry realized the Nets had neglected their defensive responsibilities. Without hesitation, he accelerated, receiving the ball and launching a three-pointer from the arc swish. Curry raised 3 fingers to the sky, releasing the frustration of the first half. Here he was. Curry had finally returned. Although Yang Yi ardently supported his Huaxia players, Curry's three-point shooting was almost impossible to resist. Such was Curry's charisma. The formidable third quarter, as per official statistics, had the Warriors never trailing, with a victory probability exceeding 70%, terrifying. While Kevin's words resonated with Yang Yi, he dared not elaborate further. In competitive sports, the reality of being proven wrong was far too frequent. Yang Yi had been humbled too many times. With so many fans scrutinizing, any misstep in judgment would lead to backlash. Thus, it was prudent to await the game's outcome. As Russell advanced past half-court, he began shouting out the play. Durant, having learned from the first half, recognized the potential of the number 10 player and naturally tightened his defense. Seeing that Kang had not found an open lane, Russell passed to the awaiting Erha. Erha moved up, handing the ball back to Russell, who then set a screen to block Curry. Finding space, Russell launched a three-point shot. Clang. The right side rebound was claimed. Kang dashed to grab the board, directing his shout toward Markieff. Markieff, positioned nearby, stepped forward to secure the rebound, pivoting around Green for a fadeaway shot. Clang. Another right side rebound. Upon hearing the call, Markieff rushed toward the ball, securing the rebound. He turned and executed a hook shot. Clang. Goodness, was there a blacksmith shop nearby? 3 consecutive clangs. Couldn't they focus? Kang felt embarrassed to continue calling for rebounds. Even the Warriors, though less astute, could easily box out for the board. 3 iron shots in succession revealed the Nets' true capabilities. Bang! In the front court, Zaza secured the rebound and immediately passed to Curry. Curry, without dribbling, launched a long pass across half-court to the sprinting Thompson. Thompson caught the ball, took 3 steps. And though Erha reached out, he found himself powerless to stop it, watching Thompson dunk effortlessly. Curry gestured toward Thompson, signaling the harmony of their collaboration, which was second nature. The Splash brothers exhibited exceptional chemistry, providing no opportunity for defense. This was the hallmark of a championship team. Kang remained undeterred, calling out to Markieff, "Hey, big guy, we need to make some noise. Don't just sit back. Use your body to make an impact." "Okay, I know what to do." Markieff complied, offering Kang a screen. Over here, Kang was stymied by Durant's defense, unable to find an open position to receive the ball, so he proactively approached the three-point line. Russell, initially reluctant to pass, reluctantly complied upon seeing the coach's stern expression, passing the ball before retreating to the side at a 45-degree angle to prepare for a counter. Kang, undeterred, held the ball firmly against Durant, driving from the left. Double team. Seeing the impending breakthrough, Kerr leapt to his feet, shouting urgently. Nearby, Thompson instinctively took a step closer, reaching out to swipe the ball. The opportunity had arrived. Chapter 39. Let it be as the second dog was released. Dongfang Kang surged deeper into the fray, drawing Stephen Curry away entirely. Everyone expected the ball to be passed, yet, by some twist of fate, it found its way into the hands of the second dog. Momentarily stunned, the dog wondered where it was and how it had obtained the ball. Shoot! Dongfang Kang fumed. How could one be so timid in such an open position? Could a teammate so inept hope to secure victory? Finally, the second dog reacted, understanding that as a shooter, one must maintain a consistent shooting form at all times. Swish. Assist 1, 3 points valid. The referee raised both hands in approval. On Coach Kerr's side, dissatisfaction brewed as he gestured animatedly at Curry, unable to scold too harshly. Well done, just like that. Dongfang Kang approached for a high five. Against a formidable opponent, the second dog had never found it so effortless. Truth be told, playing alongside Dongfang Kang made scoring feel almost effortless. You cannot score. Dongfang Kang faced Durant directly, intent not only on offensive maneuvers, but also on verbal jabs. Frustrated, Durant lowered his center of gravity, ball in his right hand, demanding the ball in the post. Teammates spread out, creating ample space for Durant's isolation play. This was the strategy. A step-back jumper. Durant leaned into Dongfang Kang, his height and skill rendering him nearly unguardable across the league. No one could match his height and speed simultaneously. He was a monstrous presence. Yet, could there be a creature even more peculiar than Durant? Dongfang Kang seized the rebound after 2 consecutive dribbles, launching a full-court pass. Alas, it was a regrettable error. Yang Yi lamented, slapping his thigh in frustration, feeling a surge of expletives rise within. Mo was incredulous, having heard Dongfang Kang shout through the headset. He felt the burden of blame for this blunder. Coach Kofang understood the game well. He quickly realized that Mo had not sprinted with full effort. And it was this moment of hesitation that led to the offensive misstep. I told you to shoot and run, no hesitation. How was I to know you would pass so far? Can't you ease up a bit? Dongfang Kang nearly choked on his frustration. It was not the powerful opponent that frightened him, but rather, teammates as incompetent as pigs. He experienced a sense of helplessness akin to witnessing J.R. Smith's mindless failure to shoot a rebound in the impending finals. Durant exhaled, relieved by the turnover. Hey, Steven. I'll set a screen. You attack. Durant purposefully moved closer to Curry, whispering in his ear. Seeing Dongfang Kang's serious demeanor behind him, Curry suddenly felt a wave of trepidation, memories of being blocked flooding his mind. Watch out for Curry. Dongfang Kang glared at Russell, edging closer to the sideline. With Dongfang Kang absent from the help defense, Curry found himself with even more room to operate. Utilizing the screen, he broke through and passed. With Thompson enjoying a significant advantage over the second dog, positioned at the three-point line, Thompson was ready to shoot. The great Thompson maintained his serious expression. This was merely a routine basket. A little too easy, he remarked. Just standard procedure, don't dwell on it. Thompson's performance was indeed godlike. Even in the face of future injuries and external doubts, he could still respond with divine prowess. Small matter, let us see who can shoot better from three. Dongfang Kang smirked, returning to the front court, demanding the ball from Russell. Reluctantly, Russell obliged. Such a prime opportunity was not to be squandered, especially under the watchful gaze of the head coach. Receiving the ball low, Dongfang Kang leaned in, once again executing a step-back jumper. Oh, the step-back! Yang Yi exclaimed. Thrilled to witness Dongfang Kang employ this tactic against Durant, clearly a tit-for-tat gesture. It seems Dongfang Kang has lost his mind, having defended the step-back last time. He now retaliates with the same move. This game is getting interesting. Dongfang Kang glanced back at Coach Kerr on the bench. You truly are audacious. Do you believe I won't let you leave this venue? He was confident, knowing that even the league's finest could not defend against him. Zaza, can you be a bit tougher? Coach Kerr shot a murderous glare at Zaza. How should I be tougher? I'll play as tough as I need to. This is our home court. All right, I understand. Zaza, sporting a sullen face, lunged at Dongfang Kang, having long found him irksome. Over here, Zaza elbowed Durant for a screen. Dongfang Kang clung closely to Durant, and as the elbow came, he fell to the ground. What kind of play is this? Rookie, if you can't handle it, don't step on the court, go take a nap. Zaza was intent on psychological warfare, approaching Dongfang Kang with both hands raised, ready to step over him. Dongfang Kang would not stand for it, bracing himself and toppling Zaza to the ground. Hey, hey, hey. The whistle blew, and chaos erupted on the court. You think you can get away with this? Dongfang Kang was not one to back down. He feared no one. In terms of fighting, could a player from Huaxia be intimidated by him? Any Zaza that approached would be insignificant. Zaza, realizing the predicament, quickly raised his hands and feigned innocence. You all saw. I did nothing. I am the victim. Silence. We have referees here. Spare us the chatter. I'm the victim. Why can't I speak? This is an unsportsmanlike foul. He should be ejected. The referee ceased the banter, separating the players before reviewing the playback. Coach Kerr remained composed on the sidelines, smiling at Zaza. Zaza, basking in praise, whispered something to Durant, seemingly taking credit for the incident. Stay calm, maintain composure on the court, Aitzkin urged Dongfang Kang, quickly attempting to soothe him. They knew he played aggressively, but none expected such recklessness. Zaza had the audacity to retaliate. He was a fearless rookie. Brothers, be tougher. They wish to provoke us to secure an easy win. We must not fall for it. Let us match their intensity. Dongfang Kang recognized Zaza's ploy to unsettle him, opting instead to be even more resolute, testing who would be affected more. D and Oppos. Angelo, be quick when passing the ball. Against the Warriors, be decisive. With a surge of energy, Dongfang Kang shouted to Russell, then turned to Mo, Markieff, watch for the fast break. Follow my lead. The moment the Warriors shoot, turn back. I'll take care of the rebounds. The two exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond to Dongfang Kang's fury. Let us take it to them. Unleash the fury. Chapter 40. Without me, victory is impossible. Russell suddenly rose and shouted, his fervor palpable, as if he were ready to unleash his frustrations. This young man could betray his teammates in a moment of chaos, He must not be allowed to ruin the game. D'Angelo, remain composed. What should I stay composed for? Get in there. My instruction to get in there did not imply physical confrontation, but rather to play freely and follow my lead. Silence. You don't even know your place while I'm on the court. Who are you to direct me? Be quiet. The head coach roared, pointing at Russell. This is the court, not your playground. If you want to play, then leave. At last, Artist's skin exploded. If D'Angelo wished to maintain his position as a core player, he must respect the coaching staff. Previously, there had been no one to shoulder the responsibility. Now, with Dongfang Kang, Russell could easily be dismissed. D'Angelo, stick to the strategy. We can defeat the Warriors, trust me. Dongfang Kang quickly guided Russell back onto the court. This was not the time for conflict. Meanwhile, this scene was captured by the media's cameras. The Warriors media was eager to exploit such a sensational opportunity. The Nets' leader shifted focus, while the rookie sought to assert his dominance. The rookie's dissatisfaction led to a fierce internal conflict within the Nets. The game was far from over. Yet the media had already unleashed a barrage of headlines. Back on the court, Russell remained displeased with Dongfang Kang. Had it not been for his presence, would the coach dare to shout at him? This position of leadership was not up for grabs. Get lost, Russell bellowed, turning to charge at Curry. I can obliterate you. Anytime, anywhere. Curry wore an amused expression, unable to contain his excitement. The Nets were too youthful. With everyone vying for the lead, how could the coach maintain order? When it came to leadership, Curry couldn't help but glance at Dongfang Kang. Truthfully, this Chinese player, though somewhat audacious, possessed commendable skills suitable for a team leader. With a screen set, Curry launched a three-pointer. An exquisite shot, the remarkable Curry. This was indeed the Curry we knew. The fans erupted, ultimately. The Warriors supporters triumphed over the newly emerging Dongfang Kang. Even the Chinese fans couldn't resist their admiration for Curry. This five-star Warriors team was simply irresistible to the fans. Russell couldn't tolerate this humiliation. He sought a screen from the center as he crossed half-court. Clang. The first shot clanged off the rim. He turned only to be overwhelmed by Curry, who executed a 2-1 play. The score widened instantly. Dongfang Kang shook his head repeatedly. Hadn't they agreed to follow the tactics? Why was Russell insisting on playing solo? Artist Skin, exasperated, was about to make a substitution when Russell stepped forward. I know how to guard Curry. Trust me. Trust you? You've just been outplayed twice. How can I believe you? We should trust our teammates. As the free throw was taken, Dongfang Kang attempted to smooth things over with Russell. As teammates, even the most arrogant should display unity. After all, professionalism requires some decorum. Russell shot him a glare and walked away. Why should he trust him? On the court, he believed his teammates wanted to win, and D'Angelo wanted it more than anyone. Fine, I will trust. Artist Skin realized that Dongfang Kang was indeed the most suitable candidate for team leader. His capacity for forgiveness was sufficient to shoulder this responsibility. Curry sank the free throw, bringing the score to 75-67, with the Warriors leading by 8 points. Dongfang Kang was not in a hurry to attack. According to the system's directives, his task was to defend Durant to complete his training. Of course, it would be even better if they could win the game. As he readied himself, Dongfang Kang slipped to the baseline, creating space. Russell seemed oblivious, passing the ball to the right to the other player. The player, unable to find room, dribbled a step and returned the ball to Russell, setting a solid screen. Spotting the opening, Russell surged towards the basket. Feed me. The referee's whistle blew, signaling a foul, awarding him 2 free throws. Dongfang Kang did not consider this a wise choice. Yet earning a foul to score was indeed advantageous. You must make these free throws. These 2 points are crucial. I will make them. You needn't worry. Clang. Clang. The sound of consecutive missed free throws echoed as Russell furiously clenched his fists in frustration. Zaza secured the rebound and passed it to Curry at midcourt. Watch your steps. Deny him the 3-point opportunity. Shut your mouth. I know how to defend. Russell glared at Curry, then turned to hurl insults at Dongfang Kang. In that moment of distraction, Curry accelerated. As Russell turned back, he collided with an impenetrable wall, darkness enveloping him as he fell to the ground. Oh, Curry, that was too precise. Yang couldn't help but cheer. That play was indeed uplifting. Russell's defense had been utterly lacking. How could he defend against Curry like that? Kofan directly criticized him, feeling indignant for Kang. Recently, only Curry had been scoring, while Durant hadn't even touched the ball, and the score kept climbing. Who was performing well was abundantly clear. Indeed, Russell had been careless, failing to notice the screen behind him. They should have let Kang take the primary responsibility for guarding Curry. Whoever shot well from the Warriors should be marked. The fans roared, the continuous scoring overshadowing Durant and Oppo's presence entirely. This was also why Draymond Green later felt bold enough to criticize Durant. Curry was simply phenomenal, utterly unstoppable. What kind of game was this? Artiskin decisively called a timeout, the tactical board slapping loudly. Dongfang Kang, displeased, stared at the board. Why, having placed his trust in him? Must they oppose him? I ask you, can you play or not? Artiskin was thoroughly enraged. All encouragement and praise evaporated, leaving only anger to provoke a reaction. D'Emo couldn't comprehend what was happening. Curry had just scored 9 points. This was unlike the old D'Angelo. If you want to play, follow the plan. Get out. Artiskin turned and pointed to Napier and Yakuba. You too, get in. Napier, momentarily stunned, instantly energized upon hearing his name and stripped off his training gear. FK. Russell furiously tossed his towel, nearly storming off to the locker room. Without me, you cannot win. Russell wagered that no one could organize effectively, and the team would soon crumble into disarray. As anticipated by Russell, Napier faltered under the Warriors' defense, appearing as if he had forgotten how to play. A series of turnovers allowed the Warriors to seize the opportunity, unleashing a 9-0 run. The score widened to a staggering 17 points. Indeed, the Warriors' third quarter was formidable. Dongfang Kang focused solely on defense. With no offensive support, the game unraveled. The one relishing the moment most was Russell, observing from the sidelines. The second overall pick was not merely a title. His organizational skills were undeniably formidable. Humph, without me, you cannot win. Chapter 41. The first defeat. As the third quarter concluded, the score had widened to a daunting 20 points, leaving the Nets utterly demoralized. Each player appeared listless, as if starved of motivation, a sight that was difficult to endure. The Nets were in dire need of a player imbued with passion, someone akin to Draymond Green. A player capable of injecting energy into the game. Yang articulated the team's pressing need for a spiritual leader. Russell's abilities had yet to receive full validation. Despite being a second overall pick, he still lagged far behind Curry in establishing himself as a true cornerstone of the team. Yang's implication was clear. It was time for Kang to shoulder the responsibility. Yet, while Kofan acknowledged this notion, he remained unconvinced. Kang was undeniably talented. But as an undrafted rookie, it would be premature to elevate him to such heights based solely on a few commendable performances. Even the formidable Jeremy Lin could not ascend to a leadership role within his team, let alone the inexperienced Dongfang Kang. Across the entire league, no team had yet seen an undrafted player become its nucleus. Kang needed to learn to assert himself, to not allow his status to distract him from propelling the team forward. Those who become the core players do so by consistently scoring high and stepping up in crucial moments. The more dire the situation, the more proactive one must be. If this game could conclude with a dramatic last-minute triumph, there would be no room for doubt regarding Kang's capabilities. Yang Yi, a true connoisseur of basketball, understood that fans only cared about victories. The media would celebrate a player scoring 50 points in a losing effort. For a team like the Nets, merely ensuring this lineup could endure the regular season would be a stroke of fortune, let alone making the playoffs. Thus, at this juncture, Dongfang Kang needed to focus solely on scoring. If he could deliver a standout performance, would he not attract lucrative offers in the upcoming season? Teskin clearly saw Kang as a pivotal asset and was eager to gamble on him in the final moments, especially against the Warriors. A comeback would not only bolster his reputation but also enhance his standing within the team. Kang glanced across the court, where Klay Thompson was engaged in tactical discussions, while Curry and Durant remained fixated on the strategy board. This was the essence of execution, something the Nets struggled to achieve. A comeback from a 20-point deficit seemed insurmountable, particularly against a five-star team like the Warriors. Yet, even the slightest chance warranted a fight. All right, I entrust the game to you. Stick to the strategy we implemented in the last match, Teskin declared, surrendering his fate to Dongfang Kang. Whether he would etch his name in history hinged on this very game. Let me play. I'll handle the backcourt, Russell proclaimed with confidence, dismissing concerns about the coach's reservations. Why not? I can lead us to victory. Russell's boldness seemed to unsettle the atmosphere. What do you mean? Do you look down on me? Not at all. I merely believe your presence may create chaos, came Russell's retort, revealing his displeasure. Dongfang Kang shrugged off the comment. Knowing that winning or losing had become secondary, fulfilling his duties was paramount. As the fourth quarter commenced, Kang remained on the court, indicating the Nets' intent to mount a comeback. Yang, do you think the Warriors might falter? Kofan's inquiry prompted Yang Yi to lower his head, acutely aware that Nets fans would be incensed by such a suggestion. How could anyone imply the Nets were so inept? Kang will orchestrate the turnaround and claim the MVP title. My commentary alone could shift the outcome of the game. Yang stifled a laugh at the comments flooding the live chat, while Ko-Fan remained blissfully unaware, engrossed in his own thoughts. On the court, Dongfang Kang shadowed Durant, refusing to give him an inch, even in defeat. The fourth quarter devolved into a disheartening affair for Nets fans. The initial minutes were bearable, but once Russell ignited, the game's tempo was irrevocably disrupted. Teskin, witnessing the game slipping away, forced Russell onto the bench, his frustration palpable. Tonight, I must have a serious talk with Billy King about D'Angelo. I have no time for your discussions, came the curt reply. Meanwhile, Billy King was glued to the television, closely monitoring Russell's performance, which could only be described as disastrous. This is youth, and we must allow him time, he consoled himself, having uttered those words countless times before. Suddenly, the screen lit up with a stunning block, Dongfang Kang thwarting Durant's layup. You cannot score in my presence, he declared defiantly. You cannot contain me. That was merely an accident. Look at your score, and then tell me I am unable to guard you. We are the ones winning, rookie. Do you comprehend? Dongfang Kang was unfazed by the current score, knowing that had it not been for Russell, he could have exited victorious. He swiftly executed a beautiful pick-and-roll three-pointer, followed by a steal from Durant, setting up a teammate who unfortunately missed the shot. Kerr quickly deciphered the net strategy and decided to counter it by keeping Durant on the floor to draw the 10th defender, allowing the Splash Brothers ample opportunities to shoot. As a championship coach, his tactical acumen far surpassed that of Teskin. A simple maneuver secured victory for the Warriors. As the Nets struggled to withstand the relentless onslaught from the Splash Brothers, Teskin's last glimmer of hope was extinguished. Kang, it is time for a break. The opposition has played magnificently, and we must pay our respects. Faced with a nearly 30-point deficit, Kang could only walk despondently to the bench. 28 points, an entire 30-point deficit. Was this a jest? When had he ever endured such humiliation? To return with such a significant loss? Yet, Kang's individual statistics were nonetheless impressive. 28 points, 10 rebounds, 3 steals, and 4 blocks. While the numbers offered some solace, the bitter disappointment of not securing a victory at the Warriors' home court lingered. In hindsight, it was clear why Durant had chosen to bear the brunt of criticism to join the Warriors. It was about winning. The allure of championships and the prospect of earning the finals MVP were opportunities too precious to overlook. Meanwhile, the bench players battled for recognition, eager to showcase their skills and earn the coach's approval. The Warriors demonstrated their prowess, while the Nets only managed a commendable first half, ultimately unable to withstand the onslaught from the Splash Brothers. Ko-Fan was quickly becoming a Warriors fan, lavishing praise on the duo. Not only is their performance exceptional, but the coach's experience is also undeniable, Yang remarked. In the first half, I remained composed, but in the second half, I utilized Durant to neutralize your strongest player. With your best option rendered ineffective, I still have an ace up my sleeve. That is the hallmark of an exceptional coach. Chapter 42. The Locker Room Crisis. The title of a basketball commentator is not merely a facade. It is a testament to their prowess. After the commentary, the analyst could deftly dissect the strategies of both teams, a rarity in our domestic arena. However, Ko-Fan found himself unable to analyze, as Yang had already articulated everything. In the end, he could only exclaim, "The Warriors are exceptional." The game concluded with a score of 110-90. A 20-point deficit is not a disgrace for the Nets, as their limitations were apparent. A loss was to be expected. Players from both sides rose to pay their respects. Durant was the first to rush over to embrace Dongfang Kang, exchanging high fives. "Young man, you exude energy and passion. I admire your style of play. You have triumphed, and I have witnessed the greatness of the Warriors. I believe you will go far. A single loss signifies little. Your potential inspires me to want to play alongside you. Your teammates will always trust in your defense. The future belongs to you." Dongfang Kang furrowed his brow. Those words seemed hauntingly familiar. Wait a minute. Weren't those the very words that old fool Deng said to LeBron? After years, even a glance at Deng would evoke tears from LeBron, questioning why it was always him. "Hey, your performance exceeded my expectations. Honestly, you astounded me." Curry approached with a smile, offering encouragement. At a loss for words to express his admiration, he resorted to capturing a selfie. "Truly, brother, we are in dire need of someone like you for defense. Are you willing to fight alongside us?" This was not Curry's original phrase, but a message relayed to Kerr. Curry hesitated, pondering why Kerr did not personally deliver the recruitment. Such tactics could attract scrutiny from the league. Duty bound him, leaving no choice but to convey the invitation truthfully. Xiaofeng had previously mentioned the Warriors' recruitment to Dongfang Kang. Across the entire league, who wouldn't desire to join the Warriors, given their status as championship favorites? Even if one never stepped onto the court. Merely being a part of the team could yield a championship ring. Only a fool would decline. Haha, I sincerely appreciate Steven's invitation. The Warriors are brimming with talent. Only the water cooler position remains for me. You possess a delightful sense of humor. You will become a crucial piece of our championship puzzle. Tempting with the allure of a championship is an invitation many players cannot refuse. Yet, not every player yearns for a championship. This is a profession, and in a profession, one must earn money. Who plays for free? Dongfang Kang would not cling to others for a championship. If he were to achieve it, he would lead his own charge against the Warriors. Haha, I will consider it. This is indeed intriguing. I believe you will undoubtedly assist Golden State in securing more championships. Brother, I await your arrival. Curry genuinely believed Dongfang Kang would join them. After all, having the team leader personally extend an invitation is a tremendous honor, especially for a bench player like Dongfang Kang. How could he not be tempted? Curry, buoyed by a small victory, made a confident gesture toward Kerr. A hint of pride adorned Kerr's face. In a week's time, he would surely secure Dongfang Kang. Congratulations on yet another victory. You played magnificently. Haha. You all have been diligent, achieving a 4-game winning streak. A remarkable feat what you face pales in comparison. Congratulations once more. Our Tuscan offered ample respect. Skill earns respect. Upon returning to the locker room, Dongfang Kang awaited a notification from the system, but Russell's outburst abruptly interrupted his plans. You are utterly unworthy of a starting position. Today is the perfect proof. You can only guard the water cooler. Dongfang Kang could not fathom why Russell was directing his ire at him. The loss had nothing to do with him. Had Russell not acted recklessly, would they have lost this match? Stop whining. I do not wish to engage in prolonged discussions with you. Dongfang Kang's retort thickened the tension in the air. Era quickly stood, fearing a confrontation might erupt again. The current state of the Nets could only be described as chaotic, particularly within the locker room. It is not unusual for the leader to be dissatisfied with a player relegated to the water cooler. However, when the leader's status is at risk, that becomes abnormal. Hey, kid, do you know who you are speaking to? Dudley had long sought an excuse to confront him, and the moment had finally arrived. Doemo also rose. But this time not to confront Dongfang Kang, but to intervene. What is this? Are you planning to brawl? This is a locker room. You, rookie, have no place here. Best behave yourself. Dudley's villainous demeanor resurfaced, signaling his intent to fight. Dongfang Kang showed no signs of retreat. If a brawl were to ensue, he would echo the sentiment that Chinese players have never feared anyone. Hey, what is going on here? Doemo rushed in, sensing the atmosphere was turning sour. We are all teammates. Losing a game is inconsequential. Do not lose your dignity. This is the visiting team. Dudley nearly lost his mind, incredulous that McKeef had become so cowardly as to defend a water cooler player. Dongfang Kang was surprised that Doemo would stand up for him, instantly warming to him. Well, we are all teammates. Any grievances can be voiced. Everything can be resolved. There is nothing to discuss. This is the locker room. So do not come at me with that. Enough chatter. What do you want? Oh, how lively it is. Our Tuscan entered just as he caught wind of Dongfang Kang's voice, which exuded authority. This solidified our Tuscan's trust in Dongfang Kang's firmness. Now, only the head coach could quell this scene. Coach, your timing is impeccable. This rookie is utterly unfit for a starting role. He disregards instructions and remains indifferent. How can this be tolerated? Hold your tongue. Our Tuscan approached Russell, producing his phone to show him a short video of his plays on the court. Do you see clearly? A Kang clearly had an open lane. Yet you failed to pass and caused a turnover. Is this the strategy for winning? Our Tuscan aimed to demonstrate with tangible evidence that it was Russell who faltered, not his teammates. Losing to the Warriors is not shameful. The disgrace lies in your performance on the court. Lethargic, devoid of passion, and lacking defense. Does this resemble a playoff contending team? Now, observe a Kang and Amp, Oppo's statistics. Our Tuscan displayed tonight and Amp, Oppo's figures prominently. 25 points, 10 rebounds. Impressive double-double stats. Wouldn't you agree? Now, look at the steals and blocks. He was defending Durant, who managed only 10 points tonight. What does 10 points mean for a 4-time scoring champion? This revelation left the room in stunned silence. Limiting Durant to a mere 10 points is a testament to extraordinary defensive effort. However, they remained oblivious to how effortlessly Dongfang Kang achieved this. Had his teammates exerted just a bit more effort, they might have secured victory. Statistics do not lie. The decision of who starts is not mine to make. If any of you can restrain Durant from scoring normally, it would suffice to prove your excellence. Can you accomplish that? Observing the silence that enveloped the room, our Tuscan knew he had achieved his objective. If there are still those who harbor discontent towards Dongfang Kang, or believe he is merely a temporary player, now is the time to step forward. The next starting position is his. Let me see who can contain Dirk. Chapter 43. Is defense really so challenging? The question posed is rather perplexing. Nowitzki plays the power forward position, and within the team, only Big Mo poses a credible challenge. Given Big Mo's current state, if he were capable of containing Nowitzki, he would not be wandering aimlessly. Even though Nowitzki's prowess has waned, he managed to average 15.2 points last season, with a 2-point shooting percentage of 51.2 and a 3-point shooting percentage of 47. Both statistics represent a season high, with his scoring closely tied to his playing time. The Mavericks have indeed aged significantly over the past 2 years, and even during their championship season, they faced skepticism. However, during that season, Nowitzki was virtually indefensible, leading to the Heat's formidable trio being sent home in disgrace. The head coach's strategy left everyone speechless, and he added, "I have assigned a Khan to defend against him, so you may observe how he handles it. If he can convincingly demonstrate his abilities, the starting position will be his." Observing the silent exchanges among the players, Arteskin anticipated a rebuttal from the trio. A team should foster competition to elevate its performance. Excessive tranquility is not beneficial. Jadri, Kang has claimed your starting position. How about you try guarding Dirk? The player singled out, Dudley, wore an expression of displeasure. Previously hesitant to voice his thoughts, he decided to take on the challenge. If that and Oppos, that's the case, then let us do it. What I have to fear? Excellent. I admire your spirit, Arteskin declared. I will arrange for both of you to defend over 2 halves of the game. The one who performs better will secure the starting spot. Are there any objections? This was a challenge that Kang did not shy away from. He was undeterred by any opponent. With Nowitzki's aging legs, it would suffice to defend him with one hand. Dudley had never faced Nowitzki directly, and any instances of matching up had resulted in mismatches. Everyone knew that Nowitzki's signature moves were nearly impossible to counter, and Dudley had experienced a few failures against him. Comparing himself to Nowitzki seemed to set an impossible standard. However, considering that Kang also played the small forward position, it would similarly be a mismatch. Furthermore, Dudley had the advantages of weight and experience, making the task no more daunting. This challenge was undoubtedly manageable. Kid, are you up for it? Dudley directed the challenge at Kang. Having seen arrogance before, he had never encountered such foolish hubris. Could it be that the current Nowitzki surpassed Durant? It's settled then. Everyone is heard. If you cannot contain Dirk, prepare to take your leave, Dudley declared, confidently striding toward the showers. After receiving a satisfactory response, Arteskin departed, leaving Kang without guidance on how to defend against Nowitzki. Hey, are you out of your mind? You can't just go up against Dirk like that. Do you want to ruin your career? Era rushed over to ask, eager to instruct Kang on how to win this challenge. To his surprise, Kang simply laughed. Is guarding Dirk really so difficult? Era was taken aback, and Big Mo was equally bewildered. Was this kid intoxicated? Did he actually dare to accept this challenge? Meanwhile, Russell merely awaited the spectacle, anticipating that after tomorrow, Kang would no longer be seen in the locker room, alleviating his concerns regarding his own standing. At the Golden State Warriors and Oppos training facility, Xiaofang was engaged in light-hearted conversation with assistant coach Mark Lee. Mark had come with the intent of conveying Coach Kerr's wishes, regardless of the circumstances. A discussion was necessary. Their conversation was brief before General Manager Myers hurried in. Apologies for the wait. I just concluded a press conference. Shall we continue our discussion in the office? There's no need for such formality. We're merely in the preliminary stages of our discussions. We can converse here, Xiaofang replied, hoping to avoid any media scrutiny that might misrepresent the situation and negatively impact Kang. Before the game concluded, Xiaofang had noticed a sensationalist report released by Warriors media, claiming internal strife within the Nets and rookies vying for leadership. Such exaggerations displeased him, prompting a call to the Warriors media to inquire about their motives behind such narratives. The journalist's response was succinct. This is a matter of press freedom. Left with no recourse, he chose to remain silent and let the Nets clarify the situation themselves. Mr. General Manager, I trust you have seen tonight's news. Frankly, it is regrettable that such events transpired in Golden State. Myers, having reviewed the reports, expressed his dissatisfaction with the media's speculative nature. However, this is a matter of freedom, and we can only communicate with them to minimize such reports during the season. It is unfortunate. This situation could have been avoided, and I sincerely apologize. Myers' demeanor astonished Xiaofang. As the Warriors' general manager, he could easily dismiss the matter. You are too courteous, Mr. General Manager. Let us return to the matter at hand. Xiaofang presented the meticulously compiled statistics regarding Kang's performance since his 5th game on the day after Christmas. Myers glanced over the data, which he had already evaluated. From a statistical standpoint, Kang's performance was undeniably deserving of all-star recognition. However, the Warriors were not lacking in all-stars. They were more focused on Kang's defensive capabilities after witnessing Durant score only 10 points in tonight's game, a statistic that stood out significantly. Ms. Xiaofang, as you are aware, the Warriors' situation is quite specific. Our coaching staff values Kang's defensive skills. We hope he can assume the role of our primary player, and we can guarantee him playing time to help secure our championship aspirations. Xiaofang recognized that they were leveraging the allure of a championship, which also aligned with her interests. Securing a championship would undoubtedly elevate Kang's market value, especially given the substantial Chinese community in Oakland, which would be advantageous for him. Are you suggesting that Kang could serve as the successor to the primary player? Indeed. Given the primary player's age, we are in urgent need of a successor. Kang is the ideal candidate, representing the best choice for both parties. Xiaofang was moved by Myers' sincerity with such a general manager. There was little doubt that the Warriors could achieve dynasty status. However, most of your salary cap is allocated to the Big Three. Is there any room for maneuvering this summer? This was indeed one of Myers' greatest challenges. The primary issue with a super team lay in its salary structure. The Warriors had already exceeded the luxury tax limit by over $100 million this year, and it was only due to the owner's generosity that Myers was able to operate as he did. Yet, no matter how generous, it was impossible to offer even $500,000 at this juncture. How could they possibly sign anyone? Ms. Xiaofang, this is precisely why I sought this meeting. My plan is to sign Kang to a minimum contract first. Once we secure Durant's extension this summer, we will have sufficient cap space to offer a mid-level exception. By next summer, we aim to present an $800,000 contract. As long as Kang contributes to the Warriors, we will ensure he is well compensated. This is the legacy of the Warriors' championship culture and our locker room ethos. Only $800,000, and that would have to wait until next year? Is that truly suitable? Chapter 44. For the time being, I do not wish to join the Warriors as per the current data, without a minimum of $10 million. Dongfang Kang would not even consider it. Xiaofang had already discussed the matter of the championship with Dongfang Kang, naturally. Joining a team with championship aspirations is not an issue. However, to play solely for the championship contradicts the very essence of coming to the NBA. Both salary and the championship are significant and must coexist. I trust that the general manager will not overlook any player who contributes to the pursuit of the championship. Yet this salary requires further negotiation. Myers is half-hearted. He genuinely cannot afford to offer such a substantial sum. It is entirely reasonable for a player to pursue financial gain through their profession. I am confident that Ms. Xiaofang holds the Golden State Warriors in high esteem. So while Kang and Appo's contract has not yet expired, we may reach a verbal agreement. Once he attains free agency, he can promptly report to the Warriors and sign a 5-year contract. A 5-year agreement conveys sincerity. However, Xiaofang cannot unilaterally make decisions. Although they share an agent-client relationship, their friendship as classmates necessitates a detailed discussion with Dongfang Kang. Speak of the devil, here comes Kang just in time. Wait. Where in Appo's? We supposed to meet after the away game? Why are you here at the arena? ISN and Appo's. That Warriors general manager Myers? Upon witnessing this scene, Dongfang Kang understood. The general manager's presence indicated he took his words seriously. Hey, Xiaofang. Dongfang Kang greeted her and flashed a smile at Myers. Finally, he met the esteemed leader of the 5-star Warriors. Mr. General Manager, you are truly remarkable. You have assembled such an impressive super team. I hope you will join our family as we strive for the championship. Myers expressed with confidence regarding Dongfang Kang and Appo's potential joining. Yu Haven T already acquiesced to his demands. Have you? Xiaofang replied, Of course not. I still require your consent. You are truly charming. I shall commend you for that. Haha, The Warriors are brimming with talent. It would be an honor to join them. Just as Dongfang Kang finished speaking, Xiaofang shot him a fierce glare. You traitor! Have you turned your back so quickly? I did not come to discuss joining. The Warriors will falter next season. Not even the gods can save them. Nonsense. It is precisely because you are not joining. That is merely confidence. Kang, I have made a commitment to Miss Xiaofang. A 5-year contract with a rookie minimum salary for the first year. A mid-level exception for the second, with annual increases. Now, I am merely awaiting your nod. Myers is known for his persistence, otherwise he would not be able to manage so many high-profile players. The general manager and AMP, Oppo's enthusiasm is palpable, yet I truly cannot make a commitment at this moment. The current contract has not yet concluded. Such actions would invite scrutiny. We are only at the stage of a verbal agreement, awaiting your approval. We can draft the contract now. I am immensely grateful to the Warriors. My focus must remain on playing basketball. Regarding the contract, my agent will reach out to you. The best refusal is one that conveys dedication. No one dislikes a focused player. Is that Kevin? Dongfang Kang turned to see Durant diligently practicing across the court. Clearly, he was responding to the humiliation he suffered, intensifying his training after a disappointing season low. This is the nature of NBA players, upon realizing their inadequacies. They engage in post-game practice until they are satisfied. Kevin, you ought to be out at nightclubs like James Harden rather than grinding here, Dongfang Kang teased. Upon recognizing Dongfang Kang, Durant recalled the moment he was blocked by those long arms. A chill ran through him as he sensed the fierce aura emanating from Dongfang Kang. That look in his eyes was quite intimidating. Dongfang Kang felt Durant's defiance and challenged him. Kevin, how about we train together once more? Durant, clearly frustrated, thought. Was the embarrassment enough? Why must I endure more after the game? He gestured to his assistant coach, acknowledging he had to leave. Kevin, I merely wish to learn from you. You should not deny me this opportunity. You're too cocky. I do not wish to engage with you. Are you afraid of me? Determined to provoke him, Dongfang Kang knew he had to apply some psychological pressure. Competing against a top-tier small forward like Durant would enable him to absorb his skills most efficiently. Having completed the second step of his training, he only needed to win one more game for the task to be fully accomplished. This task could be fulfilled tomorrow, allowing him to absorb the energy of the strong in advance for future use. What did you say? I said you wouldn't dare let me guard you because you cannot surpass my defense. Damn you. Durant could not tolerate this challenge. He stepped forward, pressing his forehead against Dongfang Kang's, glaring fiercely. 5 shots. I can obliterate you. Fine. I'll defend. If you make all of them, I'll concede. After issuing this bold statement, Dongfang Kang returned to the 3-point line, ready to defend. Myers glanced at Xiaofang, signaling her to intervene to prevent any awkwardness. Xiaofang did not wish for any embarrassing moments to arise at this juncture. She forced a smile and quickly approached, saying, Kang, there's a game tomorrow. You need to rest. Just one more round after this, Dongfang Kang insisted, refusing to squander such a splendid opportunity, clapping his hands in provocation. Come on, Kevin. I can defend you until you're gasping for breath. You're asking for trouble. Durant released the ball, using his height to back in and collide. However, he found himself met with solid resistance, causing his arm to ache. Seizing the moment while Durant was still in discomfort, Dongfang Kang swiftly snatched the ball away. What? Myers looked incredulously at the assistant coach, unable to believe Durant had been caught off guard. The first shot. Dongfang Kang grinned as he returned the ball to Durant and resumed his defensive stance. Xiaofang breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to let him defend. Durant, now with the ball, executed a between-the-legs dribble to his right hand, expertly maneuvering with 2 swift changes of direction. As space opened up, he suddenly dashed toward the basket. Smack. What? Your attack is too slow. Dongfang Kang came from behind with a resounding block, denying a sure bucket. Durant seethed, still refusing to admit defeat. Turning to back down, realizing he could not overpower him, he leveraged a step-back move for a jumper. Good shot. Dongfang Kang had to admire Durant and AMP, Oppo's vast array of offensive maneuvers. There was virtually nothing he could not execute. Yet, this attempt was still hindered, the shot too heavy, ricocheting off the rim. Fourth shot, here we go. Durant, now agitated, held the ball and executed a wide-angle change of direction. Feigning a drive, he abruptly halted, then stepped back to create space. Can you still defend this? Haha, defensive attributes are no joke. Hey, that's a foul. Durant and AMP, Oppo's wrist was struck audibly, causing onlookers to wince at the sound. A foul, which law states that fouling is prohibited. Chapter 45. Beware of number 10. Dongfang Kang spread his hands, and Durant appeared helpless. As the game resumed, Durant had already discovered a method to counter him. Instead of attacking directly with a drive, he opted for a shot, creating space to catch him off guard. Holding the ball, he noticed that this time, there was no tight defense approaching. Was he allowing a shot instead of a drive? Then, he would shoot. The ball left his hands, but suddenly a shadow leaped into the air, disrupting the shot at the moment it was released. How did he manage that? Myers was flustered. Even having witnessed the jump, he could not fathom how quickly he had leaped. A prodigy, a rare defensive genius. We need such talent. The assistant coach nearby was salivating at the prospect. With a player like this, any head coach could soar to great heights. Your offense is indeed exquisite, with a plethora of techniques, but in my presence, no. Durant was infuriated. Apart from drawing a single foul, he had gained nothing. How could he continue like this? What the savior needed most was assistance. Durant felt the terror of Dongfang Kang, and a singular thought occupied his mind. I want to go home. Hey, Myers, sensing Durant's discomfort, hurriedly intervened before the final play. I assume you Haven and Oppos. He had a late-night snack yet. How about this? Let me treat you to a late-night meal, and we can sit down and have a proper discussion. There is still one play left. Let us finish that first. No, we will soon be teammates, and there will be plenty of opportunities then. Let us eat first. Seeing Myers so resolute, Dongfang Kang understood that he was deflecting Durant and Oppos' insistence. After Durant and Oppos' game and their earlier confrontation, Dongfang Kang had already discerned Durant and Oppos' offensive skills. Talent came first, with effort following. Having exhausted 108 offensive weapons, there was nothing more to observe. It was time to leave. Kevin, I truly appreciate the chance to compete with you here, and I hope there will be opportunities in the future. Dongfang Kang did not linger and headed straight to the hotel. Well, let us find another time to meet. Xiaofeng quickly greeted the two and followed Dongfang Kang as he slipped away. Only after exiting the arena did Xiaofeng inquire, Kang, be honest with me. What is the plan moving forward? The deadline will arrive once the away game concludes. Let us discuss it after the Mavericks game. The competition isn't over yet, and we're far from discussing contracts. All right, I await your response. The next morning, after training, the blue screen lit up, and the basketball fire system appeared. Only one final step remains for the host to complete the sponge training. Keep it up. This final step was a victory. Once achieved, Dongfang Kang's offensive maneuvers would soon amalgamate, and there would be no need to worry about becoming a superstar. Since it was a defensive battle, he would maximize his defensive attributes. First, he checked his battle value. While 30, having lost the game yesterday, logically, his battle value should not have increased. This 30 points must have been acquired from competing against Durant. Indeed, facing a skilled opponent guaranteed an increase in battle value. Therefore, he would fully enhance his defensive attributes. These attribute points would eventually be depleted. Last night, defending against Durant had consumed them rapidly. After adding 90 points, only half remained by today. With additional points, he barely reached 80. 90 points were already quite effective against Durant, while 80 points would suffice against Nowitzki. After maximizing his attributes, there were no battle points left to invest in other attributes. However, glancing at the offensive and assist attributes stirred a strong desire within him. He must train more, engage in one-on-one confrontations, and accumulate battle value to recharge his attributes. Congratulations to the host for successfully enhancing the defensive attributes. After the system and Oppos' notification, he plunged into training with renewed vigor. That evening, the game commenced. Hey, Dirk, I've heard the Nets are currently on a winning streak, but I believe you can lead the team to victory tonight. Haha, Mark, I am confident we will handle this easily. Just wait for the good news. Before the game, Cuban and Nowitzki were sharing lighthearted banter, clearly not dismissing the Nets. As the team owner, Cuban treated his players exceptionally well, particularly Nowitzki, who was like a son to him. Thanks to Cuban's support, Nowitzki had the opportunity to lead the team to a championship, solidifying his position within the Mavericks. It was evident that when the future number 41 jersey hung in the American Airlines Center, no one would doubt its significance. Hey, old buddy, we cannot afford to be complacent. The number 10 on the opposing team might pose a challenge for us, Carlisle cautioned the two wisely. As the Mavericks and Oppos' head coach, Carlisle had guided this team to a championship, thus carrying considerable influence. He also commanded Cuban and Oppos' respect, but tonight, that might not carry much weight. Haha, Rick, you're always so sensitive. Number 10 is merely a temporary player. Do you really think he can trouble us? Cuban was excellent in many respects, yet he had a penchant for meddling in team affairs. If not for his domineering nature, old Nelson would not have left so abruptly. Now that young Nelson had become the general manager, he still faced Cuban's interference, which made him contemplate leaving. Had it not been for the comfort of partnering with Carlisle, the Mavericks might not have achieved their championship. No, 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 we cannot underestimate any NBA player. Let us not forget how Yao Ming once troubled us. Oh, that was many years ago. Times have changed, if you were still playing now. He might not even be a bench warmer. In the face of capital, Carlisle's words fell on deaf ears. He could only speak quietly to Nowitzki. If Durant only scores 10 points, you should be cautious. A player capable of restricting Durant to just 10 points made Nowitzki glance over at number 10. Could he possess extraordinary abilities to defend against him? The game began. The home team's starting five: Curry, Matthews, Barnes, Nowitzki, and Powell. The visiting Nets and Oppos, starters: Russell, Harris, Dudley, Morris, and Mozgov. Dongfang Kang was confined to the bench, a deliberate arrangement by Atkinson. In the Huaxia live broadcast studio, Yang Yi was the host, accompanied by De Wong. Kang is not on the starting list. That's quite peculiar. The Nets lineup remained unchanged, except for Dongfang Kang being replaced by Dudley, while everything else was standard. However, this slight deviation was disheartening. Kang had performed excellently, yet was not starting. All right, the jump ball begins. Powell still jumps high, passing the ball to Curry. Yang Yi commenced today and Oppos' commentary, hoping to witness Dongfang Kang and Oppos' outstanding performance. Dongfang Kang, as always, sat by the water cooler. Despite now having the capability to be a core player, he chose to remain low-key, recognizing he was merely a temporary player. Not starting was advantageous, allowing him to observe Nowitzki's offensive strategies up close in preparation for the second half. Bang! On the first attempt, Nowitzki effortlessly scored with his signature one-legged fadeaway. He even turned to glance at Carlisle. That score came too easily. Was there any defense from the Nets? Carlisle's expression tightened, and upon witnessing Cuban's angry fist pump, he could only sigh in defeat. Hey, set a screen. Chapter 46. Wait for me, Russell shouted as he approached the top of the arc, declaring that today was the prime opportunity to prove himself as the leader. No need for excessive words, a single half would suffice. After setting a screen, Russell accelerated down the right side, facing the incoming defense from Barlow, and scored an impressive 2-1. With a triumphant roar, he flexed his powerful arms upon landing. Casting a glance towards the head coach, Artiskin raised an eyebrow, acknowledging the quality of the play, yet recognized that one shot alone could not substantiate his prowess. Dongfang Kang applauded the feat, noting that if Russell remained composed, he indeed possessed talent. Do not flatter me. This is merely routine, he remarked. Very well. I anticipate witnessing something extraordinary from you. Of course, you shall see. At the other end, Nowitzki called for the ball in the low post, facing the considerably shorter Dudley. A smile playing at the corners of his lips. Do you think I and Oppos, grown old, allowing an unproven player to defend me? I will have you gasping for breath. Come on. Dudley pressed against Nowitzki and Oppos' waist, sinking lower to negate his strength. After all, Nowitzki was renowned as the German tank. Such trifling tactics would hardly deter him. With a swift motion, he clapped his right hand before executing a half-turn jump shot. Upon noticing the shot, Dudley leapt to block it. What trickery is this? This old wizard is deceiving me. Yet, before Dudley could land, Nowitzki dribbled once and halted, releasing the ball with precision. Is this what you call defense? Nowitzki glanced over at Carlisle, a cryptic smile rendering Carlisle's expression somewhat awkward. Was it possible that he had misjudged the situation? The Nets appeared to lack any semblance of defense. Turning to the opposite side, he saw the number 10 player casually seated by the water cooler, observing the court without a care. This hardly resembled the stance of a conventional team. Had he truly erred in judgment? Well, if we can secure a victory. I suppose my misjudgment is inconsequential. Dudley, feeling the heat of embarrassment, pondered the bizarre circumstances. Was Nowitzki truly this difficult to defend? No, that cannot be. I can surely contain him. Returning to the baseline, Dudley received the ball. With an open shot opportunity, how could he refrain from taking it? He shot directly, finding the mark with ease. Dudley turned to glare at Dongfang Kang, asserting, it's merely scoring. It's not as if only you can accomplish it. Dongfang Kang remained unfazed by the three-pointer, questioning whether it was Nowitzki's lax defense that allowed Dudley such an open opportunity. Today, it's about your defense, not your scoring. Can you contain the driver? That is the crux. Seth Curry, the Mavericks orchestrator, also known as Curry, unleashed his own formidable three-point shots. Yet tonight, the spotlight remained firmly on Nowitzki. As the half progressed, the driver aggressively called for the ball in the low post, still respecting the authority of the leader. He received the ball at a sharp angle. Nowitzki's signature offensive move involved positioning himself to the right, feigning a shot before launching. Dudley retorted, "You old trickster. Do you think I'll fall for your fakes again?" To which Nowitzki replied, "I'm not faking at all." He executed a smooth fadeaway jump shot, flawlessly finding the net. The most challenging players to defend are those who possess a repertoire of feints. Tall and versatile, they can both drive and shoot, leaving one uncertain of how they will conclude their offensive play. Nowitzki chuckled to himself, contemplating whether the Nets were indeed on a path to ruin, exhibiting a complete lack of defense. If they were truly aiming for the draft, why would they pursue a four-game winning streak? Russell, dissatisfied, shot a fierce glare at Dudley. "You may spar amongst yourselves, but tonight, we must secure a victory. Everyone is watching. This game shall be won under my leadership. I am the leader." Dudley replied, "Leader. I too wish to guard him. I am gambling my starting position. How can I not give my all?" Russell shot back. "Giving your all won't prevent the driver from scoring easily." Dudley countered, "We are all in this together. The offense hinges on you." In a swift motion, Russell charged towards the basket. With a resounding thud, he executed a powerful block that sent the ball soaring several meters away, landing precisely in the hands of the driver, who, despite his age, had sharpened his vision. A long pass was thrown to Curry, who, facing two defenders, unleashed an audacious three-pointer that astonishingly found the net. Was the Curry family solely destined for three-point glory? Dongfang Kang furrowed his brow. Although such shots were routine for him, witnessing Curry's prowess without a system backing him was truly impressive. Unable to contain himself, Dongfang Kang felt an urge to challenge him to a three-point shootout. As anticipated by Artiskin, the first quarter concluded with the Nets trailing by 10 points, 15-25. Nowitzki had shot 6 of 7, scoring 12 points, collecting 3 rebounds, and contributing 2 assists. Rather than showcasing superstar caliber, it appeared the Nets had simply failed to defend. One player's scoring was nearing the collective output of the entire Nets team, marking them as a clear underdog. Breathless, the two players returned to the bench, still unconvinced. While Artiskin awaited their remarks, Dongfang Kang approached, contemplating whether to enter in the second half or sooner. With the current strategy, it seemed unlikely they would need to wait until the second half. Garbage time loomed on the horizon. However, as the second quarter commenced, Nowitzki remained on the court. Even he was taken aback. Did the coach intend to exhaust him? Yet, wasn't it said that the Nets would pose a challenge? Utilizing him to eliminate that challenge seemed contradictory. As the second quarter unfolded without Dongfang Kang's entrance, one could only wonder at the Nets' personnel decisions. Were they truly heading for a second consecutive defeat? Observing Dongfang Kang's name on the active roster raised questions about potential influences from Oakland media. In the broadcast booth, Yang Yi boldly suggested that such sensational news could sway player performance. Meanwhile, the commentator remained composed, acknowledging that extraneous matters should be overlooked. Carlisle's primary objective remained victory. After a Christmas record of 2 losses to 1 win, tensions ran high among the team. The Mavericks' ultimate aspiration was the championship, a goal understood to be improbable. Yet the playoffs remained essential. Tonight, Nowitzki and Oppos' shooting was exceptional, leaving no reason to bench him. Carlisle sensed that this favorable momentum would soon dissipate. The Mavericks maintained their exemplary performance in the second quarter, bolstered by Dudley's resurgence, who managed 3 three-pointers to sustain their efforts. Nowitzki continued to thrive, netting another 10 points in the quarter, bringing his first half total to 22 points, with no one able to impede him. As the half concluded, the Nets found themselves trailing by 17 points as they retreated to the locker room. Dongfang Kang, who had not seen a moment on the court, gazed at the Mavericks. "Nowitzki, just wait for the second half." Chapter 47. It's my turn in the second half in the Nets locker room. An unusual silence enveloped the players. Trailing by 20 points at halftime, the rhythm of defeat was palpable. After a brief 4-game winning streak, they were on the verge of a 2-game losing streak. A roller coaster performance that left both players and coaching staff reeling. The game was not yet over. There remained a flicker of hope for victory. Atkinson encouraged everyone, firmly believing that as long as Kang was on the court, there was still a chance to triumph. However, the outcome of this contest was largely apparent. "Jared, your task is complete," Atkinson declared, tossing the halftime statistics in front of Dudley, unwilling to utter another word. Indeed, before the appearance of Dongfang Kang, Dudley had excelled defensively on the perimeter. The Nets needed his toughness. The harsh reality of sports lies in the fact that there will always be someone more outstanding. And that standout is the victor. Kang was that standout. Not starting him would be utterly unjust. Dudley remained defiant, questioning how he could be deemed defeated before the second half even commenced. He shot a fierce glare at Dongfang Kang, who was absorbed in the statistics, igniting Dudley's frustration once more. "Kid, I've drained a lot of his energy. If you can't hold him, you might as well leave." Was this merely an excuse? Dongfang Kang responded with a cold laugh, shaking his head in retort. "Kang, give it your all," Atkinson uttered before heading towards the arena. In the Mavericks and Oppo's locker room, there was no jubilation, but the prospect of facing a weaker opponent lifted spirits. Only Carlisle wore a worried expression, recalibrating strategies for the second half. Cuban, animatedly discussing the anticipated victory, seemed oblivious to Carlisle and Oppo's tension. Given his position as owner, Carlisle had no choice but to acquiesce. The second half was about to commence. It would be intriguing to see if the Nets would adjust their tactics and reinstate Kang to make the game more competitive. Yang Yi, serving as a commentator, was keen to boost viewership. Dongfang Kang and Oppo's recent performances were reminiscent of the legendary Lin, creating a stir in the basketball community in China. Countless fans were glued to their screens, eager to witness Kang and Oppo's prowess. Neglecting him would surely affect ratings. As the second half began, Nowitzki donned his practice attire, occupying a prime spectator seat. The usual strategy dictated that the starters would return in the third quarter. With a comfortable 17-point lead, Carlisle had ample reason to allow his star player to rest. If the Nets continued to falter, the driver would be relegated to the bench. Indeed. Kang is back on the court. Atkinson is quite astute, Yang Yi exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. The commentator remained cautious, aware of the challenges in maintaining neutrality. For the Nets, apart from Dongfang Kang, the other players were all starters. D and Oppo's. "Angelo, let us stick to our established tactics. After the Mavericks take their shot, ensure you return immediately," Dongfang Kang reminded Russell as he passed by. Without Nowitzki, he was tasked with guarding Barnes, engaging in one-on-one defense. Barnes glanced at the number 10 player, finding no significant difference in stature. Why was Carlisle so concerned about him causing trouble? "I hear you and Oppo's been on quite a roll lately. Aiming to be the star?" Dongfang Kang was taken aback. Was Barnes addressing him? This individual was acutely aware of his past glory as a champion with the Warriors, having played a pivotal role. Yet, despite his lucrative contract, he was not as formidable as Durant. "Come on, you and Oppo's. Trying to make a name for yourself, even declaring you won and Oppo's. Shave until the Mavericks make the playoffs." Dongfang Kang thought wryly, knowing Barnes would soon be discarded by Cuban. Barnes was eager to reclaim his former glory, but with the Kings faltering, he was lost in the crowd. "You won't be the star for long," he muttered confidently, "but I heard you were pushed aside by Durant." Engaging in banter, Barnes felt compelled to prove himself, determined to demonstrate his superiority. "I'll show you what offense really is," he declared, stepping back to the three-point line. Traditionally, direct attacks were not Barnes' forte. He was not a skilled ball handler. After 2 dribbles, Dongfang Kang anticipated the move and swiped the ball away effortlessly. "Run," Dongfang Kang urged, surveying the court and noticing Russell and Powell were stationary, causing him to stomp his foot in frustration. The Mavericks' defense swiftly regrouped, forcing Dongfang Kang to slow down and pass to Russell. Eager to make an impact, Russell attempted to exploit the Mavericks' unpreparedness. The ball barely grazed the rim before being emphatically blocked. "Wow, is that a delicious block?" Dongfang Kang mused, swiftly positioning himself for the rebound. Snatching the ball away from Barnes, he executed a smooth hook shot, scoring 2 points. "How could I snag that rebound?" he thought, bemused by the incredulity of Powell, who had been battling for position. Powell glanced at Dongfang Kang, perplexed, yet a sliver of fear crept in. Could Carlisle have been right? Doubt lingered as he stole a glance at the coach, whose serious demeanor only fueled his belief that this newcomer would indeed pose a challenge. Despite the fortunate rebound, they still held the lead. Cuban continued to share joyful banter with his staff, confident of victory after halftime. "Marquise, don't hesitate on the fast break. With your physique, no one can withstand your drive. I believe you can outrun me," Dongfang Kang encouraged, before dashing back towards Barnes, determined to reclaim his pride after the earlier steal. With Nowitzki absent, Barnes was the focal point, and all Mavericks players made way for him. Prepare for a lesson, Dongfang Kang thought, while Powell eagerly awaited the unfolding drama. As Barnes backed in, he was taken aback to find Dongfang Kang firmly planted behind him, unable to budge him. "Can you push a little harder?" That tickles. Dongfang Kang mused, shaking his head at Barnes' futile attempts to maneuver around him. Is this all you've got? Chapter 48. Momentum on the rise. Could it be that Barnes is unable to move Kang? I can't help but feel as though I am witnessing a child stumbling about. It turns out Kang's physique is genuinely formidable. It's not just rare in our country, but also uncommon in the NBA. In the broadcast room, the king is astonished for the first time to discover that a seemingly frail figure holds immense potential. Reflecting on the past encounter with the Dream Team, old Zhu couldn't even locate LeBron when attempting to defend him. Indeed, the physicality of Chinese players is challenging to compare with their Western counterparts. Yet diligent training can compensate for that disparity. Observing that he cannot overpower his opponent, Barnes resorts to a turnaround jump shot. This move is reminiscent of Nowitzki and Oppo's style. But Barnes, lacking the requisite finesse, is merely courting frustration. Before he could even release the ball, Kang's outstretched hand swatted it down. A block, 1. This statistic arrived with such ease, almost as if it had been delivered directly to him. Upon witnessing the blunder, Big Mo instinctively quickened his pace. He anticipated that Kang would not pass for a fast break, but just as he took off, the ball was already soaring toward him. As the ball and player converged, he moved seamlessly, even more comfortably than a guard receiving a pass. Spotting the front court devoid of defenders, Big Mo sprinted with renewed vigor. As he received the ball near the free throw line, he executed a powerful 3-step dunk. Roar. It had been ages since he enjoyed such a liberating dunk. Even longer since he had roared with such vigor. Overwhelmed with excitement, Big Mo felt tears welling up. Could Kang truly elevate my game? With a hint of doubt, he returned to the backcourt, casually signaling with a clap. Indeed, this is how we play. Focus on scoring, and leave the rest to me. Kang, while clapping, offered encouragement. No player shies away from scoring. This league thrives on statistics. Without explosive scoring, how can one command a high salary? Russell noticed this pass and acknowledged that Kang's vision and passing prowess were on par with his own. However, as a forward, he questioned whether a forward should possess such exceptional passing skills, practically encroaching upon a guard's territory? Absolutely not. On defense, as Curry halted the ball, Russell began to apply pressure. Matthews deftly navigated around Curry, receiving the ball and, aided by a screen, surged toward the basket. Russell, drawn to Matthews' penetration, prepared to double-team and force a turnover. Upon recognizing the impending double, Matthews executed an imaginative behind-the-back pass. I can't believe I fell for that. Russell turned around in confusion. Curry had not afforded him any opportunity to defend, launching another three-pointer. This is how we play, champions of the Mavericks. Cuban raised his arm in triumph, proclaiming that they too had a Curry who could shine brightly. Carlisle was pleased with the three-pointer, as Matthews' drive created ample opportunities for outside shots, which was why he had been promoted. However, before Cuban and Oppo's excitement could dissipate, Kang answered back from the baseline with a three-pointer. It seems scoring is not solely the domain of the Curry family. I can play with such audacity. Cuban and Oppo's hand froze in mid-air, while Carlisle frowned in his direction. An awkward glance lingering. He only possesses luck. We call him Curry, champions of the Mavericks. Carlisle was tempted to voice his frustration, yet who could challenge the owner? As Barnes attempted to regain possession, Curry seized the moment, deftly evading Russell and driving towards the basket. Come on in. Even if you miss, and Oppo's still my rebound. Powell confidently leaped higher than Big Mo under the rim. Surely, the rebound belonged to him. And Oppo's, thud, and Oppo's. Hey, that was goaltending. Curry soared for a layup, but Kang emerged from the side, delivering another emphatic block. He even managed to grab the rebound. Having tasted the sweetness of scoring, Big Mo saw yet another rebound and sprinted forward without hesitation. Receiving the ball, Kang turned and executed a quarterback-style long pass, perfectly landing just beyond the three-point line. Big Mo, watching the ball descend, extended his hand and smoothly executed a three-step layup, effortlessly securing 2 points. Well done. Big Mo turned back, excitedly signaling to Kang. His nimble steps reminiscent of his college days. Just right. Kang felt satisfied with his long pass. Checking the score, it was now 68-60. They were down by 8 points. The gap of 17 points had shrunk to single digits in less than 3 minutes. In other words, during the past 3 minutes, the Mavericks had been outscored 9-0 without their awareness. Realizing this, Carlisle quickly signaled for a timeout. Hey, we need more players to engage in our counterattack. D and Oppo's, Angelo. You need to step it up. Kang relayed to Russell that these two plays had caught the Mavericks off guard. It was only a matter of time before Carlisle devised a counter-strategy. Russell, refusing to acknowledge him, regarded Kang as a rookie unworthy of conversation. Kang, watch me. I can run. Having enjoyed the ease of scoring twice, Big Mo couldn't and Oppos, T help but quicken his pace. Such effortless scoring in a counterattack is too tempting. Anyone who shies away from scoring is a fool. Atkinson had not devised many tactics. Kang and Oppos' on-court execution was flowing smoothly, rendering any disruption to their scoring momentum unnecessary. On defense, we must enhance our intensity. The Mavericks and Oppos' outside shooting is formidable. We must stifle their perimeter game. Atkinson emphasized defense, particularly the need for Russell to contain Curry, as failing to do so created a vulnerability. D and Oppos, Angelo, I need you to monitor Seth and Oppos' movements. Do not allow him to shoot easily. I can ensure he won and Oppos' T received the ball. Russell, dissatisfied, muttered a harsh remark as he walked back onto the court. Kang, provide more screens in our offense. The team needs your scoring. Atkinson deliberately pulled Kang aside to convey this message. Winning this game would serve as a testament to the coach and Oppos' capabilities. With less than half of the third quarter elapsed, the score had tightened to single digits, a promising opportunity for validation. Kang nodded, inadvertently catching a glimpse of Dudley. Those large, cow-like eyes seemed ready to devour him. Huh? Who told you to underperform? Unable to defend against Nowitzki yet still daring to glare at me. Show me your defense. Kang turned to face his opponent, already spotting Nowitzki shedding his warm-up gear. Oh, the opportunity has arrived. Watch closely. Kang approached confidently. Hey, I can dismantle you. Nowitzki launched a barrage of trash talk at the closely guarding Kang. In a confrontation between two teams, such verbal warfare is a common tactic, particularly in the lead-up to the NBA playoffs. I am not easily intimidated. Kang spread his arms wide, sticking out his tongue and playfully making a face in response. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the driver received the ball. It was the same old routine, half facing the basket. He appeared to be searching for a teammate while, in reality, he was seeking an opportunity to shoot. Kang followed the ball and Oppos' trajectory. Hands outstretched, smack. Before the driver's ball could be retrieved, Kang's hand had already snatched it away, slicing through with precision. A pass. Big Mo, spotting the steal, charged forward, waving his arms and shouting, "Pass it." Kang, in a playful manner, executed a bullet-style bounce pass that soared high. It landed perfectly in Big Mo and Oppos' hands. And without a second thought, he delivered another emphatic one-handed dunk. Roar. Meanwhile, Nowitzki was still trying to comprehend how he had lost possession of the ball. Chapter 49. The closing door tactics. The Brooklyn Nets and Oppos' strategy is quite intriguing, positioning Kang to defend against Nowitzki. Employing a mismatched defense reminiscent of the playoff encounters between the Rockets and Mavericks in years past. During the 2007 playoffs, T-Mac, a versatile wing player, was assigned to guard Nowitzki, with both teams at their peak. However, the driver and Oppos' efficiency was notably low, and T-Mac and Oppos' defensive prowess was thoroughly showcased, indicating that Kang is somewhat mirroring T-Mac and Oppos' role for the Nets. Indeed, the King and Oppos' analogy is apartment. Following this match, Kang and Oppos' contract is set to expire, and we eagerly anticipate the emergence of a new contract and a new role. Yang Yi firmly believes that Dongfang Kang is the contemporary T-Mac, with striking similarities in physical gifts and basketball intelligence. Yet, the King remains puzzled as to why such an exceptional talent as Dongfang Kang went undrafted. Upon the game and Oppos' resumption, Dongfang Kang continues to shadow Nowitzki. The driver, feeling vexed after an unprovoked turnover, questions the legitimacy of such defense. Is this really defense? He muses. Matthews, from the side, feeds the ball back to the driver, determined not to squander this opportunity. Creating space, the driver reverts to his usual routines, holding the ball to locate a teammate. When no one presents themselves, he leans in to force his way through. Is this really that tough? After only a couple of attempts, the driver finds himself drained. Questioning the weight of his own body, he quickly shifts to the opposite side for another attempt. Dongfang Kang remains steadfast, observing his movements. Come on. If you're a man, then bring it on. The driver, now drenched in sweat, feels his legs weaken and his stamina wane. What is going on? Why can't I push through? Am I past my prime? Doubting his longevity in the league, he spins and executes a classic one-leg jumper. This familiar maneuver, seen countless times, hardly garners a defensive effort. As expected, Fatigued, the driver and Oppo's shot lacks its usual vigor and bounces off the front of the rim. My rebound. Dongfang Kang shouts as he bolts to the right. Is he going for the rebound or simply repositioning? A true rebounder would head towards the basket. Yet he sprints to the right. Miraculously, the ball lands perfectly in his path, and he secures it effortlessly. Akon, over here. Upon spotting the rebound, Damo hesitates no longer, taking a couple of steps before yelling. Synchronizing perfectly, he flicks the ball with one hand into a perfect arc, reminiscent of the connection between Wade and LeBron during the Heat's Big Three era. It's here. Dongfang Kang exclaims excitedly towards Damo. Catch it, brother. Damo responds with a fist bump, astonished by the skill displayed by the once brutish player, now showcasing finesse. The driver grows increasingly impatient, intrigued by the inexplicable magic surrounding this young player. Having failed twice, he wonders why his strength seems futile against the elongated figure wearing jersey number 10. Suddenly, memories of the 2017 MAC flood his mind. Oh no. He abruptly halts his reflections, recalling the playoffs of the year, filled with discontent. Carlisle shakes his head repeatedly, dissatisfied, knowing that Nowitzki has overestimated his own capabilities. He has previously warned his team to be wary of player number 10, questioning their lack of energy despite being effectively contained. Cuban's expression darkens, the score is tightening, and more critically, Nowitzki has been rendered scoreless, raising doubts about his prowess. Could he have misjudged the situation, needing to apologize to Carlisle? Apologies are out of the question. If they cannot win, they must adapt. Hey, buddy, in 10 minutes. I want a complete dossier on player number 10, Cuban commands his general manager. As the third quarter concludes, the Nets lead by 4 points, 82-78. Dongfang Kang nets 8 points in the quarter, alongside 6 assists and 4 steals. 6 assists equate to an additional 12 points, while Nowitzki finishes the quarter scoreless with 4 turnovers. Had it not been for Powell's dominance inside, the fourth quarter would have descended into garbage time. Powell refrains from chastising his teammates, instead pulling out the tactical board for a reconfiguration. The strategy still revolves around Nowitzki, but the offensive plays are simplified. Set screens for Nowitzki to shoot while ensuring solid rebounding protection inside and quick transitions from the perimeter. As the fourth quarter approaches, with the score still close, Atkinson must implement some tactics. He brings in the explosive Allen and sketches out a strategy. We'll stick to the screen plays. If one doesn't work, we'll try to look for Akon on the baseline. Turning to Joe, he adds, you must keep moving without the ball, with 2 outside players employing the closing door tactic. This closing door strategy, originally devised for the Splash Brothers by the Warriors, involves mutual screens and handoff passes, with the center and power forward providing additional screens. The passer, Curry, cuts towards the basket, while Thompson, after running his route, can either shoot or quickly return the ball to Curry if an opportunity does not present itself. With Curry and Oppo's defender momentarily blocked, it leaves only Thompson's defender to contend with him. Should Thompson's defender close in, Curry can then dish the ball back to Thompson for an open shot. This closing door tactic has proven overwhelming for opponents, with many teams eager to replicate it, yet unable to find a comparable duo. After Atkinson outlines the tactical pathways, Dongfang Kang envisions the play. However, he questions whether the 2 players can effectively embody Thompson's role. If you're uncertain, pass the ball to me, Dongfang Kang instructs before leading the reserves into battle. Due to Nowitzki's age, he is not utilized at the start of the fourth quarter, significantly diminishing the Mavericks' offensive options. Dongfang Kang executes the closing door strategy with remarkable finesse, sinking 3 consecutive three-pointers. Observing the stagnation of their offense, Carlisle is compelled to withdraw his substitutes early. A sense of hopelessness pervades his gaze, yet in front of Cuban, he must maintain his authority as head coach. Harrison, you need to do nothing but smother player number 10. Use any means necessary to prevent him from receiving the ball. This is Carlisle and Oppo's most pragmatic indeed. The league and Oppo's most effective defensive strategy. Upon hearing he is to guard player number 10, Barnes feels a chill. Isn't Dirk defending him? Why am I taking the blame? As the game resumes, the driver attempts a three-pointer using his teammates and Oppo's screens, only to find his shot short due to Dongfang Kang's lengthy reach. Allen secures the rebound and delivers the ball to Dongfang Kang, but Barnes blocks his path fiercely. Is the entire court going to be under pressure? Dongfang Kang refrains from forcing the issue, instead directing Russell to take over. Crossing half-court, Dongfang Kang prepares to slip beneath for the ball, but Barnes clings to his jersey, refusing to let go, determined to deny him an opening. Russell, Realizing Dongfang Kang has no opportunity, can't help but chuckle. Coach, you see? It's not that I'm unwilling to pass. He just can't shake his defender. Rising, Dongfang Kang employs Allen's screen to penetrate towards the basket. Smack. Powell's swift follow-up results in a powerful block. Matthews seizes the rebound and unleashes a long pass to the rapidly advancing Curry, with perfect positioning. This exemplifies the spirit of the Mavericks. Chapter 50. Comprehensive absorption. Cuban remained exhilarated, his fervent cheers serving as an affirmation of Carlisle and Amp. Oppo's coaching prowess. A coach capable of swiftly adapting to in-game dynamics and implementing tactical shifts. How could Cuban not admire someone like Carlisle? Indeed, the strategy proved effective once Dongfang Kang was contained. It was expected that Russell would step up to seize control of the game. Yet, the outcome was chaotic, with the score narrowing to just a 6-point deficit. Atkinson decisively withdrew the starting point guard. In the commentary booth for the Mavericks, Van Gundy gazed in bewilderment at his longtime friend, General Johnson. Hey, buddy. Do you comprehend this substitution by the Nets? Are they signaling a retreat by removing their primary playmaker? General Johnson, not only a former stalwart of the Mavericks but also the architect of their glorious years, was well acquainted with the nuances of basketball strategy. While he recognized the audacity of Atkinson's maneuver, he was incredulous that this relatively obscure coach would dare to take such a gamble. Russell appeared to be a capable scorer. Yet after Dongfang Kang was stifled, he failed to rise to the occasion, inadvertently dragging the entire team down. Atkinson's decision to bench Russell at this juncture required not just intellect but also considerable courage, an attribute that perhaps neither of them could claim. It remained to be seen whether Dongfang Kang could salvage his confidence. Johnson began to respect Atkinson's strategy, yet he understood that without a victory, any tactics were meaningless. The Mavericks had long been among the elite in the Western Conference, yet they faltered in the playoffs. He himself had faced the consequences. Regardless of whether one employed a black cat or a white cat, as long as one secured victories, even a lack of strategy could lead to triumph. Dongfang Kang had gone 2 minutes without touching the ball. Without possession, how could he score? The closing strategy lasted only a few moments, as Carlisle and Amp. Oppo's timeout proved effective. It became evident that the closing tactic had failed, necessitating a shift to isolation plays. Napier, still seeking his teammates, found Dongfang Kang, who, no longer waiting for a screen, moved forward to receive the ball. Just as the duo was about to set up a screen, Atkinson called for them to retreat. With a perplexed expression, he wondered why Joe wasn't allowed to set the screen. What was the intention behind this? Carlisle was equally baffled by Dongfang Kang's intentions. Was he truly opting for isolation? If so, Barnes would undoubtedly struggle to contain him. However, inside, Powell would not allow him to approach the basket easily. Carlisle had always emphasized the importance of interior defense, so he was not overly concerned that Dongfang Kang might penetrate for an easy score. Everyone moved in to create one-on-one matchups. Dongfang Kang glanced at the rim, and a singular thought surged through his mind: attack. He released the ball, executing 2 swift crossovers. At that moment, Durant's offensive prowess ignited. After creating space with a step back, he launched a shot from over a meter away. The resemblance to Durant was striking, especially the earlier crossovers. His learning ability was astonishing. Having faced Durant just the previous night, he was already employing those techniques. What words could encapsulate such talent? Perhaps after last night and Amp. Oppo's encounter, he had secretly trained, absorbing all of Durant and Amp. Oppo's skills. In the Huaxiao broadcast room, Yang Yi and the King displayed not only professionalism but also humor, prompting fans to join in with their witty commentary. With the power of the 9-yang divine art, Brother Kong is truly remarkable. No, it's the star absorption technique. Every encounter draws the essence. Do you think this is a martial arts world? You must realize there are cheats in basketball. Brother Kong undoubtedly has one. The game resumed, leading back to an interior battle as Allen bulldozed Powell, resulting in 2 free throws. This jumping tiger was tall and could leap far, yet his shooting was woefully inaccurate, missing both free throws. Carlisle scratched his head in disbelief. Was the center's free throw shooting truly this poor? Turning back, Dongfang Kang took possession once more, prepared for another isolation attempt. Having learned from past mistakes, Barnes dared not relax. Another step back was imminent, and Barnes swiftly lunged to contest the shot. However, Dongfang Kang was ready, employing a feint to deceive Barnes. As Barnes jumped in response, Powell had already closed in. Attempting a layup, Dongfang Kang prepared to unleash a powerful shot. Is that so? Let me test your defense, he mused, facing Powell's help defense. Slowing his pace, he executed another feint. You think you can bait me into jumping? Not a chance. Powell remained grounded, waiting to challenge his shot. Impressive, you 1 and amp, Oppos, T-jump? Then I and amp, Oppos, LL shoot. Positioned in the paint, Dongfang Kang decisively gathered the ball, poised to launch. Upon seeing the ball in his hands, Powell recognized it was do or die. He leaped to block, anticipating an easy statistic for himself. However, Dongfang Kang and amp, Oppos, feint was so convincing that once he established his shooting form, Powell leapt futilely. Gathering the ball, he sank a layup. Reminiscent of Kobe's signature low-post move, a deceptive feint followed by an agile finish. The commentary booth erupted in praise. It was rare for a young player to execute such a maneuver in the low post. Johnson watched in silence, recalling his own struggles against that formidable opponent from the Lakers, where he could only resort to fouls. Defense was futile. This play bore too much resemblance to his past. What kind of player was Dongfang Kang, embodying so many influences? Johnson found himself pondering this profound question. What a prodigy, Van Gundy remarked lightly, unable to suppress his admiration. Had Tracy McGrady possessed his competitive spirit during his time with the Rockets, he might have claimed the Western Championship. Alas, there was no turning back. Cuban Kuden and Oppos, T-help but shower praise, growing increasingly enamored with the prospect of having such talent on his team, assuring that the torch from Nowitzki would be passed. Carlisle and amp, Oppos, brow furrowed in concentration, racking his brain for ways to contain this young phenom. The defense, which had been so dominant, was dismantled by his isolation plays. Even when defenses collapsed, Dongfang Kang effortlessly executed layups. If restricting him was the goal, perhaps the best approach was to allow him to attack head-on. The finest defense is, after all, a formidable offense. Within the confines of time, the battle is ultimately about scoring. Carlisle cast a resolute glance at Nowitzki, who understood his coach's intent with a subtle nod. Hey, set screens, spread out, and sprint. Nowitzki bellowed as teammates rallied in response, aware of the forthcoming strategy. You want a duel? Even better. Sensing Nowitzki and Oppos' intent, Dongfang Kang pressed forward, determined to ensure he scored no further points this evening. Nowitzki felt the intensity emanating from Dongfang Kang, causing his own offensive zeal to wane. Reluctantly, he opted to pass. Following several setups, they relied solely on Matthews and amp, Oppos, drives to draw fouls for scoring. Meanwhile, under Dongfang Kang and amp, Oppos' relentless isolation, the Nets widened their lead to 12 points. As time dwindled, the game edged toward its conclusion. Chapter 51. The new tactical core. Before time had fully elapsed, Cuban had already contacted Nelson again, instructing him to reach out to the agent. Nelson had previously established contact with Xiao Fong and, under the owner and Oppos' directive, had met in the office. As time concluded, the game ended with the Mavericks suffering a 95-107 defeat on their home turf. Fans expressed their disappointment amidst a chorus of boos. A playoff team had succumbed to a weak Eastern Conference opponent. This was not the Mavericks they had anticipated. If the situation continued to deteriorate, they might even miss the playoffs entirely, and it would be time for Carlisle to face the consequences. Hearing calls for his dismissal, Carlisle merely shrugged. He had done his utmost. Unfortunately, the opposing player wearing number 10 was simply insurmountable. He would need to review game footage and strategize further. Adderskin approached Carlisle immediately, signaling him. One could not deny the Mavericks and amp, Oppos' resilience. Dirk remained an enigma. Carlisle frowned, questioning whether Adderskin was mocking him. After all, Dirk had been effectively neutralized in the second half. Was that truly an insurmountable challenge? How on earth did you come across this gem? Carlisle inquired, casting a glance towards Dongfang Kang, only for Adderskin to swiftly intervene. Old man, you cannot poach from my team. Don't even think about it. Haha. Good things should be shared. I am quite looking forward to this. That one T-do, we R&T in need of money. But he lacks good teammates. Carlisle and Oppos' words struck at the heart of Adderskin and Oppos' vulnerabilities. The Mavericks boasted a deep roster, while the Nets relied on a lone warrior, barely holding on to a short contract. Could they retain him? Dongfang Kang was shaking hands with Nowitzki, both sharing lighthearted banter. Although they had not previously met, Dirk would not soon forget this player after such a game. How could a second-half shutout occur against someone heralded as a superstar? Remarkably, it had indeed transpired. In an instant, the smiles faded as swiftly as they appeared. Hey, you played exceptionally well tonight. Do you like the American Airlines Center? Do our fans recognize your talent? Cuban approached to greet him. It was Dongfang Kang and Apos' first face-to-face encounter with Cuban, who appeared even heavier in person than on television. Haha, the American Airlines Center is stunning. And the fans here are incredible. I thoroughly enjoyed tonight and Apos' game. Cuban nearly cursed under his breath. Was it really enjoyment he spoke of after a victory? If you enjoyed it, why not consider this your home court? Durant and Apos' position has opened up. We need a successor, and the price is yours to dictate. Cuban and Apos' recruitment overly amused Dongfang Kang. The owner's wealth afforded him such audacity, provided the conversation remained devoid of monetary discussions. Dongfang Kang understood that Cuban and Apos' passion for basketball transcended that of any typical owner. If given the opportunity to play here, he would never refuse. Reflecting on past legends such as Yi Jianlian, who had donned the Mavericks jersey, he thought it would be a privilege to succeed his predecessors as a player from Huaxia. Hiki, we need to head to the press conference. Adderskin, sensing Cuban and Apos' intentions, recognized the old trickster and Apos' scheme. It was imperative to resolve contract matters tonight, regardless of the circumstances. Congratulations on your victory tonight. Cuban nodded amicably, deftly sidestepping the topic. I hold great respect for the Mavericks team culture, and there is much for me to learn from you. However, sir, we must proceed to the press conference. Of course. No problem at all. He turned back to Dongfang Kang with a smile. The more he observed the old trickster, the more irritable he became. Such blatant recruitment was infuriating. Did he not fear being reported? Yet, in truth, even with the awareness of this recruitment, there was little one could do but fume. With so many in the league, who could possibly impede the influx of capital? Simply put, wealth breeds audacity. In the office, Nelson awaited the owner's personal offer. At the press conference, Dongfang Kang exhibited high emotional intelligence. He praised not only his coach and teammates but also acknowledged the greatness of his opponents. This made it exceedingly difficult for the already volatile Dallas media to find fault. Yet they still broached the most severe topic. Would Dongfang Kang appear at the Barclays Center for the next game? Unfazed, Dongfang Kang did not directly respond. Media hype served not only to garner attention but also to confound opponents. He was no fool. By withholding a response, he provided ample space for speculation. Furthermore, it applied pressure to the Nets. Should they not offer a substantial contract, he could easily depart. This news was magnified by the Dallas Mavericks. The rising star sought a lucrative contract and a core position, leveraging avoidance to pressure the Nets, who were left furious. Players seeking large contracts through dubious maneuvers. The entire league trembled as Cuban prepared to welcome the supernova with a truckload of cash. Merely reading these headlines was enough to capture attention. Needless to say, both Dongfang Kang and Cuban were left shaking their heads in disbelief. Back in the locker room, Dudley was engrossed in preparing to leave. Was there any point in staying? It was one thing to have lost a starting position. Must he also endure humiliation? Hey, Jadley, are you really leaving like this? Adderskin not only needed to discuss contracts with Billy King, but also had to establish his authority in the locker room. The reason a poor team remained poor lay not solely in their dismal record. A significant factor resided within the locker room itself. Without rules, there is no order. If the head coach could not even manage the locker room, how could the team aspire to greater heights? Coach, I need to leave. This is your job. Leaving is certainly acceptable. You can fly back to Brooklyn tomorrow and pack your things. Adderskin was no longer courteous, nor did he feel the need to consider anyone's feelings. Dudley furrowed his brow, glaring at him. Yet it was futile. Adderskin did not spare him another glance. D'Angelo, take a look at your stats. Adderskin handed over the prepared data sheet. In 30 minutes of play, he had made only 5 of 25 attempts, including 2 of 8 from beyond the arc, totaling 12 points, 2 rebounds, 1 assist, and 5 turnovers, with a plus-minus of -35. This is the report you submitted tonight. Do you understand why you were substituted in crucial moments? Russell remained defiant, yet dared not voice his dissent, opting instead for silence. Not satisfied? Adderskin spread his hands, determined to set things straight today, lest he dishonor the title of head coach. Without comparison, there is no pain. In the first half, the Mavericks played brilliantly, with Dirk proving to be unstoppable. No one believed we would win, yet I remained unperturbed, for we had Dongfang Kang in the second half. Our first and second halves were entirely different teams, entirely due to Kang's presence. The data speaks for itself. It is time to adjust our tactics. The locker room fell into a hushed silence. The head coach was declaring a shift in strategy, and it was undoubtedly intended to revolve around Dongfang Kang. Yet he was merely a player on a 10-day contract. Had the coach lost his senses? The players dared not voice their concerns, yet the coaching staff could not remain silent. Coach, shouldn't we hold a meeting regarding this decision? I believe there is room for discussion within the management. This deferential suggestion was merely a means to seek accountability without inciting conflict. Atterskin gently shook his head. I have made my decision. Dongfang Kang is to be our new tactical core. Chapter 52. The desire for a lucrative contract. This decision is astonishing. Its unilateral announcement will undoubtedly incite a greater uproar. The assistant coaches shook their heads in disapproval. While they acknowledged Dongfang Kang's prowess, consensus among the ranks is essential. Your decision is utter nonsense. I vehemently protest. Russell was the first to voice his dissent, flinging his towel aside as he stormed into the shower room. Dudley, though equally displeased, felt constrained by his own limitations and refrained from publicly opposing the decision. Yet, his expression betrayed his thoughts. The team was on a perilous path to deterioration. Should infighting ensue, management would be compelled to make a choice. To retain Russell would necessitate the dismissal of the head coach. As it stood, the Nets were merely a mediocre team, and Russell lacked the leverage to secure his position. Dudley, not wishing to be entangled in this turmoil, opted to remain a passive observer. Dongfang Kang was acutely aware of the potential ramifications of discord within the locker room. The head coach had positioned him as the core, a role that was difficult to refuse, yet the timing felt premature, especially with contract negotiations still underway. Dongfang Kang opened his mouth to speak, but was interrupted by Artiskin. Do not worry, I am the head coach, and I have the authority to devise strategies and select players. As for the management, I shall handle that. Rest well tonight. Tomorrow, we return to Brooklyn. The conclusion of an away game and the return home should be a moment of joy for the players. Yet, at this moment, no one felt elated, not even Dongfang Kang, who wore a solemn expression. Artiskin exited the locker room with confidence. He understood that the announcement should not have been made hastily, but failing to do so would mean the Nets might lose a player capable of transforming the league. As the head coach, he had to prioritize the team, even if it meant sacrificing his own position. He would have no regrets if it meant securing Dongfang Kang for the Nets. Once aboard the team bus, Artiskin solemnly addressed all the assistant coaches. Gentlemen, I recognize this decision is arduous, but I wish to convey that Dongfang Kang is an irreplaceable talent. After tonight and Oppo's game, his contract will expire. And yet our general manager remains unresponsive. For the sake of the Nets and our future, I must take this risk. Thus, I shall candidly state my position in our forthcoming discussions. Should I be unfortunate enough to resign, I implore my successor to continue utilizing Dongfang Kang. I firmly believe the Nets' future will soar towards the championship. His words resonated with emotion, eliciting admiration from those present. It became clear that they had a responsibility to learn from this and act accordingly. A profound silence enveloped the room. Yet all understood one thing: they must align themselves with the head coach. Dongfang Kang remained seated on the bench, bewildered by the rapidity of the announcement. Was he truly prepared to assume the role of the Nets' core player? Had the head coach become overly enthusiastic? With the contract expiring tomorrow, this was essentially the final game. Even if Billy King did not offer a substantial contract, league regulations dictated that once the second short-term contract concluded, a minimum salary contract would automatically come into effect until the season and Oppo's end. Naturally, players could decline, as the power ultimately resided with them. Yet, as a temporary player, a cast-off of the league, who would be foolish enough to forfeit a valid contract? From the management's perspective, there was no immediate need for haste. They merely had to fulfill the remaining contract obligations. Dongfang Kang pondered how to amplify the basketball fire system, and now, with the mention of a core role, his thoughts inevitably turned to the contract. If he were to secure a contract, it should be a lucrative one. After all, isn't playing for money the essence of the game? Dongfang Kang steeled himself, dismissing any notions of core status. Without a substantial contract, everything else was moot. At that moment, the phone rang. It was Xiao Fang, arriving just in time. Hello, how are the contract negotiations progressing? Her directness was intended to expedite matters. At 10:30 tonight, an important figure awaits you 3 kilometers from the arena at a Chinese restaurant. I won't say more, just make sure you show up. Hello? Hello? What was with this woman, always so dramatic? She had Oppo's finished speaking. What could be so significant? Kang, what are you thinking? Do you truly demand a lucrative contract? Even Era, usually indifferent, Kuden and Oppo's overlooked the situation. Yes, before the team notifies you of your departure, you have a chance to stay. Dawn and Oppo's concern yourself with anything else. Once this season concludes, I believe the team will offer you a reasonable contract. Durant, clutching a towel, offered some words of comfort. This was peculiar. Was the MO comforting himself? He had his own agenda. Tonight and AMP. Oppo's S performance, bolstered by Dongfang Kang and AMP. Oppo's S passing, had garnered him 25 points, a season high. If he maintained such performance through the remaining games, averaging at least 20 points per game seemed plausible. Averaging 20 points could easily secure a 2 million contract, right? All right. I will consider it. Dongfang Kang nodded slightly, glancing at the time. It was already 10 p.m. He had a mere half hour to prepare. After a quick shower, he dashed toward the restroom. As fate would have it, he overheard Russell and Dudley exchanging harsh words. The head coach must have lost his mind. Designating a temporary player as the core, clearly, he does not hold you in high regard. Dudley's words carried a menacing tone, and Dongfang Kang discerned the intensity etched on his face. If this were the court, he might very well devour his opponents. Kenny, clearly, does not wish to remain with the Nets, Russell retorted confidently. He lacks the credentials of a renowned coach, yet dreams of being one. If this issue remains unresolved, I refuse to play and we'll see who prevails. Indeed, I support your stance. That kid Dongfang Kang is not worth relinquishing your core position. Dudley fanned the flames, insisting on his viewpoint. Dongfang Kang could only shake his head in resignation. Let them say what they wished. His aspirations were singular, a lucrative contract, a championship, and to be recognized as the best in the league. Russell could hardly be deemed a superstar. Engaging in such discussions with him seemed trivial. Having finished his shower and dressed, Dongfang Kang suddenly remembered the sponge training. With the game won, the final task was accomplished. It was time to examine the system. He hurriedly opened the blue screen. Task: sponge training. Status: complete. Combat value: 50. Combat power: 4. Seeing the green on the blue screen, Dongfang Kang felt a surge of joy. He had finally completed the first task, and the absorption technique arrived just in time. He would return and thoroughly digest Nowitzki's skills for immediate application in the next game. Turning to his attributes, he noted that the defensive attribute had reached halfway, seemingly ready for completion. He clicked to view more. Attribute points can be enhanced with combat value. Once depleted, they vanish and can be elevated with combat power. No wonder combat value was continually consumed. It could indeed be entirely expended. The defensive attribute needed to be maxed out. Recharge for combat power. Congratulations, host. The defensive value is 1 combat power short of being filled. Keep up the good work. Recharging cost 4 combat power at once, a painful realization. Yet, considering that enhancing defensive attributes would aid in earning combat value, it seemed worthwhile. Host has completed the first task. Sponge training can be integrated. New task. Do you accept? Chapter 53. I am not your savior. A new mission signifies an elevation of ability, and thus, it must be embraced. Click to accept. Congratulations, host, on embarking upon the new challenge. Super point guard. Super point guard? I am a swingman, oscillating between the 2 and 3 positions. Why must I transform into a super point guard? Is there a malfunction in the system? Gazing at the blue screen displaying the options, accept cancel. I felt a twinge of discomfort. Standing at 203 centimeters, playing the point guard position feels akin to becoming the future Ben Simmons. That individual lacks a mid-range shot, a three-pointer, and possesses nothing but physical gifts and ball-handling skills. Of course, there's also his romance with the Kardashian, a saga far more remarkable than his on-court performance. Moreover, there exists a legendary tall point guard, Sean Livingston. Many may not have witnessed his prime, only recognizing him as Curry's backup during his tenure with the Warriors. Particularly his low-post turnaround jumper, which would have been extraordinary even in a future league. It is rare to find a tall player making a significant impact at the point guard position. Is the basketball system attempting to guide me from the 1 position to the 5? The 5 position seems a stretch given my height. However, I cannot refuse the task of becoming a super point guard, as history has shown numerous swingmen beginning their careers at the 1 position. Even 2 renowned centers in the league, Cousins and Davis, honed their skills as point guards, now thriving in their roles. Particularly, the back-to-back MVP, Jokic, though a center, has produced point guard-like statistics. Who says being a point guard isn't appealing? Accepting. Host has accepted the mission. Super point guard, mission requirements. 1. Average 10 assists per game. 2. Average 5 rebounds per game. 3. Lead the team to 5 consecutive victories. 4. Mission duration, 6 games, 5 consecutive wins over 6 games. This means I can afford to lose only 1, and it must be either the first or last match. Any issue in the middle would be unacceptable. The challenge appears daunting. Averaging 10 assists and 5 rebounds, even without playing the point guard position, seems feasible. It appears that being a super point guard is indeed no easy feat to secure those 5 consecutive victories. I must utilize my sponge-like ability to absorb the skills of other stars, coupled with enhancing my capabilities through exploration attributes in each game. Taking a deep breath, I once again committed the super point guard mission to memory. Ding ding ding. The phone rang again, and I realized time was of the essence. I hastily stowed away the system's blue screen and answered the call, assuring them I would arrive shortly, giving myself 10 more minutes. Before Xiaofang could utter a word, I hung up. Upon exiting, I unexpectedly collided with Russell and his companion, causing an awkward silence. Dudley looked ready to curse. Why was this fellow silent amidst their conversation? Had he overheard everything? If management decided to promote him, would I not be offending the new boss? I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave, Dongfang Kang interjected, not allowing for any explanations. As he had no time to waste and needed to hurry to his appointment. Hailing a cab, he swiftly made his way to the destination. Fortunately, it was nearby, and he arrived just in time. Upon entering, he was escorted to a private room, and upon seeing the occupants, he was momentarily stunned. Cuban and Carlyle? Oh no, I must have entered the wrong place, my apologies. Not at all, we were waiting for you, Xiaofang quickly reassured him. Indeed, it was Cuban and Carlyle. With young Nelson seated nearby, although still unfamiliar with him, he recognized him from the media, and in person, he was quite striking. Hello, Kang. Cuban greeted warmly, extending his hand for a handshake. Dongfang Kang was aware of Cuban's reputation as a good owner, yet the atmosphere tonight felt off. Surely, this was about the contract. The 2018 Mavericks were waning. Ever since their last championship against the Heat's Big Three, they seemed to have lost their spark. Cuban had earnestly sought to recruit the likes of Barnes and Porzingis, but little had changed. Only with the emergence of Doncic did the Mavericks regain their footing. Yet by then, they were merely the Mavericks in name, having little connection to the original team. Even with Doncic as their focal point, he lacked any competent support. Achieving a championship felt nearly impossible. Hello, Dongfang Kang responded, regaining composure as he warmly shook hands with the 3 prominent figures. Finally, he was experiencing the treatment of a star, with the team's owner, general manager, and head coach personally in attendance, an honor not afforded to just anyone. Come. We've prepared some fine beef and chilled water, which will greatly aid in alleviating post-game fatigue, Cuban enthusiastically invited. As they sat down, young Nelson spoke candidly, Kang. The result of tonight's game is already in. Your presence makes a substantial difference to the team's performance. We are aware this is your last game with the Nets, and now, you are a free agent. Our discussion here is entirely legitimate. We wish to extend to you a generous contract, with hopes of seeing you at the American Airlines Center as Durant's successor. Indeed, it was as suspected. Everyone was eager to secure his talents. Only during the summer would individuals capable of altering the league's landscape emerge. Though Christmas had just passed, teams were already eager to act, a first of its kind. Yet, how substantial a contract could the Mavericks offer? Dongfang Kang's gaze shifted to Xiaofang. Xiaofang nodded slightly, extending a finger. 10 million, Cuban was indeed generous. Just yesterday, he had a 10-day contract, and now he could secure 10 million. What a dream. 10 million a year? Oh no. Our owner is offering 10 million over 2 years, with a player option for the second year. If you perform well, you can opt out and negotiate a new, larger contract. Young Nelson exuded confidence in his proposal. With half the remaining season, a guaranteed 5 million contract was hard to decline. Moreover, our head coach values your potential and is eager to craft a new strategy tailored to your abilities. Once Dirk retires, you will become our core player. You must understand, our team's development of international players reaches heights unattainable by others. This is widely recognized, but it is predicated on your own capabilities. Dongfang Kang struggled to suppress a smile, finally glancing at Xiaofang. This contract might be challenging to satisfy the current clientele. Yet compared to the Lakers, it was filled with sincerity. The pivotal question remained, had the contracts from 2 consecutive teams failed to meet expectations, leading Xiaofang to doubt whether he was being overly ambitious? What are your thoughts? Xiaofang inquired, seeking his opinion. Xiaofang's silence was perplexing as an agent. When else could he voice his thoughts? Ha ha, you are about to acquire a superstar. I cannot be your savior, thus. Ha ha, you need not worry. Our head coach and general manager are present. The tactical core will undoubtedly be tailored around you. Chapter 54. I want 30 million. Such was the sentiment. Reminiscent of when Juga Bobobo recruited Ade, where everything revolved around him. However, once in the team, actions speak louder than words. After being lured to the team, the head coach holds the ultimate authority. It is akin to purchasing a home. Before the deposit is paid, you are akin to a deity. Once the deposit is made, it transforms into a plea for my mercy. In any case, the Mavericks are not my ideal choice. Their opinions hold no weight. The Mavericks' tactics revolve around Dirk. With him as the nucleus, Dongfang Kang candidly laid out the Mavericks and Oppo's strategy. The initial defeat of the Heat was largely attributed to their effective defense against James. They employed a strategy of leaving the left side open, forcing James towards the baseline. Once inside, everyone would converge, severing the connection to the perimeter and disrupting the Heat and Oppo's offensive flow. Without fluidity in their attack, the Heat and Oppo's strength diminished significantly. Additionally, Dirk and Oppo's performance this season is indeed unparalleled, making the championship victory unsurprising. This success stems not only from player capability, but also from astute tactical planning by the coach. It can be said that the confluence of time, place, and human effort birthed the Mavericks championship. Dongfang Kang's analysis left Carlisle astonished. This was his strategy during the championship run. At that time, he had never heard of Dongfang Kang, yet he could discern his tactics through a live broadcast? A prodigy. Indeed, such tactical genius is rare. No wonder the latter half of tonight's game saw Dirk being effectively neutralized. It turns out he had deciphered his strategy. Carlisle, filled with excitement, glanced at Little Nelson. Observing Carlisle's enthusiasm, Little Nelson became increasingly convinced that Dongfang Kang represented the Mavericks' future. Please wait. Dongfang Kang interrupted Little Nelson, continuing. Post-championship season, your tactics remain, but the personnel have changed. Dirk is aging, and his decline is evident. The others lack the capacity to carry the Mavericks banner. To speak candidly, the current Mavericks are no longer in the championship contention. Your analysis is spot on, Cuban remarked, placing his chopsticks down and applauding. Your foresight and clarity in tactics are commendable. Let us speak no more. You are precisely the future I seek. The owner's nod served as the highest form of affirmation for the players. However, Dongfang Kang was indifferent to the owner's validation. He played for himself, not for the owner. The salary they offered could easily be multiplied through his performance. He was merely a tool for generating profit. I apologize, but my second goal is the championship. Dongfang Kang made no effort to conceal this. Clarity was essential, especially when joining a new team. Furthermore, judging from the Mavericks and Oppo's recruitment in recent years, the outcome could only be described as a failure. We possess championship pedigree. Should you join us? Our current roster will undoubtedly lead us to the finals. If you still find dissatisfaction, we can make immediate adjustments. You shall choose the players, and we will facilitate. Cuban's audacity was evident, yet Little Nelson appeared uncomfortable. Why should I, as the general manager, remain if you are to decide everything? He recalled how his father had faced a similar fate due to Cuban's obstinacy. Haha, a fine owner indeed. Dongfang Kang found it challenging to encapsulate his sentiments. Were they excessively confident, or simply wealthy and reckless? My ultimate goal is to become the premier player in the league. From a practical standpoint, the Nets seem more suitable. Cuban was incensed upon hearing this. The Nets are a dreadful team. Don't even think of becoming the league's best there. Making the playoffs is a challenge. Indeed. Wealth breeds audacity. How could one so dismissively regard the Nets? They may have been a poor team in the past, but now with me. They triumphed over the Mavericks tonight. $30 million a year, an absolute core position. Let us sign for 1 year first. With the Mavericks lineup, I can lead them to the Western Conference Finals. While I cannot guarantee a championship, if you find no issue, we can proceed now. 30 million? Xiao Fang was taken aback. Was this not an exorbitant demand? This is hardly exorbitant. 30 million is negligible for Cuban. The impact I bring can generate 300 million within 6 months. Cuban's expression darkened, sensing an impending confrontation. Little Nelson exchanged awkward glances with Cuban. Taking a deep breath, Cuban thought, is this a jest? Even if I were to agree, Cuban would not consent. As long as Dirk is on the Mavericks, that will never change. No one shall earn more than Dirk. A king, we sincerely seek to engage you in dialogue, with the hope of collaboratively securing more championships. Carlisle maintained his gentlemanly demeanor, presenting his case. Indeed, we can offer you a platform for championship contention, allowing you to earn more and potentially become the league and Oppo's top player. What is there to lose? Cuban's words echoed from his elevated position as the owner. Dongfang Kang found amusement in this. Was this Cuban and Oppo's sincerity? Spare me. I have no desire to negotiate with the owner on equal footing. Dongfang Kang devoured his beef, reminding himself that mere words would not satiate his hunger. You all deliberate. I need to grab something to eat. I'm famished. Cuban, visibly irked, pondered, is this how Chinese players behave? In my prime, when I acquired Jason, I was humble and courteous. Are all Chinese players this different? Moreover, Alien, a former 6th overall pick, never displayed such arrogance. Reflecting on this, Cuban decided to be blunt. 5 million is already a lofty offer. I'll cover this meal. Think it over and provide me with a response by tomorrow. This is Dallas. It is only natural for you to host. However, there is no need to wait for tomorrow's reply. I can respond now. 5 million is unacceptable. Observing Dongfang Kang's audacity, Cuban stormed out. Kang, Miss Xiaofang, I hope you both reconsider. Our terms are unparalleled, and I look forward to a fruitful collaboration. Little Nelson could only offer one last plea before following suit. Carlyle shook his head, recognizing the player as talent, but lamenting the lack of proper attitude. Today's meeting could only be categorized as disappointing. Xiaofang graciously saw them off. Back in the room, she expressed her displeasure. Dongfang Kang, what exactly are you trying to achieve? How can you be so arrogant towards Cuban's sincerity? Not arrogance, he simply does not regard us highly. Furthermore, he claims sincerity while only offering 5 million. Does he truly consider me a temporary worker, looking down on me? And how much do you want? 30 million? Can we not recognize our own capabilities? 5 million is already generous. Billie Jean has yet to contact me. Do you believe they offer more? Xiaofang's words stung. But reality was indeed harsh. Rest assured, if Billie Jean declines, I will directly approach Boss Kai. Boss Kai is not the primary owner. He is merely a minor shareholder. Do not attempt to leverage that connection. Chapter 55. This is the rule. Dongfang Kang had no intention of leveraging connections, nor could he forge such relationships. The brief 10-day contract was partly due to Boss Kai, but not solely. The influence of Lin Shihao loomed larger. If anyone were to climb the social ladder, it would certainly be him. However, it was still the summer of 2018, and Boss Kai had not yet fully acquired the Nets. Even if a signing were imminent, it would have to wait until the summer of 18. If the team could manage to secure a playoff berth this season, and perhaps make a push into the Eastern Conference semifinals or finals, then the later arrival of Durant to the Nets, along with the ensuing drama surrounding Irving, would be inconceivable. Easing Boss Kai and Apos' burdens would indeed be a commendable feat at that moment. Lin Shihao and Apos' call came through. This was the first call of their away journey. Such calls typically heralded congratulations or important notifications. Brother Hao, why are you still awake at this hour? Dongfang Kang mused, savoring his beef, eagerly awaiting the congratulatory tidings of his newfound status as the team and Apos' core player. Congratulations on your stellar performance in the away game. And on becoming the new core of the team, Lin Shihao praised, displaying his high emotional intelligence, a testament to his prestigious educational background. Brother Hao, are you notifying me to temper my excitement? Dongfang Kang chuckled, aware of the nuances. He was reluctant to celebrate prematurely. After all, the contract remained unresolved, rendering any claims of being the core player mere illusions. Furthermore, Russell was still in a state of discontent, and until that issue was resolved, the core position would remain unstable. In truth, Dongfang Kang had not aspired to become a core player so soon. His experience, statistics, and ability to control the game fell short of the requisite standards. He preferred to excel as a role player, diligently honing his basketball skills before rightfully claiming the core position. Yet, upon reflection, the contract offered by the Mavericks seemed quite feasible. Kang, if you have an inkling, you should promptly call the head coach. He wishes to retain you and develop you into a core player. You must understand his intentions and be open to the forthcoming contract, Lin Shihao advised, fully aware that since his injury, the Nets had sorely lacked a true core player. If Atkinson could not meet the season and Apos' objectives, he would likely depart once the season concluded. No one wished to abandon a beloved role, especially given the Nets and Apos' current dire circumstances, where a playoff appearance seemed utterly unattainable. Who would forsake a lifeline? Brother Hao, I comprehend your sentiments. However, I am quite helpless. They made the announcement without consulting me, and now I find it difficult to back out. Rest assured, I will communicate with the head coach and discuss matters with the management. Upon my return to Brooklyn tomorrow, we shall go together. Excellent. I believe you will succeed in persuading them. After ending the call, Dongfang Kang began contemplating the intricacies of signing the contract. He surmised that the Nets would not offer a lucrative salary, making the Mavericks and Apos' proposal appear most suitable. He hoped that Xiao Fang would confirm this with Little Nelson tonight, allowing for the paperwork to be finalized by morning, with a game to follow that evening. Dongfang Kang harbored a distaste for the Mavericks, particularly since Nowitzki had yet to retire. Remaining there felt stifling. 5 million is indeed substantial, he mused. Yet the Mavericks' future appears bleak. I have no desire to stay with a team where even the management lacks influence. Xiao Fang remained silent, while agents wield considerable power. The ultimate decision of which team to join still rested with the player. Very well, we shall meet in Brooklyn for tomorrow and Oppo's flight. In Brooklyn, at 3 in the afternoon. The team gathered for training. The players exhibited a lack of enthusiasm. After Coach Atkinson ran a few tactical drills with Dongfang Kang, the training session concluded hastily. In the office, Lin Shiheo and Billy King engaged in a lively conversation, eliciting laughter from Xiao Fang, who seemed to forget any previous discord. Soon, everyone was present, though this only included a select few. Russell was notably absent. Since returning to Brooklyn, he had not made an appearance. "Mr. Mike, you have finally arrived," Atkinson remarked, having made numerous calls while Billy King had indicated he was in a meeting with the owner and would meet afterward. "Now that everyone is here, the decision has been made. I require your support. Patience, patience. We have much work ahead. Let us discuss this together," Billy King replied, having already spoken with Russell. The young player was viewed as the Nets and Oppo's future, and it was imperative for King to stabilize his emotions. Russell and Oppo's demands were simple. There could only be one core player, and that player must be him. All tactics must revolve around him. This pleased King, who found it reassuring that at least the young player was open to dialogue. "Let us first discuss a Kang and Oppo's contract." Billy King laid the league regulations on the table, expressing a desire to keep the conversation succinct. According to the rules, following the conclusion of the second short contract, players automatically received full salary guarantees for the remainder of the season. "A Kang, your performance has garnered unanimous approval from the management. Congratulations, you may continue with the Nets." Dongfang Kang was momentarily taken aback, nearly exclaiming in disbelief at the commercial nature of the situation. It was often said that the NBA was a commercial league devoid of loyalty, and it seemed these astute businessmen had taken that principle to the extreme. What is the amount of the full salary guarantee? Dongfang Kang was primarily concerned with the tangible money. He was still residing in Lin Shuheo's home and could not afford to overlook the salary. 500,000, Billy King affirmed, noting that with the season already half over, this salary was quite considerable. Naturally, should they reach the playoffs, the compensation would be recalibrated. Xiao Fang cast a resigned glance at Dongfang Kang. The Mavericks had proposed a contract tenfold that amount. It was still possible to reconsider. In that moment, Dongfang Kang recognized the disparity. Perhaps he should not have rejected their offer initially. "Is there no room for negotiation?" he inquired, curious about Billy King's stance, given his less than favorable impression of Cuban. "From my perspective, a Kang, you are worth 10 million. However, these are the rules set by the league, and we can only operate within those confines," Billy King replied, demonstrating remarkable business acumen. "A Kang, this is the standard. I trust you will comprehend," Atkinson noted, fully aware that this salary was insufficient for Dongfang Kang's capabilities. A higher minimum salary would undoubtedly attract attention from other teams. Securing the players' agreement today would preclude opportunities for rival teams. Regarding next year's contract, Billy King was certain to propose a more favorable offer. "What I can guarantee is that the upcoming games will be centered around you. This reflects the team's commitment." Billy King's dissatisfaction was palpable. Russell's position had yet to be solidified, complicating matters. "Oh, on tactics, we can continue our discussions," Billy King interjected hastily. "Coach, our objective is the playoffs, and we require the assistance of more young players." D'Angelo was the second overall pick by the Lakers. His presence would significantly bolster our playoff aspirations. Atkinson, however, was unconvinced. Armed with Dongfang Kang, they could aim for far more than mere playoff contention. Chapter 56. I become the second in command. To be candid, Dongfang Kang felt a profound disappointment towards such meetings. The absence of immediate opportunities for a lucrative salary was inconsequential. Discussions about the future were still warranted. "Mr. Mike, I believe we can deliberate on the playoffs, summer, and the upcoming season." "Haha, I would be absolutely delighted. If I can steer the team into the playoffs, or even further, what sort of bonuses might I receive? And what would next year's contract entail?" Xiao Fang couldn't help but cast a reassuring glance at Dongfang Kang. The bonuses for the playoffs were undoubtedly substantial. It all depended on how far one could advance. Billy King remained skeptical about the Nets making it to the playoffs this year. focusing instead on a full-throttle push for the next season. His few aces were already confirmed. And once the season concluded, there would be ample room for maneuvering. The Nets next year would surely flourish, and the title of best manager would rightfully belong to him. 30 million. Dongfang Kang wished to cut through the superfluous chatter and made a decisive statement. If we do not reach the playoffs this year, I will pack my bags and leave. If we do make it and I contribute to the team's success, be prepared to offer 30 million next year. If not, I shall also depart. Many players could demand high salaries, but those were unequivocal superstars. Dongfang Kang had only recently transitioned to a guaranteed contract and was already seeking a high salary, especially 30 million. It was difficult for others to take him seriously. Billy King, however, did not regard this as a significant issue. Given the circumstances, he deemed it improbable that Dongfang Kang could fulfill such expectations. Haha. 30 million is indeed a fixed salary. However, in relation to the playoffs, I believe it is quite reasonable. As long as you can achieve the set goals, the management will have no objections. Then it is settled. Dongfang Kang replied decisively, eagerly awaiting the summer of next year to sign a lucrative contract. Wait a moment. Xiaofang did not believe that Dongfang Kang could achieve the playoff objective, especially considering the current dismal performance of the Nets. Mr. General Manager, I wish to ascertain the forthcoming tactics and Dongfang's position within the team. Russell was recognized as the acknowledged leader of the team, and without a clear tactical role, the prospect of the playoffs was unattainable. Indeed, this is our second topic of discussion. Billy King turned his gaze towards Atkinson. Coach, we can discuss tactics. Please, share your thoughts. D'Angelo undoubtedly possessed talent and could potentially make it to the All-Star game in the future, yet this season, he remained insufficiently mature. Our goal is the playoffs. We must exhibit aggression on both offensive and defensive fronts, a feat he is currently incapable of achieving. The data I provided serves as the best evidence, and this is the reason for my decision. The issue with Russell had become pressing. Atkinson could even consider benching him. Of course, if Russell is willing to accept the role of the team's second-in-command, that would be ideal. Lin, what are your thoughts? Billy King turned to Jeremy Lin, as his input was necessary. Since Lin's injury, the core responsibility of the team had shifted to Russell. However, the team's performance had regressed, which left Lin quite frustrated. If things continued in this manner, he feared he would be forced to leave upon his return. Dongfang, can you shoulder the responsibilities of the new core? Lin hoped Dongfang Kang would answer for himself, as his capability was evident. It merely depended on his ambition. I have contemplated this matter on my way back. A team cannot rely solely on one individual. Teams are steadfast, while players may come and go. The leader is always the most capable. However, for the sake of a lucrative contract and the team and Oppos, S objectives, each person must make concessions. Haha, as the leader of the team, I certainly have no objections. Upon hearing this, Atkinson's face brightened with a smile. This was the right attitude. I have also considered it. For the greater good, I will temporarily accept my current role, allowing D and Oppos, Angelo to lead the team. What? Atkinson was taken aback. How could a previously agreed-upon decision change so suddenly? Coach, please do not be anxious. My actions are also for the benefit of the team. Firstly, I have yet to demonstrate sufficient dominance. The fans, teammates, and even opponents do not yet recognize my abilities. Secondly, D'Angelo cannot immediately alter his role. If he were to forcibly assume command, it would undoubtedly disrupt the team and hinder our performance. Lastly, and most importantly, I must withstand the test of the team. Whether I can become the core will be answered this summer. Billy King was elated and greatly praised Dongfang Kang and Oppos' insight. This was a direct rebuttal to Atkinson's expectations. He couldn't possibly announce his return to the locker room. Coach, I can consult with D'Angelo. The team requires communication, and we must unite to achieve good results. In terms of emotional intelligence, Dongfang Kang was quite adept. Uniting teammates and managing relationships with the front office were essential understandings for any player. Atkinson took a deep breath. Handling things well was ideal, but if that proved impossible, unity would have to suffice. Then it is decided. I look forward to your outstanding performances in the upcoming games as you strive for the playoffs. Billy King smiled, astonished at how swiftly matters had been resolved. Dongfang, what are you thinking? You don't want your core? Upon exiting the office, Atkinson inquired perplexedly. Rest assured, Coach, I will first complete the tasks at hand. The tactics you've devised are excellent, and I will execute them well. I hope you can better manage the current situation. D'Angelo will not make things easy for you. This was an urgent matter for Dongfang Kang. It was time to have a private conversation with him. Jeremy, Please call D'Angelo and have him come to the gym. I wish to engage him in a one-on-one. Are you out of your mind? Lin was baffled by Dongfang Kang's strategy, his thoughts muddled. That evening, Russell arrived punctually at the gym. Dongfang Kang had practiced diligently for the entire afternoon and was already drenched in sweat. You wish to challenge me to a one-on-one? Russell was seething with anger. Yet the insights from the meeting had already settled his worries. I trust you are aware of my decision. So, do you dare to face me in another one-on-one? Dongfang Kang tossed the ball over with a smile, eagerly awaiting the second overall pick's response. Rookie still wishes to contest the leadership. Huh? Haha. Do you now understand who the leader is? Haha. I will not vie for that position, but I have one condition. Ensure team unity. Before you arrived, we were quite united. That is your issue. Haha. That is a matter of capability. Nevertheless, I do not wish to dwell on this. I willingly accept the role of your support. However, once on the court, I expect you to play professional basketball. That goes without saying. Then it is settled. I am now the second in command, while you remain the core. Together, we shall strive for the playoffs. Russell did not anticipate this rookie would voluntarily concede, revealing his impressive emotional intelligence and ambition. I believe you will fulfill the responsibilities of the second in command admirably, and I will lead us to playoff success. Excellent. Let us put the past behind us and jointly pursue the playoffs. Chapter 57, Rocket Tactics at the Barclays Center. The formidable Western Conference team, the Rockets, faced off against the Nets. In Dongfang Kang and Amp. Oppo's recollections from a past life, the 2018 Rockets stood as the most formidable contenders for the championship. The peak performance of Harden yielded the best individual statistics in the team and Amp. Oppo's history, earning him the title of regular season MVP. He nearly led the Rockets to topple the Warriors in the West, though fate was not on their side. Moreover, the pride of Chinese players was represented by the presence of Shou Qi on the bench. The main attraction of this game lay in the showdown between the two Chinese players, creating a palpable sense of anticipation. Before the match, Dongfang Kang made a point to greet Shou Qi. Zhou, having gained fame at a young age, was regarded as the leading figure among Chinese athletes. Dongfang Kang, merely a benchwarmer, had no basis for comparison prior to joining the Nets, and Shou Qi was unaware of his existence, having only recently learned about him through the media. As the game commenced, Atkinson had already convened a meeting prior, reverting the tactical focus back to Russell while maintaining Dongfang Kang and Oppo's role. The lineup was also adjusted, with Mozgov returning to the bench and Allen starting. The game began with Allen winning the tip-off, and Russell took control, orchestrating the team and Oppo's movements. Following the conclusion of the internal meeting, the team's atmosphere had regained its positive momentum, and the players exhibited a heightened fighting spirit. Recognize your status and concede before you embarrass yourselves in front of the fans, the seasoned Paul taunted, employing trash talk to assert dominance over the younger players. Believing mere words could make them submit without expending full effort, Russell, reclaiming his position as the leader, dismissed Paul and Oppo's presence, breaking through the defense on the first play and drawing a foul from Capella. You cannot keep up with me. Perhaps it would be wise to switch defenders, Russell declared assertively, catching the attention of Harden, who watched in astonishment. Hey kid, show some humility in front of your elders, Harden retorted. There are no elders on the court. Respect is earned through performance. Russell remained unfazed by Harden, asserting that his prowess was confined to Houston, while this was Brooklyn. Dongfang Kang and Oppo's primary task for the night was to defend Harden closely. Upon hearing this directive, he furrowed his brow. Harden, don't stoop to his level. We are destined for greater things. How audacious, Harden mused, to disregard me, he and Oppo's asking for a lesson. He then approached Paul to whisper a strategy, which Paul readily accepted. This kid is yours. Make sure to keep him in check, he instructed, confident in Paul's abilities. After making both free throws, the Nets tightened their defense. Dongfang Kang stayed close to Harden, who was relatively stationary, merely hovering around the three-point line, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Paul brought the ball up court, noticing Russell in close pursuit, and promptly passed to Harden. As Harden received the ball at the top of the arc, he assessed the defensive posture without rushing to shoot. Paul maneuvered along the baseline and set a screen. As Dongfang Kang prepared to switch, Paul swiftly moved outside the three-point line to find an open shot. Russell and Oppo's late rotation forced Dongfang Kang to call for a switch. This defensive strategy is brilliant. And Oppo's the Rockets and Oppo's signature move, he thought, recognizing the tactical brilliance designed specifically for Harden. Harden, with his physical stature, exploited mismatches with ease. while Capella's interior presence ensured the effectiveness of this approach. The Rockets' ability to contend with the Warriors stemmed from the switch that left Curry defending Harden one-on-one. Despite Curry's height, he lacked the mass to impede Harden's penetration, often leading to isolated scoring opportunities for Harden. When Green assisted defensively, Capella could soar for points. If Green refrained, Harden had myriad options to finish. As anticipated, Harden overpowered Russell, executing a smooth floater as Allen provided a screen, and then soaring for a powerful dunk. The atmosphere grew tense, with no defense in sight. It was a daunting challenge to compete against a strong team. Frustrated, Allen stepped out of bounds to initiate play, while Atkinson expressed dissatisfaction with the defensive effort. Contemplating how to counter Harden's strategy, he felt the weight of the game pressing down. For reasons unknown, his gaze fell upon Dongfang Kang. The crafty Paul observed the unfolding match with a calm demeanor, pondering whether Harden would easily surpass 50 points tonight. As Russell prepared to challenge Paul one-on-one, he was reminded of Paul's seasoned prowess despite his age. Russell attempted to regain his composure after a turnover, waiting for an opportunity to redeem himself. However, Paul executed a sudden stop, causing Russell to collide with him, leading to an easy 2-1 for Paul. Frustrated, Russell vented his anger. "Young man, temper your impulses. My age limits my mobility. You old dog, can you play normally without resorting to tricks?" Russell retorted. Paul, undeterred by Russell's remarks, made the free throw and immediately pursued him again. Observing Russell's naivety, Dongfang Kang realized Paul was intentionally provoking him. Should Russell become overly focused on individual play, the entire game would be compromised. "Hey, D'Angelo, adhere to the strategy," Dongfang Kang urged, pointing to the scoreboard to remind Russell to remain composed. With a deft side pass to the corner, Dongfang Kang found himself open for a three-pointer. "Even if I grant you space, you won't make it." It and Oppos' best to admit defeat. Adjusting his shooting form, he took his time to release the ball. Swish. The crowd erupted in cheers. Indeed, Kang is remarkable. His three-point shooting is effortless. The fans roared in approval as Dongfang Kang and Oppos' precision stunned even Harden. In the Chinese broadcasting studio, Yang Yi shook his head in disbelief, initially predicting that Dongfang Kang would be overwhelmed by Harden. Having become a fan of Kang after his previous performance against the Mavericks, he now fully supported him. While Harden and Oppos' offensive capabilities were unquestionable, his defensive skills left much to be desired. "Do you believe Kang will falter in this contest?" Yang Yi favored Harden in the comparison, asserting that Kang was merely a rookie, with Harden already established. Kang must learn from Harden. Engaging with the elite is part of the process. With each facepalm, Yang Yi chuckled, recalling how he previously championed Kang's potential, only to now favor Harden. "Will you not be embarrassed again?" he quipped, aware that the sting of disappointment was part and parcel of commentary. "Come on, Yang Yi, you should support our Chinese players. Kang is exceptional. Let us show them what we've got. I have a foreboding sense that my face will be bruised tonight." Oh, the woes of a larger visage. In the comments section, fans revel in the spectacle, eagerly fanning the flames of excitement. Chapter 58. The Rockets and Oppos. Championship on the court, following a three-pointer from Kang. Harden seized the opportunity and drove straight into the paint. Defending against Harden requires an unconventional mindset. The most renowned instances include the Gold Boy and LeBron and Oppos' behind-the-back defense, as well as the infamous hands-off approach, all tailored for Harden. "Hey." Harden halted mid-air, only to realize the ball had been swatted away. That was a foul. A beautifully executed defense, no doubt. The sideline referee shook his head repeatedly, clearly recognizing the impressive block. Boom. Kang's amazing. The crowd erupted in fervor, convinced this was the future they had longed for. On the other side, Kang, using a strong shoulder to create space, executed a step-back jumper. Everyone anticipated an effortless score. But just as Harden reached the apex of his jump, Kang surged forward. With lightning speed and an extended wingspan, he pinned both the man and the ball to the floor. Turning back, he charged into the lane, delivering a thunderous dunk right over Ariza. "Did I provoke you? Why dunk over me?" Ariza exclaimed. "I merely wished to lay it up, but you insisted on obstructing me," Kang retorted. This was undoubtedly the most electrifying dunk of the Nets and Oppos' season, causing the entire bench to rise in disbelief at Kang and Oppos' prowess. Even the usually displeased Dudley stood in awe. This play was not only authoritative but also a morale booster. Listen to the roar of the crowd. Who else could ignite such passion among the fans? The little mustache remained unfazed, unaware of the significance of this number 10. The game had barely begun. D'Angelo, I believe you can become the finest dual-threat point guard. Kang praised. Russell understood the sentiment. Despite his desire to shine, this moment was too invigorating not to applaud. Rest assured, I shall lead the team well, Russell replied, adopting a calm demeanor as he faced off against Paul's defense. Paul maintained his control with unwavering composure, utilizing tactical screens to create mismatches. Fortunately, Allen's speed came in handy, as he disrupted several of Paul and Oppo's mid-range attempts, causing them to clang off the iron. Hey, Oppo's, as time to cease your bricks. Pass me the ball. Harden, unable to bear it any longer, pushed through the defense to demand the ball. Kang stood his ground, and upon hearing Harden and Oppo's complaints, felt a twinge of sympathy for Paul. Rumors had long circulated about the discord between Harden and Paul, initially dismissed as mere media fabrication, even during the pivotal Game 7 against the Warriors. Paul's absence due to injury had cost them dearly. Post-game, the two parted ways amid a storm of accusations. It turned out the media's claims were indeed accurate. Harden harbored a deep-seated disdain for Paul. While Paul was desperate to win, the reins of control were not in his hands. His fierce competitive nature could not tolerate Harden and Oppo's hesitance, leading to his departure after securing a lucrative contract. Witness the undeniable prowess of Harden. With a series of swift crossovers, he found an opening, accelerated toward the basket, then executed a sudden stop, performing a textbook step-back three-pointer that swished through the net. In the broadcast booth, Yang praised the shot repeatedly. Kofan watched, holding his breath for Kang. Countless defenders had fallen victim to that very move, yet Kang remained unfazed. Had he faltered, it would have been a significant embarrassment. Harden's skill was indisputable. His signature moves were not to be taken lightly. The question remained whether Kang could withstand the pressure. Yang, ever perceptive, noted Harden's recent play was exceptional. Harden, relying solely on his established tactics, attempted to evade pressure from behind. Who guards the back? Chuckled one of the fans. As supporters analyzed Kang's performance, wishing for him to outshine Harden, on the bench, the little mustache shook his head, feeling a mix of arrogance and pity for Kang. Atkinson felt discomfort. How could the team's best defender fail to contain Harden? Was Harden truly invincible? Strategically, they needed a more precise game plan. They could not allow Harden to score so easily. After scoring, Harden merely shot a glare at Kang, his routine customary. Do you truly believe the referee overlooked your foul? You naively think you can stop me? Big Beard, you're impressive. I admire your offensive skills. Kang, unfazed, returned to the frontcourt with a smile. Fully charged and ready to defend. His defensive attributes had been enhanced, and he was unperturbed by Harden's formidable offense. He feared only his restraint. Come on. The stronger you are, the more excited I become. Turning back, Kang called for the ball in the low post. After a shoulder shimmy to create space, he pivoted to face the basket, his gaze fixed on a cutting teammate. Harden recognized Kang's intent to pass and immediately reached to disrupt it, waving his arms in defense. Then, with a single-legged jump, he executed a perfect golden rooster stands-on one-leg shot. The ball soared through the air with an exquisite arc, finding its way through the net. Score 2. Are you defending? Kang teased. I've already defended. He resorted to a sneak attack. Just move your hands. And you call that defense? Trevor, switch defenders. Keep an eye on number 10. There's no need for your misguided commands. I can manage him, Harden retorted, before moving to the three-point line for a pass. Though the two were at odds, their professional spirits shone brightly on the court. As the first quarter concluded, the Nets led the game 25-24 at home. Jared, go give LeBron a little physical opposition. Don't let him switch easily. Atkinson's strategy involved using aggressive physicality to stifle Harden's offensive rhythm. Employing full-court pressure to exhaust some energy, they anticipated opportunities in the second half. Dudley was the quintessential grit-and-grind player, ready to assume the role of enforcer against tougher opponents. To Muffy, it's your domain in the paint. Don't let them easily execute pick-and-rolls. Our height is our advantage. After reconfiguring the strategy, the second quarter commenced. The little mustache made a swift mark on the tactics board, and everyone understood it was time to accelerate their pace. With Paul resting, Harden took charge. Indeed, Harden's ball handling proved superior to Paul's, as he initiated a 10-0 run against the Nets, swiftly flipping the score in their favor. Atkinson immediately called a timeout, unleashing a tirade at his players before outlining a defensive scheme. Speed up the defense. Don't follow their rhythm. We must contain their three-point shooting. The Rockets' shooting this year had been lethal. When Harden occupied the point guard position, their offensive efficiency soared. Young's perspective was that the Rockets might fare better without Paul. During the timeout, Young seized the moment to speak out, thinking, "Let us see who dares to dispute this now." "It's not quite like that," he stated confidently. "Most of the time, Paul acts as the engine. The firepower of the dual threat outside is more potent than going solo. Thus, I contend that the Rockets possess championship caliber." Chapter 59. The high point guard Young certainly dares to speak boldly. Having already joined the Mavericks, does he not fear being cast aside? Kufan felt a chill run down his spine. "Brother, your support is appreciated, but please refrain from voicing it in front of so many people. I still wish to maintain my standing. If the Mavericks can clinch the championship, are you truly unafraid of a bruised ego? They are merely supporting our own players. And Brother Joe is still seated on the bench. If the Mavericks triumph, I shall live stream my humiliation. I shall partake in this with Teacher Young. Let this be documented. And we shall see each other next summer." Kufan nearly burst into laughter, wondering if this netizen would indeed post images during next summer and Oppos as finals. What does Teacher Young think of the Warriors? The Warriors have no issues in terms of strength, yet their interior defense is lacking. The Rockets' Pancake King can not only score but also defend. We often say that he who controls the paint controls the game. The current Warriors have suffered from their absence of an interior presence. Haha, let us wait and see. The game continued, and Arteskin decisively substituted Dongfang Kang. Opting for a one-on-one defense strategy, Kang restrict Harden's ability to connect with his teammates. Shall we alter our tactics? Dongfang Kang had long believed that defending against a fast-paced team like the Rockets was ill-advised. The bearded one is renowned as a maestro of tempo. The Suns of yesteryears were among the first to embrace a high-octane offensive style. Had it not been for the ruthless performance of the Spurs and Oppos, Hollis, that season could have secured a championship. Looking closely at the Warriors, even Iguodala could not contain Harden, let alone the Nets, whose overall defense is inferior to that of the Warriors by several degrees. Arteskin seemed to have a revelation, promptly calling out, "Take the court and focus on defense." By the time the timeout concluded, Harden had already taken a breather. The second unit was led by Gordon. The round-faced Gordon had already made a name for himself with the Clippers, though his defense left much to be desired, ultimately landing with the Rockets. With Harden leading a group devoid of defensive prowess, Gordon became the quintessential sixth man. Of course, Brother Joe remained stationed by the water cooler. If tonight could devolve into garbage time, perhaps he might snag a few minutes of play. "Hey, clear out." Upon receiving the ball, Gordon exercised his rights as the sixth man, while Tucker quickly sank to the corner. Nene stepped forward to set a screen. With confidence, Gordon made a move to break through from the right side, only to find Mozgov closing in for a defense, prompting a sudden change of direction. Smack. What? Gordon realized his hands were empty. His body continued forward, yet the ball was nowhere to be found. He quickly turned around, witnessing Dudley push past Tucker to score effortlessly. He gestured toward the front court, but Dongfang Kang was displeased. The play unfolded too slowly. "Jadri, do not wait for me. Just sprint forward. Am I not fast enough? You hadn't Oppos to even pass the ball, and I had already started moving. You must be quicker. Trust me." Dongfang Kang turned to follow Gordon, who felt a tinge of embarrassment at being stripped. Who was this player? "Hey, Tucker, over here," Gordon called out, and Tucker boldly assumed a position to set a screen, preparing for a forceful collision. Yet the next moment, Tucker regretted his decision. Dongfang Kang had already seen through Tucker and Oppos' off-ball screen. Did he think he could evade his gaze? Lowering his shoulders and bending his knees, he feigned ignorance, sticking closely to Gordon as he collided with Tucker. The impact sent Tucker flying. Smack. Meanwhile, Nene executed a powerful one-handed dunk in the paint. The rim reverberated as he landed, casting a fierce glare at Dongfang Kang. The Brazilian beast was no exaggeration. During Yao Ming's tenure with the Rockets, Nene had represented the Night Beast in Denver. Even after Yao's retirement, Nene remained formidable, a testament to his resilience. However, that glare seemed to invigorate Dongfang Kang. Dunking? Who cannot do that? Hey, still setting screens. Crossing half-court, Dongfang Kang continued to call out plays to his team. The Bearded One's squad has always prioritized offense. Offense is the most potent weapon. On defense, a single screen left Dongfang Kang wide open. With a swift motion, he launched a graceful three-pointer that swished through the net. 3 points. Such a comfortable score. It seemed there was no need to resort to any tricks. Dongfang Kang now possessed a sponge-like learning ability, seamlessly integrating the techniques of superstars into his own repertoire. In the first quarter, he had merely utilized a single move. The Golden Rooster stands on one leg and had not repeated it. It was not that he did not wish to employ it. Rather, the defensive pressure rendered it impractical. Swish. Turning back, Tucker sank a three-pointer from outside. The hefty forward not only played aggressively, but possessed a solid three-point shot, which explained his lucrative contract. Dongfang Kang would not be outdone. After 2 screens, he also netted a three-pointer. In the second quarter, neither team managed to guard the other effectively, resulting in a thrilling offensive duel. Dongfang Kang scored 6 three-pointers in a single quarter, amassing 18 points. The Rockets collectively hit 5 three-pointers, trailing 55-59 at halftime. Seeing that maintaining this pace might hinder their chances of victory, the bearded one opted for a bold strategy, employing a one-star for shooters approach, aiming to conclude the game early and return home for rest. Arteskin, however, continued to emphasize defense, particularly pressure on the perimeter. On the offensive front, they still relied on Dongfang Kang's screens for three-pointers. In the third quarter, the Rockets initiated play. Capella firmly guarded the rim, assuming the role of the rebounding king. Paul accelerated the pace of play. On the perimeter, Harden, Gordon, Anderson, and Ariza, for heavy artillery players, swiftly shifted positions. The Nets' defense appeared overwhelmed, consistently leaving gaps for the Rockets to exploit. Even though Ariza's three-point shooting fell short compared to the previous 3 players, Capella, the rebounding king, consistently secured boards. With a powerful offensive push, the Rockets directly overtook the score. Arteskin's expression darkened, as the assistant coach incessantly urged him to call a timeout. The response he received was to observe further. Arteskin was searching for a breakthrough, pondering where the fault lay and why they could not contain the opponent's three-point shooting. At that moment, Harden emerged as the catalyst, with every possession needing to pass through his hands. His teammates effectively executed their roles in finishing plays. When teammates gained momentum, Harden naturally did not need to shoulder the entire burden, rather than attributing this to his teammates' performance. It was more accurate to say they were stifled by Dongfang Kang's defense. The Rockets' reliance on Harden mirrored the Cavaliers' dependency on James. Without them, the game would falter. Thus, James seldom dared to take a breather, consistently remaining on the court. The Nets managed to withstand the pressure, thanks in part to 2 three-pointers from Dongfang Kang. However, aside from the defensive lapses, his teammates frequently faltered on offense, struggling to make plays. Dongfang Kang felt exhausted. He was tasked with defending, scoring, and orchestrating the plays. At this rate, even the most durable player would falter. Casting a worried glance at the head coach, he pleaded, "Brother, can we alter our tactics? We need not play so exhaustively. I do not wish to either, but this little brat is simply uncontainable. We should also shoot. Erha is a shooter, let us not waste his talents." Arteskin suddenly had an epiphany, swiftly signaling for a timeout. "Kang, you take charge of the offense. The others should prepare for three-pointers." Arteskin hurriedly sketched out the high-point guard strategy, tailored to Dongfang Kang's multifaceted capabilities, passing, scoring, and defending, laying the groundwork for an innovative approach. High-point guard? Why not? Chapter 60. You let me fly. I let you control? What? Is there a problem? Oh no. No problem. Dongfang Kang never dreamed that the basketball fire system would issue a task, and the head coach would immediately assign him as the point guard. What a delightful surprise. D'Angelo, you will take the shooting guard position? Is that acceptable? Russell was astonished to hear Dongfang Kang would play point guard. Wasn't that a threat to his position? However, upon hearing he would play shooting guard, Russell wholeheartedly agreed. A dual-position player could not only orchestrate the game but also score, which was a pathway to develop his versatility. There was no reason to decline. Scoring is my forte, no problem. All right, Joe, you'll take the small forward position. Allen, you will handle the inside battles, focusing on rebounding and second chance points. It's all on you. Atkinson was inspired to simply go with the flow. Russell loved scoring, so he would take the shooting guard position without worrying about facilitating the team. Just score. Era, as a pure shooter, would set up at the baseline, becoming a sniper. As for Dongfang Kang, besides his strong personal scoring ability, he could leverage his height and scoring prowess to attract double teams. His ability to penetrate and dish out assists would create excellent scoring opportunities for his teammates. If this lineup could truly succeed, Atkinson was confident they could seize the tail end of the season and secure a playoff spot. As the game commenced, Allen initiated the play. After receiving the ball, Dongfang Kang chose not to attack immediately. Instead, He directed his teammates to reposition. Era swiftly moved to the baseline. Russell stationed himself at a 45-degree angle and did MO. The jack of all trades lingered at the opposite baseline. Allen refrained from engaging in a physical tussle with the card king, instead taking a step back. As soon as Dongfang Kang signaled for an offensive play, he rushed to set a screen. Ariza, known for his defensive prowess, with his long wingspan and quickness, was also quite robust. This was his second time joining the Rockets, reflecting on his first stint during the latter days of Yao and McGrady. With McGrady and Oppo's departure, he not only became the team leader, but also claimed the classic #1 jersey. This alone made Dongfang Kang dislike the rebellious player. The hallmark of Huaxiao players is loyalty, with the great Yao as the ultimate example. The Lakers and Oppo's attempts to lure Yao with high salaries and championships had failed. A significant regret for Kobe. At this moment, Ariza was no longer the young player leading the Rockets. Dongfang Kang accelerated past him effortlessly. Faced with the card king and Oppo's defensive efforts, Dongfang Kang nearly burst into laughter. Is this what you call defense? Look at those footwork. I swear it's trembling. And that space. This wasn't an Oppo's game. It felt like practice. With a simple burst of speed, Dongfang Kang created space, while the card king dutifully followed. Realizing he couldn't keep up, he could only rely on his momentum to attempt a block from behind as Dongfang Kang went for a layup. What? So easy. I'm awesome. The Barclays Center erupted in astonishment, fans clutching their heads in disbelief. After shaking off the card king, Dongfang Kang did not execute a lightning-fast layup but instead slowed his pace. Playing as a center required rhythm and footwork. Observing the card king and Oppo's pursuit just before the paint, he suddenly pulled the ball back and tossed it behind him. The card king, thinking a behind-the-back pass was imminent, quickly turned to follow the ball and Oppo's direction. In the next moment, Dongfang Kang effortlessly flicked the ball into the basket with one hand. Score 2. Dongfang Kang chuckled to himself. This was Rondo and Oppo's favorite move. A quintessential fake pass by a guard. However, this fake involved a behind-the-back motion to deceive his opponent, leading to an easy layup. It had the flair of streetball moves. But this was no mere trick. Oh, is this a forward guard move? It looks just like Rondo. Kafa was overjoyed, having silently supported Kang from the start of the game. This moment was exhilarating for all his supporters. Yang Yi appeared slightly displeased. After all, it was a live broadcast, and he didn't dare show it too overtly. This play, strictly speaking, isn't quite suitable for a formal match, especially for a forward. It's rather flamboyant. But isn't that what Rondo does often? And Wade too, doesn't he use it frequently? You can't have double standards. Yang Yi awkwardly shook his head. It was indeed inappropriate. Haha, let us continue watching the game. Kafa thought to himself that he had finally scored a point against Yang, or else this top commentator would truly become a mere footnote. On the court, Dongfang Kang and Oppo's behind-the-back fake pass directly irked the card king. He shot him a death glare. Kid, remember this. If you dare to show off in front of me again, I and Oppo's I'll make you leave on your stomach. Dongfang Kang widened his eyes. You use a death glare, but do you think I want tea? Their gaze is locked, sparks flying. However, the card king suddenly felt a jolt of fear, as if the calm surface of a lake had been disrupted by a thrown stone. Anxious, he quickly averted his gaze. On the Rockets' side, the card king rushed into the paint, leaning against Allen for position. Allen, of a leaner build but possessing an advantage in reach and physicality, executed a spin to defend. The two began a physical battle in the paint. Meanwhile, Gordon continued to pressure the perimeter, and after a sequence, the ball found its way back to him. Looking at his teammates, he found no open shots, so he decided to take matters into his own hands. He released the ball, stepped back, and dribbled twice. Seeing Gordon prepare for a one-on-one, Ariza rushed in to set a screen. Whoa, do you think you can switch? D and Oppo's, Angelo. Don't switch, stick with our man. Dongfang Kang dared not fall for the trap again. Gordon, strong in defense, pressed in. Wow. The NBA truly is a league of iron men, such power. As he plunged into the paint, preparing for a shot, Dongfang Kang seized the moment to leap for a block. Whoa, a fake. Dongfang Kang was caught off guard. You think you can lay it up in front of me? Not a chance. Thanks to the formidable defensive attributes bestowed by the basketball fire system, he quickly regained his footing and turned to block. Just as Gordon was about to shoot, a large hand reached out. Realizing the shot was about to be blocked, he hurriedly passed to the card king. The card king, who had been positioning himself for a rebound, had not anticipated receiving the ball. It was a turnover. Ugh. DMO, now wiser, shouted while sprinting. You just keep running. Subsequently, the Barclays center witnessed a dazzling long pass. Boom. DMO leaped, executing a one-handed slam dunk, even giving a tap to the back of his head. What a show-off. This was a tribute. Dongfang Kang was nearly amused. This goofball seemed to understand what tribute meant, and even his show-off had a hint of culture. D'Angelo, you just keep running. I'll make you fly. Russell had seen such airborne passes before but was beginning to waver about whether he should take off early. Looking back, Anderson took an absurdly long three-pointer. Clang. I missed my rebound. In the paint, both players were too engaged in their tussle to contest the board, and with Gordon, who was shorter, defending Dongfang Kang. He easily anticipated the rebound. You're too slow. Here as to D and Oppos, Angelo. Dongfang Kang noticed Russell, slightly lagging on the right, and thought to help him score 2 points, allowing him to rediscover the joy of scoring. Chapter 61. The offender strikes with a powerful dunk. Russell unleashed his pin-up frustration, finally breaking the scoring drought. Oh! As he landed, he let out a roar, proclaiming to all that he, D, and Amp, Oppos, Angelo, is the true king of Barclays. TSK, such excitement over an unguarded dunk, quite unbecoming. Dongfang Kang shrugged, sensing a lack of experience in high-pressure situations. Gordon was furious. Anderson and Oppos' rushed shot, taken just a step inside the three-point line, was utterly foolish. Did he really think he was Curry? Anderson, however, was undeterred by a missed shot. A shooter's success rate is built on numerous attempts, after all. Gordon took possession again, determined to score this time. Yet, after a series of passes, the ball found its way back to him, feeling like a hot potato that no one dared to take. He had to take charge once more. This time, he sought a screen. The king of cards almost came to blows, subtly pushing Allen with force. Allen, caught off guard by such antics, was shoved to the ground. Foul. The referee and Oppos' whistle pierced the air. This was Barclays center, and no foul play would be tolerated here. That was a flop. You should call him for that, someone protested. No, it was a push. I saw it clearly. The king of cards continued to argue, while Dongfang Kang swiftly advanced with the ball. Seizing the opportunity, he penetrated straight into the lane. The king of cards, noticing another sneak attack, charged in, while Ariza took position to defend. The two outside shooters were left wide open. And in a flash, Dongfang Kang passed the ball back to Russell. Gordon, closest to Russell, rushed to contest the shot. Unfortunately, his reach fell short. Russell steadied himself, shrugged his shoulders, and effortlessly sank a wide-open three-pointer. Wait. The referee and Amp, Oppos' whistle and the booing of the crowd sounded simultaneously. Dongfang Kang had flown out of bounds, colliding with a photographer, creating a chaotic scene. This was a deliberate foul. He should be ejected from the game. Arteist Kin was furious, rising to confront the referee. Before Dongfang Kang could get up, the king of cards had already crossed over him. This blatant bullying was intolerable. Playing is one thing, but humiliation? How could he bear it? Ignoring the pain, he hoisted the king of cards and Amp, Oppos' legs and executed a backflip. Standing at 2.08 meters and weighing 109 kilograms, Capello was unceremoniously thrown to the ground. The three referees blew their whistles in unison, rushing to the scene. At that moment, the king of cards was dazed, wondering, who am I? Where am I? The spectators, including those nearby, were astonished. How did Dongfang Kang manage such a feat? Was it innate strength? Surely, Capella must have lost his balance and fallen. Since earning the title of king, he had dismissed everyone, believing that no one would dare to ambush him. Rising, he aimed a punch at Dongfang Kang, but was fortunately restrained by his teammates. Seeing the king of cards still itching for a fight, Dongfang Kang leaped up and swung a punch, narrowly missing his ear, causing the king of cards to stagger backward. A brawl? Which player from Huaxia had ever backed down? Stay calm. We are professionals. Let's settle this, he declared. If you dare to fight here at Barclays, I'll make sure you don't leave. Russell's fiery temper ignited the entire arena, charging into the fray and shoving the crowd. Gordon was inexplicably knocked to the floor. What the hell did I do to you? If you want to fight, then let us do it. Fuming, he rushed toward Russell, and they quickly became entangled in a wrestling match. Everyone urged calm. A plea for restraint. Let go. Both sides need to release first. The referees, coaching staff, and security personnel all mobilized to regain control of the situation. Indeed, security proved to be the strongest defense. At that moment, the king of cards was still bewildered, while Gordon, unwilling to back down, pointed at Russell and shouted, "If you've got guts, let us settle this in the locker room. I'll make you cry on your way home. Bring it on. See you in the locker room. If you don't show up, you're a coward. Calm down. We are professionals. We must maintain our composure on the court. After much effort from everyone, the situation began to settle. Well done, everyone. Arteist Kin supported this confrontation. The team desperately needed a catalyst for cohesion. And what better way to divert attention than to let the whole team engage in a brawl? No matter the time, we are an exceptional, united team. I want toughness, but not violence. However, if they bully us, we won't back down. Kang, your leg is bleeding. Get it wrapped up. Only then did the observer notice Dongfang Kang's calf seeping blood and hurriedly called for the team doctor. The most surprising was Damo, who, known for his explosive temper, typically led the charge in conflicts, but this time stood in front of Dongfang Kang, almost appearing as if he were an infiltrator sent by the opposition. The villain Dudley remained off the court, barred from entry by rule, yet somehow earned the title of villain. How could he allow his teammates to suffer? Fortunately, Artestkin's foresight prevented Dudley from escalating the matter. How could the game continue? Clint was unwilling to lose and charged toward them. Russell glared at the opposing team, shouting, "If you can't end oppos, handle losing, just go home. Barclays doesn't welcome you." Russell was particularly incensed. In his lexicon, losing a game was acceptable, but losing a fight was not. Arteist Kin glanced at the opposing side. The little mustached coach was clearly unfazed, angrily tapping on his clipboard. This was the right response. The little mustache was agitated, and the entire team was on edge. "Kang, how are you?" Russell turned to ask Dongfang Kang, with anger still simmering. Dongfang Kang shook his head slightly, casting a fierce glare at the Rockets. If they dared to continue their antics, he would unleash his full wrath. Hearing this, Russell was startled. That fall had already been fierce, and with that tone and gaze, he truly seemed unwilling to let them leave unscathed. In the NBA, fighting is strictly prohibited. Any intimidation stemming from player friction is merely a show of aggression. Who genuinely wants to brawl? The infamous brawl at the Palace of Auburn Hills had resulted in unprecedented penalties, and since then, the league and Oppo's management of fighting incidents has become increasingly stringent. At this moment, the referees were reviewing the playback footage. The outcome was clear. The involved parties would undoubtedly face ejection. Dongfang Kang braced for the worst. If they lost this game, there would be more opportunities ahead. The Rockets were becoming desperate. The next matches would work in our favor. Arteist Kin quickly returned to the game. The Rockets thrived on three-point shooting, so we needed to tighten our defense and dominate inside, resolutely denying them any three-point chances. Arteist Kin had prepared for Dongfang Kang's ejection, knowing that the upcoming games would test their lineup. The referee's verdict arrived swiftly. Capella had committed a malicious foul from behind, classified as a level 2 flagrant foul, leading to his immediate expulsion. Dongfang Kang was deemed to have a foul for holding, resulting in a level 1 flagrant foul, earning him a technical foul and 2 free throws. Following a physical altercation, an additional technical foul was added, leading to his ejection. Russell and Oppo's three-pointer counted, while Capella's foul resulted in a free throw. What? Dongfang Kang is ejected? Russell is fine? This is unjust. Chapter 62. Just to find the discontent of the little mustached coach was palpable. His prized apprentice had been ejected from the game, and it was only fair that the opposing player faced the same fate. Such a biased ruling was utterly unacceptable. No. He did not commit a level 1 foul. That was the consensus of our discussion. He protested vehemently. He tackled aggressively. Does that not qualify as a level 1 foul? Had it not been for that incident, the situation would not have spiraled out of control. The little mustached coach was nearly beside himself, gesticulating wildly and stomping his feet, barely restraining himself from resorting to violence. It was your player who lost control and deliberately shoved. That is a level 1 foul. Moreover, the humiliation involved. This is a professional league, and we will not tolerate such behavior. Mind your emotions, or I will issue you a technical foul, the referee warned. Even if you eject me, I will file a complaint against you. The assistant coach hurriedly pulled the little mustached coach away, fearing that if he continued to shout, he would indeed be thrown out. The referee ignored him, proceeding to penalize Russell, Gordon, and other players involved. The barrage of free throws resulted in 6 penalties, causing the game to pause for over 10 minutes. Arteist Kin took a deep breath. Without Dongfang Kang, whether they could secure a win was uncertain. It all rested on whether D and Oppo's Angelo could maintain his composure. Dongfang Kang furiously tossed his towel aside, shouting at the referee in frustration. You referees can resist humiliation, yet players who do so are ejected? Where is the fairness in that? If we cannot win, then perhaps the league and Oppos' rules should be reconsidered. Little did he know, it was precisely this outburst that would lead to severe disciplinary action against him. Upon returning to the locker room, both players were in a foul mood. To avoid further complications, staff members remained in the locker room with them. Russell kept his head down, visibly agitated, while Dongfang Kang contemplated the outcome of the game. Winning would have been ideal, but if they lost, future matches would be jeopardized. Was the role of a superstar point guard truly this daunting? As the game continued, the media remained relentless. Dongfang Kang and Oppos' comments upon leaving the court were amplified, and along with the sensationalist reporting from the Rockets and Oppos' media, various channels unleashed a torrent of criticism. Huaxiao players are arrogant, disregarding the league. We do not need such players. A disgrace, excessive actions, and a lack of sportsmanship. This is the league and Oppos' shame. In the Huaxiao broadcast room, Yang Yi seized the opportunity to launch his own tirade. Honestly, Dongfang Kang has not measured up to his predecessors. Look at the great Yao Ming, and then at Yi Jianlian. Were they not exemplary figures for our players? Why resort to violence? Kevin disagreed, chuckling as he replied. You cannot solely blame a Kang. Capella acted out of frustration and committed a foul. A Kang is just a young man, full of passion. Passion is one thing. A team's performance is paramount. Furthermore, as a Huaxiao player, you are already at a disadvantage in the NBA. With such a scene, who would dare to recruit you now? Kevin continued, fully aware of the league's perspective. Since Yu Ming's departure, the Huaxiao market has plummeted. The league desperately needs to nurture a Huaxiao player to establish a foothold in this vast market. The failure of Sun Yu is a testament to that. The most promising Yi Jianlian ultimately chose to leave, and even though there is still time, the outlook is grim. Conversely, Dongfang Kang, whom everyone deemed unworthy, is thriving and possesses the potential to become the Nets' leader. With proper development, he could very well become the next Yao Ming, coupled with the identity of Boss Kai. Expanding the Huaxiao market is just around the corner. Thus, the penalties following the game would undoubtedly be considered from a market standpoint. The outcome of the match was never in doubt. With the collaboration of Harden and Paul, the fourth quarter saw an explosive surge. The Nets, deprived of their two mainstays, could not contend with the Rockets and Oppos' formidable offense, ultimately succumbing to a score of 95-115, a 20-point defeat. This was expected. The disparity between the Nets and Rockets was glaring, and losing was hardly surprising. Winning would have been the anomaly. Fans were not disheartened. Rather, they expressed satisfaction with the team's cohesion, especially regarding Dongfang Kang, who had displayed tenacity. It had been years since the Nets had witnessed such spirited play from a player, and they had long awaited this savior. Upon returning to the locker room, Arteskin refrained from blaming the players for their loss. After reiterating the importance of team unity, he took Dongfang Kang to the press conference. Arteskin's actions were deliberate. With Dongfang Kang's ejection, additional sanctions were likely. By exerting pressure on the league in front of the media, he aimed to avert further suspensions. For such a fate would jeopardize their playoff aspirations. In the league office, Commissioner Silver was reviewing footage with several executives. Coupled with the media frenzy, it was a headache. Commissioner, I must remind you of the benefits the Huaxiao market brings us. Dongfang Kang is our sole opportunity. If we impose excessive penalties, the league's losses would be incalculable. Silver was well aware of the Huaxiao market's significance. He had even adopted a Huaxiao name specifically for this purpose. Such a blatant gesture could not have gone unnoticed. All right. How shall we proceed? Though Silver was the commissioner, he was not a dictator. A consensus was necessary. A suspension is out of the question. Let's impose fines instead. Rules are rigid, but people are not. And the others? Equally fined, with a warning issued. We must handle this matter judiciously, leaving no grounds for criticism. A suspension would result in greater losses. Fines may be less painful, but will serve a clearer purpose. If there are no objections, I will personally visit Brooklyn. Silver's presence would carry more weight than any penalty. Of course, Silver's visit was not merely a warning. It was aimed at the Huaxiao market. The following day, in the Brooklyn office, Dongfang Kang awaited the league and Oppos' punishment, only to be surprised by the arrival of the commissioner. Upon meeting, Silver appeared even more slender than he did on television, yet his energy was undeniable. Kang, the commissioner has come personally to see you. Please have a seat. Billy King had not anticipated the situation would escalate to this level and now regretted signing Dongfang Kang to a contract. Hello, Commissioner. Hello, Dongfang Kang. Please, take a seat. Silver said as he handed the penalty notice to Billy King. Mr. General Manager, this is the league's decision regarding the incident. Billy King took a deep breath. reluctantly accepting the document. Dongfang Kang was fined 50,000, Russell 100,000, Capella 200,000 with a 2-game suspension, and Gordon 100,000. Seeing the fines, Billy King felt a pang of distress. 150,000 for a single altercation was a hefty price for impulsiveness. Dongfang Kang, relieved not to face suspension, nevertheless felt a tightening in his stomach. Was it truly worth 50,000 for a tumble? How much had he earned in total? Commissioner, I accept this penalty. Billy King held no objections. Avoiding suspension was the most favorable outcome. Kang, this is merely a formality. I hope you can embody humility and kindness like your predecessors. Focusing your thoughts on basketball. You are the most promising Huaxia player, and the league hopes to see you in the All-Star game. If you only resort to fighting, this league will swiftly cast you aside. I had no intention of fighting. There is a saying in Huaxia, a gentleman may be slain, but must not suffer humiliation. Chapter 63. Writing a letter of assurance as a representative of Huaxia Tong. How could Xiao Hua be unaware of the implications of such words? Nevertheless, it was essential to offer a timely reminder. Whether it would bear any fruit remained contingent on the individual concerned. Kang, you may proceed with your training, he instructed. As Billy King was hesitant to allow Dongfang Kang to become too agitated in front of the president. Mr. President, this is not characteristic of you, Billy King remarked, fully aware of the gravity of the imposed penalty. Moreover, his earlier comments made the situation even more apparent. The league appeared intent on elevating this player from Huaxia. And as the team's general manager, it was imperative to clarify the current circumstances. Dongfang Kang is merely a temporary worker recommended by Lin Shihao. You know, even Boss Kai respects Lin Shihao's standing. Our signing him was purely a courtesy to Lin Shihao. Concerning future matters, I believe there is no need for excessive concern. Xiao Hua was nearly reduced to tears by such words. Was this truly the utterance of a professional general manager? Hey, Mr. General Manager of the Nets, can you not see the potential within Dongfang Kang as your player? I must remind you that with proper nurturing, he is destined to become a superstar. There should be no doubt about that. If you foolishly choose to abandon him, I shall ensure that the league's finest teams will take him under their wing. The league will not squander a player from Huaxia who can yield immense benefits. Naturally, the Nets will suffer grievous losses due to your decision. With that, Xiao Hua stormed out, already formulating alternative plans in his mind. Once in his vehicle, he directly dialed the number that could alter the course of the league. Sir, I have relaxed the penalty, striving to minimize losses. If you do not wish to retain Dongfang Kang, I will arrange for other teams to take him. Furthermore, I believe it necessary for you to convene a meeting with your management. I do not wish to witness any detrimental occurrences within the league. Understood, Mr. President, came the reply. In the afternoon, the Nets continued their training. Within the office, all management convened behind closed doors for a meeting, including the head coach. Hey, remember, you must be quick. When I have the ball, you all should run, Dongfang Kang shouted towards Russell during an internal scrimmage. By halftime, Russell had already accumulated a game-high 20 points, half of which were assisted by Dongfang Kang. Compared to before, Russell felt scoring had become increasingly effortless. Perhaps he was simply suited to be a scorer, and thus had no rebuttal to Dongfang Kang's exhortation. He raised his hand slightly, indicating his understanding. Upon concluding the training session, Dongfang Kang proactively suggested, hey, we can spend another hour reviewing tonight's game. The Thunder are far superior to us. But playing at home is advantageous. I believe we can secure a victory. Russell, eager to showcase his talents as the second overall pick, concurred, I agree with your proposal. Let us go. To their surprise, the entire team gathered to watch footage of the game, with specific focus on the Thunder. Throughout the day, Xiaofang remained inundated with phone calls in her office. First, several reporters inquired about the fairness of Dongfang Kang and Appo's penalty, provocatively asserting that he would soon vanish from the NBA. Xiaofang graciously addressed all inquiries, recognizing the necessity of maintaining a favorable image for her client. She was acutely aware of the immeasurable power wielded by the media. Effectively managing their narratives could yield significant dividends. Eventually, she received a call from Warriors general manager Myers. Although he expressed confusion regarding Dongfang Kang's minimum salary contract, he ultimately accepted the reality. During the call, he sought to prepare for the upcoming summer. With a $10 million contract awaiting Dongfang Kang and Appo's signature. After resolving all these matters, Xiaofang called Lin Shihao, urging him to meet with the team. By evening, The Nets and Oppo's internal meeting had concluded. The individual capable of altering the league and Oppo's landscape did not linger for long. Arteskin was elated, finally feeling supported. The conclusion of the meeting signified that success was within reach. "Hey, coach, you need to wait a moment," Billy King called out to Arteskin, having just received a call from Xiaofang. As Xiaofang approached, she was accompanied by Lin Shihao. "Miss Xiaofang, your timing is impeccable. Let us have a discussion," Billy King stated as they returned to the meeting room. "Coach, agents, and Hao, since you are all present, I wish to clarify matters concerning Dongfang Kang." Billy King's solemnity irritated Xiaofang. Was it merely a $5,000 fine? Was there truly a need for internal suspension? She cast a worried glance towards the head coach. Arteskin was equally perplexed by Billy King's intentions. He would not dare contravene the spirit of the meeting, would he? 1. The team would cover the fine incurred by Dongfang Kang, but he must provide a written assurance that such incidents would not recur in future games. 2. The team must reach the playoffs. Otherwise, Dongfang Kang would be required to leave next summer. 3. Absolute compliance with team management is mandatory, or suspension will be enforced. These demands contradicted the meeting's spirit, with the general manager exercising unilateral authority. "Mr. Coach, I am doing this to better protect Dongfang Kang. My considerations stem from the team and Oppo's perspective. Have no doubts about my intentions." Upon deeper reflection, it became clear that this was imposing stricter expectations on Dongfang Kang. Indeed, Billy King was acting in the team and Oppo's best interest. The NBA is a great melting pot, enveloped in extravagance. Few can remain unscathed. Stringency towards players is a form of safeguarding, and as head coach, support is essential. "I have no objections. I do find the second point rather harsh," Lin Shihao interjected. "The playoffs are directly linked to the team and Oppo's strength. It is not solely Dongfang Kang and Oppo's responsibility, which seems unfair to him." If you were present in the lineup, I believe you would not hold such a view," Billy King retorted, eager to discern whether Dongfang Kang possessed the capability to become an all-star. If he could indeed lead the team to the playoffs, there was no reason not to push him. "Very well, I express my concerns for Kang," Lin Shihao conceded, turning his gaze towards Xiaofang. Xiaofang had summoned Lin Shihao precisely to address the internal suspension issue. Now, not only was there no suspension, but they had also graciously covered the fine, demonstrating the team and Oppo's sincerity. Regarding the playoffs, Xiaofang felt little trepidation. After all, Arteskin and Oppo's lack of opposition indicated his confidence. "I have no objections. I will convey the meeting and Oppo's requirements to Dongfang Kang." "Good, if there are no further issues. I expect to receive Dongfang Kang and Oppo's letter of assurance before the game commences." Billy King swiftly resolved the matter. "What? A letter of assurance?" Dongfang Kang was utterly taken aback upon hearing this. "I am a player, not a student. Is this some sort of joke?" "Kang, this is a spur to your motivation. Write it. The game is about to begin, and we cannot afford to give the media any ammunition. Do you also find this acceptable, Hao? Moreover, those media outlets have been spreading unfounded claims. I wish to seize an opportunity to counter them. The best way to do so is through performance in the game. Write the assurance letter, defeat the Thunder, and I will advocate on your behalf." Chapter 64. The three heroes battle Elbu on January 15th, during the NBA regular season. The Nets faced off against the Thunder. Initially perceived as an unremarkable game, the media contrived to inject it with sensationalism. Chinese player Yang Kong boldly proclaimed his intent to dismantle the trio of superstars. The trio might be disrupted by the Nets, with Yang Kong single-handedly overpowering the Thunder. Such inflammatory headlines provoke laughter from those who read them. In the lead-up to the game, during a media briefing, Carmelo Anthony admitted he didn't even know who Yang Kong was, let alone discuss overpowering him. Paul George, undeterred, declared, "I will make this arrogant fellow weep." Russell Westbrook chimed in with a scoff, "Will someone show me if he has 3 heads and 6 arms?" Yang Kong chuckled at their responses. The Thunder and Oppo's trio was quite amusing. From what I know of the past, the Thunder trio was hastily assembled, akin to a makeshift marriage. Following Durant and Oppo's departure, the Thunder and Oppo's performance plummeted until the emergence of the trio rekindled hope. A single player cannot shoulder the game, particularly when Westbrook requires a plethora of shooting opportunities. Despite achieving a commendable 4th place in the regular season, they were ousted in the first round of the playoffs by the Spurs. Subsequently, Anthony moved to the Rockets, and Westbrook was traded, leaving only the beleaguered Paul George behind. Ultimately, even George succumbed to temptation. After Kawhi Leonard clinched the championship with the Raptors, he swiftly recruited George to the Clippers. Westbrook and Oppo's departure from the Thunder was tragic, and Kang felt a twinge of sympathy for him. Returning to the current game, Kang harbored no fear of the Thunder trio. During the afternoon and Oppo's video analysis, the strategy became clear: contain Anthony and George, allowing Westbrook a single step, denying him penetration, and severing his passing lanes. Even if Westbrook scored 50 points, his assists must be limited to 5. As the game commenced, in the American broadcast studio, Barkley boldly asserted that the Nets would lose by over 20 points. Shaquille O'Neal, displeased, defended the Chinese player. "Do you dare to wager, brother? Bring me a donkey." Oh, and Oppo's, Neal and Oppo's serious demeanor was comedic, eliciting laughter from his colleague. "Let us not forget, Kang is a fellow townsman of my brother Yao. I cannot allow you to disparage him." The match began with the Nets and Oppo's starting lineup: Russell, Harris, Kang, Mozgov, and a fourth player. The Thunder's lineup featured Westbrook, Roberson, George, Anthony, and Adams. Mozgov successfully won the tip-off. Russell, in his habitual manner, called for a play. "Hey, brother, this should be my role." Kang was the true point guard tonight, implementing a high point guard strategy that had previously disrupted the Rockets game. Coach Atkinson capitalized on this opportunity, fielding a lineup of 1 big and 4 small players. The only downside was Mozgov's lack of agility and passing vision. Atkinson was experimenting. If it proved ineffective, he would replace Mozgov with Allen, a promising rising star. "Did you just say you would overpower me? Which school are you from?" George retorted, eyes wide and a smirk on his lips, dripping with disdain. Kang, uninterested in trading barbs, remained calm after signing a guarantee. With a swift retreat, he launched a three-pointer. The crowd erupted in cheers, offering Kang solace amidst the media and Oppo's scorn and his opponent and Oppo's derision. George, witnessing the swish, felt a sting of embarrassment. The most effective trash talk is not verbal but manifested through scoring. Kang maintained composure on defense, signaling for his teammates to mark their men. Westbrook handled the ball, with Russell stepping back to defend. The pregame strategy was to concede a step to Westbrook, allowing him to shoot or drive. The interior defense was ready to collapse at any moment, willing to sacrifice fouls. Should Westbrook drive, others would immediately converge to disrupt passing routes. In truth, loosening the defense only presented scoring opportunities. Only a fool would pass. With a confident pull-up jumper from the free throw line, Westbrook scored. "Is this the best defense you can muster?" he taunted, relishing the cheers from the home crowd. Russell responded with a powerful one-handed dunk, also gesturing to the crowd. "What kind of pass was that?" Westbrook glanced back, seeing Kang signaling to Russell. "Defense, don't just celebrate." George spread his arms, realizing the leader of the team was not one to be challenged. "I've got this," Westbrook insisted, pounding his chest. With a renewed focus, Russell played with determination, making Kang's assists effortless. A long pass found Westbrook, who was still celebrating his previous score, moving faster than the Warriors. Westbrook advanced to the front court, noticing the defense retreating a step beyond the three-point line, perhaps underestimating him. Preparing to shoot, Russell reluctantly approached, with a fake to draw the defense. Westbrook opened space and drove right. Mozgov, slow to react, cautiously positioned himself in the paint. Bang! The shot clanked off the rim. "My rebound," Mozgov shouted, fearing Kang would snatch the stats away. Kang quickly extended his hands for a long pass on the fast break, but this time he was too slow. Westbrook followed Russell closely, ensuring the same mistake wouldn't occur twice. In the front court, George defended adeptly. It was not yet time for isolation. Passing was crucial. A rapid series of passes led to an open shot for Harris, who missed the three-pointer. "Come on," Harris complained, frustrated by the squandered opportunity. "My rebound." Kang anticipated the miss, sprinting to the side of the basket to secure the board. Turning, he executed a smooth hook shot over George, who was caught off guard. Expecting a pass instead. "I'm unstoppable." The comments section erupted with praise for Kang. After years, a Chinese player had finally made a mark in the NBA. Chinese basketball had dominated Asia, reclaiming its glory by overwhelming the Australian team. "Teacher Yang, who do you favor in this match?" one asked. "We shouldn't focus on individual statistics, but rather the strength of the teams. The implication was clear. Yang Kong favored the Thunder to win, suggesting that individual brilliance meant little without team strength. The atmosphere bore a resemblance to the legendary battle of the three heroes against Elbu, with the Nets seemingly at a disadvantage on paper. Yet, judging by Yang Kong's expression, it appeared he was determined to seize victory. Chapter 65. The Nets and Oppos. Revival. As Westbrook crossed the half-court line, he observed Russell distancing himself. What was happening? The three-point line lay before him, an open opportunity beckoning. That damn talent. How could he not take the shot? With a swift motion, the ball flew through the air. At that moment, Westbrook still possessed some shooting finesse, averaging a triple-double, and his scoring was also impressive, far more enjoyable than his later days with the Lakers. I will pierce through your nets. Defense holds no significance for me. His taunts failed to provoke backlash from the fans, yet they expressed discontent with Russell and Oppos' abysmal defense. Why maintain such distance? Did they truly believe Westbrook wouldn't shoot? Anthony and George were bewildered. In the opening 3 minutes, the ball had scarcely left Westbrook and Oppos' hands. It was entirely in his control. Fortunately, he was making his shots. Otherwise, the score would have widened considerably. Anthony remarked, "Westbrook has the capability to score. Let him get warmed up." George added, "Who allowed him to be so open? With the ball in his hands, he calls the shots." Anthony replied, "We are all core players of this team. Everyone must take their turn. Let us just say the Nets are woeful, and we need not concern ourselves with them." George chuckled, "You're absolutely right, brother. Let us continue to enjoy the spectacle." In the first quarter, Westbrook made only 5 passes, achieving 1 assist, and scored 14 points. Apart from Mozgov, the Nets were scoring from all angles. Dongfang Kang contributed 5 points, 6 assists, and 3 rebounds. Russell had 8 points, while Big Mo added 4 points. And Erha scored 6. The Nets led 23-16 by 7 points. Dongfang Kang hadn't even broken a sweat. "Well done, a splendid offensive display. D and Oppos, Angelo. Your defense is quite commendable," praised Atkinson, which left Russell speechless. He thought to himself that such a defensive performance would earn him scorn, as fans began to perceive him as neglecting his defensive duties. "Can you keep this up, Kang?" Atkinson was eager to exploit this point, determined to secure the victory and avoid a 2-game losing streak. "No problem." Indeed, Dongfang Kang remained unfazed, passing the ball and occasionally attempting a three-pointer. Such a point guard was a delight to watch. It was no wonder Paul could age gracefully, playing at a leisurely pace. Wasn't he the essence of longevity in basketball? As the second quarter commenced, Allen entered while Big Mo remained, with Erha continuing as the shooter. On the Thunder and Oppos' side, Westbrook and Anthony took a breather, leaving George to lead the charge. After a quarter of restraint, George was finally ready to unleash his prowess. Dongfang Kang did not rush into isolation plays. He continued to pass. Roberson's defense was impeccable. Erha had no opportunity to receive the ball. Inside, Allen's finishing ability had yet to reach its later season heights. He missed a hook shot, but secured the rebound. Another attempt to score was thwarted, yet he grabbed another rebound. Standing at 2.01 meters, Cantor was nearly at his wit and Oppos' end. What a rebounding monster. "Hey, this is ridiculous," Dongfang Kang interjected, reaching out for the ball. Allen prepared to set a screen, while Dongfang Kang signaled for spacing. "Have you considered my abilities? Watch your own ball." George lowered his center of gravity, delivering a serious warning. Dongfang Kang, holding the ball, took a lateral step forward, creating space before executing a pump fake for a three-pointer. As a defender by nature, George was not easily fooled. His defensive acumen was sharp. Dongfang Kang remained composed, employing a triple threat stance before suddenly accelerating. George, unfazed, used his height and reach to keep pace. Dongfang Kang recognized that his offensive maneuvering could not entirely shake George off, for George's talent was equally formidable. A sudden stop led to a mid-range shot. Oh my! Is that a glimpse of Kobe? Indeed, it was, in fact, a silhouette of Kobe, specifically, a Kobe elevated by 5 centimeters. "Shaq, what has befallen you? Why the silence?" Barkley quickly turned to the astonished O'Neal in the American broadcast studio. The one who knew Kobe best was undoubtedly O'Neal. Witnessing that sudden stop and shot, O'Neal could hardly believe that this young player from China could replicate such a strikingly similar form. "We are not mistaken. This shot transported me back to the court with my dear Kobe." The saga of O'Neal and Kobe was one that could be recounted for 3 days and nights without conclusion. After their tumultuous relationship, time had softened their bond, and they were now brothers once more. Incredible. Was this young man destined to defy the odds? American commentators even suspected him of foul play. On the court, George found it impossible to block the shot, hastily retreating to avoid a foul. Atkinson watched the calm demeanor of Dongfang Kang with satisfaction. This young man was formidable. Since switching to point guard, he had not only become more composed, but also more decisive in his shooting. He was undeniably a genius, capable of playing the point guard position at 2.03 meters tall. Who else possessed such audacity? Surely his name would appear on future lists of esteemed coaches. Meanwhile, George sidled up to receive the ball, prompting everyone to clear out. Having held back too long, he was determined to reclaim the court's respect, especially in front of his two elder teammates. Dongfang Kang's height and wingspan were equally impressive, and their physiques were nearly identical. However, he could not forget the basketball fire system. His defensive attributes had been enhanced, rendering him unafraid of any offensive challenge. Hey, George prepared for a mid-range shot only to find himself unable to shake off the defense. He pressed inward, but Allen's timely screen stifled his offensive route. Without hesitation, George barreled forward, releasing the ball in a fluid motion. Bip. A blocking foul was called, and he was awarded 2 free throws. The referee decisively ruled it a shooting foul. "Oh, I did not foul. He lost the ball on his own. It has nothing to do with me." Dongfang Kang quickly restrained Allen, acknowledging that George had indeed committed an offensive foul. "Allen, no need to rush in. I can handle him. No one can stop me." With confidence, George stepped up to the free throw line, converting both shots. As Dongfang Kang brought the ball past half court, George closely shadowed him. Aware that George would only attack from the right, he promptly blocked his path. After a series of passes with teammates' shooting percentages faltering, he decided to take matters into his own hands. With Allen setting a screen, Dongfang Kang accelerated past George, driving towards the paint. The defense collapsed after George was momentarily halted, and Cantor immediately positioned himself, hands wide, ready to defend. At this juncture, Cantor was still formidable, and his vocal bravado was well known throughout the league. However, sheer strength did not equate to speed. Dongfang Kang charged towards the rim without hesitation. Within the paint, as Cantor began to rise, he suddenly felt an overwhelming force above him. Dongfang Kang soared, delivering a thunderous one-handed slam. "I'm incredible, incredible, incredible. Oh, what a highlight." This was undoubtedly a top 10 play of the year. Barclays Center erupted in jubilation. How long had it been since Nets fans had experienced such exuberance? Since Carter's departure, they had languished in despair. Even when acquiring the superstar duo of Garnett and Pierce from the Celtics, it had merely been a fleeting moment. The Nets' revival seemed within reach. This electrifying dunk, typically a Westbrook specialty, left him in awe as he witnessed someone else execute it. "What on earth just happened?" Anthony inquired. Westbrook stammered. I. Chapter 66. The next Kobe in the realm of Eastern Kang's dictionary. There exists but a single word: to act. With the system fully charged, how could he not strive to meet his own standards? On the sidelines, Donovan furrowed his brow in concern. Eastern Kang refrained from shouting. Instead, he waved his hands toward the fans. It was only after his ejection that he realized the fans were his most reliable allies. Paul George was nearly boiling with frustration. This young man indeed possessed some skill. A wave of inexplicable nervousness washed over him. He could no longer afford to underestimate him. Felton brought the ball up the court. Noticing that Roberson was not in an offensive stance and that the paint was a chaotic melee, George appeared to have lost his offensive drive, seemingly deflated. Observing the diminutive Napier before him, Felton decided it was best to take matters into his own hands. With a swift change of direction and a powerful physique, he barreled toward the basket. Felton, a stocky point guard, blended speed with strength. Even if he struggled to facilitate the team, he remained a valuable asset in the league. As he approached the basket, Allen shed his defender and lunged to block the shot. With a resounding thud, Felton executed a bounce pass, and Cantor caught the ball, finishing with a one-handed slam. Cantor let out a roar, relishing the moment, yet Eastern Kang found this display provocative. Was it truly worthy of such excitement over a simple basket? However, the play was undeniably unguardable. Had Allen not attempted to help, Felton would have scored easily. Once help was provided, the paint was left vacant, allowing the center to feast. Returning to the action, Eastern Kang utilized a screen to rise for a jumper from mid-range. Cantor dared not approach, knowing the sting of being posterized. Felton, taking advantage of his matchup, once again found success. This instilled in Felton a renewed confidence reminiscent of his days as a leader with the Knicks, flexing his biceps. "Brothers, pass me the ball. I shall score." Paul George was on the verge of tears, feeling as though he should be the focal point of the offense, yet he lacked the desire to score. Upon receiving the ball, he sensed a wave of anxiety wash over him, forgetting how to effectively handle it. Eastern Kang replicated his earlier motion at the free throw line, sinking another shot. He turned to gaze expressionlessly at Paul George, while Napier clung tightly to Felton. Yet, against Felton's robust physique, there was little Roberson could do. Empowered by his confidence, Felton broke through for a third time, feeding Cantor once more. Cantor took flight again, but as he soared, the ball was swatted away, sending it careening toward the front court. My goodness! The energetic player dashed to reclaim the ball. Roberson's staunch defense thwarted any opportunity. The player known as Double Dog was never one to rely on ball handling. He slowed down as he crossed the three-point line. With a helpless shake of his head, Eastern Kang pressed forward. Paul George mirrored his actions, denying any chances. A quick feint and a pass behind his back allowed Eastern Kang to retrieve the ball. As Double Dog positioned himself for a screen, Eastern Kang deftly executed a step back to create separation. Roberson's primary role on the Thunder was defense, despite his injury history. His foundational skills remained impressive, earning him the coach's favor. However, his defensive prowess was not as formidable as it appeared. Eastern Kang held the ball, employing the triple threat stance. A player lacking this skill is not worthy of the title of superstar. Suddenly accelerating, Roberson hesitated for a brief moment but quickly regained his footing. What defines a defensive stalwart? It is the player who, despite knowing they cannot stop their opponent, still gives their all. As Eastern Kang approached the free throw line, he halted, raising the ball in a feigned motion. Roberson leaped high in response. Eastern Kang couldn't help but applaud silently. He had successfully outmaneuvered him. Realizing he had been faked out, Roberson regretted his leap as Eastern Kang took advantage of the moment, lightly brushing against him. Swish. And one. The whistle sounded, and the shot was made with precision. Kobe. It must be Kobe, exclaimed Shaquille O'Neal in the American broadcast studio, shaking his head in disbelief. Even after all these years, the memory of his dear friend's presence remained vivid. This was Kobe. You miss Kobe too much. No. Kobe has retired. He will not return. Barkley was skeptical that this young man could become Kobe, even if he possessed a unique shooting style. Did you not see? In the current league, who else can shoot like that? Tell me. This young man's name is Eastern Kang, not Kobe. He will become the next Kobe. I dare you to bet against me. O'Neal's comedic talent erupted, prompting a smirk from Barkley, who recognized the trickery at play. You crafty old man, I shan't fall for your schemes. Meanwhile, on the court, Eastern Kang spread his arms wide, questioning, was that really such a difficult offensive play? Paul George hurriedly intercepted Roberson, whispering some words of wisdom to guide this young player. The score was now 38-25 after Eastern Kang's free throw, leaving the Nets trailing by 13 points. With the second quarter only halfway through, was this truly the Thunder's state? The referee's whistle blew, and Atkinson withdrew his starters, entering a normal rotation. Was that move learned from Kobe? It was too stylish, Lin Shaheo remarked. Unable to suppress his curiosity, having played in the NBA for so long, he knew that aside from Kobe, few could execute such a play. Eastern Kang hesitated, unwilling to reveal the benefits brought by the basketball system. Haha, I admire Kobe. I studied his tapes and learned from them. Learned? My goodness, your talent is extraordinary. Even with Kobe's personal guidance, I could not master it. You are truly impressive. Eastern Kang nearly forgot that Lin had played alongside both Harden with the Rockets and Kobe with the Lakers. Though the Lakers were struggling during that time, it was undeniable that with Kobe in the mix, even a lackluster team garnered attention. A minute later, Donovan substituted out Paul George for Westbrook and Anthony, seizing the opportunity to close the gap while the opposing stars were off the court. Atkinson, noticing the two marquee players entering the game, observed the cunning nature of the old coach. No matter, I have Eastern Kang. The gap between stars and regular players became evident as Anthony's artistic mid-range jumpers went largely unchallenged. Eastern Kang watched in envy, finally witnessing what it meant to be an offensive marvel. The display was thrilling, both to play and to behold. With a flurry of impressive plays, the 13-point deficit quickly evaporated. Capitalizing on Westbrook's drive, Anthony launched a buzzer-beater three-pointer, flipping the score in their favor before halftime. Carmelo, you are my idol. No. We are newcomers. You are the true leader here. George interjected. Gentlemen, could you perhaps bring me along? As fellow newcomers, why is my treatment so poor? Anthony replied, you are already quite remarkable. Take down that number 10 kid, and then we can showcase our talents. Westbrook chimed in. Indeed, you are indispensable to our success, Paul George. To which George retorted, you two crafty old men are tricking me. I shall score. Just watch me in the second half. This exemplifies the prowess of the Big Three. Even after falling behind by double digits in the first quarter, they equalized within a single period, not to mention the fact that George had yet to shine. The strength of the Big Three is undeniable. However, it is clear that this was largely due to Eastern Kang's absence. Must the Nets truly rely on Lin Shaheo's return? It's likely that Lin may not be able to come back this season. Solely depending on Eastern Kang, the Nets may not go far. Oh, does Teacher Yang doubt Eastern Kang's ability to lead the Nets? Chapter 67. A heart flutter from spicy peppers in the Huaxia Live broadcast room. Yang Yi expressed great optimism regarding the Thunder's prospects this season. Although Anthony had lost his peak form, he was still capable of fulfilling the role of a third option. With both Westbrook and Paul George in their prime, complemented by the formidable presence of the Sea King and Cantor in the paint, they were poised to at least reach the Western Conference semifinals. In the Nets locker room, Atkinson was laying out the tactical plan for the second half. At that moment, Jeremy Lin approached Russell and nodded, saying, D'Angelo, if we secure this victory, our record will stand at 18 wins and 28 losses, placing us 10th in the Eastern Conference. We are 5 games behind the 8th-seeded Pistons. If we perform well in every remaining game, we still have a chance to enter the playoffs. Do you understand what I mean? Russell recognized that this was a call for him to lead the team to victory. Currently, Dongfang Kang was in excellent form, orchestrating the offense with remarkable efficiency. Russell had wanted to encourage Dongfang Kang to share the ball more in the previous game but had hesitated to do so directly. With Lin initiating the conversation, however, he felt it was appropriate to extend support. Don't worry, I'll actively cooperate with you. Especially since Kang has been on fire these past few games. Excellent, I'll be right by the sidelines cheering you on, Lin responded, embodying the role of a true locker room leader. Years ago, when Lin's phenomenal rise occurred, Russell had been a relatively unknown player. Even Kobe had to give Lin his due respect, and Russell was determined not to repeat the Lakers' past follies. Kang, focus on attacking in the second half. I believe in your abilities, Russell encouraged, giving Dongfang Kang a high five as they exited the locker room together. You should drive more aggressively from now on. The primary offensive duties will rest upon your shoulders. Indeed, I trust you will dominate both offensively and defensively. He is merely a fleeting presence, Russell assured him. Westbrook and Anthony joined in to offer their encouragement. Paul George felt a warm glow in his heart. Being flanked by his elder brothers was a comforting experience. Observing the trio huddled together, Dongfang Kang couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Among the 3 stars, Paul George was the youngest and thus the most dynamic. Yet his introverted nature had relegated him to a supporting role. Paul George had made a name for himself during his time with the Pacers, quickly rising to prominence, only to see others ascend alongside him. Despite the Pacers' competitive years against LeBron's formidable trio in the East, George's primary contribution had been on the defensive end. Even with the presence of the legendary Yao Ming and peak Westbrook, George had yet to exhibit the qualities of a true leader. Since he couldn't triumph in the East, he had sought new opportunities in the West. He had hoped to step into Durant's shoes with the Thunder, only to find Anthony joining the mix shortly thereafter. At that time, Anthony was still grasping at the remnants of his prime. Firmly established as a leader during his tenure with the Knicks, while the trio was renowned, George found himself relegated to the role of a third offensive option. Alas, such was fate. Even after teaming up with Kawhi at the Clippers, he had yet to secure the leading role. As the game commenced, both teams reintroduced their starters. The Nets initiated the play, and once again, Dongfang Kang positioned himself as the primary ball handler, with George promptly stepping up to engage. Paul, take him on. I'll cover your back, George urged. Absolutely, go for it. I'll provide support on the fast break, Anthony added, concerned for his teammate's safety. Bolstered by this series of encouragements, George displayed a fierce intensity. What's the issue? Just go for it, he resolved. You genuinely trust them? Why wouldn't I? They are my brothers. Haha, if they are your brothers, they should handle their own defense. And if they can't, then it's your turn. George spread his arms wide and clapped his hands on the floor, glaring at the ball in Dongfang Kang's possession, conveying an unmistakable challenge. Swish. 3 points plus 1. George instinctively glanced back as a perfect arc sailed through the air and into the hoop. Scoring was paramount in basketball. Dongfang Kang shrugged, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Go for it. Don't let him shoot, Westbrook shouted, desperately trying to suppress his frustration at the defensive lapse. No problem, We've got this. Brother, let us go? Anthony approached George, reaffirming the need for full commitment. As the Thunder initiated their offense, Westbrook held the ball, signaling for his teammates to move before even crossing half-court. Anthony habitually floated around the three-point line, while George cut to the opposite side. Roberson lurked in the corner, and only the Sea King remained hesitant in the paint. As they reached the top of the arc, Russell stepped back slightly, recognizing a golden opportunity that Westbrook could not afford to miss. "Hey, Paul, you've got a chance," he called out. "All right," Westbrook replied impatiently, passing the ball to George in the low post. "Brother, take him on. Don't hesitate. Just go for it." Westbrook and Anthony clapped and shouted, "You're not alone in this battle." With his elder brothers urging him on, George felt compelled to rise to the occasion. But as he turned to face Dongfang Kang's intense gaze, a flicker of trepidation washed over him. With no choice but to advance, he set his feet. But Dongfang Kang's elbow struck him hard, leaving him momentarily winded. While Dongfang Kang was defensively sound, he was struggling in the physical contest. Standing at 6 feet 9 inches and weighing 220 pounds, George possessed undeniable talent. However, Dongfang Kang's defensive prowess, elevated to a 90 rating, allowed him to respond quickly, bracing his chest and meeting the challenge head-on. Unexpectedly, George stumbled, and the referee's whistle rang out decisively. Defensive foul. What? I didn't even move. How is that a foul? George protested. You can't raise your legs. I will call a flagrant if you do. The referee's warning silenced George, who thought to himself, if that was a foul, what would the referees have called in Marbury's case? George furrowed his brow. What is up with this kid? Why is he so tough? As Anthony prepared to inbound the ball, Westbrook received it and passed it back to George. Brother, it's all yours. George didn't shy away from the challenge. But he knew he was up against a formidable opponent. Such a confrontation could be perilous. Suddenly, he accelerated from the right, but as he approached the defense, he executed a sharp stop and pivot. Wow, what a beautiful move, he thought. You can't stop me. I'm going to bury you. Clang. George's abrupt stop and fadeaway shot was fluid, but the release was just a fraction of a second too late. Offensive rebound +1. Dongfang Kang snared the rebound and executed a swift, dramatic pass down the court. Watch this. Russell received the ball after crossing half-court, undeterred by Westbrook's pursuit. He charged into the paint. Smack. Westbrook lofted an arm to swat the shot, sending Russell sprawling out of bounds. Hey. As Russell hit the floor and began to rise, Westbrook delivered a spectacular behind-the-back bounce pass to Anthony, who raced in for a fast break. Once a sky-high athlete, Anthony caught the ball and without hesitation, soared toward the rim for a one-handed slam. Wow. The crowd gasped in awe. D'Angelo. Dongfang Kang resolutely seized the basketball from Anthony's grasp, pivoting to deliver a breathtaking full-court pass. My. Chapter 68. A growing admiration. Russell, having turned misfortune into fortune, received a long pass from Dongfang Kang. This time, there was no way for you to block it, Westbrook. Show me your prowess. After Russell effortlessly scored with a layup, he playfully placed the basketball on the baseline, waiting for Westbrook to approach. You can only pick up scraps. You lack the ability to score. Picking up scraps counts as scoring too. My teammates are doing well, and we are still leading. Russell paid no heed to who Westbrook was. He had no fear even when Kobe criticized him. As the game progressed past the halfway mark, Paul George slipped to the baseline, showing no intention of receiving the ball. Anthony quickly moved to set a screen, grabbing Dongfang Kang and shouting, "Brother, score. Tonight." Paul George was not living up to his nickname. Despite having the second most playing time on the team, his stats were dismal. 4 points, 2 rebounds, 1 assist, and 5 turnovers. Such numbers were quite disheartening. On the sidelines, Donovan Kuden and Amp, Oppos, help but hold his breath. Was George being completely shut down? He glanced over at Atkinson, wondering what new strategy this old fellow had devised that allowed such a struggling team to compete. Atkinson replied, "Brother, Don and Amp, Oppos, look at me. Even if I did, I couldn't and Amp, Oppos, tell you." Paul George received the ball but seemed lost as to his next move, opting for a long two-pointer from beyond the three-point line. "I didn't and Amp, Oppos, touch you. Are you trying to draw a foul?" Dongfang Kang evaded Anthony and leaped into action. With such vertical leap and wingspan, even Paul George admitted he couldn't and Amp, Oppos, compete. Panic surged within him, prompting an involuntary shout. The outcome was predictable. He missed. Dongfang Kang didn't have time to turn around to grab the rebound, but he was ready for a block. With determination, he soared and delivered a thunderous dunk, akin to a divine presence descending. Once again, he executed a stunning block from behind, catching Anthony off guard. "Where am I? What am I doing?" Anthony exclaimed. "What an amp, Oppos. S wrong with you, Guago? I just can't amp. Oppos. T seemed to score, yet you keep offering support." Dongfang Kang retrieved the ball and passed it back to Russell. Having already suffered 2 previous defeats, Westbrook was not about to be caught off guard again. He positioned himself to intercept Russell and amp Oppos' fast break. However, Westbrook never anticipated that Russell could still pass. In a swift counterattack, Dongfang Kang received Russell and amp Oppos' bounce pass and executed it with precision. "Now it and amp Oppos, it's my turn to block you." Known for his defensive prowess, Paul George kept pace with Dongfang Kang, even using his strength to push him aside. Seeing Paul George's impressive speed, Dongfang Kang thought to himself that an ordinary player would have been left behind. Truly, he was a man capable of guarding LeBron. If he attempted to lay up like this, it would surely result in a humiliating rejection. With over 20,000 home fans watching, would they still support him after such a block? Boom. I'm Kang, the Great. With that emphatic dunk, the entire arena erupted in fervor. The overwhelming energy invigorated Dongfang Kang as he spread his arms wide, cheering towards the fans and elevating the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Once again, Paul George found himself in the background, helplessly supporting himself with his hands. He never imagined he would be outperformed in such a manner. Dongfang Kang also did not anticipate concluding the play with a poster dunk, initially intending to merely lay up. He found Paul George's defense too formidable, leaving him with no choice but to exploit the slight timing difference, rising for a one-handed slam. To his surprise, Paul George's defense was impeccable. He reacted to that minuscule window of opportunity and attempted a block. That mere fraction of a second turned Paul George into a mere spectator in the background. TSK, 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 that was pure luck for Kang. He nearly faced a humiliating rejection. It must be said that Paul George's luck was a tad off. The line between the background player and the main character is often razor-thin. In the Huaxia live broadcast room, Yang Yi adjusted his glasses, shaking his head in regret. Kofan Kuden and amp Oppos T contain his laughter, surprising Yang Yi with his mirth. "I believe the big 3 will not relent, especially Westbrook. Just look at his resolute gaze. As long as he maintains that determination, this match will be thrilling." Yang Yi continued to praise the Thunder, as anything he endorsed was undoubtedly commendable. Not to digress, but in our own league, it is rare to hear Yang Yi offer compliments to the 10-time champions, even publicly acknowledging their strengths. The reason is simple: his players are often overshadowed. It is well known that in those years in the capital, Ma Shou was a formidable adversary, consistently proving to be the nemesis of the 10-time champions. Yang Yi and amp Oppos' various commentaries and analyses have always been in favor of Ma Shou, elevating him to celestial heights. Even Dongfang Kang found it hard to watch. This match is indeed captivating. Let us witness the battle of the 3 heroes against Elbu. Who will prevail? Though Kofan was reckless, he was only so with a select few. He remained supportive of his own players. On the court, Donovan promptly called a timeout. "George, what is wrong with you tonight? Why are you so lackluster?" As head coach, he had to issue a stern warning upon noticing his player's unusual performance. No, it should be termed a reprimand. Even if Paul George was one of the big 3, he must adhere strictly to the coach's directives. My bad, my bad." Paul George could only pat his chest and raise his hand repeatedly, though it seemed of little consequence. He glanced over, hoping to channel his frustration. But upon seeing Dongfang Kang, the fire within him extinguished instantly. "What and amp Oppos is wrong with me?" George pondered aloud. "You might have eaten too many pepper-flavored dishes and burnt your tongue." Dongfang Kang teased. "Westbrook, Guagu, you must take control of the game from here on. George, switch from offense to defense. Keep an eye on that kid." Donovan was indeed a capable coach, far exceeding Atkinson in adaptability. "Brother, don't worry about scoring. We're here to win." "Yes, little brother, next game. I'll grab the rebounds for you to score." Westbrook and Anthony hurried to console him. After all, this is an era where statistics reign supreme, and no one wants to be judged solely on defense. Defense is tough. Tonight, prepare yourself to be the background player in the top 10 highlights. On the Nets side, Atkinson did not reconfigure the strategy. He simply emphasized defense. In maintaining momentum, Atkinson showed far greater skill than Donovan. "I have Dongfang Kang." As play resumed, Westbrook held the ball while Paul George stationed himself at the baseline. With the offense stagnant, he opted to lie in wait as a corner shooter. This time, Westbrook showed no mercy to Russell. Seeing the defense slack off, he launched a 3-pointer. It appeared Westbrook had brought his aim tonight. as his shot from beyond the arc was on point. Russell was left speechless. If this continued, his defense would surely become worthless. D'Angelo layup. Dongfang Kang waved his hand as he brought the ball up court, with Russell cutting to the inside. The ball and player arrived simultaneously, allowing for a seamless layup that netted 2 points. Russell himself was astonished. A simple fake drive by Dongfang Kang had drawn the interior defenders in. A quick behind-the-back pass led to an effortless score, showcasing an organization far superior to his own. Russell felt a burgeoning respect for this temporary player, regardless of circumstances. Encountering so many teammates, Dongfang Kang was the first to make scoring feel so effortless. Hey, what a splendid pass. Chapter 69. The power of the East. The Nets were unperturbed by the current score comparison, as both teams continued to score, ensuring that the point differential would not close. The Thunder, however, were growing anxious. With only 3 minutes remaining in the third quarter, they found themselves trailing by 10 points, 65-75. Westbrook believed he could bridge the gap single-handedly, even if it merely took a few three-pointers. Kang, your passing is becoming increasingly smooth. I believe you are exceptionally suited to orchestrate the team, he remarked. Haha, I think so too, but I hope you can score more. So I can rack up assists, Kang replied. What? Are you just hunting for assists? Westbrook laughed. It all depends on your contribution. On the court. Nothing irritated players more than stat stuffers, especially those racking up points and rebounds. Yet to claim someone with stat-padding assists seemed a stretch. Assists require the teamwork of one and Oppo's colleagues. If they can and Oppo's team make the shot, how can one accumulate assists? Hence, compared to other statistics, assists were the hardest to inflate and least desirable to pursue, as they simply could not be forced. Kang did not dispute this, yet being able to facilitate Russell's scoring was indeed a win-win situation. Not only was Russell delighted, but the entire team rejoiced. Who wouldn't he be happy when the team triumphed? Thus, Kang and Oppo's comment instantly brought a smile to Russell and Oppo's face. Haha. If you can truly rack up assists, I hope you can tally 20, all for me. Kang thought to himself how greedy that was. 20 assists equated to at least 40 points, making Russell the ultimate stat stuffer. Their interaction on the court did not sit well with Dudley. What is going on with D and Oppo's? Angelo? Has he conceded and become Kang's subordinate? Didn't they agree to take jabs at Kang together? Why the sudden change? Westbrook carried the ball past half-court, while Paul George remained dormant. It was a tough day. Not only was he struggling to defend, but he also couldn't find his own shot. Can time move any faster? I don't want to keep seeing him. It's torture, he thought. With Westbrook feeling hot, he had no intention of passing the ball. He stepped back behind the three-point line for a jump shot. That's mine. Seeing Westbrook and Oppo's shot veer off, Anthony immediately rushed toward the paint. Yet this time, it was indeed Anthony who claimed the rebound, a play that should have belonged to Kang, but alas, Melo and Oppo's instincts took over, with an elbow paving the way. They say Melo is not to be trifled with. Perhaps it was just a rebound, so he let it slide. After all, he had already blocked Melo twice today, and surely Anthony would remember that to avoid conflict. After seizing the rebound, Anthony spun and executed a mid-range turnaround jumper. It was a beautiful sight. Kang marveled at the kaleidoscope of offensive brilliance. He could have driven to the basket, perhaps even converted a 2-1. But why engage in a contest when a simple spin and shot would suffice? No one can guard me, he thought. After scoring, Melo shot a fierce glare at Kang. Melo, I haven't provoked you. Why direct your ire at me? Kang mused as he approached to receive the ball. Big Mo, after the inbound play, shouted. Get ready to play. I need to reclaim my ground. Was he stirring up trouble? Kang was reluctant to engage further with Melo, and Big Mo seemed unwilling to call it a day. On the offensive end, as Kang prepared to signal a play, Big Mo and Melo clashed directly. In the ensuing tussle, Melo locked Big Mo's throat, bringing him down. This takedown was merely a prelude, as Melo then towered over him, glaring down. Kid, you're not ready to tangle with me. Big Mo, with his fiery temperament, was not one to back down easily. Just as he rose, Russell stepped in between, blocking Big Mo's path and urgently addressing Melo. It's just a game. A little contact is normal. Let us calm down. Big Mo was emboldened by his teammates, seemingly unafraid of Melo. But who was Melo? On the streets, he had protection, and a single word could summon an entourage. Say that again, and let us see what happens. Melo was all business, his icy demeanor signaling he meant to make Big Mo pay. Bro, just chill. He is just a hot-headed kid. Don't stoop to his level, Kang interjected, embodying the middle path of Chinese wisdom, softening the situation. When faced with strength, One must be strong. Melo was not one to shy away from confrontation, but true strength lies in adaptability. Brother, you're absolutely right. The court is not a wrestling ring. I concur with you. Competition is the greatest respect. We must give our all and de-escalate. Absolutely. No further words from the referee were needed. Kang had successfully diffused Melo's anger with just a couple of phrases. The atmosphere settled once Melo stepped away, leaving everyone baffled by the exchange between Kang and Melo. All they knew was that Kang's few words had quelled the conflict. And even the Nets fans were unaware of the intriguing force this player from the East possessed. Ha, it seems you have assimilated into NBA culture, Kang. You are truly remarkable. On the sidelines, Jeremy Lin approached to offer a high five of encouragement. After all, during the peak of Lin's sanity, Melo was the star. And to shine before such greatness was no small feat, yet Lin knew he couldn't sway Melo. He understood that Anthony's temperament was not easily influenced. The time when Garnett was trapped on the bus, too intimidated to speak, underscored Melo's formidable presence. In all honesty, Garnett was tough. Yet even he had to bow his head before Melo, who dared to be so audacious. Kang smiled. Some things did not require explanation, only understanding. Let us take a breather. Atkins waved to Dudley. It's your turn. Remember, no entanglements. Focus on defense. We're leading. They're the ones who should be anxious. Dudley nearly thought Atkins wanted him to deal with Melo, but thankfully it was just defense. However, upon seeing Kang, he felt awkward again. If even Melo listened to him, should he obey him now or continue to resist? D'Angelo, your performance has been commendable. Keep it up. Finally, Russell received the coach's approval. Realizing that scoring had been pivotal for the team and that he needed to continue racking up points. Kang, maintain your aggression. Dominate both ends of the court. We will surely secure this game. I'm on it. I'll take care of everything. You all just keep running, Kang nodded, signaling Russell to speed up. As they returned to the court, both teams began with a 50-50 split before heading to the free throw line. After making their shots, the Thunder launched their offense. Taking advantage of the momentum, Anthony demanded the ball in the paint. Westbrook, ever cooperative, passed it to the low post before clearing out to the perimeter. Dudley, at half a head shorter than Anthony, seized the opportunity. Kang observed the impending confrontation and allowed Paul George a step of space, preparing to double-team. Dudley's defense was ineffective against Anthony, who easily faked left, creating space. Seizing the opportunity, he charged in from the left side for a two-handed slam dunk. Kang initially thought to rise, but quickly realized Anthony was airborne. This was a shot that could not be contested, leaving him to once again admire the kaleidoscope of offensive prowess. Nobody can guard me. Chapter 19. I remember you. The stoic Kawhi effortlessly executed a layup, reminiscent of a dragon soaring through the air. Alas, it faltered. When confronted by a skilled opponent, his abilities were laid bare. There was little substance beneath the facade. The fan section erupted in fervent discussions, expressing disbelief in Dongfang Kang's capabilities. Even the king harbored private concerns. This play had revealed that Dongfang Kang was still inexperienced, with a considerable gap separating him from elite small forwards. Yang Yi offered a candid assessment, stating that the blunder could not solely be attributed to Kang. Facing a top-tier forward like Kawhi served as invaluable instruction. Growth in competition comes at a cost. Very well, let us continue to observe the unfolding match. On the court, Dongfang Kang felt elated. He had practiced late into the night to enhance his defensive attributes, and now it was time to apply them. This expressionless Kawhi was indeed formidable. Not only was he tough, but his massive hands were the stuff of nightmares for players. Come on. I am eager to witness whether your defense is superior or if my resilience will prevail. Is that so? I sense you are becoming too overconfident. Confidence is determined by defense. Dongfang Kang was undeterred by his intimidating defense. Rather, he felt anxious for his future. If only he knew that he would later traverse various teams, toying with numerous owners while collecting exorbitant salaries without contributing, becoming the target of widespread criticism. Set a screen for me. Mozgov understood the difficulties of penetrating the Spurs' interior defense and willingly offered support, accepting the blame should they lose. You certainly know how to find a scapegoat. Not a scapegoat. You are the designated offensive centerpiece. Should I be the one to shoot three-pointers? As they executed the play, Mozgov, now experienced, took a significant step to effectively block Kawhi. With precise timing, he bent his knees, lowered his torso, leaped, and released the ball. A textbook shot. Green couldn't help but internally cheer. He had not anticipated encountering a player with a shooting form even more refined than his own. Splendid. This screen proved effective, clearly indicating that the Nets had begun to regard Kang as their tactical nucleus. over the course of 3 games. Kang's improvement was evident to the naked eye. Yang's assertions rang true. Kang's most significant transformation on the offensive end was his newfound confidence. Observe his shot, decisive and unafraid of his adversary. This is the mark of a true champion. The two exchanged glances, each revealing a hint of concern. Stay vigilant on defense. Turning back, Russell instructed Dongfang Kang to maintain his position. This kid had begun to chatter again, revealing his true nature. He must not be allowed to lead them astray. The Spurs' offense was quite sophisticated. Parker recognized the strength of the interior but still glanced at the elder statesman, who bore an expression as if Parker owed him $10 million. Parker decisively altered his approach, dribbling toward the right flank at a 45-degree angle. Kawhi, emerging from the side, received the ball and immediately initiated a one-on-one situation. Come on. Let me see your enhanced defensive prowess. Dongfang Kang pounded his chest, fixating his fierce gaze on the ball in Kawhi's hands. Kawhi's offensive skills were not to be underestimated. He created space with 2 rapid crossovers that astonished Dongfang Kang. Truly, he was a behemoth after years in the game. This was the first time he encountered such a monstrous opponent. Anyone would feel like weeping in his presence. Defend the left flank. A blue screen appeared, indicating the next breakthrough route. Suddenly, a flash of lightning surged forth. Kawhi's speed was remarkable, but what? Am I mistaken? How could this be possible? It might have been a foul, but the referee failed to notice. The comment section erupted with sarcastic jibes. Hardly anyone applauded the play. On the court, the referee did not perceive any foul. As Kawhi maneuvered past Dongfang Kang, preparing for a full-throttle attack, he discovered the ball had slipped from his grasp. His body moved, yet the ball did not. This was Kawhi's signature move. He turned around, and number 10 executed a fast break with the same flair. However, he halted outside the 3-point line to shoot, with no defenders in sight. What on earth? Why shoot a 3-pointer on a fast break? Has his brain been trampled by a donkey? What are you dawdling for? Did you not see the ball was lost? The elder statesman could not suppress his anger, scolding Kawhi for being robbed by an unknown player, especially on home turf. Kawhi was equally incensed but dared not voice his frustration, instead trudging toward the baseline. Excellent defense. Arteskin nodded approvingly at his assistant. The assistant coach responsible for defense was in disbelief. It was inconceivable that Dongfang Kang possessed such formidable defensive skills. Did he not know his own limitations? Once again on offense, Kawhi, undeterred, sought the ball at the arc for a one-on-one. This time, Gasol hurriedly moved in to set a screen. Just as Gasol was about to position himself, Kawhi accelerated from the left to attack. He intentionally widened his stance. Just in case. Hey. But in the next instant, Dongfang Kang swiftly engaged in physical defense, forcing Kawhi to cry out as he leaned back. The referee's whistle pierced the air, the official signaling a defensive foul on an exaggerated motion. What? Where was the foul? Dongfang Kang spread his hands in exasperation. Could this be the effect of being a star player? Was it really that pronounced? Kawhi could not help but glance at the slender number 10, unable to discern any correlation between his physique and strength. Ah, so this is the home court advantage. I see now that the Spurs' victories rely on the referees. Enough chatter. You cannot contain me. Is that so? Without the referee, I would let you dribble no more than 3 steps. Dongfang Kang met Kawhi's cold gaze without fear. While Kawhi found himself hesitant to meet Dongfang Kang and Oppo's eyes, unable to fathom his resolve. Pass me the ball. Kawhi leaned against Dongfang Kang, uncomfortably demanding the ball with one hand. Parker had no choice but to deliver it to the young king. After all, he was still youthful. Truly a behemoth. Kawhi seized the ball with one hand, lifting it high. Dongfang Kang did not retreat but remained glued to Kawhi, attempting to force him left. Kawhi's offensive prowess was undeniably elite. Sensing a sliver of space, he decisively accelerated. This time, he executed a side attack, using his robust physique to shield against the defense. Dongfang Kang could only admire his skill, yet he had come prepared with defensive attributes. He could not allow a score to occur effortlessly. With a resounding smack, Kawhi's shot was emphatically blocked midair. The ball fell directly into Russell's hands beyond the 3-point line. A magnificent block. Russell could not refrain from praising it. Charging toward the basket with the same speed as an old race car, converting it into a 2-1. Roar. Russell raised his fist, shouting toward the fans, declaring his superiority as the finest point guard. First, strive to become an all-star. I am the second pick, destined to be the league's premier point guard. Without the support of teammates on defense, one is rendered insignificant. Russell paid no further heed, turning toward the free throw line. What is your name? Kawhi questioned, hands on hips. glaring at Dongfang Kang. Dongfang Kang. Very well, I shall remember you. Chapter 70. Stay and face the aftermath. Anthony's commanding presence is truly unmatched by ordinary players. Dongfang Kang shrugged. It is normal to vent after scoring a basket. As Dongfang Kang initiated another offensive play, Paul George, adhering to the coach's strategy, opted for defense over offense. Only top-tier superstars can compel George to focus solely on defense, much like Kobe or LeBron, who would abandon their offensive pursuits to concentrate on the defensive end. Who would have thought that tonight in Brooklyn, this young man would dedicate himself entirely to defense? Unable to find opportunities for a fast break, they were forced to settle into a half-court setup, and after a series of passes, an offensive point remained elusive. Why hesitate? Just take the initiative. Arteskin calmly gestured towards Dongfang Kang with 2 fingers. This is a move reserved for Kobe. How dare he use it on me? With only 8 seconds left on the shot clock, Dongfang Kang declared, "Watch this." He released the ball, executing a series of between-the-legs dribbles, rhythmically seeking an opportunity. Upon realizing he was going for a one-on-one, George and Oppos' focus intensified. If he could thwart the shot, it would be a crushing blow to his opponent. He thought to himself. He hasn't faced my defense yet. With a nonchalant demeanor, Dongfang Kang opted not to drive, instead launching a 3-pointer. What the heck? Weren't you going to drive? George exclaimed. Who said I had to drive? I have a 3-pointer, Dongfang Kang retorted. Then why all those fancy moves? Are you deceiving me? George questioned. Does making moves necessitate a drive? Who told you that? Donovan felt despair as he watched his most reliable defender being toyed with. What other skills did this young man possess? With his head down, George trudged back on defense. As Westbrook advanced past half-court, Aquaman prepared to set a screen but was brushed aside by Westbrook. There was no need for a screen against Russell. The ball clanked off the rim. Allen grabbed the rebound and passed it to Dongfang Kang, who executed a long cross-court pass. Russell caught the ball and, with Westbrook closing in, was ready to lay it up. In that moment, Westbrook, at the pinnacle of his powers, was determined that no one would score in his presence. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a shadow soared past him, executing a spectacular alley-oop. Kang, Kang, Kang. The home fans erupted, chanting Dongfang Kang and Oppos' name, bringing him immense satisfaction. Their support was heartening. As he continued to win over the Brooklyn crowd, this was the future they desired. No, it was the present. What just happened? Westbrook turned to see Aquaman retrieving the ball to inbound it, looking utterly perplexed. Aquaman, ever the good sport, was frustrated. It was clearly Westbrook's defensive lapse. Yet he was celebrating too soon, becoming the fool in this scenario. But who was he to chastise the team leader, the undeniable star? Meanwhile, Dongfang Kang approached Russell, placing a hand on his shoulder and offering a few words of advice. The previous play had indeed been Russell and Oppos' oversight. Yet Dongfang Kang had shown remarkable initiative by sprinting the length of the court to execute the putback. Russell could only nod in acknowledgement of his assertiveness. What gives? Has he already claimed the role of leader? Doodley observed Russell's nod, feeling a sense of alarm. Was he about to be cast aside to betray his own team? On the other hand, Westbrook was still at odds with Russell, taking advantage of the brief lapse in defense to take another jumper. Clang, clang, clang. Westbrook's shots fell short. While Dongfang Kang continued to rack up assists, Anthony shook his head in disbelief, questioning whether this was basketball or merely a concert. As the third quarter concluded, the Nets had established an 18-point lead. The feeling of victory was intoxicating, and the atmosphere in the arena was electric. Young, what are your thoughts on the final quarter? With an 18-point deficit, did the Thunder stand a chance of making a comeback? In the Huaxia broadcast studio, Ko-Fan could no longer resist teasing Yang Yi. The more they doubted Dongfang Kang, the more he seemed to defy expectations. Yang Yi felt somewhat embarrassed but reminded himself that the game was far from over. 20 points are insignificant. Competitive sports rely not only on skill but also on condition. George is clearly off his game today, which hampers the Thunder and Oppos' offensive flow. However, I trust Coach Donovan will make the necessary adjustments. After all, the Thunder and Oppos' talent is undeniable, and the Nets currently lack a superstar. Russell, chosen second overall by the Lakers, has been on fire today, already racking up 20 points. Given his draft position, Russell undoubtedly possesses the talent, but in the NBA, becoming an all-star is still a journey away. Do you think Dongfang Kang can become an all-star? Yang Yi and Oppos' question was rather off-topic, yet bold. Based on his current performance, an all-star berth seems unlikely, but he will certainly shine in the rookie game. The league will want to see the market behind Kang, Wooden and Oppos. Do you agree? Our Huaxia fans can rally behind him. As Arteskin finished drawing up plays, he pulled Dongfang Kang aside, urging him to be more aggressive on offense, especially against the trio of superstars. You must take control of the game in this fourth quarter. But we and Oppos, we already ahead by 18 points. Why force an offense? Dongfang Kang replied. Today is about racking up assists. Let and Oppos as complete that mission first. All right, I will use my drives to draw defenders and create opportunities for my teammates. Dongfang Kang adeptly navigated the coach and Oppos' request, showcasing the strength of Huaxia culture. Hey, D and Oppos, Angelo, Markif, remember to run from both sides simultaneously. I'll set you up for assists. He confidently announced while striding back to receive the ball. Damo, initially concerned that Russell might be upset with him, relaxed when he saw Russell nodding in agreement. What do you think of him? Damo quietly inquired. Russell, taken aback by the question, responded, I think he and Oppos' improving rapidly and can lead the team to victory. That's great. He hurried back to his position, avoiding any distraction from scoring. Damo smiled, believing Russell had a bright future ahead. Don't let him go. Stay on him. Westbrook shouted at Aquaman, who had come to assist. The play was a result of Westbrook and Oppos' defensive lapse, allowing Russell to assist Allen for an emphatic dunk. What more could Aquaman say? He could only nod or pat his chest, claiming responsibility. The score had stretched to a 20-point lead, yet Westbrook persisted with his solo efforts. The clang of missed shots echoed, while Anthony battled fiercely for rebounds. Yet, Dongfang Kang remained a constant presence, occasionally swatting shots away. Man, you and Oppos, really putting in the effort. Anthony remarked. How can I not? If I don't step up, we'll face an even greater defeat tonight. Is that so? Just 20 points isn't much for you. Are you challenging me, kid? If you have the guts, let us settle this on the court. Are you serious? Chapter 71. After the game, Dongfang Kang was exceedingly welcoming of Anthony and Oppos' challenge, although he had no opportunity to face him directly during the game. The prospect of a post-match one-on-one was a tremendous honor. Anthony, of course, was oblivious to the concept of sponge training, but he certainly could not return home in disgrace. What? A picturesque release? Indeed, a kaleidoscope of offense. I find such a style immensely appealing. After a splendid three-pointer, Dongfang Kang playfully rubbed his head and laughed towards the fans. This was Anthony and Oppos' hallmark, and no one had dared to show off in front of him before. This kid was stirring the pot. Hey, a Kang, tone it down, Lin Shiheo urgently signaled to Dongfang Kang as he passed by. As someone who had once been under Anthony and Oppos' wing, Lin Shiheo was acutely aware of the repercussions of provoking him. It was crucial not to incite his wrath, as the consequences could be dire and the forthcoming matches quite entertaining. Hey, pass the ball, here. Anthony shouted at Westbrook, who was preparing to take the shot himself. Seeing Anthony and Oppos' anger, Westbrook obediently relinquished the ball. With a three-threat step, he executed a step-back jumper, driving past the formidable Mo for a strong layup that drew a 2-1. He then turned around to assist defensively, blocking a shot and snatching the rebound before hitting a three-pointer on a fast break. In a mere 3 minutes, Anthony single-handedly amassed 10 points. Arteskin hastily called a timeout, while Anthony elongated his face, glaring at the fans with an intense stare. Don't think you can be arrogant just because this is Brooklyn, as long as I'm here. No one gets to show off. The ferocious Anthony was truly not to be trifled with, even without his peak form. No one could stand in his way when it came to genuine competition. Brother, great job. I'll pass to you, Westbrook conceded, while adding, I'm watching you. Ready to defend. He could not help but admire Anthony's prowess and pondered why they had not played this way from the start. Dongfang Kang thoroughly enjoyed the display, marveling at the concept of an offensive kaleidoscope, mid-range shots, drives, and an array of dazzling maneuvers, especially the soft touch that rendered him nearly unstoppable on the court. After Kobe's retirement, only Anthony remained as a bastion of traditional play style. As for LeBron? Oh no, LeBron had never truly been labeled a shooter. The myriad offensive techniques that Anthony displayed were etched firmly in Dongfang Kang's mind, as if he were gazing into a mirror. A Kang, did you see? I told you to keep a low profile in front of Anthony. He laughed. I relish a challenge. Anthony's scoring ability is simply extraordinary. However, this was not even his strongest performance. It was imperative not to provoke him, lest the outcome of the game become uncertain. Really? The Thunder wished to secure a victory? Lin Shiheo observed the confidence emanating from Dongfang Kang, realizing that this young man might be somewhat overestimating his capabilities. To be precise, this was akin to poking a hornet's nest, inviting unnecessary trouble. Haha, With the three superstars, as long as one of them erupts, the game becomes thrilling. Do you see? That's Anthony. Currently, no one can defend against him. Anthony was showcasing the tail end of his prime, and I personally felt that if he continued this way, his stamina would soon falter, presenting an opportunity for the Nets. You doubt Anthony's endurance? That would be a grave mistake. He grows stronger with each battle. He cannot yet be considered a veteran. Just look at old LeBron, still vying for the scoring title, truly a rare talent. Yang Yi held a favorable view of the older generation of players, which underscored the NBA's influence in China. How could today's players compare? Aside from Curry, many of the rising stars were unfamiliar to the audience. All right, let us continue watching the game and see how Kang responds to Anthony. As he returned to the court, Dongfang Kang first executed a three-threat step against Paul George, culminating in a splendid fadeaway jumper, truly a sight to behold. Following this, he stepped back for a three-pointer and, turning around, rubbed his head with 3 fingers, his expression grave. In a furious scoring spree, he extended the lead to 20 points with only 4 minutes left in the game. A 20-point gap with 4 minutes remaining was not insurmountable for the Thunder. Westbrook dutifully passed the ball to Anthony. Unstoppable, Anthony was reminiscent of his peak days. On the Nets side, Dongfang Kang navigated through the defense, opting for direct scoring rather than assists. With a series of similar moves, he nearly drove Paul George to despair. Anthony was almost exasperated, wondering where this kid had learned these moves that appeared so familiar. On the sidelines, Donovan was bewildered. This was no ordinary game but a live demonstration. Anthony's signature moves were being flawlessly mimicked by the number 10 player, executed with remarkable precision. Marshall, in 2 minutes, I need to know everything about the number 10 player. Donovan insisted, unable to contain his curiosity, casting incredulous glances at artist Ken across the court. Don and Amp, Oppos, look at me. I want to know what and Amp, Oppos, is happening to. This spectacle was a feast for the spectators. The game had devolved into an offensive showdown, transforming into a showcase for the two players. Barclays Center had never been so electrified. The fans felt their money had been well spent. The final score settled at 120-105, with the Nets claiming victory by a margin of 15 points. On the Thunder and Oppos' side, as the final whistle sounded, the mood of mutual acknowledgement evaporated, and Paul George promptly stripped off his jersey and retreated to the locker room. Seriously, is he that petty? It's just a loss. Haven't you always been in the background? What is the big deal? Dongfang Kang, however, was not so small-minded. After exchanging high-fives with his teammates, he made sure to embrace and acknowledge his opponents. Westbrook, you're incredible. Your physique is explosive. And you're not lazy. How can you sustain such performance with that small frame? See you in Ohio. Was this a bold challenge? The phrase felt familiar. Indeed, it echoed Yao Ming and Oppos' famous words. Years ago, when Yao led the Rockets against the Cavaliers in Cleveland, he had similarly challenged LeBron with CU in Houston. Of course, Yao emerged victorious over the young king, even delivering a memorable block during the game. Such a competitive spirit. Dongfang Kang was eager to journey to Ohio to see if Westbrook could secure a win. Hey, Carmelo, you can't leave just yet. Spotting Anthony walking into the corridor, Dongfang Kang rushed forward, shouting. This shout stirred trouble, as Anthony assumed Dongfang Kang was seeking conflict, frowning in response, almost ready to retaliate. Kang, this is the visiting team's locker room corridor. You cannot proceed. As anticipated, the strongest defense of the night was in place. A nearby security guard, sensing the situation escalating, hurried to block Dongfang Kang's path. Dongfang Kang was baffled. Why was entry to the visiting locker room prohibited? Carmelo, do you remember what you said on the court? I'm not leaving. I'm waiting for you. It must be said, Dongfang Kang's words were undeniably audacious, sounding like a direct challenge to anyone who heard them. Lin Shihao, noticing the commotion as Dongfang Kang shouted towards the visiting team's corridor, rushed over to intervene. At that moment, Anthony had turned around, a fierce look in his eyes, ready to show him a thing or two. Brother, what is going on? Westbrook charged in, prepared to defend his teammate without inquiring about the situation. Kid, are you looking for trouble? Yes, I have something to discuss with Carmelo. This doesn't concern you. What did you say? Chapter 72. I am not provoking you as the leader of the team. Westbrook must always be at the forefront. Even if Carmelo possesses the capability to resolve issues himself, he must demonstrate his own prowess. Don't you want to clock out, rookie? You'd best rein it in, or you'll find yourself in quite a predicament. With a fiery temper, Westbrook confronted him directly, and the two became entwined in a heated exchange. Dongfang Kang was bewildered. Why was Westbrook so agitated? Had they lost the game? Hey, we're all brothers here. The game is over. This is pointless, Lin Shihao quickly interjected, positioning himself between Westbrook and the other player to mediate. Westbrook was not one to stir trouble, but he could not allow anyone to challenge his teammates without consequence. Players from both sides quickly gathered, leaving the spectators in confusion. What is going on? Isn't the game still ongoing? Calm yourselves. This is a court of sportsmanship. And our match has concluded amicably. The referee began to intervene, sensing that the situation was escalating. Westbrook continued to mutter, and Dongfang Kang finally understood. They genuinely believed he was there to instigate trouble. Goodness, is this what NBA players are like? Why can't there be cordial exchanges post-game? I merely approached to converse with Anthony. Hey, Westbrook, you may have misunderstood. I'm not here to cause trouble. I simply wanted to speak with Carmelo after the game to learn about his offensive strategies. Dongfang Kang dismissed the altercation as a mere misunderstanding, believing that clarification was all that was needed without overanalyzing the situation. This incident was promptly caught by the media in Ohio. The rookie disrespects Anthony, blocking the player's passage post-game to prevent Carmelo from leaving. Some Nets players are not playing basketball. The court has turned into a wrestling ring. The NBA does not welcome problematic players. We must ensure player safety. In an instant, all criticism was directed at Dongfang Kang, reducing his actions to uncivil behavior. This left fans in China puzzled. They had won the game, with Dongfang achieving the highest score of 35 points and 15 assists. Why engage in such uncivilized conduct after a victory? Had Dongfang truly lost his sense of self so soon after establishing his place? Our Chinese players are all very civil. This is certainly not representative of us. What a disgrace, so arrogant and lacking sportsmanship. Our idols should set an example. We don't need such role models. They should be expelled from the basketball realm. Perhaps it was a misunderstanding, exaggerated by the media. 9494. Today's media is so irresponsible. Fans erupted in fervor. The detractors were relentless, spewing unfiltered disdain. Supporters attempted to clarify, but opinions were sharply divided. On the court, Dongfang Kang finally managed to clarify things. Carmelo, you are widely regarded as an offensive virtuoso. It is an honor to witness your skills firsthand tonight. I merely wish to practice with you. You wouldn't be stingy, would you? What? Westbrook still didn't comprehend. Even if it was for learning, why block the passage? Carmelo was indeed impressed by Dongfang Kang's eagerness to learn, recalling the moments of fierce competition in the final quarter. He had yet to grasp how Dongfang had adapted his offensive techniques. In fact, as he watched Dongfang execute his exquisite mid-range shots, Anthony briefly glimpsed his younger self. Deep down, he admired the young man and considered imparting a few tricks, potentially passing on his own legacy. Could you repeat that? I'm saying I would like you to teach me how to play the techniques of the offensive virtuoso. I wish to learn. When Anthony grasped the situation, he realized it was indeed a misunderstanding. You nearly startled me. I hadn't anticipated this. It was a false alarm. No need to panic. I need to return to the locker room to debrief with the coach. Wait for me here. After they exchanged a high five and embraced, both sets of players looked on in bewilderment. What just happened? Weren't they going to fight? Why did they leave? Kang, come with me, our Tuscan said, dissatisfied with the outcome. As a core player, you should not seek out opponents post-game. This is the court. Rest assured, I won't let anything happen to you. Westbrook patted Dongfang Kang's shoulder, taking on the role of protector. Is there a problem? Dongfang Kang remained oblivious to the severity of his misstep. In the Nets locker room, our Tuscan did not summarize the game. He tossed aside the tactics board and shouted at Dongfang Kang. You must remember, this is a court, and Brooklyn will not tolerate any discord. I do not care how many points you scored or the outcome of the game. We are all players and must respect our opponents. The Thunder fought valiantly and deserve our respect. Your actions have caused too much negative impact. I must impose a punishment. Our Tuscan held Dongfang Kang in high regard, relying on him for stability. However, in matters of principle, he was a strict coach. Everyone must face consequences for their mistakes. Punishment? Dongfang Kang had just clarified things. Why would he then turn against his own? Oh no, coach, I don't believe I did anything wrong. I've explained everything to Carmelo. It was a misunderstanding. I didn't block him. I approached him to learn. You know, the offensive virtuoso. The strongest offensive player in the league. What ought about seeking his guidance? Dongfang's temper flared. His composed demeanor did not imply a lack of spirit. If the head coach truly intended to suspend him, it would be an unreasonable act from the team. And how could he continue to stay in such an environment? Coach, you've misunderstood. Kang genuinely sought Carmelo's guidance. "You cannot suspend him. We need your support." For the first time, Westbrook stood up to defend Dongfang Kang, allowing all players to witness his acceptance of the rookie. "Yes, I can assure you of that." Kang merely wished to seek Carmelo's guidance. It was never a provocation. Lin Shihao felt compelled to speak up. As the elder, he could not allow the younger to suffer unjustly. Our Tuscan remained unconvinced and was promptly summoned by the staff to a press conference, intending to address the matter afterward. Dongfang Kang wasted no words. After a brief respite, he headed back to the court. By this time, Anthony had already completed a round of three-point shots with the assistance of his coach. His shooting touch was fiery, hitting 28 out of 30 attempts, prompting even the assistant coach to offer praise. Dongfang Kang stood nearby, watching. Witnessing Carmelo train was far superior to solitary practice. Such a free lesson was invaluable. From shooting mechanics to shot selection, it was a veritable textbook in motion. Today it was a significant gain for Dongfang Kang. Not only did he advance his skills as a premier point guard, but he also gleaned insights from Anthony's training that he could apply tomorrow. Dongfang Kang was indeed fortunate, continuously memorizing Anthony's techniques and expanding his own skill set. He had already utilized some strategies in the fourth quarter with excellent results. "Hey, have you had enough? Want to come and give it a try? Try? Aren't you here to train? You're the only one who won today, otherwise I wouldn't even glance in your direction." It dawned on Dongfang that it was his performance tonight that had impressed Anthony. "How should we practice? Let us play a game." Chapter 73. You were merely a novice. Dongfang Kang was still imitating various picturesque movements when he was suddenly called over to give it a try, leaving him somewhat astonished. Was it truly time to seek punishment so soon? I certainly would not yield to him. A duel, perhaps? What did he have in mind? Dongfang Kang was determined not to let such a splendid opportunity slip away. A one-on-one confrontation was inevitable. If he could receive Anthony and Apos' hands-on guidance, it would accelerate his learning far beyond mere imitation. "I propose a wager," he declared. "A wager? Haha. Are you sure you want to stake a match against me?" Anthony had long perceived his little ploy. The youthful exuberance was commendable, but whether he could conquer himself remained contingent upon his capability. "Let us play a game. 211 points. The terms are simple. If I win, you must impart all your offensive techniques to me without reservation." Anthony anticipated this outcome, but winning against himself was an unlikely feat for this novice. "And if you lose?" "Haha, losing is out of the question. I admire your arrogance. Yet one must respect the facts. If you lose, you will treat me to tonight's supper. Haha, and should I lose, you may choose any restaurant in Brooklyn." With that, Anthony tossed the ball into play, stepping just inside the three-point line, raising both hands and declaring, "I will allow you 2 dribbles before you shoot. While I need only 1. I do not require your concession. 1 step is sufficient." No sooner had he finished speaking than he executed a clean jump shot from the three-point line. The basketball swished through the net with a crisp sound. The assistant coach on the sidelines was taken aback. This lad possessed a modicum of skill. "Very well, but this is merely the beginning. There is much more to come." Dongfang Kang wasted no time with idle chatter. Receiving the ball beyond the arc, he noticed Anthony did not approach, and he shot without hesitation. An unguarded three-pointer was far simpler than practice. Swish. The ball sailed through the net, and the assistant coach frowned in disbelief. What is going on with Cameron? Is he so eager to lose? Good lad, he has some proficiency in three-pointers. Cameron, you had best defend seriously. 2 more three-pointers, and it will be over. As Dongfang Kang received the ball once more, Anthony felt the threat. If a novice could so easily outmaneuver him, how could the legacy of the golden generation be preserved? He advanced a step, poised just inside the three-point line. Dongfang Kang and Apos' expression turned serious, his eyes gleaming. The NBA and Apos' one-on-one play differed markedly from other venues. Dribbling was limitless. Here, there were strict regulations, all players were professionals, and the game tested not only fundamental skills but also shooting prowess. Flashy moves were of no consequence here. Despite the prevalent large and exaggerated maneuvers, they were all mere facades. A single dribble and shot required not only accuracy, but also a solid foundation. If one could not control the ball, there would be no opportunity to shoot. Observing Anthony and Apos' intensified defense, Dongfang Kang felt invigorated. With a triple threat stance to create space, he suddenly released the ball on a step-back shot. Clang. Had this shot been taken in a different setting, it would undoubtedly have gone in. In the one-on-one arena, quick releases often led to inaccuracies, exposing an unstable shooting form. Good defense, Dongfang Kang acknowledged, yet he knew this was due to his own inconsistency in shooting. Are you ready? I will effortlessly annihilate you. Anthony was not about to bully a novice. Engaging in this duel was child and oppose. As play for him. Dongfang Kang pressed forward with his body. Frankly, Anthony possessed the physique of a power forward, yet he could still initiate plays. 3-point shots, mid-range, and inside plays. He could do it all, and there was a reason he was hailed as part of the golden generation. Lowering his center of gravity, Anthony initiated an offensive move facing the basket. After a simple triple threat stance, he did not even dribble, pulling back for a clean jump shot. Swish. For him. Scoring seemed effortless. The shooting height, form, and even speed were indistinguishable from what was seen in practice. Was he perhaps equipped with the system? The assistant coach nodded with satisfaction. This was Cameron, eternally a peerless talent. A splendid triple threat move, executed even better than I could manage. However, your triple threat is still lacking. Anthony caught the ball beyond the arc, waiting for the defense to approach. Are you prepared? I am ever ready. I shall not grant you an opportunity. Dongfang Kang augmented his defensive attributes to 90%, fearless against any offensive play, even from Anthony, who had endured 2 of his fierce blocks. Suddenly, with the ball in his right hand, he made a swift breakthrough. Dongfang Kang quickly matched his pace, raising his hands high to deny him shooting space. The shot could only be a forced attempt. Given his height and reach, it was bound to be blocked. Dongfang Kang refrained from jumping, but in the next moment, Anthony spun to his left and executed a smooth fadeaway jumper. Unbelievable! Can you truly withstand this after years of training? The skill displayed was formidable. And Dongfang Kang had to concede that Anthony's offensive techniques were exceptional. 6 points each, your defense requires enhancement. I shall defend until you question your existence. Following the tip-off, Dongfang Kang adhered closely to him. This was what one might call relentless pressure. Anthony, not hasty in his offensive approach, utilized the triple threat stance again, but finding no space. He decided to back down. One must admit, Anthony and Oppo's back was impressively broad. He pressed against him with considerable force. Dongfang Kang stepped back. But Anthony fluidly pivoted and made a mid-range shot. Come on, apply some pressure. With only 2 shots remaining, can you still defend? Anthony was no mere boast. He was a man capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with LeBron James, and it was evident he possessed remarkable skill. Defend. Dongfang Kang, with a stubborn spirit, found that the stronger the opponent, the more his fighting spirit ignited. This was the attribute of a brawler instilled by the system. Stepping closer, he unleashed relentless pressure once more. This time, he focused intently on Anthony's footwork. Unable to block, he shadowed every dribble, denying him space to shoot. As Anthony leaned back, Dongfang Kang anticipated yet another jump shot and decisively closed the gap. Anthony pushed back a step, feigning with a shoulder shimmy. Seeing Anthony and Oppo's footwork shift to the left, Dongfang Kang charged forward with his body. Observing the shot being released, he leapt to block. What? Just as Dongfang Kang prepared to jump, Anthony suddenly spun back, effortlessly sinking the ball. Is this your defense? Anthony shook his head. He had encountered too many young players like this one, all bluster with no substance. Dongfang Kang took a deep breath. Indeed, he was audacious. Impressive footwork, but the game is far from over. Lowering his center of gravity, he vowed not to be deceived again. Anthony held the ball, employing the same triple threat stance, but failing to find an opportunity. He switched back to his backing technique. Is this all you can do with your back-to-basket moves? One technique is sufficient to defeat you. This was an absolute humiliation for Dongfang Kang. Pushing closer, he created space with his back. With a shoulder shimmy and a left side pivot feigning a shot, Dongfang Kang remained unfazed, hands raised high. Anthony decisively retreated, launching a shot that found its mark. This is permissible? One dribble, why can't I do the same? Dongfang Kang then realized he had neglected to dribble. A lapse in judgment on his part. You possess commendable fighting spirit, but you are still merely a novice. Welcome to the NBA. Chapter 74. Next year's championship indeed. He is a leader of the golden generation. The NBA is no easy battleground. Although Anthony had blocked him twice with impressive force, truth be told, one-on-one, it was nearly impossible to contain him. The crux of the matter lay in Anthony's plethora of mid-range skills, rendering him indefensible. Well, I concede defeat. Speak up. Where in Brooklyn shall I treat you? Haha, did you take that seriously? Anthony chuckled as he retrieved the basketball and passed it to Dongfang Kang. I shall grant you an hour of specialized training. Should you swiftly master my techniques, you may seek me out alone next time. Dongfang Kang was not one to shy away from such an opportunity, especially considering that he could potentially earn $30 million in the future. Even if he had to borrow, it would be attainable. Yet, he never anticipated that Anthony was merely jesting. Haha, bring it on. I shone and amp. Oppos, hold back. Dongfang Kang stepped forward, and Anthony accepted the assistant coach's ball, proceeding to the three-point line to commence his instruction. To receive personal training from the NBA's most formidable offensive player was a dream come true for Dongfang Kang. After half an hour of personal demonstration, followed by half an hour of practical application, Anthony was astonished to discover that Dongfang Kang could grasp all the movements with remarkable speed. No one had ever assimilated the skills so swiftly. Even Anthony had integrated them through practice and training. This was an extraordinary talent indeed. Excellent. You executed it beautifully. Congratulations. Thank you for personally training me. I owe you a meal. Haha, I have my own nutritionist. I see your potential, young man. Remain humble and keep pushing forward. After offering another word of advice, Anthony departed with the head coach. This is what it means to be a senior, providing guidance to the younger generation and passing on knowledge. Dongfang Kang did not leave immediately. Instead, he continued to refine the details he had learned. In the Nets office, the meeting had yet to conclude. Atkinson and Billy King were analyzing game footage, aiming to clarify what had transpired during the match. However, after countless viewings, they could find no evidence of any wrongdoing. Though Atkinson outwardly maintained his focus, he felt a sense of relief within. If Dongfang Kang and Oppos' character was solid, then he could establish himself within the Nets, alleviating concerns for his future. What? Still training? Billy King received complaints from the arena staff. Indeed, it was already 1 in the morning. Everyone else was in slumber. Yet this player continued to practice, disturbing others' rest. Very well. Thank you for your diligence. Let him continue training. Billy King did not impose any difficulties. The dedication of this rookie to practice after a game was commendable. So, are you regretting keeping him now? Since the shareholders intervened. Billy King had been closely monitoring the rookie's development. Beyond the market potential, it was primarily about the team's growth. The Barclays Center was now adorned with numerous advertisements from Chinese companies. Moreover, the team had received many calls expressing interest in investment. But Billy King still needed to evaluate and report back. This was the benefit brought by Chinese players. As a professional manager, one could not refuse such opportunities. Atkinson also sought to understand Billy King's current thoughts, recognizing that the collaboration between the two was essential for the team's advancement. To be honest, Dongfang Kang's talent and effort were evident to the naked eye. However, becoming a core player required not only exceptional skills, but also commendable character. Do you think his personality could deteriorate and lead to team conflicts? At least from tonight's game, his character has yet to meet my satisfaction. But now it seems I may have misjudged him. Haha, acknowledging this is crucial, and I find it very significant. Billy King was genuinely pleased with the head coach. Finding a like-minded partner was far superior to solitary endeavors. To grow into a competent leader, one must excel in skills, but character holds greater importance. A locker room leader is the guarantee of a team's progress. I believe Jeremy Lin can fulfill that role. Of course, Jeremy Lin is currently unable to join the team. However, I will ensure to communicate with him. Rest assured. Mr. General Manager, we must discuss the roster for next season. This season, making the playoffs should pose no issue, but for the next season, our objective is the championship. The championship? Billy King nearly spat out his drink. Was it realistic to aim for the championship so soon? Head coach, I do not doubt your coaching abilities. However, do you truly believe our current roster is capable of achieving such heights? As the team manager, I am acutely aware of the team's situation. Perhaps even more than the head coach. The team lacks absolute talent. We do not even have a single superstar. Aspiring for a championship is mere fantasy. Consider last season's Cavaliers. They stumbled into the finals under LeBron's leadership. Not to mention the formidable teams in the East, like the 76ers and the Bucks. Reaching the second round of the playoffs would be commendable. Haha, I admire your enthusiasm. However, to secure a championship, we have a long journey ahead, at the very least. We need a superstar. Dongfang Kang would suffice. Dongfang Kang? Indeed, based on his training attitude and the talent he has displayed, I believe he is the core for a championship team. With a few veteran players acquired through trades, I am convinced we can contend for the championship next year. Atkinson had already devised next year's roster, intending to trade Russell for some valuable veteran players like Andre Iguodala, who could bring energy to the locker room and inspire the younger players. In the current lineup, with Allen's potential in the paint, coupled with Joe Harris's perimeter shooting, the configuration seems promising. Let us not lose our focus. First, We must achieve this season's goals. If we can reach the second round, I am confident the management will execute significant moves this summer. Sir, please trust in my capabilities. Rest assured, this season, I will lead the team to the second round. Haha, I believe you will succeed. So, shall we finalize tonight's arrangements? No problem. I will address everyone at tomorrow's practice. Meanwhile, Dongfang Kang delved deeply into his training for over an hour, refining the details. Only after mastering the techniques did he consider accessing the system once more. Welcome back, host. Goodness, the system is remarkably intuitive and intelligent. At this moment, no tasks were displayed. Looking at the pending options, Dongfang Kang understood that they corresponded to the tasks he was currently executing. Upon noticing his battle value had reached 70, a wave of joy washed over him. Following the encounter with the thunder, his battle value had soared significantly. This was likely due to his one-on-one encounters with Anthony, coupled with the personal training he had received, leading to continuous improvement in his abilities and, naturally, an increase in battle value. It appears that not only must he seek out superstars for one-on-one matches, but he should also seek their guidance. The notion is quite appealing. However, not every NBA star is willing to provide such hands-on instruction as Anthony did. Verification? Observing an unfamiliar option on the screen, he hastily opened it to investigate. Instantly, a myriad of technical skills flashed before him, and his energy levels began to rise steadily. Simultaneously, he felt as though his body was expanding, brimming with vitality. Congratulations, host. On absorbing sponge training. Chapter 75. I shall become the city and Oppo's hero. The amalgamation of skills through sponge training? Dongfang Kang had yet to grasp the truth. Yet all skills had seamlessly integrated into his mind. His invigorated body was poised to unleash even more abilities at any moment. It turned out that the skills acquired through sponge training required post-match recharge. Dongfang Kang felt as though he had discovered an uncharted territory. Excitement washing over him as he hastily consolidated all skills. 2 minutes later, the skills fused into his muscle memory. This screen was akin to a vast treasure trove. Each visit revealing delightful surprises, simply marvelous. Upon checking his combat power, it had now accumulated to 2. It seemed he would need more combat points for redemption. But there was no rush. His defensive attributes were nearly adequate. Perhaps he should focus on enhancing his assist attributes. However, one of the tasks of a super point guard was to accumulate assists. With tonight's assists likely to exceed expectations, he should have no issues in that regard. This meant having a keen passing vision. As a point guard, one must possess the ability to orchestrate the team, and a broad perspective was indispensable. Both passing vision and organizational vision required further enhancement. Consequently, he decided to invest all 70 combat points in the recharge. Congratulations to the host, court vision recharge successful. The effects brought by the system were palpable. Upon completing the recharge, his vision felt remarkably clearer. Glancing at other attributes, defensive consumption, defensive anticipation, rebounding, and so forth, left Dongfang Kang dazzled. There were simply too many attributes, each meticulously delineated. If he could recharge them all, would he not become a cosmic superstar? Haha. Hey, Kang, it's time to get some rest, Lin Shihao said. Having received a call from Billy King and feeling compelled to urge Dongfang Kang to return home for a proper rest. To an outsider, one might think he was reveling in nightlife. How could he not return sooner to rest? It was only then that Dongfang Kang realized how late it had become, attributing it to his own excitement that had caused him to lose track of time. He hurriedly gathered his belongings, took a quick shower, and hailed a cab home, which was well past 2 in the morning. It was too late to disturb Brother Hao, so he obediently retreated to his room. The following morning, upon returning from rehabilitation training, Lin Shuheo discovered that Dongfang Kang had yet to rise. Such behavior was unbecoming of a professional athlete. Hey, get up. You must hold yourself to a rigorous standard. Lin Shuheo epitomized self-discipline, never shirking from training. Even while nursing an injury, he refused to abandon basic drills. Brother Hao, it's still early. I haven't had enough sleep. It's already 10 in the morning. Those who are disciplined have returned from training. If you continue like this, you want to become a core player, a Kang. You must take this seriously. Indeed, self-discipline was vital. He had always prided himself on being disciplined. But training late last night had necessitated adequate rest for maintaining performance. Yet Brother Hao was correct. To become a core player, he must uphold discipline. Hey, what is going on? Xiaofeng burst through the door, raised her voice, and showed no concern for etiquette. I'm not dressed yet. Please step outside. What is there to fear? You are my client, and I need to speak with you seriously. Xiao Fang tossed her phone onto the bed, where the headlines all pointed toward Dongfang Kang. As his agent, she had already received dozens of calls and messages today, all seeking his response. Even more infuriating was Mark Cuban's blunt statement: "I do not require a player of questionable character. The Mavericks are a team of civility." This was clearly directed at Dongfang Kang, and if this continued, his future prospects would be severely compromised. Xiao Fang could not wait long. A press conference must be convened today for Dongfang Kang to clarify matters. Having perused the news, Dongfang Kang yawned and remained unfazed by the commotion. Hadn't he already clarified everything last night? It was merely a misunderstanding. Lin Shihao, as an involved party, acknowledged that the media had indeed magnified the situation, and it was essential to address it. Media exaggeration was one thing. However, as a player, one's actions could easily stir public opinion. Kang, I hope you can acknowledge these details and avoid unnecessary trouble. I thought this was a minor issue. It's merely media exaggeration. A minor issue? Until you secure a significant contract, everything you do is of great importance. Miss Xiao, as long as we manage ourselves, why should we care about how they report it? Oh, by the way, Brother Hao, is there any breakfast left? I'd like to eat before training. Cameron passed on all his skills to me last night. I need to refine them. Lin Shihao suddenly felt envious of Dongfang Kang, not only for his talent, but also for receiving guidance from a superstar. Truly remarkable. It should be noted that even during his Linsanity days with the Knicks, he had never received any advice from Cameron. Later, with the Rockets and Lakers, he trained solely on his own. He had never enjoyed such fortune. Yes. Hurry to the kitchen. Everything is prepared. Thanks. An athlete and Oppo's breakfast is beyond the imagination of ordinary people, and Dongfang Kang could only enjoy such treatment at Lin Shihao and Oppo's home. Kang, this matter cannot simply be overlooked. We must clarify it with the media. Xiao Fang conveyed Mark Cuban's sentiments. Dongfang Kang had no intention of joining the Mavericks, so Cuban's remarks did not bother him. However, Xiao Fang's perspective could not be dismissed. After all, she was his agent. Just wait. During today's training interview and post-match interview, I will clarify everything in person. Arriving at the arena by noon, he found his teammates still asleep at home. Indeed, playing at home meant they wouldn't rise as early as they would for away games, as long as they appeared on time for the afternoon training. The team would not concern itself with anything else. Dongfang Kang had grown accustomed to arriving early at the gym for training. After all, aside from training, he had nowhere else to go. To put it bluntly, he simply lacked funds. Although he had secured a fully guaranteed contract, that sum of money wouldn't last long. Refining Cameron's various skills, coupled with the melting aspects of sponge training, he sensed an impending explosion of performance that evening. After afternoon training, all the reporters immediately surrounded Dongfang Kang. Being from home media, they treated their own players with courtesy. Kang, given your performance today, it seems you remain undeterred by the reports. Can you explain why? Why? Haha. The Ohio team's lost. Would they overlook any exaggerated detail? Are you implying they're seeking excuses for their defeat? No excuses, merely an unwillingness to admit that Brooklyn is superior to them. As you mentioned, the Thunder are indeed stronger than the Nets, as evidenced by their records and roster configurations. Indeed, you are correct. We currently rank 10th in the East, while the Thunder are 4th in the West. Nevertheless, the results of the game do not lie. I merely sought advice from Cameron. Why exaggerate? Moreover, the Nets were weak in the past, but the current and future Nets will be a source of pride for this city. Will you become the hero of this city? Indeed, I shall show you all what a city hero looks like. Let us meet in the playoffs. We eagerly anticipate your rescue of the Nets and your emergence as the city's hero. As expected, the media from Brooklyn began to praise this young talent. Chapter 76. Tonight, I shall send him home in tears. The speed at which the trending topic surged was astonishing. The call for a city hero quickly resonated throughout the streets and alleys. The Brooklynites were filled with curiosity as to whether this young man could embody the urban champion they had long awaited. Urban hero, ha! The audacity of youth knows no bounds, and one's words can be excessively grandiose. Bravado is harmless. Anyone can boast. One could elevate a mere individual to the heavens, which is quite laughable. An undrafted player, making a comeback to the starting lineup, ultimately becoming the core of the team and leading them to victory. What an inspirational tale. We yearn for such a city hero. Onward we go. Incredible, I proclaim the Nets as champions. Fans expressed a myriad of opinions, some optimistic, others merely boasting. This sparked extensive discussions among commentators. The renowned Yang Yi from America even pinned a special commentary. In an instant, Dongfang Kang became a household name, with his popularity soaring to the brink of internet stardom. This left many teams bewildered. Who is this individual? In Huaxia, major media outlets vied to report on Dongfang Kang's words. In this era dominated by traffic and viewership, none would overlook such a golden opportunity. Broadcasting platforms even curated highlights of Dongfang Kang, further amplifying his popularity. The evening and Oppo's live broadcast was pushed forward by a full hour to create a greater sensation. The production team arranged for 3 top-tier commentators, Yang Yi, Ku Fan, and Su Kun, forming a veritable commentary dream team. Teacher Su, please share your insights on today's match. As assigned commentator for the broadcasting platform, Ku Fan provided a steady presence. While Su Kun and Yang Yi were both well-known commentators, they operated independently, with Yang Yi also serving as the editor-in-chief of a basketball magazine. As a seasoned veteran, Su Kun exhibited no airs, remaining refreshingly humble. Let us discuss the Nets. We must support our own players. Kang has indeed been in the limelight recently, comparable to the legendary Jeremy Lin. However, when assessing the team and Oppo's performance, the Nets led by Kang are even more convincing. Before his arrival, the Nets were undoubtedly at the bottom of the Eastern Conference. In less than a month, they achieved consecutive victories against formidable teams, including a resounding win over the Thunder yesterday. This transformation demonstrates the prowess of Dongfang Kang. Yang Yi was not entirely satisfied with this statement. Although Dongfang Kang was indeed a compatriot, it was still premature to celebrate him. The higher one is lifted, the harder one falls, especially for an undrafted player. The recent results do indicate an improvement for the Nets, boasting a genuine 4-game winning streak. However, to attribute this solely to Dongfang Kang and Oppo's abilities requires further validation over time. A rookie may achieve commendable statistics, but this is largely due to the inherent strength of the Nets, coupled with the coach and Oppo's strategic choices that have collectively fostered their current success. For Dongfang Kang to become the unequivocal core, it will take at least another year. Patience is essential. Su Kun nodded in agreement, affirming that growth into a core player necessitates time. Observing Dongfang Kang and Oppo's development trajectory, he exhibits a pace reminiscent of LeBron James in his early days. Furthermore, the coach and Oppo's strategies seem intentionally designed to elevate Dongfang Kang. Thus, I believe tonight he can lead the team to victory. An average of 30 points, 8 assists, and 12 rebounds, such statistics undoubtedly signify a team core. If he maintains this performance until the end of the season, comparisons to rookie LeBron are justifiable. Tonight, facing the Celtics, a formidable contender for the Eastern Conference title, Dongfang Kang must prove himself by overcoming this challenge. Su Kun then shifted the focus to tonight and Oppo's opponents, Kyrie Irving, Gordon Hayward, Al Horford, Jason Tatum, and Jaylen Brown, each a star in their own right. Therefore, to emerge as a star oneself, one must surpass the hurdle presented by the Celtics tonight. The pressure on Kang is considerable. Yang Yi concurred with Su Kun and Oppo's assessment but remained skeptical about the Nets securing a victory, even predicting a potential rout. The Celtics lineup is even more luxurious than the former Big Three. One cannot deny the remarkable depth of this team. What do you two esteemed commentators predict for tonight's match? Who will ultimately prevail? Ku Fan wore a mischievous grin, relishing the unfolding drama. From the perspective of roster strength and team depth, this match appears to be a foregone conclusion. Not necessarily. I believe the Nets will give it their all. The outcome is still uncertain, Yang Yi retorted. Feeling somewhat awkward in the presence of his esteemed seniors, Ku Fan seized the moment, achieving the desired effect. After all, Yang Yi had already made his fair share of bold claims. Another misstep would surely delight the fans. Very well. We observe the differing viewpoints of our two esteemed commentators. Competitive sports ultimately hinge upon results. The comments section became lively, with fans eagerly anticipating the Nets versus Celtics matchup, opening the live stream well in advance. Hearing the commentary team's discussions, many joined in with their own remarks, particularly those praising Dongfang Kang and challenging Yang Yi's stance. At Barclays Center, a sea of spectators filled the venue, while those unable to secure tickets congregated outside to watch the large screens, not for any other reason than to support their team and cheer for Dongfang Kang. The pregame DJ elevated the atmosphere to its zenith, and Dongfang Kang became the focal point of numerous media cameras. At this moment, Dongfang Kang felt little pressure. sharing laughter with his teammates. In contrast, the head coach observed the formidable Celtics with a furrowed brow. To advance to the playoffs, overcoming the Celtics was imperative. A victory tonight would significantly bolster the confidence of both the team and its players. Thus, winning was non-negotiable. Yet the challenge was far greater than the previous night's encounter with the Thunder. Coach, are you worried about tonight's match? Lin, what are you implying? Haha. I believe there is no need for concern. When facing a strong opponent, losing is part of the game. Therefore, you should play freely without the burden of pressure. Nevertheless, I want to win. In that case, you must enable Kang to take more shots. Your game plan for tonight is sound. Allow Kang to continue orchestrating the team, but he must also score more. Atkins did not alter his strategy. Dongfang Kang would continue to play as a tall point guard, even tasked with guarding Irving. The Celtics revolve around Irving. Thus, if he can be contained, the chances of victory increase significantly. Dongfang Kang's height and speed would pose no issue in countering Irving. But it remained to be seen whether he could find his rhythm offensively. Atkins nodded slightly. Hey, I've heard that number 10 is generating a lot of buzz. I'll wager $1,000. Whoever can block him first gets the 1,000. Kyrie, are you joking? Just to block him once, is he worth that much? Before the match, Smart had never even heard of this player, let alone assign him such value. Did you not see the news? He aspires to be the hero of this city. A rookie with such bravado, he must possess some ability to make such claims. Tonight, I shall send him home in tears. Chapter 77. I shall accumulate assists. Smart, in front of everyone, made a bold proclamation, not for the sake of a mere $1,000, but to impart a lesson to the inexperienced rookie about the repercussions of boasting. Yet, one must not allow him to return in tears. You must provide me with $1,000. This is a wager. What does that imply? Do you believe I shall be defeated? Are you too timid to bet? Damn it, if he scores 10 points today, I shall give you 2,000. Smart boldly declared, casting a confident glance towards his opponent. Kid, don't blame me for being harsh. This is self-inflicted. The game commenced. The net starting lineup included Russell, Chaha, Dongfang Kang, Big Mo, and Mo Urxiang. The Celtics starters were Irving, Smart, Hayward, Little Morris, and Horford. Among them, Big Mo and Little Mo are twin brothers, both playing the power forward position, thus becoming direct rivals. This sibling rivalry is a significant highlight of the evening. The clash between brothers promises to ignite a thrilling spectacle. As the game began, Artaskin specifically called Dongfang Kang over. Kang, shoot more. Coaches often favor their preferred players, a common practice in the NBA, and this was Dongfang Kang's first experience with it. Scoring was assured, but he needed to focus on accumulating assists first. Without 10 assists, nothing else mattered. The match kicked off with Horford and Mo Urxiang at the jump ball. Although Mo Urxiang had a height advantage, Horford was at the pinnacle of his career, possessing significant advantages in both jumping and speed. The Celtics secured possession first, with Brown passing to the awaiting Irving. Dongfang Kang swiftly positioned himself in front of Irving, prompting a grin from Irving. Hey, do you want to experience the sensation of being outmaneuvered? I refuse to become your backdrop. You should proactively defend others instead of mismatching your defense. I'd prefer not to. The coach instructed me to do this, and I cannot disobey. Your coach certainly has a sense of humor. Kid, be cautious of your ankle. Irving was famously known for his flashy moves, and few wished to partner with him on the court. Yet, his flashy maneuvers were equally renowned, making him a sought-after teammate. In the future, the antics he would pull off with the Nets could only be tolerated by Durant and the owner. Alas, his elegant style of play and angles of attack were unparalleled. However, such feats occurred before his time travel, in this parallel universe. Now that he had his own place within the Nets, Durant held no relevance. Hey, I'm going to break through. Watch your ankle. Irving's flashy maneuvers were almost blinding. I aim to surpass you, yet you cannot stop me. With an air of confidence, he stepped back, showcasing a series of dazzling crossovers. Dongfang Kang remarked, "This is a match. Might you refrain from excessive showboating?" Irving replied, "Just standard operations, don't rush. The real show is yet to come." Following a rapid series of crossovers, he suddenly launched to the right. With a half-step, he feigned with his shoulders and executed a swift change of direction to the left. Dongfang Kang stumbled slightly, clearly caught off guard. Indeed, he is the master of flashy ball handling. Irving quipped, knowing this, why defend? You might as well head home for a rest. With another sudden burst of speed, just after 2 steps, he spun gracefully to the right. Dongfang Kang struggled to keep pace, and Irving's quick acceleration allowed him to easily lay the ball in. Nice footwork. Thank you. Irving flashed a mysterious smile at Dongfang Kang, finding his defense utterly lacking. Let us switch, you cannot contain him. Russell, unable to watch any longer, believed he could tolerate his teammates being teased but would not stand for outsiders taking advantage. Dongfang Kang felt a sense of warmth. Russell indeed had the heart to defend his teammates. We must adhere strictly to the coach's arrangements. D'Angelo, don't worry. Dongfang Kang brought the ball past half-court, confronting Smart directly. Rookie, you shall not pass my defense. I will leave you utterly humiliated. Dongfang Kang was fully aware of Smart's reputation, the diminutive James, a defensive expert. If he was truly an expert, then every feint and foul would be a prime performance. However, today's contest had a different opponent. There was no need for haste. Hey, inside. Hayward failed to keep up with Chaha, who slipped beneath the baseline, a move spotted by Dongfang Kang. With a flick of his wrist, he delivered a no-look pass precisely. Era was momentarily stunned. I was slipping to find an open spot. Why am I receiving the ball? Layup. Only then did Era realize. With the baseline wide open, he executed a smooth reverse layup. What? Smart turned, bewildered. Is this the kind of pass a rookie should make? Turning back, Dongfang Kang smiled, signaling to Era that his movement was indeed correct. Gordon, do not allow him to slip beneath the baseline. Irving yelled out after securing the ball. This could not be blamed on Hayward. A shooter who slips beneath the baseline will have teammates switch defenses, and opposite him was Irving, who was defending Russell. According to the tactical arrangement, Irving needed to switch immediately. His failure to do so resulted in a lapse, and he was subsequently schooled. This is what one might call shifting blame. The 1819 Celtics, on paper, appeared to be the strongest in the East, with 3 All-Stars. Including Irving, both a powerhouse and an experienced champion, he could lead a group of youngsters to dominate the Eastern Conference. However, an abundance of stars is not always beneficial. Irving, as the second-in-command beside LeBron, had been content until he secured a championship, believing he was ready to ascend as the leader. While LeBron could tolerate the missteps of his younger counterpart, Irving grew impatient. You, LeBron, are so aged yet refuse to step aside. How long must I play second fiddle? Upon joining the Celtics, he wondered who could contest his claim to the top position. Hayward? No, he was merely there to assist. Though he had posted all-star numbers with the Jazz, he lacked the necessary renown. Hayward, handsome and famously amiable, could only sheepishly acknowledge his defensive lapse, obediently returning to his position. Casting a cold smile at Dongfang Kang, Irving thought, do they truly believe this person can defend me? How dare they underestimate my prowess? Once more, he dazzled with his dazzling footwork. Dongfang Kang opted to give him a step. Allowing a little space was better than being toyed with up close. Irving, the most flamboyant ball handler in the league, had countless deceptive moves at his disposal. To defend against him without a clever strategy would lead to disastrous results. Reminiscent of Wright's fate in the past, where he became nothing more than a background figure, Irving leisurely pulled the ball to his left hand, pivoting just beyond the three-point line before releasing the shot. Swish. The three-pointer found nothing but net. Defense. Contain Irving. Arteskin shouted in frustration, witnessing 2 consecutive baskets. Is this what you call defense? Dongfang Kang could only gesture to the head coach, indicating that it was his responsibility. Go home early. You cannot possibly defend me. Irving returned to the floor, continuing to taunt. Dongfang Kang, unwilling to engage in a war of words, was neither afraid nor intimidated. He simply needed to fulfill his assist quota. Do not celebrate too soon. Once I have accumulated enough assists, you shall leave in tears. Hey, slip under. Dongfang Kang orchestrated the movements of Era, and Big Momo Urshiong stepped across to block Hayward, prompting the Celtics and Oppos defense to react. Russell maneuvered through the chaos to the three-point line, and Dongfang Kang delivered an accurate pass. Swish. Assist 2. Chapter 78. The defensive powerhouse. Is that all? Russell turned and exchanged a high five with Dongfang Kang. I will continuously sprint to the perimeter. Irving can and Oppos guard me. Russell was indeed not exaggerating in terms of offense. Irving was defenseless. As for defense, he was equally unassailable. Every advantage comes with its disadvantages. At this moment, Artskin was somewhat content, having recorded 2 assists and leading the Celtics by a single point. Yet, this approach could not persist indefinitely. Without offense, how could they secure victory? Sitting on the Celtics and Oppos bench, Stevens was utterly perplexed by this strategy. Why was a small forward orchestrating plays at the point guard position? What was Artskin and Oppos' forward-thinking tactic? The finesse of those assists was remarkable, far surpassing Irving and Oppos, S clarity. How did this old-timer manage to unearth such talent for the Nets? As Irving held the ball, Dongfang Kang and Amp, Oppos, S defense remained a respectful distance away. This left Irving baffled. Was it because his three-point shooting percentage was too low that he was being underestimated? His teammates were either battling in the paint or being closely guarded, yet he was left unmarked. Did they truly believe my shooting was that poor? Unable to guard me? Then they simply chose not to defend at all. You are far too honest, but I appreciate it. Irving launched another three-pointer. Swish. Another one. Irving turned, arms outstretched, attempting to energize the crowd, yet the arena remained eerily silent. He had forgotten. This was not the Celtics and Oppos. Home court, having no boos from the fans was already quite commendable. 3 attempts, 3 successes, 8 points in less than 3 minutes since the game commenced. If this continued, could Irving break his season scoring record? Co-fan, an admirer of Irving, remained silent regarding his offensive prowess. Yang Yi glanced at Su Kun, both being invited guests, and decided to let the elder speak first. It and Amp, Oppos, S quite difficult, he remarked. Why? Yang Yi casually inquired. Firstly, the Celtics and Amp, Oppos, style of play simply does not permit it. Though Stevens is young, his tactical execution is remarkably stringent. Indeed, I concur, Co-fan nodded repeatedly. Yang Yi held a differing perspective. While Stevens and Amp, Oppos, tactics are indeed clear, he would not hinder the birth of a new record, especially if it leads to victory. Whether they could secure victory was still uncertain. The Nets and Amp, Oppos, strategy was no less impressive. I believe this is a balanced match. The Celtics and Amp, Oppos, talent should surpass that of the Nets. And the distinction will be evident after 3 quarters. Let us await the outcome. Yang Yi was unafraid of being proven wrong. Maintaining a semblance of humility before the season, Su Kun remained serious, his focus entirely on the game. What? Do you not have any defense? Al. Do not allow him to score easily. As Irving continued to celebrate, Mo Urxiong received the ball and executed a half-turn hook shot. Although Horford was in his prime, Mo Urxiong and Oppos' traditional hook shot, towering over Horford by half a head, posed a significant challenge to defend. Just like the Howard of yore, whose physical prowess was second to none in the league, he had no answer against Yao Ming, with a left hook and another. The only option was to inbound from the baseline. Horford was utterly helpless. The speed of the pass was simply too swift. Assist 3. Oh, that pass was impressive. Irving brought the ball forward, wearing a mysterious smile. No. It was merely a lucky shot in the dark. Indeed, you could only rely on chance, Irving replied, executing a dazzling display of skill. With such poor defense, he could single-handedly dominate the court. Indeed, with a dramatic change of direction, Dongfang Kang was merely momentarily deceived. However, hey, quickly catch up, you score. Dongfang Kang extended his hand. By then, Irving had already slipped past, yet the ball lingered at midcourt. This was clearly a fast break with no one to defend, yet he could not shoot. His assists had yet to accumulate sufficiently. Russell was momentarily bewildered by Dongfang Kang's maneuver, but once he regained his wits, he wasted no time. Striding forward, he seized the basketball and executed a one-handed dunk after 3 steps. See? This is the treatment of the leader. Assist 4. Excellent. Keep playing like this. Russell turned back, encouraging Dongfang Kang, who was perceptive and showed great promise. Russell and Oppos' intelligence is truly commendable, akin to Ricky Davis back in the Cavaliers and Oppos' days. Back then, when LeBron snatched a steal and could have scored himself, he still passed to the trailing Davis. It was this moment that led Davis to boast in front of the media. And Oppos, I thought he was here to assist me. And Oppos, fate has a way of turning tables. Dongfang Kang and Oppos' play echoed the essence of LeBron and Oppos' past. As Irving crossed half court, he disregarded his teammates and Oppos' movements. The defense was so lackluster that anyone would seize such a golden scoring opportunity. Hey, pass it here. I have a better option. Little Mo dashed to an open spot, calling out, but was met with Irving and Oppos' dismissal. Accelerating past a defender, he faced Mo Urxiong and executed a floater that found its mark. No one can defend me. I can dismantle the entire Nets. Having been stripped of the ball, Irving was already irked. This was a chance to reclaim his dominance, and he intended to take it out on the court. Defense, keep up. Swish. Turning back, Aaron nailed an answer ball. Assist 5. Defense, keep up. How could we leave someone open? Stevens was furious, having been repeatedly countered. Was this the defense he had designed? Irving quickly gestured that the celebration had come too early. As the Nets and Oppo's offensive pace was beyond expectations, Artskin shrugged. The speed of the passes and precision of the movements had exceeded his original plan. This style bore a resemblance to the Warriors' gameplay. The entire league was aware of the Warriors and Oppo's fast-paced style, yet none could replicate it. No point guard in the league could assist and score at the level of Curry. Coupled with Clay and Oppo's three-point shooting and defense, they had forged an unstoppable force. This was a result that many coaches feared to confront, and Artskin had also dared not dream of it. Yet, after 2 of these passes, a glimmer of hope emerged for Artskin as the score had unexpectedly widened to 4 points. Halfway through the first quarter, the rest of the Celtics had yet to score a single point. Irving approached the three-point line once more. With a clean pull-up, swish, the three-pointer swished through the net, reducing the deficit to a mere point. Back on defense, quickly. This time, Irving dared not celebrate again. He turned, shouting for defense, his footsteps closely following Russell's. Smart surged from the backcourt, preparing to intercept the ball. With a decisive step forward, Dongfang Kang felt the immense power. Indeed, he was the strongest among the Celtics, his strength rivaling that of LeBron. As the defense proved effective, Smart applied further pressure. Dongfang Kang stumbled slightly yet executed a smooth spin to regain possession. A failed attempt to steal resulted in a loss. After the ball was stolen, the defense was left wide open. Dongfang Kang strode confidently beyond the three-point line, launching a shot, while the help defender failed to guard his man, perhaps doubting the rookie's ability to make the shot. Protect the rebound, Irving called out, ready to receive the ball for a fast break. Swish. Points 3. So easy. Dongfang Kang could hardly suppress a smile. Smart, the defensive powerhouse, is that all? Chapter 79. The unmarked number 10 Kyrie Irving, ball in hand, swiftly advanced against Dongfang Kang and Oppo's defense, driving straight to the basket. Faced with the impending challenge from Mo Urshung, he resolutely pressed on. With a struggle, he attempted a layup off the backboard, but Dongfang Kang executed a spectacular block. Grasping the rebound, he launched a precise pass down the court. The ball reached the midline where the agile Mo caught it and surged toward the hoop. In a desperate attempt to defend, the smaller Mo, realizing he could not keep up, resorted to pulling Mo down from midair. Though he lost his balance, Mo managed to release the ball, drawing a shooting foul in the process. Enraged from the fall, Mo retaliated as he rose, pushing back with vigor. Known for his short temper, the smaller Mo was undeterred by the identity of his opponent. On the battlefield, there was no room for familial ties. The fierce clash between these brothers became a focal point of the match, igniting a captivating rhythm that made the game thrilling. Yang Yi observed from the bench, while Sukan analyzed the game without bias. Kafa hurriedly returned to the game, remarking on the unusual performance of the Celtics, noting that within a 10-point span, there were no assists and even passing seemed absent. It was all Kyrie scoring, for players were merely spectators. Indeed, the Celtics' play appeared peculiar. During the previous game against the Thunder, Westbrook had exhibited a similar trend. This might be a tactical choice by the Nets, as a Tuscan certainly possessed some strategy. Yet, Kafa insisted that the lax defense against Kyrie had granted him too many scoring opportunities. From the start, Kang had been tasked with guarding Kyrie, a defender known for neutralizing Durant. Was it truly a case of relaxed defense? Kafa was on the verge of presenting defensive statistics to contradict Yang Yi. Yang Yi subtly shook his head, asserting that Kyrie's offensive prowess was unmatched in the league. They were not comparable. One could not simplify the defense to draw parallels. Kevin Durant is known as the Grim Reaper. Let us continue to enjoy the game, Kafa concluded, waiting for the opportunity to prove his point. On the court, the referees intervened to separate the two players, aware that their brotherhood would prevent any real confrontation. Each received a technical foul. Kyrie made his free throw, followed by Russell, and Mo converted his 2 attempts. As the first quarter approached its midpoint, the Nets found themselves unexpectedly 8 points ahead. Stevens called a decisive timeout, glaring at Kyrie as he gestured to the tactical board. We must move the ball. Our team needs to function as one unit. However, Kyrie held a different perspective. Believing opportunities were paramount, if teammates could not find them, he would take matters into his own hands. Execute the strategy as planned. We are a team, and we must play like one, Stevens insisted, exhibiting a strong ability to manage this youthful squad, even if Kyrie had his dissenting views. On Dongfang Kang's side, After hearing the coach stress the importance of defense, he recognized the intent to elevate the overall tempo of play, aiming to emulate the Warriors' style. If he could fulfill his role as a premier point guard, they could exhibit a more dazzling playing style than the Warriors. Yet, for now, it was prudent not to set expectations too high. Kang, your passing needs to be quicker, and your offense more decisive. Absolutely. Back on the court, as Kyrie approached, Dongfang Kang yielded a step, which made Kyrie anxious. Such poor defense was an invitation to score. However, he could not disregard the coach's directives, having just spoken about passing. Could he truly defy that? With an internal struggle, Kyrie ultimately complied, passing to Hayward, who appeared momentarily uncertain, dribbling once before returning the ball to Kyrie. Coach, you see this? My teammates are not stepping up. I will take charge. After deftly maneuvering past defenders, Kyrie charged toward the basket. The fierce competitor would not allow an easy layup, delivering a hard foul. Come on, Kyrie exclaimed, while Mo Urshiung remained unfazed, hands on hips, exuding an intimidating presence. The foul was painful to witness, such intensity was unyielding. Kang, Don and Amp, Oppos, lose your man, defend properly. Of course, Dongfang Kang quickly raised a hand, signaling that merely acknowledging the situation was sufficient and to focus on nothing else. Both free throws were successful, and Dongfang Kang carried the ball past half-court. A Tuscan stood up, gesturing for the offense to initiate. Dongfang Kang glanced at the stats. 3 points, 5 assists. The premier point guard's assist tally was complete. Now it was time for a scoring spree. He signaled for Mo Urshiung to set a screen, accelerating past Kyrie. Faced with Horford's help defense, Dongfang Kang had countless scoring methods at his disposal, and Horford was equally confident. Scoring against me? Not a chance. With a burst of speed, the smaller Mo rushed to assist. Did he dare to help on defense? Dongfang Kang decisively passed to Mo in the corner, with no one guarding him. Mo took the shot without hesitation. No need to help. I can hold my ground. Just watch the perimeter. Understood. Horford felt regret. That three-pointer was a gift. Beautiful pass, Kang. Your vision is exceptional. Of course, as long as you find space, I will deliver it accurately. You're becoming my idol. I'm thrilled to set you up. I'm equally delighted to assist you. Their playful banter lightened the atmosphere, intensifying the tension on the sidelines. Amid the laughter on the court, a sense of relaxation prevailed. Who had given them such courage? A Tuscan observed Dongfang Kang's grin, his displeasure evident. He was never one to jest, always demanding rigor. Was Dongfang Kang challenging him? With a resounding smack, Dongfang Kang sent Kyrie's shot back, seizing the rebound and delivering a full-court assist. Russell scored on the fast break, signaling to Dongfang Kang. Aha, faster now. Dongfang Kang cheered, nearly leaping with joy. A Tuscan furrowed his brow. What kind of phenomenon was Dongfang Kang? Kyrie grew increasingly frustrated. He had clearly outmaneuvered him. So how could he still be caught up? It had to be Horford's screen that was inadequate. Al, don't drop too quickly after the screen. Block everything. I blocked him, but he is too strong and too fast. That number 10 is unguarded. Just stand there. Horford was speechless, not wishing to linger on the matter. Quickly returning to offense. Pass. Kyrie attempted another drive, and Smart was directly obstructed. With a shout, Kyrie barely managed to pass the ball out. Smart bent to receive it. But Russell's late arrival to assist was too late. Clang. The three-pointer clanked off the rim, and Horford secured the rebound, quickly converting the second-chance opportunity. Quickly, Mo Urshiung initiated the play, and Dongfang Kang launched a long pass past half-court, with Russell triumphantly scoring against Kyrie's defense. And 1. Chapter 80, the absence of a fame history. With an imposing wave of his hand, Russell roared, igniting another wave of cheers from the crowd. The applause was not solely for Russell, but also in celebration of Dongfang Kang's swift passing. The game concluded in less than 5 seconds. A quintessential example of a fast break. In the final 10 seconds, Irving charged forward with the ball, single-handedly making a buzzer beater. He turned back with a triumphant shout, flexing his biceps to showcase his strength. Is it really that exhilarating when it's not even a victory? Dongfang Kang scoffed, perplexed by the exaggerated reaction to what was merely a buzzer beater. Stevens glanced at the scoreboard, 18-30. Trailing by 12 points in the first quarter, was this the green team's battle? He had forewarned everyone about the difficulty of this match, urging them to take it seriously. Yet it seemed no one heeded his advice, underestimating their opponents. The Nets' lead was not solely due to Irving's questionable tactics. Their overall performance was commendable. Their defense was solid, their counterattacks rapid, and their passing astute. What adjustments had Atkinson made to elevate his team's prowess to this level? Stevens was all too familiar with Atkinson. They had both coached in college, where Atkinson had often fallen victim to Stevens, losing 5 out of 6 encounters over 7 years. This history had instilled a healthy respect in Atkinson for Stevens, and in the NBA, they were no longer the adversaries of yesteryear. Yet, it appeared that Stevens had encountered a formidable challenge. Could a team like the Nets truly rise to the occasion? Do not overthink it. I remain who I have always been, Atkinson mused, still unwilling to underestimate his current rival. Kang, do you need a break? Atkinson inquired. His mind at ease only with Dongfang Kang on the court. I'm fine, came the reply. Good, let us continue into the second quarter. Remember, maintain the rhythm and attack the basket whenever the opportunity arises. Atkinson reconfigured the lineup with a star and 4 shooters, pairing it with the defensive prowess of Dudley. After a brief respite, the game resumed. Irving found himself benched, replaced by Rozier. This player, donning the number 12, was notably brash. Dongfang Kang recognized him as a once obscure figure who, after making a name for himself with the Celtics, had grown dissatisfied with his role as a substitute, openly demanding a starting position and a lucrative contract. His behavior mirrored that of the once prominent 175, who, after achieving some success, began to boast. The Celtics were known for their strict discipline, and ultimately, both players were dismissed. Thomas had since exited the NBA, despite his prowess on the street courts. No team sought him. Rozier fared better, moving to the Hornets and securing a substantial contract, yet his market value was misaligned with his capabilities, leading to a gradual decline in his former reputation. If Dongfang Kang could overlook Irving, how could he possibly regard Rozier with any seriousness? D'Angelo. Let us continue to defend our own. I'll take him, he instructed confidently. Of course, just ensure you can assist me in scoring, Rozier replied. Simply run forward, and you shall score. After a firm handshake, Dongfang Kang took possession of the ball. Smart had been substituted by Tatum, who was now tasked with defense. This player, heralded as a disciple of Kobe, was poised to be the Celtics' future cornerstone. Before Dongfang Kang arrived in this parallel world, Tatum had led the youthful Celtics to the finals. In the summer of 2022, the Celtics were largely disregarded in the East, overshadowed by the formidable Nets with Durant, the powerful Giannis, and the 76ers led by the Process. Throughout the Eastern Conference, Tatum received little recognition. Yet this seemingly unremarkable disciple of Kobe catapulted his team into the finals through a series of standout performances. Even when ultimately bested by the formidable Warriors, Tatum's future was already being likened to that of LeBron James. However, at present, Tatum was merely a substitute, still in need of refinement. Dongfang Kang executed a deft crossover, utilizing rhythm to spin past Alan Baines before executing a fadeaway jumper. Oh! That shot bears the hallmark of Anthony, an exquisite turn and fadeaway, a sight to behold. Indeed, it was a stunning display. The player's skill was not a mere product of fleeting practice. He bore no resemblance to a rookie. Mr. Su, have you had any prior knowledge of Kang? Such a talented player, why was he undrafted? Before Dongfang Kang entered the draft, he was virtually unknown in Huaxia. Co-fans' inquiries stemmed from a genuine curiosity about how such a gem had been overlooked by the league. The truth is, Kang and Oppo's basketball journey did not begin in our homeland. He attended high school in America and, for various reasons, returned to a domestic university in Cuba. Dongfang Kang was merely an average rotation player. Even when he announced his intention to enter the NBA draft last year, there were only scant reports. Naturally, no one knew of his skills and capabilities. As a media person, Su Kun was quite unfamiliar with Dongfang Kang's past, and he had recently been scrambling to gather information. Unfortunately, he found little, rendering it impossible to draw any conclusions. His gaze turned to Yang Yi, who, as the magazine editor, possessed the ability to unearth even the most obscure details. Now you see my prowess? Mr. Yang, you appear to have considerable insight into Kang. Why has he received such little recognition? Ko-Fan tactfully directed his attention to Yang Yi. With a cold smirk, Yang Yi glanced at the camera. In truth, no one knew of Dongfang Kang. He lacked outstanding statistics in college and could hardly compete in our CBA. Yet he had the courage to enter the draft. And even if he went undrafted, he was resolute in his belief that he could excel. As for whether he can truly succeed, even he cannot be certain. But his perseverance is something we ought to learn from. Yang Yi's skepticism towards Dongfang Kang stemmed from his lack of a fame history. There were countless ordinary college students, and a single standout performance did not guarantee future success. Thus, Huaxia basketball has gained yet another talent. How splendid. We all hope the national team can ascend to greater heights. Yet with Dongfang Kang, that may not be a realistic expectation. Another three-pointer. On the court, Dongfang Kang seized an opening created by Russell and Amp, Oppo's screen, releasing a decisive three-point shot. Tatum remarked, "You cannot penetrate my defense beyond the screen." Dongfang Kang replied, "I don't and Oppo's. Do you need to get past you? Isn't the three-pointer enticing?" Tatum retorted, "Coach, you have me guarding his drive. This kid plays unfairly." Meanwhile, Rozier capitalized on the Nets' momentary imbalance, charging towards the basket. Dongfang Kang, adjusting his positioning, allowed Rozier to rise, only to leap and deliver a resounding block. "Run." Before Rozier could touch down, Russell's voice boomed. As the ball reached him just before the three-point line, Russell caught the pass and executed a one-handed slam dunk. MVP. MVP. The arena erupted as over 20,000 spectators chanted in unison, their enthusiasm resonating powerfully. Stevens was compelled to call a timeout once more. As Russell reveled in the moment, leaning toward the audience to absorb their cheers, no one could discern whether the MVP chants were directed at Russell or Dongfang Kang. "It matters not. All I desire is victory." Chapter 81. I Haven and Amp, Oppo's even broke in a sweat with a staggering 8 o'clock run. The Celtics found themselves ahead by 16 points before halftime. The fans grew restless, and the comment section was flooded with various outrageous remarks. "I couldn't and Amp, Oppo's believe my eyes. If I weren't and Amp, Oppo's watching the live broadcast, I would think I was hallucinating. How could the Nets be leading by 16 points before the half? Had the Celtics stumbled in the depths of despair? Irving had become overly ambitious, and it seemed the Celtics were in for a serious defeat. Yet, I retained my faith in Chinese basketball. The Celtics appeared to lack any capable players. The championship was still within reach. Surely they could turn the tide. If they managed to recover, I would eat my hat live on air." Instantly, a flurry of animated GIFs filled the comment section, almost as if someone was about to display an image of me eating my hat. As the game resumed, Rozier attempted a drive but was forcefully pulled down by Tatum. Truly, the second overall pick had no trouble handling Joe Harris. Tatum penetrated the defense, drew a foul, and made both free throws, showcasing his star potential. "Thank you for saying that. You too can become a star," he remarked, sending a word of encouragement towards Dongfang Kang. Uncertain of whether he would remain with the Nets next season, Dongfang Kang realized that if he did, the two would inevitably become rivals. Turning back, Dongfang Kang focused on assists. After a timeout, the Celtics intensified their defense, limiting the Nets and Oppo's three-point opportunities. Russell and Harris and Oppo's attempts to break through ended in failure. The Celtics seized the moment as Tatum launched a counterattack, scoring 6 consecutive points. Stevens was quite pleased with Tatum's performance. This was the player he had trusted. With a solid demeanor, Tatum was reliable in crucial moments and executed strategies far better than Irving. At that moment, Atkinson was unhurried. Even though Tatum was showing signs of brilliance, he refrained from calling a timeout, preferring to let Dongfang Kang figure things out for himself. "Screen," Dongfang Kang shouted. Pointing at Tatum, Allen set a screen, and Tatum cleverly circled around, denying him the opportunity to break through from the right. Back, Harris, and Oppo's return. Dongfang Kang quickly passed the ball to Harris and circled towards the baseline. Tatum and Oppo's defense was relentless, shadowing Dongfang Kang closely, preventing him from receiving the ball. Faced with a stalemate, Dongfang Kang had no choice but to attempt a solo drive. After maneuvering around Harris for a catch-and-shoot, he signaled for everyone to clear out. On the bench, Irving wore a smirk. "You underestimate yourself." Glancing at the shot clock, Dongfang Kang saw there were only 10 seconds left. Time was ample. He released the ball and used a crossover to baffle Tatum's defense. Tatum remained steadfast, refusing to bite on the feints. Suddenly, Dongfang Kang changed direction, accelerating towards the right. Tatum hesitated for a moment, realizing he had been outmaneuvered, and quickly pursued him. Bain stepped up to block the driving lane while simultaneously guarding the paint. Prepared to react should a pass be made. With time running out for a pass, Dongfang Kang collided with Tatum, leveraging the contact to execute a sidestep and release a shot that found its mark. "Good shot. You're quite modest. Did you learn that move from Kobe?" "I wish I had the chance to learn from him, but sadly, we only met once." "You will have your opportunity," Tatum replied, then passed to Harris. The latter, unable to defend against this earnest competitor, turned and effortlessly sank a mid-range jumper. "Are you trying to go toe-to-toe with me?" "I would love to, but my teammates disagree. I genuinely wish to engage you in a contest. I will win this game." "Haha, the Celtics are not yours yet. Let Oppo's talk once you become the core of the team." Meanwhile, Dongfang Kang hastily signaled for a substitution defense. Harris commented, "Thanks, brother. I finally don't have to bear the blame." Tatum received the ball, and all teammates instinctively cleared the space. From the head coach to the players, the consensus was clear. Whoever was on fire would take the lead. Tatum appeared unstoppable tonight. Even Irving was on the sidelines cheering him on. Would Rozier dare to withhold the ball? "Do you think you can stop me?" Tatum, with the ball, backed into Dongfang Kang, waiting for everyone to clear out for a one-on-one. Dongfang Kang was eager to test his mettle against this future star, curious to see how much prowess he possessed. If even Tatum couldn't be contained, what face would he have left to show to the home crowd? "No, you're just asking for trouble. Knowing you can't defend me yet still trying is commendable. No need for admiration. Bring it on. All right, I'll score on you with a fadeaway jumper. And you will have no answer." With that, Tatum pivoted and held the ball confidently. After a habitual triple threat stance, he suddenly accelerated into a right-side drive. Dongfang Kang did not rush to block his path, as he had anticipated Tatum's next move. Sure enough, after Allen's help, defense stifled the paint. Tatum opted to spin and attack from the left. With a sharp thwack, Tatum pulled off a step-back jumper, appearing to have evaded his defender flawlessly. Suddenly, a long arm reached out, swatting the shot away. Wow, what a rejection. That was impressive. The bench erupted in admiration. Jeremy Lin raised his hands in praise, completely taken by the defense displayed. "You were just lucky. There won't be a second chance." "Haha, I did get lucky." Dongfang Kang was not inclined to engage in a verbal sparring match. Tatum was a man of action, and there was no need to indulge in a battle of wits. As the game resumed, Rozier raised both hands to signal for a play. The conundrum that had not arisen in 2018 was now at hand. Rozier passed the ball to Tatum, who was demanding it. Upon receiving the ball, he half-turned and executed a windmill move to create space. With only 8 seconds left on the shot clock, he found it challenging to make further moves. After creating space, he forcefully drove from the right. Dongfang Kang remained close behind, pressing towards the basket. Tatum, possessing a robust physique, crashed into the paint, leaned back, and released a shot. Anticipating this tactic, Dongfang Kang was well prepared, leaping to block the shot, which struck his fingertips and was sent soaring. As the shot clock expired, the buzzer sounded. Dongfang Kang seized the ball, turned without looking, and tossed it forward. "Mine." Russell dashed toward the ball, racing to the basket. Rozier initially intended to intervene, but realized there was no opportunity and reluctantly withdrew, allowing Russell to lay it in. After retrieving the ball, Rozier slammed it onto the floor in frustration. Stevens had not intended to call a timeout, but Rozier's actions were disheartening, necessitating a pause to regroup. "Damn it, that defense." Tatum muttered under his breath, brimming with frustration. "Jason, don't lose heart. Your offense is sound. Our offensive choices are also fine, but we must bolster our defense. Do not allow number 10 to penetrate easily. The help defense must be prompt. Force him to pass. Others cannot score. Our defense must be tenacious. Devoid of despair or complaints. We must have faith in ourselves." Stevens diagrammed strategies while encouraging his team, emphasizing the need for momentum. "D'Angelo is playing exceptionally well. Take a break now, but we will need you later. Dongfang, can you hold on?" "Me? Haha, I haven't even broken a sweat yet." Chapter 82. I have fallen for this rookie ever since I took on the role of point guard. There's no need to force every play inside. Passing the ball is a breeze. With the Celtics defense, I truly haven't broken a sweat thus far, unless they ramp up their intensity. At this moment, Artskin waved to substitute in Big Mo, determined to elevate our height, given that Dongfang Kang possesses a significant advantage at point guard with his stature. On the court, the lineup is as follows: Nets, Dongfang Kang, LeVert, Dudley, Big Mo, and Allen. Even the shortest among them, LeVert, stands at 201 centimeters. Celtics, Irving, Brown, Tatum, Little Mo, and Baines. This is the Celtics rotation without any special adjustments made against the Nets. With Irving entering, the intention is to mount a scoring surge in the closing 3 minutes to narrow the gap. As for Rozier's performance tonight, Stevens has to rein him in for now. On the court, one must not falter in spirit. "I'll guard Kyrie. You all watch your own." As he stepped onto the court, Dongfang Kang turned to his teammates, signaling them to stay alert as he jogged forward. LeVert glanced at Dudley, momentarily confused by Dongfang Kang's words. Logically, it should have been Dudley guarding him. Dudley, however, had no desire to take on Irving, knowing it would spell trouble for him. Turning towards Tatum, LeVert reluctantly made his way to Brown. As Irving approached, a smirk crept onto his lips. This time, he was the one taking the initiative. No need to hold back. relying on Dongfang Kang. He swiftly retreated a step to receive the ball and executed a behind-the-back dribble as he crossed half-court. Dongfang Kang could only marvel at this display. Truly, a master of ball control, the best in the league. Yet in front of him, it all seemed superficial. In basketball, it's about substance over style, no matter how dazzling. It won't help if it doesn't contribute to the scoreboard. If we're talking about flair, the legendary White Chocolate stands as a prime example. A player who dazzled with his ball-handling skills, capable of making 9 players look foolish with his passes. His legendary status is well known. But what was the end result? He was traded by the Kings. The reason was simple. No matter how flamboyant his style or how beautiful his assists, they failed to translate into points. The Kings were in the limelight. But it wasn't thanks to him. He merely showcased a few tricks. Statistics reveal that his turnovers far exceeded his assists, ultimately leading to his departure from the team. Had he not been fortunate enough to pair with Wade and O'Neal, he might never have tasted championship success. Nice. Stevens nodded in approval. Irving played intelligently, avoiding forced drives and instead engaging in pick and rolls. Utilizing Bain's screen, he found space and sank a three-pointer. The purpose of sending in Irving was to score. Stevens understood his competitive nature. Good play. Dongfang Kang couldn't help but commend him. The screen and shot were executed with remarkable intelligence. This was routine. The real spectacle was yet to come. I hope you can make every shot, or you won't have another chance. Dongfang Kang brushed aside Irving and dribbled across half-court with a swagger that mirrored the Master-S style. The crowd erupted in cheers as they witnessed Dongfang Kang's prowess against Irving. They knew he could handle the ball. Yet they were astonished to see him rival Irving's flair. What other tricks did this rookie possess? Irving, watching Dongfang Kang mimic his moves, couldn't suppress a laugh. Are you attempting to be a tiger by painting a cat? Just a few tricks, and you think you can compete? Do you think that's insufficient? Just wait. Suddenly, he spun like a top, effortlessly dodging the defense. As Brown attempted to close in, Dongfang Kang decisively stopped, bending his knees and raising his left hand. Don't even think about a three-pointer. Brown leaped at him, but Dongfang Kang accelerated down the left side, executing a stylish prayer gesture that left Brown furious. He weaved past 2 defenders, charging into the paint, where the formidable Baines awaited him. Taking a step, he prepared to use his shoulder to force Baines down. As he approached, he suddenly changed direction, shaking off Baines. Yet, the resilient Baines reacted quickly, stepping across to pull him down, determined to prevent an easy layup. In a flash, Dongfang Kang executed a smooth spin to the right, lifting his arm for a floater that scored 2 points. Oh, I have fallen for this rookie. Haha. So have I. 2 devoted Nets fans leaped to their feet, applauding in admiration, utterly captivated by the display. On the bench, Jeremy Lin stood with his hands in his pockets, his expression serious as he observed the game. Russell waved a towel, utterly bewildered. What in the world is this maneuver? Stevens frowned deeply. This rookie was growing stronger by the minute. I must find a way to secure him. Kyrie, your footwork is indeed real. You are distinctly different from White Chocolate. What did you say? Haha, bring out all your weapons. Dongfang Kang had always been an admirer of Irving, constantly imitating his moves in hopes of becoming a ball-handling maestro. Yet, not everyone can reach Irving's heights. Talent dictates everything. By fate, having crossed over, he now stood as Irving's rival. In the heat of the competition, the basketball system propelled him forward, continuously absorbing Irving's skills. Irving didn't quite grasp Dongfang Kang's intentions, but the final taunt was unmistakable. Kid, I'm going to ruin your ankles. After delivering this warning, Irving spun past Dongfang Kang. Upon crossing half-court, he slowed down and unleashed a dazzling array of moves. Dongfang Kang closely monitored every one of Irving's actions. The more flamboyant Irving's maneuvers, the more skills Dongfang Kang acquired. With intricate footwork, silky ball control, and an arsenal of fakes, it was all too captivating. No wonder players in the league hesitated to defend against him. Who could predict his next move? Irving's confidence was unwavering. He even sought out Kobe for one-on-one duels during national team practice, knowing no one could keep up with his pace. Fortunately, Kobe had no intention of bullying a child. After all, with Kobe's stature, defeating Irving would be quite ordinary. However, if he were to lose, it would be embarrassing and invite ridicule, something the astute Kobe would never allow. With a crossover and a smooth step back, Irving easily slipped past Dongfang Kang. Heh, you think you can guard me? How amusing. Beyond the three-point line, he performed a signature step back and released a three-pointer. Swish. Another three-pointer sank. The Nets' defense was faltering. They better send someone who can keep up with me to guard. Irving turned to the audience, gesturing with excitement. Defense. Defense. Stevens watched as Dongfang Kang swiftly caught the ball and launched a long pass, while Irving continued to boast, prompting him to jump up in frustration. Before he could utter a second word, Levert received the ball and executed a Euro step, powering through Brown for a basket. The speed was astounding. Even Stevens gasped. Unable to keep up, he glared at Artskin. Is this old man learning from Kerr now? Artskin shrugged. Brother, I genuinely don't know. Stop looking at me. Defense. Remember our task. Defense. Stevens shouted at Irving, who quickly raised his hand, signaling his teammates to reposition. Dongfang Kang didn't rush to guard Irving, allowing him a step to showcase his footwork, so he could learn and develop his own skills. Can we still play? Chapter 83. This is my domain. Dongfang Kang, with a demeanor that suggested he would not relent until the bitter end, uttered a single scornful remark capable of igniting conflict. Irving, unable to tolerate such insolence from an undrafted rookie, questioned the very legitimacy of his challenger's position. Baines attempted to set a screen. Yet as he approached the three-point line, Irving brusquely dismissed him, commanding him to retract his futile effort. With no inclination to argue with Irving, Baines complied and retreated. Dongfang Kang then gestured assertively, beckoning his adversaries to come forth. He executed a series of nimble cross-steps, utilizing rhythm to feint with his shoulders before swiftly changing direction to penetrate from the left. Caught off guard, Dongfang Kang stumbled slightly, and by the time he regained his footing, he found himself a half-step behind. However, his long reach prevented Irving from easily bypassing him. Suddenly, Dongfang Kang halted abruptly, propelling himself forward and manipulating the defender's uncertain footing before spinning like a top to the left. Harnessing his speed, he evaded the defense and, in the air, deftly maneuvered around Allen to complete an impressive 2-1 play. Irving's execution was extraordinary. In this league, no one seemed capable of stopping him. The sheer artistry of his movement was enough to sustain countless media discussions. In the Huaxiao broadcast studio, Yang Yi was utterly captivated, lavishing praise upon Irving's skills while implicitly suggesting that Dongfang Kang was unable to contain him. It was not that Yang Yi harbored any disdain for Dongfang Kang. Rather, he believed the young talent had yet to mature sufficiently to pose a genuine challenge to Irving. Moreover, the buzz surrounding his demands for a lucrative contract only served to amplify the perception of his immaturity. At this juncture, Irving appeared dismissive of all challengers, his performance a testament to his individual prowess. Yet, a glance at the sidelines revealed the head coach's discontent. Oh? Did Coach Su believe Irving had failed to adhere to the tactical objectives? Clearly, he had not, as the Celtics trailed by a considerable margin. Irving's premature embrace of solo play had compromised defensive integrity against Dongfang Kang. While Irving could score, Dongfang Kang not only excelled in his own right but also facilitated his teammates' scoring opportunities, leaving the Nets unperturbed. Indeed, the Nets were consistently adding to their tally, and if the game continued along this trajectory, they were poised to secure victory at home. The second half had yet to commence, and Irving's recent offensive attempts seemed aimed at narrowing the gap through sheer individual skill. Stevens was subtly signaling to Irving the need for decisive offense. Yanni concurred, noting Stevens' stern demeanor. Should both players persist in this duel, they were destined to deliver a riveting spectacle. Coven dared not instigate discord between the two. After all, this was a live broadcast, with countless fans observing. The commentary section brimmed with astute spectators, their words laced with sarcasm and criticism. On the court, Irving stood at the free throw line. Over the span of a minute and a half, he had amassed 6 points, bringing his individual tally to 18, nearly single-handedly sustaining the Celtics. Could anyone continue to defend against him? After sinking a free throw, Irving turned and taunted the rookie, declaring, "Your speed is too slow. You cannot shake me off." To which Dongfang Kang replied, "I relish a defiant rookie. I hope you do not falter." "I will not, as long as you stand firm. I shall follow you to the end." With a half-turn, Dongfang Kang outmaneuvered Irving and delivered a pass to Allen. Allen, positioned near the basket, orchestrated a high assist to the cutting MO. However, the younger MO's defense proved even more formidable than his brother's. Realizing the layup opportunity was slipping away, he quickly passed to Levert stationed at the baseline. Brown, seething with frustration, denied Levert any open looks. The ball returned to Dongfang Kang's hands as the shot clock dwindled to 10 seconds. "Spread out," he commanded, grasping the ball single-handedly and gesturing for his teammates to create space. He drew the ball back, bending slightly to scrutinize Irving. This posture, this gaze, sent a wave of cold sweat cascading down Irving's spine. Why did he feel such immense pressure? holding the ball. Dongfang Kang feigned to the left before explosively breaking to the right. Irving, momentarily caught off guard, was cleanly evaded as Dongfang Kang stepped beyond the three-point line to release a shot. As the ball left his fingertips, Irving instinctively withdrew his hand, hoping to avoid a foul call from the referee. The crisp sound of the net swishing sent Irving into a frenzy. Yet his mind was consumed by the oppressive aura emanating from Dongfang Kang. Standing firm with his right hand raised, Dongfang Kang struck a pose, exuding an air of bravado. This display was undeniably extravagant. I am here to show off. My abilities are evident. Who will dare to challenge them? Hey, it and amp. Oppos, it's time to defend. The game is far from over. Jeremy Lin, unable to contain his disapproval, remarked on the rookie's ostentation. Dongfang Kang, showing off before Irving. How delightfully audacious. Lin added. Do not become overconfident. Irving's showmanship can be even more brazen. Irving seized the moment, accelerating towards the basket with the ball in hand. Do not leap. Allen, still devoid of all-star experience, was easily baited. Dongfang Kang's caution prompted Allen to raise his hands in defense. With his towering height, he obstructed Irving's view of the basket. Noticing the lack of space, Irving pivoted and dished the ball to Tatum, who, upon receiving it, launched a straight-arm three-pointer that clanged off the rim, allowing Baines to secure the rebound. He then passed to Brown, whose own three-point attempt also failed to find its mark. Baines, exasperated by the duo's antics, lamented, "Is it so difficult to secure a rebound? You both miss shots. I might as well take matters into my own hands." After claiming the rebound, Baines executed a half-turn and, while pressing against Allen, released a delicate hook shot. Dang! Dongfang Kang felt a pang of frustration. After all, Allen was a future all-star. How could Baines snatch 3 rebounds in succession? In response, he hurled a long pass to Levert, who eluded Brown and converted an easy layup. Stevens, incensed, stomped his feet in agitation. For heaven's sake, get back to practicing your shots. 2 wide-open threes missed. Are you professionals? While his teammates faltered, Dongfang Kang reveled in the strength of his own. The game is not over yet. Watch my next move as I deliver the final blow. With 12 seconds remaining, Irving exhibited no haste in his offensive approach. He methodically traversed half-court, glancing at the clock. You cannot score. I would wager on it. How about a wager of $10,000? I do not possess such funds. I wager you cannot score, and if you lose, you shall serve as my ball boy. Ha! Even my ball boy can defend better than you. With 8 seconds left, Irving executed a shoulder shimmy and accelerated through the right side. Dongfang Kang, having anticipated Irving's movements, stayed closely behind. Suddenly, at the three-point line, Irving executed a sharp stop, dribbling behind his back to his left hand. With the defender maintaining close proximity, he switched back to his right hand, yet Dongfang Kang was still in pursuit. Time dwindled. With a lateral step back, Irving launched a three-pointer. The ball left his hand, only to be met with a volleyball-style block that sent it soaring into the stands. Beep. The halftime buzzer echoed as Dongfang Kang, amidst the roaring cheers of fans, spread his arms wide, endeavoring to amplify the electrifying atmosphere. MVP. MVP. The synchronized chants resonated throughout Barclays Center. The exhilaration of the fans was palpable. It had been far too long since such fervor filled the arena. The cheers crescendoed. Even Russell found himself awestruck. Raising his hands to rally the crowd, he had completely forgotten that the MVP chants were intended for Dongfang Kang. Remember this, young man. Chapter 84, The Triangle Offense. Kyrie Irving, with a fierce demeanor, stormed into the locker room after the halftime deficit of 20 points. The atmosphere thick with tension as if they had lost the championship. Terry Rozier returned to his locker and slammed his hand in frustration, expressing his dissatisfaction with both his own performance and that of his teammates. Irving shot him a glower, while Marcus Smart glared as well. Who was he trying to impress? Can one blame teammates for underperformance? If one is capable, then why not step up? Jason Tatum, witnessing the escalating tension, swallowed hard. The air dense with the scent of conflict, as if any misstep could ignite it. Just then, Brad Stevens entered, immediately grasping the situation by the fiery expressions exchanged between the players. The game was far from over. Why succumb to despair? In terms of rallying morale, Stevens was a master, a testament to his esteemed position as the renowned head coach of the Celtics at such a young age. A rookie had them doubting their teammates? Perhaps they needed to revisit how the steel was tempered. What is the advantage of home court? It lies in the spirit. Let us not forget the indomitable will we embody. The Celtics, unyielding, bear numbers on our chest with the singular aim of the championship. While Stevens was inspiring his team, the Nets and Oppos locker room was already reveling in anticipated victory. Kang, your passes are remarkably precise. Tell me, who taught you? They marveled at his defense, questioning how he always seemed to predict the opponent and Oppo's moves. And your rebounding? You consistently arrive at the ball and Oppo's descent. How do you manage that? His teammates brimmed with curiosity about this rookie, even Jeremy Lin Kuden and Oppo's resist inquiring, Kang, is your steadiness a lesson from Carmelo? Lin harbored regrets over Anthony's past disregard for him. Had he received acknowledgement back then, perhaps his trajectory would have been different. Hey, what's this? Celebrating victory already? Atkinson stepped in, sensing the jubilant atmosphere, a troubling sign. You all performed admirably, yet the game is not concluded. Their resilience is characteristic. Do you truly believe it? And Oppo's assured? We lead by 20 points, yes, but the momentum must remain with us. Russell, falling into his old habits as the leader, urged everyone to press on. Atkinson was not one to coddle, not even a Kang. You're still too green, young man. Do you know who Stevens is? The so-called indestructible cockroach will not surrender easily. Thus, they were to forget the first half lead, erase those scores, and maintain their fighting spirit. Atkinson, adept at energizing his players, would not allow complacency. Kang, your passing requires refinement. Avoid long, cross-court throws. Consider your teammate's stamina. He glanced at the exhausted Big Mo, who hadn't even had the chance to speak due to sheer fatigue. The counterattacks were exquisite, but not every teammate could match his pace. In the second half, the Celtics will surely speed up. We must slow our tempo, execute groundbreaking plays, and sink those cursed threes. Hold on to our rhythm and evade their traps. Kang understood the coach's intentions. Previously, he had perceived the depth of Atkinson's strategies. But now he recognized the wealth of knowledge embedded within. Their successful 5-out offense thrived on Kang's ball handling skills. Stevens had seen through their setup, so they would adapt for the second half. With confidence, Atkinson sketched the players' positions on the tactical board, moving pieces to illustrate. 2 players would drift to the weak side for off-ball coordination, while 3 on the strong side formed a triangle, creating a 3-on-3 scenario. These 3 would then utilize screens and movement to create a 1-on-1 opportunity for the ball handler to finish. Russell appeared somewhat familiar with the concept, while others were only vaguely aware. Kang was well-versed in this tactic, having been a Lakers fan in his youth. Recalling the era of the Showtime and the synergy between Kobe and Gasol under the tutelage of the legendary Phil Jackson. Triangle offense? Kang exclaimed, astonished. The tactic had seemingly vanished from the league's modern playbook, eclipsed by the rise of small ball and three-point shooting, primarily driven by the likes of Steph Curry. Was this a retrograde step? Indeed, it is the triangle offense, Atkinson affirmed, impressed by Kang and Oppo's insight. He had anticipated that the youth of this era would be oblivious to such a system, yet here was a rookie who recognized it immediately. Are you suggesting we employ the triangle offense? Russell finally grasped, recalling its familiarity from his time with the Lakers, yet who still utilized such an antiquated strategy. The triangle offense, timeless in its essence, remains relevant based on its practitioner. Atkinson gazed confidently at Kang, aware that the triangle was not an overly complex or difficult strategy. Jackson's success stemmed from the extraordinary individual talents of players like Jordan and Kobe. By the end of Kobe's career, the Lakers' records had faltered significantly, largely due to a decline in individual prowess. Atkinson's rationale for reviving this tactic remained unclear, especially without prior training or practice. Do you comprehend the strategy? Atkinson's serious gaze bore down on Kang. Was he to be a guinea pig for this experiment? In truth, without the basketball fire system, one might struggle even with the fundamentals of the triangle offense. Taking a deep breath, the imagery of the triangle offense materialized in his mind. Closing his eyes, he envisioned the swift movements of 120 miles per hour, Jordan, the Black Mamba. He felt a flicker of understanding, only to realize he had nearly forgotten it all. And now? He chuckled, finding himself at a loss. I've forgotten everything. Excellent, splendid. Russell looked at the two, bewildered, then turned to his teammates, who were equally perplexed. How could they play if they had forgotten everything? Allen, I now require your support. You are destined to become an all-star. Me? Chapter 85, The Deception of the Crippled Allen, with his explosive hairstyle, nearly fainted. Allen, brother, is it true what you say? Can I really make it to the all-star game? Dongfang Kang, if you play as I suggest, reaching the all-star is merely a matter of time. Allen, all right, brother. I'll follow your lead. Unbeknownst to Allen, in Dongfang Kang's previous life, Allen, having just established his worth with the Nets, was swept up in a significant trade. Upon arriving at the Cavaliers, he became a wild stallion, unleashing his talent to its fullest extent. NBA fans are notoriously fickle. They won't continue to cast their votes for you simply because you are a seasoned star. If you produce enough dazzling statistics, fans will take notice. And the All-Star votes will come your way. For an interior player like Allen, aside from his thunderous dunks, there is little aesthetic appeal. Yet fans are willing to cast their votes for him. This, however, does not hold true in our homeland, where the All-Star roster perpetually features the same familiar faces. Brother. Soon you will position yourself at the free throw line to set a screen. After that, move to the right, and I will drive left. All right, I'll grab the rebound. Oh no, it's not merely about securing rebounds. After the screen, you must maintain your offensive stance. I'll anticipate your position. Allen was slightly taken aback. He had always focused on offensive rebounds. Now he had the opportunity to handle the ball? Dongfang Kang, observing Allen's dazed expression, suddenly recalled the dim-witted Deng. Of course, Deng was far more astute on the court than Allen. Modern players like Allen likely have no grasp of the core principles of the triangle offense, which makes it all the easier to deceive them. Nevertheless, after this game, Dongfang Kang would ensure they followed his lead with unwavering conviction. The game commenced. Irving brought the ball across half-court, gesturing to direct his teammates' movements. Brown received a pass and, with a feint, left LeVert off balance, seizing the opportunity to drive inside. Dongfang Kang, stepping in for help defense, prompted Brown to quickly return the ball to Irving. As Dongfang Kang repositioned, Irving feigned to draw the defender, but Dongfang Kang remained unfazed. Irving, not one to back down, extended his arms for a three-pointer, and it was indeed successful. This was precisely the strategy employed by Stevens to facilitate ball movement, initiate attacks from the forwards, attract double teams, and distribute the ball. With Irving's ability to penetrate, few in the current league can truly contain him. Even when faced with interior double teams, Irving possesses a remarkable three-point shot. Kobe once remarked that it was fortunate Irving was not 198 centimeters tall. After scoring, Irving raised his arms and shouted toward the stands, "I'll explode your rim with my three-point shot. None of you can defend me." Stevens, hearing the commotion, furrowed his brow in disapproval. Irving was a wild stallion that no one could rein in, always causing a stir. Considering the trouble he stirred up with the Nets in the future, Dongfang Kang would genuinely feel the urge to confront him. Only owners could tolerate this. Dongfang's patience was truly remarkable. "Hey, forget everything you know?" Atkinson called out to the ball-handling Dongfang Kang. A single phrase or glance could convey the intent of one player to another. Dongfang Kang signaled with an OK gesture, directing LeVert and DeAndre to spread out on both sides. The scene swiftly transformed into a 3v3 setup. Observing the change in formation, Dongfang Kang signaled for Allen to come up for a screen. The triangle offensive screens are not merely for delivering the ball to the center, but to utilize the high screen for a one-on-one opportunity. The brilliance of this tactic lies in its simplicity, transforming the collective effort of 5 players into a singular battle. It employs the strongest individual offensive prowess to conclude the attack. Coach, do you genuinely want Dongfang Kang to become the next Kobe? Or perhaps Jordan? One man's strength cannot resolve all issues. We are not the former OK dynasty. Haha, you speak true. Let this young man establish a new dynasty. Atkinson had long been strategizing. As the most adaptable coach, to achieve greatness requires not just tactics, but also warriors. In terms of tactical philosophy, Atkinson and Dongfang Kang were in perfect harmony. Although Dongfang Kang had never considered employing the triangle offense, it dawned upon him that it was indeed a strategy that showcased individual prowess, precisely what he desired. On the court, after outmaneuvering a defender, Dongfang Kang's eyes remained fixed on Irving. "Why not Tatum? You can't get past me." Swish. As Irving spoke, the sound of the ball ripping through the net was a resounding slap to his face. Against Irving, who stood a head shorter, there was no need to drive to the basket. A three-pointer could suffice. Shots from the corner were also viable, and why waste energy on a drive? Conserving stamina to dominate the game in the fourth quarter was far more appealing. At this moment, Allen stood at the free throw line, observing. Wasn't it better to engage in physical play inside? You only shoot. It's merely luck that you made it. Kyrie, don't take this too seriously. Your height simply doesn't match up. Chuckling, Irving retorted, "No one has ever dared to speak to me like that. The last time someone mentioned my height was in high school, when that rookie coach did." Ultimately, Irving entered college as the first high school graduate, delivering a resounding comeback and declaring he would show more impossibilities in the future. Since entering the NBA as the first overall pick, no one had dared to mention his height again. That rookie had brought it upon himself. With a series of crossovers and shoulder fakes, Irving made his move. Dongfang Kang had never doubted Irving and Oppos' ball handling. For an ordinary player, not being left in the dust would be a blessing. But who was Dongfang Kang? The man empowered by the basketball fire system who could possibly outmaneuver him with mere flashy moves. It was impossible, now and in the next life. Oh, what is Irving planning? Is he getting serious? Perhaps he was incensed by Dongfang Kang and Oppos' previous jump shot, or perhaps there was some unspoken rivalry between them. As far as I know, Irving cannot tolerate trash talk, and it seems he is ready to retaliate. Teacher Su is right. We refer to players like Irving as individuals who stand above the rest. When has he ever endured the taunts of a rookie? Thus, Dongfang, when trash talking, should steer clear of Irving. After all, he is a first overall pick. Yang E and Oppos' words caused Teacher Su to raise his eyebrows, his displeasure evident. Yet, constrained by the national broadcast, he could only adjust his glasses and let out a silent sigh. Let us see if there's a replay later to uncover what these two said to provoke such ire in Irving. Yang Yi's comments were clearly laced with personal bias, implying disdain for Dongfang Kang. Those in the broadcast room remained silent. Could they really impede our most talented fans? Am I watching a fake live broadcast? Can we send Teacher Yang to play in the CBA? Teacher Yang and Oppos' commentary was exceedingly humorous, noting that Irving was the first overall pick while implying Dongfang Kang was an undrafted player showcased his wit. So what if he was undrafted? Jeremy Lin was. Yet he made waves with Linsanity. Did Teacher Yang really manage to one-up him? Kevin watched the comments section explode with laughter. These comments were genuinely creative. If Dongfang Kang on the court knew how fiercely fans defended him, he would undoubtedly give them a thumbs up. Aha, come at me. I'll dismantle your ankles. Or just attack. I dare you to shoot. Chapter 86, The Triangle Offense Through the Analysis of the Basketball Fire System. It was astonishing to discover that Irving and Oppos' ball handling rhythm and direction were constantly shifting. It was impossible to identify any weaknesses directly, thus presenting a persistent headache for every player and coach. However, this seemingly flawless dribbling, adorned with various flourishes, lacked true offensive potency. In comparison to one of the greatest ball handlers in history, Allen Iverson, Irving could be summarized as aesthetically pleasing but ineffective. Every move Iverson made was imbued with aggression, never merely for the sake of showmanship. His attacks were always directed at the basket, resulting in a decisive and clean execution. In those days, it was not only Jordan who was famously faked out. Even the formidable duo of the OK combination could not contain him. Truly a devilish talent. As Irving prepared to shoot a three-pointer with a step back, Dongfang Kang was already lying in wait, soaring into the air. Irving and Oppos' agility lay in his unpredictability. Upon realizing his shot was about to be blocked, he hurriedly passed the ball to the open Brown. Brown, seeing that the moment had arrived, yet still receiving the pass, felt as though he had been set up for failure. Should he accept the pass or not? There was no time for hesitation. The ball was in his hands, and he had to toss it out. He should have come up for the screen sooner. Offense requires proactivity. Brother, I've been signaling for the ball. But you didn't give it to me. Did you want it? Can you shout a bit louder? Interaction is vital on the court. Brown struggled to catch his breath. Tatum interjected. All right, brother, he asked the boss. Let us not quarrel now. We'll outlast him. Brown replied, yes. Let us endure and see how long he can keep boasting. After shaking off Tatum's half-court pressure, Dongfang Kang again faced Irving. He spread his hands, waiting for Dongfang Kang to shoot. Truly fearless, having been scorched by a previous encounter, he returned for more, like an indomitable cockroach. Creating space, Dongfang Kang released the ball, his fingers tracing the classic Kobe maneuver. The crowd erupted in cheers, chanting MVP, MVP as they witnessed Dongfang Kang paying homage to Kobe. Irving was momentarily taken aback, as over 20,000 spectators applauded a player who had gone undrafted, causing a surge of anxiety within him. Dongfang Kang maintained possession and surged from the left. Fully aware that Irving would only defend in that direction, he decisively closed the gap, ready to intercept the impending attack. With a swift cross-step and a dribble through his legs, he smoothly bypassed Irving. By the time Irving pivoted to respond, it was too late. As Tatum rushed to assist defensively, he declared, "You shall not pass." But Dongfang Kang countered, "No, you cannot hinder me." Dongfang Kang charged toward the basket, his speed and physicality overwhelming. Tatum, with his height and wingspan, his draft profile akin to Kobe, had the determination to defend, yet his strength was still developing. Thus, he could only watch as Dongfang Kang soared skyward, launching himself like a taut bowstring. With a resounding thud, the basketball was forcefully slammed through the hoop. Tatum, attempting to intercept, arrived just a moment too late. In the realm of the NBA, success crowns the victor while failure haunts the defeated. As mere fractions of a second can etch one into the annals of history. The crowd buzzed with disbelief, wondering if that one-handed dunk had truly occurred at Barclays Center. Dongfang Kang hung on the rim, momentarily suspended in the air, devoid of roars or shouts, merely swaying gently. According to NBA regulations, such an act warranted a technical foul. Even if Dongfang Kang was the brightest star of the night, everyone must heed the commissioner's command. Tatum, having evaded Dongfang Kang's lingering presence, was engulfed by a whirlwind of questions. My combat power approaches 500, yet this rookie seems to possess at least 1,000. Where does his confidence stem from? Meanwhile, Irving stood with his hands on his hips, confiding with Brown, attempting to mask his own helplessness. Steven shook his head in disbelief, questioning whether he was indeed a superhero. His gaze drifting toward the aging scoundrel across the court. Arteskin remarked, "I saw nothing." Stevens retorted, "You old rogue, hiding such talent without a word. Are you seeking revenge?" Arteskin chuckled. In the live broadcast room, commentator Su was animatedly praising the spectacle. Yang Yi leaned against the table, his eyes focused on his notes. A smile creeping across his lips, one that resembled a triumphant smirk. Ko-Fan was keenly monitoring the comments, eagerly anticipating the moment of retribution. Well, that dunk rivals McGrady's stunning playoff slam in 2007. Magnificent. Someone exclaimed. Magnificent? Is that truly what you call it? Let us reflect on Yang's earlier statements. Irving was the first overall pick. 94-94, Irving was the first overall pick, and at the very least, Tatum was a third pick. And Dongfang Kang? Hardly anything of note. Yet, even a humble bird could soar and inflict injury. As the moments unfolded, Yang couldn't help but chuckle, ensuring the broadcast room remained composed. The comments section had already delivered its fair share of stings. There was no need for further humiliation outside. On the court, Irving stepped to the free throw line. Dongfang Kang continued high-fiving his teammates, wearing a faint smile that bordered on a smirk, evoking a somewhat unlikable demeanor. However, the crowd rallied behind Dongfang Kang, especially after Irving's flashy maneuvers. Basketball embodies passion, youth demands fervor, and when faced with injustice, one must retaliate. That is the essence of youth. Despite the score not narrowing, it was gradually widening, with Dongfang Kang unknowingly accumulating 12 points this quarter, albeit without any assists. This was also why Kobe averaged 5 points per game, yet only managed a meager 3 for assists related to the Zen Master's tactics. The triangle offense was all about scoring. Kobe's 81 points were not merely a product of weak opponents. Irving, perhaps lost in thought, stood at the free throw line, eyes closed, seemingly in prayer. Perhaps beseeching divine favor for victory. Perhaps he prayed too fervently, as the ball circled the rim only to pop out. "Don't contest me, this is mine." "I'm not contesting, it's all yours." Dongfang Kang chuckled as he accepted the ball, glancing up to see Tatum standing imposingly in front of him. With the third quarter reaching its midpoint, both teams still possessed ample energy, one daring to attack, the other resolute in defense. 3. Dongfang Kang first passed to Lavert, then called out loudly. Tatum responded with a chuckle. "Oh, you think you can play the three-man game with me? Not a chance." Dongfang Kang retorted. "You have no idea what my strategy is, yet you dare to speak boldly. How audacious." The ball cycled back to Dongfang Kang, epitomizing the essence of the triangle offense. He released the ball, executing a deceptive shift to the right, then another to the left. Tatum, wary of his footwork, refrained from pursuing recklessly. Dongfang Kang's combat prowess was not to be underestimated. Recognizing Tatum's fixed gaze on his movements, Dongfang Kang seized the opportunity to break through to the left. Indeed, Tatum was a step too slow. Still too young. Chapter 87. I am not tired. Dongfang Kang now possessed 100 different ways to execute a layup, yet adhering to the principles of the triangle offense was paramount. He halted abruptly on the left flank, lifting the ball with both hands for a feigned shot. Tatum's notorious competitive spirit propelled him to leap towards the elevated basketball. Alas, he fell for the ruse. Stevens, shaking his head in dismay, shouted that it was a grave mistake. It was only then that Tatum realized it was a mere feint to draw a foul, and he quickly retreated. Dongfang Kang, unfazed, did not rush his shot. Even in his retraction, Tatum was unable to escape the foul. As Tatum descended, Dongfang Kang leaned into him and calmly released the ball, scoring effortlessly. The whistle blew, and Tatum vehemently protested. "Brother, you jumped remarkably high, but this isn't a dunk contest. You lack sportsmanship. You deceive." Deception is an art of war. Perhaps you should study our and amp, oppos, art of war and amp, oppos, in your spare time. The crowd erupted in chants of MVP, MVP for the third time, a truly exhilarating moment. Dongfang Kang stood at the free throw line, reveling in the collective roar, realizing that playing in the NBA was not only thrilling but also deceptively simple. After making the free throw, Stevens decisively called a timeout. With the score widening, a change was imperative. Otherwise, the fourth quarter would devolve into garbage time. Kyrie, stay right here. Jason, Jalen, you two get to work. Brown, still hesitant, glanced at Tatum, a myriad of questions swirling in his mind. Tatum, usually reserved yet fierce, patted Brown reassuringly. Brother, just listen to the coach. We are the green team's dynamic duo. Let's do this. Turskin was highly satisfied with the adjustments made in the third quarter, should they continue to succeed. He believed he could soon eclipse that legendary coach and bask in greatness alone. After a brief defensive briefing, the third quarter resumed. Rookie, you cannot contain me any longer, 20 points? That's insignificant. Dongfang Kang observed Irving flaunting his dribbling skills, which seemed to be his sole talent. Perhaps he was still a fan of the legendary duo, recalling even the famous quotes from the CBA, truly remarkable. A flash of green light darted through as Tatum penetrated the paint, and Irving delivered the pass just in time. Tatum executed a delicate floater, prompting Allen to quickly inbound the ball. In the aftermath, Tatum's eyes gleamed with intensity. Brother, what are you fussing about? It's just a game. We are not enemies. On the court, there are no fathers or sons. The ball transcends all. Dongfang Kang nearly chuckled at the absurdity. Was he a hero from folklore? Would he still claim to be unguarded? Allen, responding to the call, rushed to set a screen. As the screen was executed, Dongfang Kang had no intention of passing. But the Celtics and amp, oppos, interior defense left Allen exposed, coming to double-team him. Allen, in this phase, would not squander a dunk opportunity. Seizing the moment, Dongfang Kang tossed the ball into the air, preparing to deliver an alley-oop. Bang. The ball clanged off the rim. Allen hung on the rim in disbelief. Well, how on earth did you miss that? You truly are a talent. As Dongfang Kang turned to chase, Brown had already received Irving and Oppo's long pass, executing a one-handed dunk for 2 points. Brother, that was my play. I didn't expect you to pass. Allen realized he squandered an assist opportunity and hurriedly apologized. No worries. We and amp, oppos, make it next time. Dongfang Kang was not one to glare at teammates like Kobe for a missed shot. Of course, if Kobe had consistently led the opposition by 20 points, what was the point of competing? In the final 2 minutes, Dongfang Kang did not shoot. The opponent employed a double-team strategy, leaving one player unguarded. While he was confident in his ability to score, it was unnecessary. Thus, he opted to pass. Yet, his teammates suddenly seemed inept, missing open shots. In contrast, the Celtics, under Irving and Oppo's influence, saw their duo frequently attacking the basket, scoring an 8-0 run. As the third quarter concluded, the deficit shrank to 12 points. Dongfang Kang remained unfazed. Both coaches utilized the brief intermission to re-strategize. Kang, can you still play? The water he had just sipped nearly spilled from his mouth in shock. What was Turskin up to today, relentlessly pushing a capable player to the brink? There are countless ways to win. Why resort to such ruthless methods? One must remember that during his prime, Rose could single-handedly go toe-to-toe with James. All due to that iron-willed coach's relentless usage. Humans, after all, are not machines. Even James feels fatigue. No problem. What Dongfang Kang needed most was time on the court. Players prove themselves only on the basketball court. Enough of this nonsense. We shall proceed. The starters were reintroduced. The Morris brothers were ready for battle once more. Markeith, Joe. You two spread out and shoot threes. D and amp, oppos. Angelo, you handle bringing the ball across half court. I will be there to support. Simultaneously, they positioned themselves for three-point shots, hoping to seize the game in a sweeping flow. Dongfang Kang patted the shoulders of the three and exchanged a few encouraging words with Allen before confidently advancing towards the front court. Oh, he and amp, oppos, teaching us how to play? Big Mo spread his arms towards Russell, looking helplessly at Dongfang Kang's retreating figure. Russell wanted to retort, but recognized that his performance in the third quarter had been impeccable, even praised by the head coach. Did he want to challenge the coach's authority? No, he was not a pushover. It was wiser to avoid a confrontation. Let us do this. Russell received the ball, crossed half court, and proactively passed to the approaching Dongfang Kang, simultaneously creating space. Dongfang Kang assessed his teammates and Oppos positions, formulating a strategy. Tatum, with a low center of gravity and outstretched arms, defended zealously. Yet, such defense was insufficient against him. With the ball in hand, he executed 3 threatening steps to create space and surged into the paint. As anticipated, a double team emerged, but Dongfang Kang did not retreat. He charged through. Utilizing a change in rhythm, he powered through 2 defenders towards the baseline. Suddenly, he halted and shot. The ball sailed through the air. The 2 defenders could only watch in awe. Swoosh. The ball went in, 2 points. Oh, that was too easy. Pure luck. Not every shot lands on a lucky bounce. The unguardable shots are merely luck, he chuckled, spreading his arms while guarding Irving. Irving and Oppos' influence proved effective, as Tatum, leveraging Russell and Oppos' height, drew a foul and stepped to the free throw line. Russell, exasperated, wondered why they were mismatched. Dongfang Kang should be defending the troublesome Tatum. Hey, don't be disheartened. We still lead. Besides, he won and Oppos' team make the free throw. As anticipated, Tatum and Oppos' first shot bounced off the rim, which displeased him as he shot a fierce glare back. Dare to wager another 10,000? I bet you won't make it. You, an undrafted player, what could you possibly wager? Save your money for more hamburgers to boost your strength. And Oppos, clang. And Oppos, my rebound. Chapter 88. I am the leader of the Nets. Dongfang Kang boldly proclaimed his dominance, utilizing the system to predict the trajectory of the rebound and securing it ahead of time. How is it that this young man consistently manages to snatch the rebounds with such precision? The head coach, observing from the sidelines, looked on in bewilderment and cast a questioning glance at our Tuscan. Our Tuscan merely shrugged his shoulders, signaling that he was as clueless as the coach. On the court, after bringing the ball past half court, Dongfang Kang activated his one-on-one mode, showcasing skills far superior to those of Nick Young. With a sharp stop, he sank a jump shot, followed by a step-back three-pointer, and then a turnaround fadeaway from the low post. The audience erupted in cheers, chanting MVP. His teammates rushed over to high-five him, all with one singular thought in mind, to pass the ball to a Kang. This put immense pressure on the opponents. Tatum, who had finally found a hint of offensive confidence against Russell, was now left questioning his life choices in the face of Dongfang Kang's relentless onslaught. Am I really cut out for the NBA? Is my defense truly that abysmal? Dongfang Kang reassured him, your defense is not poor. You simply encountered an insurmountable opponent. Celtics head coach Stevens was also at a loss for a better strategy, ultimately leading to a significant defeat with a score of 95-120. Not a single player from the Celtics managed to score over 20 points, with Tatum leading the team with just 18. In stark contrast, Dongfang Kang amassed an impressive tally of 48 points, 12 rebounds, and 15 assists. Russell contributed 26 points, hitting 6 out of 8 from beyond the arc, truly a key player in the victory. Allen, however, was left speechless, with only 6 points and 10 rebounds. Wasn't he supposed to be an all-star, meant to elevate the team? After the game, Stevens approached for a handshake, maintaining his composed demeanor. Old Fox, you've struck gold with such a talented player. You've won this time. Ha. I'm getting old. The future belongs to you. Oh no. You shouldn't say that. Who doesn't know your little schemes? I can't take you at your word. Their smiles belied the competitive tension. Knowing this was merely the first of many confrontations in the Eastern Conference, with the true battle awaiting them in the playoffs. Kyrie, you are an exceptional player. Tonight, you delivered a remarkable performance, Tatum lauded, only for Irving to be caught off guard by the rookie's subtle jibe afterward. What constitutes a remarkable performance? Looking at the score comparison, 12 points to 48, while also suffering a loss. Was this remarkable performance referring to himself? With his characteristic bravado, Irving shot back, kid. It's just the regular season. Don't get cocky. We will meet again. Dongfang Kang had no intention of mocking. Perhaps it was a miscommunication or Irving and Oppos' frustration over the loss. How audacious. This is Kyrie for you, he thought. But he retorted just as fiercely. Let us hope I don't run into you again. Otherwise, I'll take you on every time. Hey, brother, you're incredible. From an undrafted player to this level so quickly, you deserve this victory tonight. Tatum congratulated, wrapping him in a warm embrace while offering sage advice. Don't pay attention to outside opinions. I admire your fighting spirit. Keep it up and stay true to yourself. This was the essence of the NBA. Reminiscent of when Duncan won a championship yet still found time to encourage LeBron. For the first time, Dongfang Kang felt the warmth of the NBA indeed. For the very first time, the harsh reality of the league surpassed any other. A moment and Oppo's lack of effort could lead to elimination. Brother, you're also outstanding. The future of the Celtics is yours. Keep pushing, and I look forward to seeing you in the Eastern Conference Finals, Dongfang Kang replied, not forgetting to issue a challenge. In the Eastern Conference, the Celtics would remain the toughest adversaries, even if a formidable force emerged from the Heat. That would merely be bluster. As for Giannis, well, aside from tripping opponents, it remained uncertain what significant impact he could make. On the sidelines, the Nets beat reporter, Alex Seaver, eagerly awaited the opportunity to interview the MVP of the night. Congratulations, Kang, on securing the highest score. I believe everyone is ready to welcome a new king. And you are the one we have long anticipated. Haha, I appreciate the support from the fans. I will not let them down and will lead the Nets into the playoffs. However, our goal is not merely the playoffs. We aspire for the championship. This statement seemed rather absurd. What NBA team doesn't aim for the championship? If mere words sufficed, the value of the NBA would diminish. Given the current roster of the Nets, reaching the second round of the playoffs seemed the best they could hope for. Anything beyond that appeared unlikely. Although Dongfang Kang arrived with a system, he retained his wits and refrained from being overly audacious. Haha, indeed. My goal in joining the Nets is to lead the team to a championship. Excellent, we eagerly anticipated. As a representative of his team, Seaver had no ulterior motives. However, this interview merely ignited further tension in the locker room. Following 2 consecutive home wins, the team would embark on a 2-game road trip before returning for another pair of home matches. Then it would be time for the All-Star game. All-Star players would relish this entertaining weekend, while those not selected could unwind with family and friends. The All-Star game served as a much-needed reprieve for players after enduring the grueling 96-game regular season, filled with intense training. As for Dongfang Kang, he never envisioned making it to the All-Star game so soon. After all, as a rookie, he felt he lacked the qualifications. In the locker room, he did not rush to shower. He wished to wait for his teammates to leave before activating his blue screen to check his stats. It was time to recharge and enhance his combat capabilities, as his defensive skills and passing vision still required improvement. During the post-game press conference, an inquisitive reporter provoked Russell by inquiring who the true leader of the Nets was, which incited Russell's ire. He retorted sharply, declaring that there was only one leader of the Nets, and that was Oppo's Angelo Russell. Our Tuscan, as the head coach, could not afford to lose composure in front of the media. With seasoned evasiveness, he hurriedly exited. Hey, Billy, you'd better get to the office immediately. I have a feeling something significant will unfold in the locker room. Are you joking? We just triumphed over the Celtics, and you predict something will happen? D'Angelo is ready to lay it on the line again. It's time to consider trades. Billy didn't respond, as the previous call had been from the Warriors inquiring about Russell's availability. In the locker room, Russell initiated a heated discussion, pointing at Dongfang Kang. In this locker room, you will never have a say. The Nets are not at the point where you can speak. I have been displeased with you for a long time. Dongfang Kang was perplexed by Russell's sudden outburst. They say that losing magnifies team issues, yet now, even after a victory, he was causing trouble. Was this a show? Oppo's Angelo, you need to remain calm. Our team is currently harmonious. Don't disrupt that. Morris, stay out of this. This is between me and Dongfang Kang. Today, I want him to admit that I am the leader of the Nets. Chapter 89. Competing for Dominance? Experience the essence of Chinese Kung Fu, who is competing for dominance with you. I was born to be the leader. There is no need for me to contend with you. It is simply my nature. As a human, there is but one imperative, to act. Enjoy your misfortune. Dongfang Kang, casting aside his shoes, rose to engage. It was said that Russell lacked intellect, but today, I truly witnessed the extent of it. Patience only breeds greater harm. In the cutthroat realm of the NBA, one must take decisive action. The onlookers were astonished to see a rookie daring to confront Russell, momentarily stunned by this formidable aura. The notorious Dudley gulped. In times past, he would have dictated the terms, but now he found himself at the mercy of Dongfang Kang, who radiated an indefinable intensity. If one were to pinpoint it, it would be ferocity. How dare this young pup challenge me? I shall not hold back. As Russell lunged forward, he completely underestimated the might of Chinese Kung Fu. Let us not forget the combinations tested on the international stage, widely acknowledged for their efficacy. With a flurry of strikes, Dongfang Kang demonstrated the essence of Chinese Kung Fu to his teammates. In mere moments, Russell was felled, crashing against the wall, a crimson streak marking his cheek. Damn. How fragile. The court is no place for weakness, nor for brawls. Get up. Russell, having been subdued by his teammates, was restrained from retaliating. Enough. Kang, calm down. We are teammates, they implored. Hey, this could lead to expulsion. We are brothers, not foes. The two fierce individuals had long since lost their former savagery. Standing between them in a bid to mediate, they had truly witnessed the ferocity of this Chinese player, who engaged without hesitation, leaving Russell significantly injured. Quick. Summon the team doctor. Russell is hurt. What? Russell touched his face, only then realizing he was bleeding. You son of a bear. I will make you pay. Like a crazed bull, Russell, driven by vengeance, charged forward. Dongfang Kang glared back, teeth clenched. Little brat, had they not intervened, you would have been severely beaten. What is happening here? Atkinson rushed in, relieved to find no reporters outside. Were this scandal to break, the Nets and Oppo's reputation would be tarnished, and his position as head coach would be jeopardized. I will take you down. Russell, blind with fury, hurled a shoe, striking Atkinson squarely as he turned. Ow! Dongfang Kang could hardly contain his laughter. Atkinson, now crouched in pain, realized he had become an unwitting victim. The atmosphere shifted as everyone understood the gravity of assaulting the head coach. Yet, without stirring the pot, the situation would remain unresolved. Are you all right, coach? Do you even have the audacity to ask? What are you trying to accomplish? This is utterly unacceptable. Atkinson, though somewhat comforted by Dongfang Kang and Oppo's inquiry, knew the severity of the situation. You all understand how serious this is. If this is not resolved today, you both will face suspension. He spoke firmly, showing no favoritism. Meanwhile, Lin Shihao, having just arrived home, received a call about the brawl and hastily returned to the team. In the office, the two faced each other. Russell and Oppo's fist remained clenched, his eyes filled with rage, ready to strike again. However, having witnessed Dongfang Kang and Oppo's prowess, he dared not act rashly. It's nothing too severe, just a cut and a dislocated cheek. You'll be sidelined for 2 weeks. Fortunately, no limbs are broken, the team doctor remarked, astonished at the ferocity of the combination that could cause such damage. Had he not intervened promptly, a hospital visit would have been inevitable. Billy King, though not a witness to the altercation, recognized the significance of this incident as a serious affront to his managerial authority. Suspend both of them. If this is not handled properly, they should all be dismissed. Mr. Billy, please hold on. Atkinson, more composed than King, led him away. A blanket suspension may be excessive. Our upcoming away games are critical for our standings. We must consider the bigger picture. Standings and picture, Billy King nearly choked in disbelief. The locker room issues had lingered far too long. As head coach, he bore the primary responsibility. Coach, what led to their conflict escalating in such a manner? Have you not considered a resolution? I mentioned previously that we could explore a trade, prioritizing the development of Dongfang Kang. Have you never expressed your stance? We are here to collaboratively resolve the locker room dispute. We cannot afford to clash ourselves. Realizing his outburst, Billy King quickly apologized. Let us address the situation inside. Upon entering, they found Lin Shihao admonishing the two, neither willing to yield. Had Russell not been injured, he might have pressed on with the confrontation. We have reviewed the locker room footage and have a good understanding of the incident. The team will impose fines and suspensions as necessary. We expect you to compete on the court, not turn against your own. I'll reiterate, the matter of team hierarchy must be resolved collectively, not through violence. Return and await the outcome. Is that all? Russell, dissatisfied, demanded clarification, feeling wronged by his injury. Atkinson would not coddle him. Have you no shame? You instigated the conflict and were the first to throw a punch. Do you expect to play the victim? This is truly intolerable. Is there any justice left? I am the team leader. Let me be clear. Either he is traded, or I refuse to play. How brazen to threaten not to play before the head coach and general manager. As he stormed out, he acted as though justified. Do you recognize your error? Dongfang Kang retorted coldly. While fighting is indeed wrong, I could not simply stand by and let him strike me, could I? Moreover, I have not wronged him nor claimed his position. Is he not the one unhinged? The words from Dongfang Kang left both men at a loss. They recognized the complexity of his position. Was it truly wrong to defend oneself? Reflect on this carefully and prepare for the consequences. If you cannot accept it, then leave. No one is above accountability. Mistakes must be acknowledged. Fines are acceptable, but suspensions are not an option. The team cannot afford it. Chapter 90. Magnified limitlessly in the realm of the NBA, there exists no wall that cannot be breached. Even someone as formidable as LeBron James cannot escape this reality. Back in the day, during his high school training, he was overshadowed by a younger player capable of executing a 720-degree dunk. Although James attempted to suppress the circulation of that footage with a hefty price, he was ultimately unsuccessful. This phenomenon, intertwined with the principle of free speech, and coupled with the gravity of locker room altercations, begs the question, can such incidents remain concealed from the media and oppose scrutiny? As anticipated, on the following morning, while Dongfang Kang slumbered in his bed, media workers were already bustling about, inundated with the unfolding story. Breaking news, locker room brawl in the nets. All for the title of Alpha. Flash report, in the Alpha contest, Russell is knocked out and hospitalized. Media day, a confrontation of fists among men. Retreating only when blood is shed. Tabloid, locker room fistfight in the nets, rookie takes down the veteran. Newspaper, rookie Dongfang Kang strikes the former Alpha in a quest for dominance. This deluge of headlines not only reverberated across America but swiftly reached China as well. While some fans celebrated, others condemned the incident. Ultimately, fans are mere spectators. When witnessing their favorite player emerge victorious, they flood social media with praises. Kang is magnificent. He landed a punch on Russell and established his reign. Truly a testament to our Chinese players, who have adeptly inherited the art of the combination punch. The fans and oppose enthusiasm, however, was not without the embellishments of sensationalist media, which exaggerated the incident for heightened viewership. Such amplification posed a dilemma for the Chinese Basketball Association. Why engage in such trivialities when you should focus solely on the game? They had been contemplating whether to recruit Dongfang Kang for the national team, but now, with this character controversy surfacing, such aspirations seem dashed. Lin Shihao, having completed his rehabilitation training, was greeted by an avalanche of news. The cacophony of absurd claims made him uneasy. "Ah, Kang, you're awake. Wait, how did you get in here?" Lin Shihao exclaimed upon opening the door to find Xiaofang standing at the foot of his bed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Dongfang Kang, startled, responded, "What do you mean? When did you come in? Please, this is my bedroom. I am a man." What an oppose, that's that got to do with it. There are distinctions between genders. Spare me the nonsense and tell me why you engaged in a fight. Stretching, Dongfang Kang casually explained. Russell wanted to assert his dominance and warned me not to challenge him. A few words were exchanged, and then it escalated into a brawl. Xiaofang nearly lost her composure. Did he not grasp the seriousness of a locker room brawl? I must warn you seriously, such behavior must be eradicated. This could obliterate your career in the NBA. This was no exaggeration. Following the infamous Malice at the Palace incident, the league imposed severe penalties for fighting. Suspensions and fines were merely the beginning. Many players found themselves exiled from the NBA, not due to lack of talent, but because teams refused to sign them. Take, for instance, Michael Beasley, a man who once bested Kevin Durant in one-on-one, yet ultimately found himself unwanted even in the CBA. Who in this league would dare to throw punches so recklessly? Dongfang Kang understood the gravity of fighting, but such matters transpired behind closed doors. Who could know? Please, do not tell me the media will amplify this, he said. Do you genuinely believe they are unaware? Look at the headlines outside. They are plastered everywhere. Who leaked it? Dongfang Kang hastily checked his phone, his eyes widening in shock at the barrage of headlines regarding the altercation. They truly are formidable. How could they know behind closed doors? There must be a mole. Wake up. Watching too many spy movies, are we? Xiaofang, exasperated, seated herself and produced a pre-prepared statement. The situation has escalated. To quell this matter and maintain a positive image, we must act immediately. Dongfang Kang recognized Xiaofang's intent to manage the severity of the situation while preserving his reputation in the eyes of the fans. Maintaining a good image is no small feat. Individuals like LeBron James are rare gems in the league. If this situation spiraled out of control, it could jeopardize his next lucrative contract and even affect potential endorsements. Xiaofang had previously received whispers indicating that several sports brands in China were considering partnerships. However, endorsements carry risks and caution is paramount, particularly with unscrupulous companies that might utilize substandard products, potentially leading to scandal and further damage to one's image. Hold on, Lin Shihao interjected decisively. This is not just a personal matter. You cannot make unilateral decisions regarding public statements. If there is to be an announcement, it must come from the team. I will not appear myself. Instead, let Kang deliver this letter of assurance to the Nets management. They are the only ones who can salvage his career, do you understand? Despite her inexperience as a professional agent, Xiaofang's business acumen from her business school education was on par with that of seasoned agents. Dongfang Kang grasped that it was merely about apologizing to the team for forgiveness. This seemed straightforward enough. And he promptly reached out to the head coach and general manager to express his remorse. The management's unified response was that they would convene in the morning to deliberate further on the penalties. Oh dear. Can you please refrain from causing such chaos in the future? We have fought hard for this opportunity. We cannot let down Brother Hao, he chuckled, alleviating the tension. Brother Hao, I have not even had breakfast. Let us dine out together. No need to go out. We have food at home. Come, let us sit and eat. I have more to say. In truth, Dongfang Kang felt quite guilty towards Lin Shihao. He had been a guest for so long and had now embroiled him in this mess. Brother Hao, I cannot overstay my welcome. I should find a place to rent. What nonsense is this? You are my brother and my teammate. Do not forget, I once slept on a teammate's couch. Dongfang Kang shrugged, appreciating the camaraderie. Unlike those rough characters who resorted to violence over leadership disputes, if you wish to move out, you must work hard. Once you sign a big contract, Brother, how won't he even be able to keep you? Xiaofang's situation was equally precarious, as she had only Dongfang Kang as her client, and her commission was minimal. Kang, I must seriously inform you that publicly contesting leadership within the team is a grave matter. You may face expulsion. Chapter 91. Fines without suspension, establishing the core. Isn't it just about being traded? Now, who doesn't he know about the trades? Dongfang Kang remains unperturbed. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that he currently holds a fully guaranteed contract. Even if the Nets were to trade him, they would still be obligated to pay his salary. If a trade is to occur, I would request to join a team that is contending for the championship. You have no choice in the matter. If no other teams in the league desire you, the NBA might not accept you. Jeremy Lin is not being alarmist. Yet Dongfang Kang is not easily intimidated. With such a significant opportunity behind him, can they really afford to ignore it? Indeed, the NBA is a commercial league. If they are willing to provide chances to overlooked players from China, they certainly would not pass on a rising star. Brother Hao, rest assured, he expressed. I did engage in the altercation, and I acknowledge my mistake. I refuse to believe that Billy King will cling to this incident indefinitely. The team may handle the situation internally with leniency, but they still need to notify the league office. After years of navigating the league, from lows to the heights of Linsanity, Jeremy Lin understands the inner workings of the NBA. As long as a Kang can prove his worth, he will not be outright discarded. This matter requires the intervention of his agent. Xiaofang is well versed in the league's regulations. How could she not know that the league office would get involved? Before coming this morning, I had already communicated with the league office to convey a Kang's stance, and there should be no issues. Of course, there will be no problems. Given my current statistics, they would be more delighted than upset. Kang, I must warn you, do not become complacent. Xiaofang, you're mistaken. I know myself well enough to avoid arrogance. I will let my actions speak for themselves. Provided they are not blind, they will manage this properly. Xiaofang understands Dongfang Kang, but she fears impulsiveness. After all, didn't they brawl in the locker room? Enough speculation. Let us focus on our tasks and await the notification. Xiaofang was disinclined to delve further into the discussion and began working on her computer. Her current duty is to continue providing positive coverage for Dongfang Kang. Court edits serve as the best publicity. Outsiders are unaware of how challenging a player's agent and Oppo's job can be. A player's salary is merely the baseline. Many aspects of their daily lives are managed by their agents. Alas, this is more akin to being a caretaker than an agent. Most of these players, often in their early 20s, already command millions. Why would they need to handle things themselves? Dongfang Kang spent the entire morning in the weight room. Several times tempted to access the blue screen to enhance his attributes, only to be interrupted by Jeremy Lin's trainer. As afternoon approached, the head coach personally called. He instructed Dongfang Kang to gather with the team for a reprimand. As anticipated, Dongfang Kang, accompanied by Xiaofang, arrived at the team facilities. In an hour, they would board a flight. After deliberation, the team executives decided to impose a 5-game suspension on Russell, while Dongfang Kang would be fined 50,000 but not suspended. And he must publicly apologize to the team. Upon seeing the outcome, Dongfang Kang felt the sting of the financial penalty. Losing 50,000 with one punch felt exorbitant. With the management's intervention, after publicly apologizing and assuring everyone, the matter was settled. Simultaneously, the overwhelming media scrutiny had not subsided. Many were purchasing trending searches. While Dongfang Kang had made headlines with his fists, this attention was hardly inferior to that of celebrities. Almost everyone in America was aware of the locker room brawl. However, The backlash was not directed at Dongfang Kang, but rather at Russell, with many expressing satisfaction. It is worth recalling the locker room recording incident involving Russell that led to Nick Young's fiancée leaving him. This had struck a chord with many men who wished they could confront him. Now, Dongfang Kang accomplished what many men could not, earning admiration as a true hero from China. With the situation deftly handled, the away trip resumed. Just 3 hours before the flight took off, a mysterious figure convened a discussion in the Nets office. To everyone's surprise, Billy King sided with head coach Atkinson this time. After reconstructing the events that transpired, the appropriate penalties were determined. Even more astonishing was the unanimous support from the management for the punishment meted out to Dongfang Kang. A fine without suspension was the lightest penalty, reflecting the management's compassion. The primary focus of this meeting was to explore the possibility of trades. After a lengthy flight of over 3 hours, they arrived in Miami just as evening fell. This city, nestled along the southern coast, basks in abundant sunshine, imbuing it with a vibrant spirit. Hey, how about celebrating a Kang's non-suspension by hitting the nightclub tonight? With Russell gone, Damo had now become the leader of this locker room. If the star were to speak up, surely no one would object, right? Let us train first, and then we can go. Duty was the first to raise his hand in agreement. After the locker room altercation, everyone understood the team's intent to elevate Dongfang Kang. This implies that a trade will soon occur, and Russell is undoubtedly on his way out. Dongfang Kang is poised to become the leader of this youthful squad. So forging a good relationship with the star is only natural. Duty had not been particularly friendly with the old star. Who knows what he might do upon his return? It's best not to say anything and just get closer to the star. A Kang, you sly one, quite cunning. I am merely fulfilling my responsibilities. Joe, Alan, what do you think? I'm fine with it. It depends on everyone else. I have no objections as long as a Kang is happy. All right, let us go. It's on me. Damo smoothly navigated the dynamics, his words and actions seamlessly aligned. Dongfang Kang had only heard tales of nightclubs in his previous life, places frequented by the affluent. To be honest, it sounds quite tempting, but such places can be addictive. However, considering his finances, he thought better of it. Thank you, my friends, but I just faced a penalty. It wouldn't be proper to go now. Relax. It's precisely because you've been penalized that you should go enjoy yourself. For you, it might be fine, but not for me. If the head coach finds out, I'd be packing my bags. You all go ahead. Dongfang Kang could not afford to squander his limited funds, and more importantly, he had no interest in such venues. Let us save it for another day. We can celebrate together when we return to Brooklyn. All right, it's settled then. Duty truly knows how to adapt. These two are no simple characters. The team atmosphere remained unaffected by the brawl. Without Russell, it felt even more relaxed. Upon arriving at the hotel and taking a brief rest, Dongfang Kang received a call from Xiaofang. A Kang, the outcome of the penalties is satisfactory. This is the team's way of nurturing and establishing you. You wouldn't be foolish enough not to realize that, would you? Huh, I'm not foolish. I certainly understand their intentions. This is quite positive. They have good foresight. Enough with the banter. I must warn you again, focus on your game. And do not create further troubles. Rest assured, miss, tomorrow's game will be a win. By the way, I will be meeting with 2 sneaker companies tomorrow to discuss endorsements, so prepare yourself mentally. Chapter 92. The Merchant of Deceit. If it were a sponsorship from Hook or 5-Leaf Flower, it could be considered, regardless of whether they are significant companies. The crucial point lies in their influence within the league. Particularly for Hook, with the retirement of the 5 Tigers, the league has become predominantly Hook-centric. Figures like James and Durant, who are not the representatives of Hook. Where there are people, there is power. This power was most evident in the Warriors' first championship. The entire world recognized that the finals MVP should have been awarded to Curry, yet, in a surprising turn, it was snatched away by Iguodala. Incredible. If the finals MVP can be designated, what else is beyond manipulation? Do you recall Jordan's final All-Star game? It was common knowledge that he was not a starter. Yet before the game, both McGrady and Carter willingly relinquished their starting positions. Jordan, of course, did not require such deference from the younger generation, repeatedly asserting his refusal to accept it. However, on game day, he found himself in the starting lineup once more. It is rumored that this was due to the mysterious machinations of Hook behind the scenes. Such actions are intended to maximize commercial value. The league is not foolish. Without these endorsements, how could it sustain its operations? Only with financial resources can the league provide more for its players, thus even if everyone is aware of the reality, no one dares to voice it openly. This league is quite amusing. Dongfang Kang shrugged his shoulders and subsequently activated the basketball fire system's blue screen. 3 games remain for the super point guard task. Host, give it your all. The bold characters on the blue screen were striking. Dongfang Kang could not afford to overlook the number of games required for this super task. First, defeat the Thunder, then overcome the Celtics. 2 significant victories, with statistics comfortably within range. An average of 10 for assists and 5 rebounds, indeed a manifestation of a super point guard. Yet, contemplating the future Westbrook, who averaged a triple-double, that is the true terrifying point guard. The key is that he achieved it for 2 consecutive years, an unparalleled feat. Should this super point guard aspire to average a triple-double? Reflecting on this, Dongfang Kang recalled the previous Luka Doncic. This young man truly achieved an unprecedented accomplishment: 60 points, 21 rebounds, and 10 assists. This was not merely playing basketball, it was record-breaking. He established records that others could not surpass. Both play with 2 hands. Why is he so extraordinary? No, he must enhance his passing vision attribute and increase his assists. He clicked on attributes and expanded his passing vision, maxing it out. Magnificent. Upon this enhancement, he discovered that his combat value was nearly depleted. Alas, the hard-earned combat value diminished so swiftly. Recharging indeed consumes energy. Yet, what choice does he have? Recharging brings temporary satisfaction, while earning combat value is a struggle. As the recharge completed, he felt invigorated, particularly with a clearer mind. Directing, positioning, and cutting. Various movements of his teammates unfolded before him. Even the opponent's movements and potential spaces for his teammates formed a vivid picture in his mind. Is this what passing vision entails? Dongfang Kang hurriedly glanced at the blue screen. The visuals had vanished, leaving only various subtitles displayed. But that was sufficient. Once he stepped onto the court, such visuals would certainly materialize. With the enhancement of vision attributes, was there still a fear of not achieving a triple-double? No, he needed to first showcase a performance that would resonate through the ages. Dongfang Kang contemplated what would be truly legendary: 100 points, 80 rebounds, 40 assists. Such numbers are unattainable, the stuff of ancient myths. In the current league, even a reincarnated Chamberlain could not score 100 points. Indeed, a grand triple-double. Dongfang Kang set his sights on surpassing Doncic's remarkable statistics. You achieved 60 points, 21 rebounds, and 10 assists? I shall exceed you in every category. With his goal established, Dongfang Kang refrained from revealing his intentions too soon. He examined other attributes on the blue screen, a veritable treasure chest, filled with skills and attributes that were tantalizing. However, seeing his combat value at 0 was disheartening. Ambition without means, what a lamentable state of existence. Ultimately, he reluctantly stored away the blue screen and headed straight for the training facility. Inside the arena, several Miami Heat players were engaged in specialized training. Dongfang Kang immediately recognized Dion Waiters, a player dubbed Little Wade, known for his explosive athleticism and swift ball handling. Touted as the future core of the Heat. However, in truth, Dongfang Kang had never met him. He merely exchanged greetings with the staff as he moved past. Curiously, why was Waiters training at the arena? They should be at the training center instead. Dongfang Kang furrowed his brow and decided not to dwell on it. His vision training tonight focused on practicing passing. Dongfang Kang set down his backpack and began rehearsing his movements. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our beautiful American Airlines Center. Let us introduce tonight's main team members. The DJ at the American Airlines Center continued his customary exuberant announcements. Introducing players is one of the most profound traditions in the NBA, where players bask in the glory of their heroic introductions. As Dongfang Kang sat on the players' bench, watching the large screen, he did not feel envy, yet there was a genuine sense of joy within him. Just before entering the court, Dongfang Kang received another call from Xiaofang. The league office was attempting to clear the air regarding the situation, indicating that no further penalties would be imposed. Dongfang Kang was not suspended. This was an enormous benefit. What was even more surprising was the unexpected support from fans. Each one proclaimed Dongfang Kang a hero, hoping for more such heroes to emerge in the league. The league, capitalizing on this notion of the Eastern hero, was considering establishing a mascot. In fact, similar products had begun appearing online, a case of fortune arising from misfortune. Dongfang Kang could not help but admire the fans' creativity, if such ideas could be transformed into products. He realized he needed to think more innovatively. Without further ado, the game commenced. The Heat, holders of 3 championships, were led by the astute Pat Riley, renowned for his cunning. In his presence, everyone was merely a means to an end. This circumstance led to 2 infamous Heat incidents. The first being how the Heat acquired James without sacrificing a single player, while also securing Chris Bosh. Peak James, Wade, and Bosh, each a star of their respective teams. Who would have dared to imagine such a scenario before the Heat? Riley's motto: the bolder the heart, the greater the harvest. During those years, the Heat contributed the iconic James-Wade connection, securing 2 championships and 1 runner-up finish. Riley's standing within the Heat's sword, granting him undeniable influence. The second notorious incident involved the 2016 departure of Wade. Wade was the heart and soul of the Heat, having sacrificed nearly $30 million for the retention of the Heat's Big Three. My goodness, $30 million, a sum that an ordinary person would take 10 lifetimes to earn. With a single statement, he relinquished it all. Ultimately, Wade sought a 2-year, $20 million contract, but Riley steadfastly refused. In a fit of anger, Wade departed for the Bulls, where he secured a 2-year, $47 million deal, relishing in his fortune. This is what one would call a merchant of deceit. Chapter 93. On pretentiousness. You are not capable. Deceit is contagious. In the Eastern Conference, during the previous season, Wade became the subject of public discourse due to his mere 9 points. Yet, he swiftly pivoted to launch a product, seizing the opportunity presented by the prevailing hype. It must be said, the company one keeps is of utmost significance. Regrettably, however, Wade will not be participating tonight, opting instead to appear on the sidelines in a tailored suit. It seems his prowess has waned with age. Eastern Kang merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction, disregarding any tactical considerations. As the game commenced, the Heat successfully secured the jump ball, aided by Whiteside. Dragic took control of the ball. This European point guard, having made a name for himself with the Suns, is often dubbed the European Nash, and his skills are undeniably formidable. There is no need for an elaborate introduction for West, who has been groomed to fill Wade's shoes, highlighting the team's investment in him. At the small forward position, Ellington, a 3 and D player, possesses limited offensive prowess. The power forward, Oakley, is the same man who once dislocated Love's shoulder during his tenure with the Celtics. This lineup, Eastern Kang observed, was laughable. The Nets persisted with their triangle offense, this time featuring Allen and the imposing Big Mo in the starting lineup, emulating the Lakers' towering approach. Yet, such imitation can only succeed with dominant scorers. Otherwise, it is destined to fail. The first shot was a miss from young Wade. Alas, before Eastern Kang could dash for the rebound, Big Mo had already sprinted down the court. Must it be this swift? We are executing a triangle offense, not a barrage. Nevertheless, Eastern Kang passed. For as a point guard, open passes take precedence, regardless of the strategy employed. Receiving the ball, he executed a layup. Assist 1, so effortless. It was merely the opening shot, nothing of grave concern. Spoelstra cast a characteristic cool glance at this number 10. Spoelstra, you, my friend, can brawl without facing suspension. Does the Nets truly lack personnel? Eastern Kang, pretty boy, I'm not brawling, merely defending. You'd only run from a rabid dog, wouldn't you? Spoelstra, you possess a certain skill. On the court, Dragic advanced past half court. Young Wade quickly maneuvered to receive a handoff. Eastern Kang seized the moment, decisively intervening as the two engaged. Smack. Both turned in unison to witness Eastern Kang slapping the ball, already at the logo. The front court was deserted, and no pursuers lingered behind. Shall I put on a show? A resounding shout echoed. Eastern Kang executed a ferocious dunk, left hand brushing the back of his head. In the Heat's home arena, he commemorated the event with a head pat. Was this a tribute to James, or a humiliation of others? Oh, James, the Nets version of James. Absolutely stunning. He ought to participate in this year's dunk contest. The Nets bench erupted in fervor. A thunderous dunk to commence the game was simply exhilarating. I too believe he should enter the dunk contest. Arteskin spread his arms, a splendid suggestion. He would air it to the media, allowing the league to take notice. As for the impending Los Angeles All-Star Game, truthfully, it has lost much of its allure. Aside from the two captains selecting their teams, the three-point contest and dunk contest are becoming increasingly lackluster. The league office has been racking its brains for the All-Star Game, trying every conceivable method but failing to ignite the fans' enthusiasm. At that moment, Silver, watching the game on television, experienced a sudden epiphany. Why not allow a rookie to participate in the dunk contest? With a Chinese background, is there concern for viewership? He promptly placed a call to the office. Very well. Mr. President, we shall commence preparations immediately. On the court, Eastern Kang single-handedly dismantled his opponents. In the first quarter, he achieved a flawless efficiency, hitting 10 for 10, amassing 25 points, 5 assists, and 8 rebounds. Observing these statistics, one might assert that this player exerted tremendous effort throughout the game. Yet, this was merely his first quarter output, with much still to unleash. Scoring 25 points in a quarter may suggest a selfish playstyle, yet with 5 assists, one must ask, who else can accomplish this? And to claim he plays without defense is absurd. Here is an outside player with 8 rebounds. Do inform me. Is he merely an outside player? However, Dongfang Kang underestimated the Heat. Truly, there are no weak teams in the NBA, even sans All-Stars. The Heat collectively managed to score 30 points, trailing by just 5 with a score of 30-35. In the second quarter, the Nets initiated their offensive assault. Dongfang Kang first delivered 2 consecutive assists, followed by 2 steals that halted the Heat's momentum, extending the lead to 10 points. Spoelstra began to adjust his lineup, and both teams entered a substitution phase. Arteskin pulled Big Mo from the game, replacing him with Weisenkopf, a seldom utilized third center. Following the triangle offense, his playing time would increase significantly. Kang, intensify your individual offense. Arteskin whispered to him, consider this game a harvest. Rest assured, leave it to me. Dongfang Kang smiled back at the opposing side, where Wade was now fixated on him. Wade, kid, I've heard you're quite the fighter. This is my domain. Dongfang Kang, Wade, don't listen to their nonsense. I merely play ball, occasionally with a hint of pretense. Wade, pretentiousness is one thing, but you cannot outshine me. I am the god of pretense. Dongfang Kang, haha, god of pretense, I bow to you, my elder. Upon re-entering the game, Dongfang Kang continued to slice through defenses with ease, unrelenting as he scored another 20 points. As the first half concluded, he even sank a buzzer-beater three-pointer from midcourt. He then knelt on one knee at half-court, propping his chin with his right hand, coldly surveying the fans. Wade chuckled. This kid truly knows how to be pretentious, flaunting his bravado on my turf. He should remember this. Dongfang Kang merrily returned to the locker room, having successfully showcased his pretense. Oh, what an astounding feat. 45 points by halftime. Could this be a reaction to the brawl? An eager declaration of the emergence of a new team leader? Not only in scoring. Observe the rebounds, 12 already. And assists? He has 9. On the verge of a triple-double by halftime. Can anyone tell me this is the work of an undrafted player? In the American broadcast studio, the commentary team expressed their astonishment with humorous exuberance. Prior to the game, they had unanimously believed that the Nets would struggle significantly in the absence of Russell. The outcome was a resounding slap in the face for them all. The game was far too effortless. Did the brawl impact him in the slightest? Barkley found it hard to believe a professional player could remain unaffected, especially not in a leadership rivalry that concluded so swiftly. American commentator Yang, he had never encountered such an extraordinary individual before. This was indeed a brawl, brother. I now seriously doubt his status as a professional player. The league should investigate him. Investigate what? This is an explosion of firepower. Are you not aware? O'Neal vehemently disagreed, seeing himself reflected in this young man's character. Hey, do you know the consequences when the Clippers refused to give me tickets back in the day? I truly admire this kid. He possesses great individuality. Brother, listen well. Tonight, let your scoring express the fury within. I support you. It would be best to secure 50 points, allowing the Nets to see you are the core they desire. Chapter 94. The Super Triple-Double. As the second half commenced, Dongfang Kang remained resolute on the court. Despite his impressive scoring ability, the gap in the score remained narrow, with the Nets leading by a mere 12 points at 50-62. In the world of the NBA, a 12-point difference can vanish in the blink of an eye. Anything less than a 20-point lead hardly qualifies as a victory. The Heat opted for a change in their starting lineup, bringing in Adebayo to fortify the interior defense. Whenever Dongfang Kang drove with the ball, he found Adebayo's formidable presence waiting in the paint. However, such measures proved futile against the triangle offense. Dongfang Kang possessed the prowess to dominate any member of the Heat's roster in one-on-one situations. Even Wade would struggle to impede him. Indeed, the third quarter witnessed another explosive performance from him, totaling 10 points, 5 rebounds, and 3 assists in just one quarter, effectively elevating his teammates. Yet, as the fourth quarter began, an astonishing turn of events unfolded. The Heat unleashed a swift 12-0 run, compelling a timeout from the Nets. Within a mere 4 minutes, the 20-point deficit had evaporated, shrinking to single digits. At this point, Atkinson shook his head in disbelief. It seemed the Nets could not function without Dongfang Kang. To secure victory, he had no choice but to reinstate him on the court. The individual showcase resumed, as he single-handedly dismantled the entire Heat squad, amassing 15 points in the quarter to quell their resurgence. The final statistics left the media in awe: 62 points, 25 rebounds, 16 assists, alongside 6 steals and 3 blocks. Upon realizing he had achieved this monumental record, Dongfang Kang cast a cool glance at Wade across the court before dashing to the stands to revel in his accomplishment. In his home arena, he was a dragon. On the road, he was a deity. At the American Airlines Center, he too could carve out his legacy. This display of bravado was indeed bold, particularly in Wade's presence. Wade, seated on the bench, narrowed his eyes in response. "You dare to show off in front of me, unaware of my standing in the league?" Dongfang Kang retorted, "I bear no ill intent. I merely wish to experience the thrill of being the best." My goodness, are these statistics truly those of an NBA player? Shaquille O'Neal struggled to maintain his footing as he marveled at the numbers. Even he, the greatest center in history, could not fathom such feats. What kind of individual could achieve such a magnificent triple-double? It was evident that he was expressing himself, showcasing his versatility to the world. "I am now a fan of his. Do not hinder me. I intend to make a comeback." Barkley shook his head in envy at the remarkable figures. "If he were my teammate, would I still need to bully my way to the basket? The irony is, despite my utmost efforts, I could scarcely grab 10 rebounds. He effortlessly snags 25, outpacing even the centers, a prodigy of the new era. Charles, I told you this young man would create wonders. Have you ever witnessed such a breathtaking triple-double?" Shaq replied, "Indeed, I have never encountered a triple-double so extraordinary, executed with such ease during a game. I concede, he is exceptionally gifted." "Huh. Quick, sign a donkey. I want to see a performance." What a peculiar request. In the live studio, the 3 jovial personalities jested about this unprecedented achievement. "Oh, my friends, let us turn to serious matters and interview my brother Wade." Shaquille promptly connected with Wade on site. "Hey, my good brother, your attire tonight is rather unique. Are you preparing for a record?" Shaq never missed an opportunity to jest. His wit was nearly unrivaled. "Wait, are you referring to that young man's record? At the American Airlines Center, it should have been you achieving that milestone, not him. I am aging. This is the era of the youth. Congratulations to him for setting a new record. I am genuinely delighted for him." "Oh, it appears you are indeed aging. Even an undrafted player can boast in your home arena. This is hardly reminiscent of the days when we secured championships together." "Huh, you no longer play? And my time is not far off. Let the grudges of the past remain with the youth. Cheer up, brother. You still have fuel in your tank. And greater contracts await you. I trust your words as far as I can throw you, you old rascal." Their friendly banter concluded the interview. Clearly, while Wade feigned indifference, he was reluctant to discuss the record-breaking achievement. "Hey, Wade, you are my idol. I have admired you since childhood," Dongfang Kang called out to the departing Wade. Engaging with the legendary player could expedite his growth as the next basketball prodigy. Wade turned back, gritting his teeth. The best part of being a superstar is undoubtedly the ability to flaunt. In one moment, he was scowling. The next, a broad smile graced his face. "Oh, the remarkable young man. Huh, congratulations on your successful display. No. When it comes to showing off, I still have much to learn from you. You are the king of all show-offs. Ha. Humility is a virtue. Yet tonight, you have certainly showcased greatness. This magnificent triple-double, continue to strive, as the future of the NBA rests upon your shoulders." The two exchanged high fives and embraced before parting ways. What is happening? Was I not the one attempting to flaunt? Why do I feel like I was outshone? Upon entering the locker room, Dongfang Kang immediately sensed an unusual gravity in the atmosphere. All his teammates remained silent, heads bowed, their expressions somber as if they had just lost the championship. Is there a misunderstanding? Did we not win tonight? Why the heavy mood? At that moment, Atkinson entered. His expression elongated, reminiscent of someone who had lost millions. Dongfang Kang felt further perplexed. Was the head coach dissatisfied? They had won, and he should be leading the charge to uplift spirits, not exacerbate the tension. Could it be due to Russell's situation? Dongfang Kang gasped, growing increasingly uneasy. A calm. You should reflect on your actions. What? Reflect? What have I done wrong? Without further explanation, Dudley pushed a table forward, covered by a red cloth, upon which lay a notebook and a pen. Goodness, what are you playing at? Are you punishing me? Hurry up. Do not waste everyone's time. Atkinson's tone grew increasingly serious, leaving Dongfang Kang with no choice but to comply. As he lifted the pen, a resounding bang erupted, and confetti exploded everywhere. "Oh, congratulations, congratulations." The players erupted in cheers, instantly transforming the tense atmosphere into one of jubilation. "What is happening?" Dongfang Kang laughed. "Congratulations on achieving an unprecedented record. 62 points, 25 rebounds, 16 assists. Atkinson's antics nearly gave him a heart attack. Celebrating is one thing, but this was quite the spectacle. Thankfully, he had no heart condition. Yet, this was the essence of locker room culture. One must learn to integrate with the team. "Thank you, coach. Thank you, everyone. Thank you." Dongfang Kang, not lacking in emotional intelligence, made sure to express gratitude to all. After a specially crafted cake was presented, the team gathered for a group photo. And for the first time, Dongfang Kang shared this moment on social media. That night, the Super Triple-Double became a trending topic once again. With consecutive trending searches, Dongfang Kang had become the NBA's newest sensation. A lucrative contract was surely on the horizon. Chapter 95, The King of New York. The following morning, the team hurriedly made their way to New York for a back-to-back game. Brooklyn and New York, though located in the same city, belonged to different divisions. Technically, this could be considered half a home game for the Nets. Unfortunately, since relocating to Brooklyn, the Nets had failed to achieve the anticipated success and lacked star players, not to mention a rich heritage. Consequently, local fans only recognized the Knicks. Even after years of mediocrity, the Knicks continued to enjoy unwavering support from their loyal followers. The question of who reigns as the King of New York seemed to have been settled long ago. Dongfang Kang had some understanding of both teams from the previous season. Los Angeles fans predominantly discussed the Knicks. Yet, the Knicks struggled to attract marquee players. Even with Carmelo Anthony's arrival, it was merely a fleeting moment. Now the Nets, under his leadership, had embarked on a winning streak. Could the title of New York's king be up for grabs? "Hey, coach, who are the Knicks' star players now?" Star players? New York should not be defined solely by the Knicks. The Nets deserve recognition as well. "I believe it is time for the Nets to claim the title of New York's king." Dongfang Kang's declaration astonished not just our Tuscan, but the entire team. No one dared to challenge the title of New York's king, as that team had existed for far too long, deeply entrenched in the city's identity. The notion of the King of New York? Daimo glanced at his phone, noting a headline crafted by eager media, capitalizing on the buzz. "What do you intend to do? Snatch away the title of New York's king?" "Brother, I know you're skilled, but don't take such unscrupulous media antics seriously. Besides, what does it matter who is the King of New York? Winning the championship and securing lucrative contracts are the real measures of success. With differing aspirations come differing outcomes." Dongfang Kang aimed to make a name for himself through his performance. What empire was he built through sheer force? If they triumphed in tonight's battle for the title of New York's king, the Nets standing in the city would be transformed, as would their perception among New York fans. Porzingis, currently the most prominent player on the Knicks roster, had arrived following a significant overhaul after Carmelo's departure. Porzingis? I know him, Europe's unicorn. Possessing all the skills of a European big man. The Zen master faced criticism for selecting him, but after his debut, everyone was queuing up to apologize to him. However, the Zen master's magic did not work with the Knicks. With his exit, the team fell back into disarray. Is there no one else capable besides Porzingis? Basketball is a team sport. The Knicks lineup is youthful and should not be underestimated. With that, our Tuscan began his analysis on the play. Joakim Noah is a formidable presence. We must prepare for rebounding and be cautious of his trash talk. As for Ramon Sessions, I don't consider him a significant threat. We can allow him to penetrate, creating a perimeter to stifle his passing. Kalo Quinn is merely a blue-collar player who can rebound but lacks a mid-range shot, posing little concern. However, we cannot overlook Lee, their sharpshooter, and their rebounding capabilities. Even without all-stars, an abundance of rebounds can lead to victory. Our Tuscan did not underestimate any player, especially since Dongfang Kang, a former undrafted player, had already demonstrated superstar potential. He was particularly focused on this game, as no one wished to lose against a city rival. Furthermore, their head coach, Fizz, had once been his assistant. Wouldn't it be amusing if an assistant could defeat the head coach? Are we continuing with the triangle offense? Allen asked, perplexed, as he had yet to grasp the intricacies of the strategy. As a staunch proponent of the triangle offense, they would certainly persist with it tonight. If the Zen master could watch the game, perhaps they could even share insights. The triangle offense should flow smoothly. It will become our staple strategy, allowing everyone to immerse themselves in it. Should we prepare additional strategies, perhaps the fast-paced style that is currently trending? Of course, fast-paced play is acceptable. But that is something we need to prepare for this summer. First, we must perfect the triangle offense and secure our place in the playoffs. The other players refrained from further discussion. The coach had his own style, and the players were to execute it. Only Dongfang Kang understood that our Tuscan-esque tactical philosophy was simplicity itself, complex strategies distilled into straightforward plays, ultimately converting 5v5 into 1v1 scoring opportunities. Kang, you just achieved a remarkable triple-double. How do you plan to approach this game? The MOS relationship with Dongfang Kang had become stable. They were teammates on the court and brothers off it. Past misunderstandings were merely that, misunderstandings. Dongfang Kang cast a glance at the MO, bemused by his navet. Didn't I mention the King of New York? As for me? I have no special thoughts, just aiming to help the Nets seize the title of New York's king. This is a grand ambition, and tonight promises to be a fierce battle. You must be prepared. As long as we stand united, nothing can break us. New York, the hallowed ground of basketball. Due to the trending topic, a multitude of celebrities arrived to witness the game. Their motivation was not merely to watch basketball, but to bask in the limelight. Even with the Knicks' prolonged struggles, they remained a symbol of New York, with a star-studded crowd rivaling that of Los Angeles. As the Nets disembarked from their flight, media outlets buzzed with reports. The renowned Kardashian family had reserved player seating to watch Dongfang Kang's performance up close, with Kim sharing images of their seats accompanied by the caption, "Excited to see the incredible player from China. Looking forward to our meeting." News of the Kardashians attending the game spread like wildfire across the internet, instantly trending. At that moment, Dongfang Kang was blissfully unaware of the unfolding events outside. He headed straight to the training facility after disembarking. Our Tuscan and the entire team were engaged in final preparations, emphasizing defense and various game strategies. Meanwhile, fans back in China were thrilled by the news. Had the Kardashian family, known for their defensive prowess in the NBA, set their sights on a Kang? Who could withstand such attention? Hey, I just finished training and have 10 missed calls. Xiaofang, did you need me urgently? Kang, listen closely. After the game tonight, return promptly to the hotel. You are not to go anywhere else. Chapter 96. The Katayama sisters request a date before I could inquire further. Xiaofang abruptly ended the call, her tone suggesting a serious matter at hand. Had she discovered my plans to visit a nightclub? It seemed my intentions to sneak away to one upon returning to Brooklyn had been thwarted. The situation was indeed disheartening. Eastern Time, January 20th, evening. The NBA regular season featured the Brooklyn Nets versus the New York Knicks. The atmosphere before the game was electrifying. The Kings of New York, the Katayama sisters, were the talk of the town. With their star-studded presence, Madison Square Garden was filled to capacity. Banners, oversized posters, and jerseys adorned the venue, becoming symbols of New York's basketball culture. In this vibrant setting, Dongfang Kang felt the fervor of New York fans. No wonder it was deemed a basketball sanctuary. Tonight, I would relish the energy of this hallowed ground and showcase my prowess. As I prepared to warm up, a sweet voice interrupted my thoughts. Hey, Mr. Dongfang Kang. You look incredibly handsome. It was Katayama. Recognizing her, I noted she was even more alluring in person than on television. You know us? She queried, her striking lips curving into a smile. Little one, why don't you come over to my side? She teased. Miss, I prefer a lighter complexion. This isn't really my type, I replied. Feelings can be cultivated over time. After tonight, I'll make you sore, she countered, almost making me weep. Every man who follows the NBA knows the Katayama family, distant names like Odom and Henricks, and closer ones like Griffin, Jordan, and Harden. Not to mention future stars like Simmons and Booker. They were all formidable players, often accompanied by hefty contracts. Yet, in the end, only TT had made a fool of himself, while his on-court performance plummeted. Hey, can we go out tonight after the game? Big Mo chimed in, hoping to play matchmaker. Little brother, I prefer dating handsome types. You might be a bit too young, she laughed. I'm handsome too, I protested. You're joking. I like handsome men like Dongfang Kang, she declared. All right then, enjoy your date, Big Mo said, displaying an understanding demeanor as he departed, reminiscent of a broken-hearted lover. I too began to leave, but Katayama intercepted me once more. Mr. Dongfang Kang, I cordially invite you to join me for a late-night meal. Let us not miss this opportunity, she insisted, not allowing me a chance to decline. Miss, I have other commitments. Katayama was relentless, intent on securing her prize. What was happening? Was there truly such an assertive woman? I had yet to secure a substantial contract, and here she was, making advances. What could she possibly want? The cameras at the venue caught our conversation, and sensational headlines soon emerged. The Katayama sisters spectate Dongfang Kang. Their conversation heats up. What kind of news was this? I felt a surge of anger, wishing to lash out. The game commenced. The usual starting lineups took the court, with the Kings of New York poised for battle. Porzingis successfully won the tip-off, and Sessions brought the ball over half-court, with me eagerly meeting him. Are you sure you're here to play point guard at 203 centimeters? Sessions questioned. Brother, is this your first day playing? I've played plenty of games at point guard. Have you not done your homework before the match? With a swift motion, I blocked Sessions' shot mid-air, eliciting a chorus of boos from the crowd. Booing me? I exclaimed, astonished. This was my first encounter with disapproval from fans, New York fans, no less. 1. We are fans of the New York Knicks, not Brooklyn. 2. This is Madison Square Garden, not Barclays Center. If they were unconvinced, I would make them submit. I commanded the defense, tightening our grip on the rebounds. Displaying my leadership, I directed the team on the court. Sessions, undeterred, attempted to push through, using a screen. He took a shot, but I maneuvered around the defense to interfere, causing him to miss. Allen secured the rebound. With the ball in hand, I spotted a teammate making a cut and executed a precise bounce pass. Levert easily converted the layup. Keep an eye on your teammates. Don't let anyone slip by. Porzingis, dissatisfied with his teammates' defense, also took on a leadership role, but his leadership was somewhat lacking. None of his teammates could hold their own, easily bullied by opponents. Suddenly, Sessions' pass was intercepted before it could leave his hands. I launched a long pass to Big Mo, who finished with a layup. 2 points. Big Mo pointed to me, declaring, Boss, you're my true boss. Sessions pouted. Was my pass too poor? Beautiful play, Kang. Came a loud cheer from the Nets bench. I dared not turn to look. Could the Katayama sisters truly steal the spotlight like this? I wanted to focus on the game, please. Don't come over. Oh. It seems we must tread carefully. Atkinson nodded toward the two, casting an irritated glance in my direction. Coach, don't look at me. I don't know them. I protested. The game resumed, and Porzingis called for the ball inside. Sessions had no choice but to pass it to him. At this stage, Porzingis was exceptional, dominating in the paint. Mozgov was a step slow and was easily outmaneuvered by Porzingis. By halftime, the Knicks trailed by only 5 points under Porzingis' leadership, thrilling the local fans. New York has only the Knicks. The Nets are no match for us, shouted one fan. The Knicks are the true kings of New York. During halftime, the crowd continued to voice their discontent toward me. You're just jealous of me. The Nets are the true kings of New York, I retorted. Fans were indeed envious. They criticized me for bringing the Katayama sisters into the mix. Was I trying to prove my prowess and attract women? What difference did it make if we played like a mess? How could we even compete with a team as poor as the Knicks and still claim to be the kings of New York? Atkinson was visibly displeased with our performance and smashed the tactical board to the ground. I dared not look further. A furious head coach meant serious consequences. Execute the triangle offense I outlined. What do you call it if you don't execute? I held the ball, setting up for a perimeter shot. As I received a screen, the game transitioned from a full-court scenario to a half-court setup, evolving into a 3v3, then finally a 1v1. Turn the entire court into a battlefield. On offense, watch your teammates. If you have an opportunity, take it. Other teammates should wait for their chance. Such a straightforward tactic should be simple to execute, yet in reality, it proved quite challenging. Only I, having studied the game, understood that imposing retro tactics on modern players was indeed a tall order. Kang, in the second half, focus your attention. Don't keep glancing at them. I'm not looking at them. I don't even know them. They told me they would be dating you tonight. Mind your own business. Or I want to hold back. Chapter 97. The President nods, attending the All-Star game, a date with the Kardashian sisters? Who on earth is spreading such absurd rumors? How could two individuals from entirely different worlds possibly date? The other teammates were nearly at their wits' end, astonished at the unexpected prowess displayed on the court. A veritable master of flirtation. Dongfang Kang, devoid of temper, could only bow his head in silence. This evening's game must be won at all costs. The opponents were too inept to be underestimated, and he could not afford to lose face. With a scornful smile, he turned away, relishing the desired effect. Indeed, the Nets transformed completely in the second half. Dongfang Kang's offensive zeal was fervent, scoring 20 points in a single quarter and an additional 10 in the fourth, totaling 30 points and 12 assists. The Nets ultimately triumphed with a decisive score of 120-95. At the press conference, our Tuscan behaved as if nothing had transpired, showering praises upon the opponents. Another wave of 4 consecutive victories left the locker room basking in the joy of victory. It was evident that since Russell's departure, The atmosphere had lightened significantly, yielding remarkable results. "Hey, Mr. Dongfang Kang, there is a lady waiting for you outside." A member of the home team staff entered the locker room to beckon him. Was Kardashian so eager as to seek him out in the locker room? "Brother, you are truly remarkable. McKeef, you should go. I know you fancy this kind of thing. Don't blame me for not being a good brother. Forget it. She wouldn't be interested in me. If I go, I'd gain nothing. You should hurry." A moment of passion is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Laughter erupted in the room. Which man wouldn't envy such a situation? "Sir, please return and inform her that we are in a meeting, and the coach has prohibited us from leaving." "Mr. Dongfang Kang, this young lady has already spoken with Mr. Artuscan. You are free to go." Dongfang Kang felt a surge of frustration. Hadn't Artuscan said he couldn't go? Why the sudden change? Even if there was no game tomorrow, could he not enjoy a single day of peace? "I think you should go. This is the final phase for All-Star voting, and she can assist you." "No. I don't qualify for the All-Star game. I don't need her help for that." "Oh no, you are the hottest rookie this year. You will definitely be seen at the All-Star game." Dongfang Kang was not oblivious. Kardashian was a socialite, her every move scrutinized under the spotlight. If he chose not to attend tonight, it could lead to even greater fabricated news. However, attending would only fuel the gossip. He had no desire to manufacture buzz through scandal. "What are you hesitating for? Just go." Mo urged Dongfang Kang out the door. "I really can't go. This time." Dongfang Kang found it impossible to refuse, as their social standing was too significant. At the Four Seasons Hotel in New York, within the ethereal setting of the penthouse, soft melodies filled the air, and the faint fragrance of jasmine reflected the hotel's opulence. This was Dongfang Kang's first date at a four-star establishment. Honestly, it felt surreal, akin to scoring a game-winning shot on the court. "Mr. Dongfang Kang, thank you for waiting. Please, take a seat." The golden Kardashian rose gently to greet him, accompanied by Jenna. Dongfang Kang, ever the gentleman, nodded and gestured for the two ladies to sit first. He bent slightly to observe them. Truth be told, with their heavy makeup and allure, they were undeniably beautiful, especially Jenna, with her fair skin and exquisite features, a testament to her modeling lineage. "This is my little sister, Jenna." "Hello, it is a pleasure to meet you. Mr. Dongfang Kang, you are quite the gentleman and very handsome." Jenna greeted him with a captivating smile. Who could withstand such charm? "No, I must remain composed. I cannot let them outmaneuver me." Dongfang Kang reaffirmed his resolve. It was merely an ordinary late-night snack. Yet, they were anything but ordinary. Dining at the Four Seasons would cost him a fortune. Meanwhile, in Brooklyn, Xiao Fang was organizing her business affairs in her apartment. Hook and Clover simultaneously sent contracts. Hook, 3 years for $10 million. Clover, 2 years for $10 million. Hook claimed, "I can secure you the lowest endorsement fees while earning more bonuses." Clover insisted, "Money is king. Sign with me, and you'll soar." Xiao Fang rejected them all. Hook's offer, in particular, felt beneath her. With Dongfang Kang's current prowess, he could easily secure a better deal from any Chinese enterprise. Undeterred, Hook presented a new contract, offering 4 years for $30 million. This proposal was somewhat appealing, but signing still required careful consideration. "Hey, Miss Xiao Fang, hello." "Hello, Mr. President. It is a pleasure to receive your call." Following the Knicks game, the competition for the title of New York's king was heating up, and Xiao Hua could no longer sit idly. For the upcoming Los Angeles All-Star event, Dongfang Kang must appear in the rookie game. His absence was not an option. "Ms. Xiao Fang, congratulations. Mr. Dongfang Kang has been selected for the All-Star rookie game. Please prepare accordingly." Wasn't he left off the list? Now, haha, he has indeed been selected. Furthermore, we plan to have him participate in the slam dunk contest. What do you think? Xiao Fang understood the implication. The president's word left no room for doubt. One must respect the NBA as a lucrative business. If there is even a hint of opportunity, the president will personally intervene. The slam dunk contest? Yes, precisely. The contests in recent years have grown stale, devoid of excitement. It is time to inject some flair. However, Dongfang Kang is not particularly skilled at dunking. I would prefer he compete in the three-point contest. No, the three-point contest features Stephen Curry. That carries its own appeal. Imagine the draw of having Dongfang Kang, Curry, and Thompson together. Oh no, Miss Xiao Fang. You must listen. Stephen is one of our protected players. You know he cannot be outshone by a rookie. All right, I will defer to the president's arrangements. Very well, prepare yourselves. Xiao Fang took a deep breath, internally bracing for the slam dunk contest. In the deep of night, Dongfang Kang assisted the Kardashian sisters from the hotel and into a car, his expression radiating joy, suggesting that the date had been a resounding success. He smiled as he entered a taxi, entirely ignoring the surroundings of the hotel. Dongfang Kang's delight stemmed from the fact that he wouldn't have to pay for tonight's meal. He had struck gold. Poor boy dating a wealthy heiress. Dongfang Kang hails a taxi late at night for a rendezvous with the Kardashian sisters. Engaging conversation ensues. The underdog triumphs over the affluent. The following day, a deluge of news articles inundated the media, with the Nets management sweating bullets over Dongfang Kang. While he may lack wealth, he had not experienced a rise in status nor sought out a wealthy woman. Such unscrupulous media, misinformed, could say anything. Look at this. Within just a few days, his true nature is revealed? Such a player must not be retained. In a video conference, Billy King slammed the table in frustration. It could merely be a misunderstanding. I have faith in my player. Misunderstanding? The video evidence is irrefutable. Chapter 98. I will not work for them. Arteskin endeavored to maintain his players. But in the face of evidence, he could only resort to punitive measures. Rest assured, General Manager, I will handle this matter and provide you with a satisfactory response. At the Brooklyn training facility, Arteskin directly summoned Dongfang Kang to the office. Dongfang Kang was contemplating returning home for a quick nap, along with delivering the gifts he had procured for Jeremy Lin. It could be said that Lin was his gateway into the NBA. He would never forget him. Coach, did you summon me regarding those rumors? Arteskin did not conceal the truth upon hearing Dongfang Kang's inquiry. Kang, we have achieved a remarkable 4-game winning streak. Our momentum is strong. Do not jeopardize your future. Haha, Coach, you needn't worry. I am fully aware of the situation. The Kardashian sisters merely seek to bask in my popularity and gain some attention. They insisted on taking me out for dinner last night, thankfully. I wasn't the one footing the bill. You see, a poor boy dating a wealthy girl is quite amusing. They don't fancy my type, so it won't affect the team. Before Arteskin could delve into the main issue, Dongfang Kang had already spoken extensively. Is that it? Oh, by the way, I would like to come back to the training facility this afternoon to discuss tactics. Rest assured, if there's nothing urgent, I'll head back to rest. Hey, can you withstand their defense? I can withstand it. I do not fancy their flavor. Dongfang Kang dismissed the matter entirely and hailed a cab directly to Jeremy Lin's residence. Lin had been diligently rehabilitating, hoping to make a comeback this season. He understood that with a hefty contract on his shoulders, if he failed to return this year, there would be no place for him on the Nets, and he would have to pack his bags. As a player, Lin aspired to emulate Kobe and Nowitzki, becoming synonymous with a single city. However, not every player could remain loyal to one city. The NBA is a business, and when value diminishes, departure becomes inevitable. Jeremy, this is a gift for you. I wish you can return to the court soon. Observing Dongfang Kang's confident demeanor, Lin found himself believing the media's assertions. It appeared that the poor boy had indeed latched onto a wealthy girl, perhaps even more than that. What in the world? Dongfang Kang shouted as he dashed out from the lobby. His conscience weighed heavily upon him. Xiaofang approached with a long face, wielding a 10-meter mop. No. It was a 10-meter broom, pursuing Dongfang Kang. Dongfang Kang, you have greatly disappointed me. A date with the Kardashian sisters? Your appetite is quite large. It's a misunderstanding. Absolutely a misunderstanding. Dongfang Kang hurriedly explained, bewildered by his manager's sudden aggression. What are you doing? Aren't you my agent? What's there to explain? With evidence at hand. You flew off right after achieving success, forgetting who you are? I truly did not engage in any scandalous activities. It was merely a dinner. I couldn't possibly refuse them. They are celebrities, after all. Dongfang Kang had a point. One must respect the Kardashian family's reputation, and Lin believed that Dongfang Kang would not forget his identity. Lin's intervention eased the awkwardness. Dongfang Kang gave a thumbs up, grateful that the gift was not in vain. Once the misunderstanding was clarified, it was no longer a significant issue. Xiaofang understood the Kardashians' motives. Meanwhile, a contract from Hook was laid out, awaiting Dongfang Kang's signature. 30 million over 4 years? You are worth this price. Xiaofang assumed Dongfang Kang would be pleased and began preparing for subsequent tasks. Xiaofang, how could you, a business school graduate, think that a future superstar would accept a mere 10 million a year? What are they thinking? Dongfang Kang was on the verge of tearing up the contract. Such an offer was nothing short of an insult. Over the years, they had made numerous mistakes in contract evaluations. Setting aside Kawhi, just looking at Curry, it was clear that Hook had made one of the biggest blunders of the century. Even if they manipulated and awarded the finals MVP to their own, it did not prevent Curry from ultimately holding the trophy. One must recognize that the current value of Curry's endorsed sneakers has skyrocketed, multiplying in market value. A good spokesperson brings not just publicity to a company, but substantial profit. Today you may ignore me, but tomorrow you will find yourself unable to reach me. Is 30 million over 4 years not enough? Lin stared in astonishment, not anticipating Dongfang Kang's high aspirations. After thorough evaluation, this contract maximizes the interests of both parties. And I believe it is worthy of signing. Xiaofeng was correct. The value of the contract was paramount. You must understand, I currently do not have a sneaker deal. Haha, that merely indicates your short-sightedness. The two exchanged glances, incredulous at the conversation. Without a minimum of 15 million a year, that is my low offer, 3 years. Are you out of your mind? I am quite sane. A future superstar, is 15 million truly extravagant? Such demands will deter brand companies, leaving you with nothing in the end. I am unperturbed. Those who are sincere will reap great rewards. Dongfang Kang still aspired to find a smaller brand to endorse. One that would offer a lower fee and ideally allow for equity involvement. With the impending All-Star game, if he could shine brightly, it would serve as the best marketing opportunity. Upon laying out his plans, Xiaofeng was astonished to discover Dongfang Kang's brilliance. By the way, the president has already contacted me. Besides participating in the rookie game, you are also expected to join the dunk contest. What? The dunk contest? Lin was taken aback, questioning whether Dongfang Kang possessed such skills. Regular season games or skill challenges pose no issue, but the dunk contest could lead to embarrassment. Are you surprised? Although Dongfang Kang was not particularly fond of dunking, he recalled the legendary dunks of Carter and Levine, which had propelled them to fame. If he donned a smaller brand's sneakers and secured MVP in the rookie challenge, alongside a victory in the dunk contest, it would be nothing short of perfection. I will participate in the dunk contest. The sneaker brand negotiations are in your capable hands. The hook contract is solid. We cannot let it slip away. Haha. Let them keep their pride. I refuse to work for them. Wouldn't it be better to endorse domestic products? I believe you can achieve this. After giving his instructions, Dongfang Kang returned to his room for a nap. A Kang is a genius. I believe his business acumen will lead to great success. Is that so? Haha. Follow a Kang's advice and act swiftly. I wish to be a part of this endeavor. Lin envisioned a promising future, right at this year's All-Star game. On Hook's side, upon receiving Dongfang Kang's rejection, they unleashed mockery. A rookie seeking $1 million contract? Does he think he is James? Haha. In the afternoon, Dongfang Kang's name appeared on the list for the rookie challenge. Alongside it, the dunk contest roster was also announced, with Dongfang Kang featured prominently. In an instant, major media outlets were rife with skepticism. The rookie challenge is a blatant protection of the underperforming rookie. The league remarked, silence your disdainful tongues. If Dongfang Kang is not included, it would be a travesty. Fans rallied, I support Kang for MVP. I support Kang for Dunk King.